to show y'all
Was that
something. Look
was
at
that
it.
was that too profound for this late at night?
I think my fear of the ocean just grew tenfold.
No, he didn't say tenfold.
But you've noticed that, right? When it comes to the observations of the luminaries, that past a certain height, none of it makes any sense. It's like, oh well, when you realize this place is designed, it makes perfect sense. The focal range is for mankind on Earth, not mankind up in the sky, because you don't belong there.
It kind of makes me wonder because there's things that refer to like the realm of the luminaries, and I do wonder, like, is it an entire realm of their own, or is it just the outer water? Because if it's just the outer water, I'm good. I don't want to go. I'm good. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care if it's the most fantastic adventure in history. I will stay right here.
You couldn't go even if you wanted to. There are seven
No,
firmaments.
I'm, I'm
You
thinking
can't get
like
past the first one to get to the
I'm
stars.
I'm thinking like in the kingdom, God permits us to take adventures like that. I'm gonna look at everybody that's going on that trip and be like, "Y'all have fun. I'll be right here." No, no. See,
Oh,
this is
okay.
what I want. I don't need to go up there. I'm good.
Do you not think that the
Be
perfect
back
love
before
would have
noon.
cast? Do you not think that the perfect love would have cast out that fear by then?
Now look in the open
Nah,
chat.
nah. That's set into the bones. That ain't going nowhere.
Look at this
Repent
in the
of
open
your
chat.
weakness.
Someone posted on Instagram just this bold-faced lie in the caption about August Picard. We
In
have the quote
19.
from August Picard saying that he saw a flat disc with upturned edges, and someone's going to sit up here and make this caption on this, whatever this is, and say he's the first human to witness the Earth's curvature.
Oh my gosh. We're at that point now. We're just gonna lie on people's names and say they say something they didn't say,
I
even though
wasn't
we
even
can
trying
go
to look for
look
this. I wasn't even trying to look for this. I was just tapping through the tabs and I found this lie. Now, there's some folks out there who think, being oblivious to his quote, think this.
Fantastic.
So, again, even when you just do an examination of scientism history and scientism, it's embarrassing. It's incoherent. It doesn't cohere with known facts. And even if you take their particular notions that they want to espouse as facts, again, it produces those incoherencies. So once you finally grasp that, really what they're really working with, is the super high. What we'll call it? What can I call it? They're working with the super high altitude uh, human flights. We'll call it super high altitude human flights, the so-called outer space operations. That's really what they're working with to try. That's really the ground that they're standing on when they try to espouse their worldview. Everything after the 1960s is nothing more than weak induction. The final rock they really have, the final bedrock they really have to stand on, just at that level, is 1960s and on.
Oh, the irony of saying bedrock when they're not even standing on it. I know what the floor is because I went to the ceiling. Huh?
Even in the days of Albert
Really?
Einstein, up to his death, they only had a bunch of weak induction to work with to establish their main cosmological doctrines: Earth ball, Earth spinning, Earth doing locomotion, flailing through the black void,
And
along with
and the
other humongous balls.
and the one thing that really annoys me for the scientist groups, especially the main one, NASA, is that your original mandate wasn't even to explore space. It was to explore the ocean, and you gave up. They weren't even told to stop and go explore space. It literally, if I remember correctly, they literally gave up before they were
So were
told.
they called NASA in the first place? Was that their acronym in the first place?
I do believe so. I do believe it was still NASA, but I think they had like a subtitle, like NASA sub something, subnautic,
JPL Laboratories.
some. It was either that.
Yeah, it did. Did it become NASA? Yeah.
Yeah, it was. So it was
Mm-hmm.
either that, or they had a subtitle or something like that, or maybe I can't remember exactly off the top of my head.
Let me see.
Sorry.
Let me research it now. Let's see what happens.
Oh yeah, that's right. We have technology.
To the internet.
Yeah, no. Yeah, their first mandate was to
It was
explore the
not.
ocean.
I found it quicker than I thought. It was not called NASA in the first place. In fact, or before it was called NASA. I don't know if this is the first name, but before it was called NASA, it was called the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics,
Right. That's what it was.
NACA, or if you want to say the C as phoneme NASA, then NACA.
So what came first, NASA or the treaty, the Antarctic Treaty?
NASA.
Let me see.
NASA or knackered? Which one is it? Knackered, which means
Again.
broken
Call
or
them
tired.
NACA for our convenience
And hey,
over the phone
Lowen,
call
and hey,
because we can't
Gregory.
see the letters.
NACA.
Formed in 1958, NASA, originally called what
Hey
NACA.
Taylor.
Happy Sabbath.
Shabbat shalom.
Listen this up. Hold
NACA. I did not know that.
on. NASA.
Yep.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Okay, that was the original name. So NASA was created in 1958 from the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, NACA, and other related organizations. As a
So
result of the space race between the U.S. and the Soviet Union in the 50s.
who were the primary participants in terms of bodies or associations or whatever from the United States for the treaty or the the Antarctic Treaty? Oh.
The Antarctic Treaty. Let me see what it says.
Because so that you understand why I'm even talking about this. What Lauren
Yeah,
said
yeah.
earlier about um, about the exploration of the oceans, I kind of see a connection there, and I'm wondering if we can make an official link through this
So
space.
NACA,
Yeah. So
which then
Wait,
became
the
NASA in
Antarctic Treaty,
1958.
before we
1959, and then it came
Yeah,
into act
1959.
properly 1961, the year I was born.
Right.
Okay, there you go.
Effective 23 June
And was it? And
1961. So NACA came
who led
before.
that? Who led it? Was it just was it just strictly the government, or was it a specific body within the government?
the
What
government.
led what? Which one?
The Antarctic Treaty. Because
Who led
I'm
it?
trying to see if, like, because I know there's like other governmental things, like Project Hijack and all that,
There were
but
58 parties. There were 12
that came
signatories.
after that.
Yeah, there were 58 parties. There were 12 signatories. Let me see if I can find a name.
It might be nothing, but I'm just seeing if there's a connection we can make.
I believe that the reason why they stopped exploring the ocean, truthfully, honestly, I do. This is not trying to make it more fantastic than it needs to be. I believe it's because they found either both of the terrifying things in the ocean or one of the terrifying things in the ocean and said, "Nope, we're done."
So here in Wikipedia, in the subheading History, the subheading Negotiation of the Treaty, says, I'll post the screenshots or quotations in a moment. Scientific basis increased international attention concerning Antarctica. The danger of the Cold War spreading to that continent caused the president of the U.S., excuse me, Eisenhower, Dwight Eisenhower at the time, to convene an Antarctic conference of the 12 countries active in Antarctica during the International Geophysical Year to sign a treaty. In the first phase, representatives of the 12 nations met in Washington, who met in 60 sessions between June 1958 and October 1959, find a basic negotiating framework, and on it goes. So primarily initiated by President Eisenhower. So he met with the other 12 signatories of the treaty, and ever since then, subsequent countries have been party to this treaty. Now
So
58.
the signatories were the heads of state then.
Yeah.
Hmm. Well, I still think there's a link, but I guess I can't find it through this line of inquiry. Were you referring to Leviathan, Lowen, earlier?
Yes, that is one of the terrifying things. Can you guess the other one?
No.
The gateway to the abyss.
Ah, interesting.
Not to mention, I also, as an honorable mention, say every single leftover from the antediluvian age, including the piles of bodies.
Well, from
Here
some of the
on the creation,
stories I've heard, they found literal proof of what Enoch says regarding how the edge of the world works.
here on the creation of NASA, background, one paragraph from 1946, the NACA, right? It should be pronounced NACA, by the way. It's committee. The C is for committee, so it just makes sense. Okay, so the NACA had been experimenting with rocket planes. This is Jack Parsons era, by the way, right? Early 20th century, freaking 30s to 50s, right? This is Jack Parsons era. That occultists, not an atheist, occultist, doing the Babylon working with Aleister Crowley to then get rocket technology. So there's that too. Um,
Ooh, fun.
had been experimenting with rocket planes such as the supersonic Bell X-1. And mind you, also, by the way, NASA, the earliest generation of NASA was pretty much damn near led by a whole galgafuck of Nazi defectors. There's that too. But anyways, uh, in the early 1950s, there was a challenge to launch an artificial satellite for the International Geophysical Year, 1957 through 58. And an effort was for the American Project Vanguard. Okay, after the Soviet space program launched the world's first artificial satellite, right? It was the 1957. Right. Uh, Again, that's why I'm making this stark line between before and after the 1960s. Because the 1960s, when humans started going up there, even with Sputnik, you just have a machine high up in the air. Right? Doesn't really prove much at all. And then you can ascribe all sorts of lore and shit to what the machine is allegedly doing all the way up there. Right? So the stark line is between before and after the 1960s. On October 4, 1957, the United States stepped up its efforts. The U.S. Congress, alarmed by the perceived threat to national security and technological leadership known as the Sputnik crisis, urged immediate action, while President Eisenhower and his advisors counseled more deliberate measures. This led to an agreement that a new federal agency based upon NACA was needed to conduct all military activity in space. The Advanced Research Projects Agency was also created at this time to develop space technology for military application. So there's the exoteric doctrine for the public. NASA was created as a response to the Sputnik crisis. So they morphed NACA into NASA.
Ah, yes. Of course.
Late 1957 to early 1958, the already existing NACA began studying what a new non-military space agency would entail, as well as what its role might be, and assumed several committees to review the concept. On January 12, 1958, NACA organized a special committee on space technology, quote unquote, headed by Guyford Stever. Stever's committee included consultation from the Army Ballistic Missile Agency's Large Booster Program, referred to as the Working Group on Vehicular Programs. This group was headed by Werner von Braun. There he is, a German scientist who during World War II had developed ballistic missiles such as the V-2 rocket for Nazi Germany before being brought to the U.S. in Operation Paperclip.
So you know how you made rockets, right? Yes. All right. So
Do that for
what
us.
if what if a person was in the rocket?
Uh, that's a good idea. That's a very
No,
interesting
no,
idea.
no, no. He takes it too literal. So he's just like, that would be highly unethical. He's like, no, like flying in the rocket.
Wait, hold on. There's a joke about this precisely in a children's movie. I wonder if you can guess
Really?
which movie I'm talking about.
Oh, I don't
I
know.
couldn't guess.
I'm a
I
dad, but
just
I
lit
don't
a
keep up.
rocket. Wait, I'll quote it. I just lit a rocket. Rockets explode. Toy
What
Story.
movie is that?
They're
Oh,
literally
Toy
taking the
Story.
piss out of what you're just talking about in the movie. It's a wink
Who said
and a
that? Who
nod.
said that line? I grew up with Toy Story. Who said that?
I
It's
just
the
lit a
first
rocket.
movie.
Rockets explode.
It's the
Is
one.
that
It's the part where they're in Sid's backyard.
Said that. Remember that scene? Who said that?
Woody. Woody said it.
Woody?
Woody said that?
Yeah, that he
Yeah,
Yes.
and then
and
he
and
ran
who's
off
the
that
rocket? Who's the
ragdoll.
rocket attached to? The rocket is attached to Buzz.
Yes. Buzz Lightyear. Buzz Aldrin,
Buzz,
right?
yeah, it's a piss take.
Ah, that is
They-
hilarious.
they've been out in this for years since the beginning.
That's not flying, that's falling with style.
Look,
In a sense, very
in all
applicable to what the hell
honesty,
they actually did.
and in all honesty, despite the insurmountable amount of lies, that's all NASA does is just lie. I don't blame them for giving up on the ocean. And that's not talking about my personal thing about the ocean. No, I really don't blame them. After you get to a point of literally coming close to viewing almost everything in it, you'll probably be so terrified and so filled with dread that you'd want to kill yourself. So I understand.
Man,
That place
stop all
sucks.
that shit. We got shit to handle right here on Earth, in this city. Fix this shit first.
Yeah, let's actually focus on the land and
Like,
the people.
how about you fix yourself? How about you plunge the depths of yourself and fix yourself first? Before you sit here trying to plunge the ocean. Goddamn
Plunge,
people. I mean,
plunge.
spending untold fortune going to tax the fuck out of people so you can do these dumbass operations where you're pretty much not going to get anything good for anyone out from this exploration. Just hoping that your imaginations might be corroborated and or your hopes might be fulfilled in this wild-eyed exploration. We got shit to handle here.
You want the world to be strange? Congratulations. You found out that the world is strange and there's a whole lot of history that you guys don't understand because you want to deny the truth. Now what you gonna do?
I mean, we're talking about a fucking era that is the residue of a so-called world war. Fix this shit here first.
They
I'm
can't.
sorry,
There's too
like
many of them.
I I really don't think anyone's going to change my opinion on that. Like it's actually a good and worthy idea to spend God knows how much assets, money and otherwise, to do that shit. To either explore the cosmic void or the depths of the ocean.
Yeah, but you realize that their intention is to destroy.
Right.
So,
So just
so
all sorts of
why are
haphazard
you?
expenditure is a part of the plan. Yeah.
Yeah, why would you be surprised, man? World War One and Two was
This
on
is par
purpose.
for the course.
Motherfucker.
And now we're in a whole resource war. Because somebody doesn't want people to find out that his name's on a list.
What
While
the North?
NASA continues to lie. I take the lies of NASA very personally, okay? I was a kid that grew up wanting to be an astronaut. Don't look.
Oh yeah, there's many apostates from scientism.
Wait, you
Disgruntled
were a goat?
apostates.
Huh?
You were a goat? When did that happen?
Ah, yes, and I wasn't raised in a household that believed in biblical science. My mom thought that people that thought like that were insane.
Irony.
So annoys me. I'm not gonna let this go. Like, um, another critique. Like, I just read, I just read here. So the head of NACA at the time, 1958, published quote a national research program for space technology. Right. So these people occupying these goddamn official offices, right, with their bad rhetoric, space technology. What the fuck is space technology? How about you be specific? You're talking about the black cosmic void technology. Go ahead, say it. Go ahead, say it. No, sit down, say it.
Oh, it's easier to say space. Why would I say that long thing that you just said?
Yeah, why would
Do
you? Why
you
would you? Why would you?
do you
Why
even
would you be
know how
accurate?
to market?
Why would you be accurate? Because goddamn it, I'm in space now. Everything is in fucking space. Shit, even in their cosmic, even in their cosmology, we're already in fucking space. We're all flailing around the black void. It's ambiguous. It's inaccurate.
You know what I say? At the end of the day, my attitude is like this. You have two options. One is true, one is a lie, but you got two options. You can A, believe that we're in an enclosed environment that is perfectly designed and kept and is forever sustained, and no matter how much anybody tries to destroy it, it's going to survive. In some way, somehow, it is going to survive. That's just how God designed it. Or, or you can believe that we're on a ball in the most chaotic, lawless, almost pointless environment that is so gargantuan that we are not even ants to everything in it. We are bacteria.
Good fucking
And at
animals.
any point in time, something destructive could happen, and there's absolutely nothing you can do to stop it.
You know, here you are on the earth. Like say the sun fucking just incinerates every goddamn thing on the surface of the earth. You get far enough away from the earth in the black cosmic void, you can't even see it at all.
And
It's
you
not even a
freeze it
blip. You just can't even see it at all.
to death.
And you wonder why people have no. You wonder why people so uh, ready and willing. So many are tending to suicide when they realize it's about their worldview, especially when they're suffering. It's usually when people are suffering that they actually think through their worldview. Usually when people have it good in the hood, when they got it cush and luxurious and comfortable, they don't really have to be concerned with irritating themselves and bothering themselves with that. I mean, the world is fine. I mean, I'm fine. The folks around
That's
me
why
in
those.
my field of view are fine. I'm just in luxury, in paradise, and in pleasure. I'm fine.
That's
What I
why
gotta
those
bother
who
myself
are.
with all that?
That's why those who aren't suffering better hope that they're righteous, because if not, they're in trouble. Because at least those who are suffering and unrighteous have something to contemplate, like you're saying, which is the whole reason
Something
why
is
you have all
convicting
these
them.
consequences. Yeah, it's like you breed it in the scriptures. I'll multiply this and I'll multiply this so that you repent. Because apparently you need to be hit around the head a million times before you repent. Oh,
And
you
then after
fallible
that, you're
man.
still consistently reminded he's God. I'll never get over that. I will not let that go.
So NACA director Hugh Dryden in 1958, this quote right here on the same page I just mentioned a few minutes ago. It says, "It is of great urgency and importance to our country, both from consideration of our prestige as a nation as well as military necessity, that this challenge, Sputnik, may be met by an energetic program of research and development for the conquest of space." Wow, conquest of space. It is accordingly proposed that the scientific research for the responsibility of a national civilian agency, NACA, is capable, by a rapid extension and expansion of its efforts, of providing leadership in space technology.
I'm
Or is it
sorry.
that too?
Wait, hold on, pause. And this is the child in me speaking. Space big, space really big. You said conquest,
Yeah.
as in to
At
conquer.
least relative to other nations,
Hey, check this out. Rather than
other
submitting
countries.
to the Creator for eternality, they would rather make eternity up and try and conquer that.
Right.
You know, when I was a very young child, and even then, still a believer in God, still a believer in Christ. More so back then than ever throughout my young adult years. I believed in the heliocentric model because that's the way I was raised. That's why I was raised to believe. And even then, whenever I thought or saw any type of storyline about someone trying to conquer all of space, I thought how, like, well, that wouldn't work because it's already ruled by God, so you're just gonna kind of run into a brick wall there, aren't you, buddy? It's also too big. How are you gonna conquer that?
Yep.
I'm really mad that that is in what you just read. Wow.
Yeah, proto
The
NASA,
hubris
by the
of
way,
man.
like proto NASA, like before NASA was NASA, it was NACA. That's the director of NACA, soon to
Tell
become
me
NASA.
that your ambitions have no bounds without saying it, please. Please.
You know what's funny? Even the deception of Satan wasn't as unhinged as what mankind has had the hubris to speak out loud.
You know, I have thought that many times, and you're not. I don't think you're wrong. Honestly, at this point in time, especially in 2026, I don't think you're wrong at all. There's literal documented things that Satan said that we all read, and we're just like, wow, shit, wow, okay. But then you look at what man says, and you just
Listen to the rest of this
Yeah,
timeline breakdown.
bunch of
it's
Okay,
nonsense.
that
so
thing. It's that thing that makes like
Hey,
half your brain turn off.
right, Greg. 1 second before you do.
go ahead.
I got a dip. I got a dip, so I just want to say bye because I'm having a good convo. So enjoy
I
your
love you too,
Sabbath
brother.
and peace out.
See you later.
Peace.
So launched on January 31, 1958, Explorer 1, officially satellite 1958, Alpha became the US's first Earth satellite. The Explorer 1 payload consisted of the Iowa Cosmic Ray instrument without a tape data recorder, which was not modified in time to make it onto the satellite. March 5, President's Science Advisory Committee Chairman James Killian wrote a memorandum to President Eisenhower entitled, quote, Organization for Civil Space Programs, encouraging the creation of a civil space program based upon, quote, strengthened and redesignated, quote unquote, NACA, which could expand its research program, quote, with a minimum of delay, end quote. In late March, a NACA report entitled, quote, Suggestions for a Space Program, end quote, included recommendations for subsequently developing a hydrogen fluorine fueled rocket, uh, all that thrust designed with second and third stages. In April 1958, Eisenhower delivered to the U.S. Congress an executive address favoring a national civilian space agency and submitted a bill to create a, quote, National Aeronautics and Space Agency. NACA's reformer. This is all happening quick, snap, all in 1958. So they hauled ass. They can haul ass if they want to, the government, to do what they want to do. But anyways, NACA's former role of research alone would change to include large-scale development, management, and operations. The U.S. Congress passed the bill, somewhat reworded as the National Aeronautics and Space Act of 1958 on July 16. Only 2 days later, Von Braun's working group submitted a preliminary report severely criticizing the duplication of efforts and lack of coordination amongst various organizations assigned to the United States space program. Stever's committee on space technology concurred with the criticisms of the von Braun group. Final draft was published several months later in October. Got to listen to the former Nazi. Got to listen to him. On July 1929, 1958, Eisenhower signed the National Aeronautics and Space Act establishing NASA when it began operations on October 1, 1958. NASA absorbed a 46-year-old NACA intact its 8,000 employees, an annual budget of $100 million, three major research laboratories, Langley, Ames, and Lewis Flight Propulsion Laboratory, and two small test facilities. Elements of the Army Ballistic Missile Agency, of which von Braun's team was a part, and the Naval Research Laboratory were incorporated into NASA. A significant number of NASA's entry into space race, a significant contributor of NASA's entry into the space race with the Soviet Union was the technology from the German rocket program led by von Braun, which in turn incorporated the technology of Robert Goddard's earlier works. I mean, pretty much, von Braun was damn near the head. In spite of, in fact, who was the first director of NASA? It wasn't von Braun, was it? Let me see here. It's a good damn question. All right, hold on. NASA overview.
Yeah, it was Von Braun. Yeah, Von Braun was the leader. He led it. Okay,
He was
and
the
then afterwards,
administrator.
he was the administrator. He was there, and then after you'd have the James Webb shortly. James Webb was head, I think,
Administrator
and
Joe.
Von Braun was there, chief of the rockets and everything else. It must have been James Webb. It would be James Webb, head of NASA, and then head of all rocketry was Von Braun. Okay, and then shortly
Looking at the
before they
list,
said they went, James Webb retires.
James
And
Webb
now they,
took off in 1961. I don't see von Braun's not in this list.
mm,
So I don't think he was an administrator, but he was obviously was so damn influential. He was like damn near a de facto administrator.
well, he was the top man for the rockets and that. He was the top man when it came to rocket and that. Yeah,
The
rocket
first one in
propulsion
this list
engineer,
is,
top man. It was him, no doubt. He
yeah, the
was the
first
number
man in
one
this
man.
list was T. Keith Glennon, from August 58 to January 1961, and then Hugh Dryden for a small while from January 61 to February 61, and then James E. Webb in February 61 to October 68.
Yeah, that's right. So just before they went to the moon, they said he retires because he knew they weren't going to go and he didn't want to lie to the public. That was why he retired. He knew they weren't going.
So how do they categorize von Braun? Let me go back.
I think he was head of rocketry. I think that's what it was, something like that.
Yeah, he was at least a head of a department in NASA, NACA
Yeah,
then NASA,
yeah, knackered.
wasn't he?
Yeah, in England, when they say something's knackered, they say it's broken and finished, tired out, wiped out. You can refer to yourself as being knackered, tired, or you've reached so much old age, you're finished. Knackered.
Okay, look at this paragraph. So in the subheading of history and creation in NASA, the article NASA subheading history, sub subcategory in the subheading creation. So here this paragraph says, as an American's premier aeronautic space engineer, NACA formed the core of NASA's new structure by reassigning 8,000 employees in three major research laboratories. NASA also proceeded to absorb the Naval Research Laboratories Project Vanguard, the Army's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and the Army Ballistic Missile Agency under Werner von Braun. This
Yeah,
left NASA firmly as the U.S.'s civil space led and the Air Force. This left NASA firmly as the U.S.'s civil space led and the Air Force as the military space led. Space lead, excuse me. I read that wrong. Let me get this right. This left NASA firmly as the U.S.'s civil space lead and the Air Force as the military space lead.
That's right.
There said lead. Confused myself.
So von Braun was head of NASA then, looking after the rocketry side of things.
Yeah, he wasn't he didn't sit in the office of administrator, but those laboratories were left under his supervision,
under his
management.
guidance. Yeah.
So he was what, a hop, skip, and a jump away from administrator, because it would have been they probably didn't make him administrator for PR purposes.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what I'm guessing.
I still think it's
Because he was a German, wasn't he? German.
He was one of the he was one of the Nazi sages in Germany.
Exactly, an SS.
I
Was a
still
horrible
think
man.
it's hilarious that it's the Air Force that's part of the space program, but in everything that we have, it's the Navy that's depicted.
Which is ironic.
Oh, yeah,
Like, you would
that's
think the Air Force would actually, you know, at least on paper and in principle, be the one that dominates so-called space. But anyways,
well, the pilots, yeah, the astronaut pilots, they're referred to, aren't they? Like Michael Collins and
like
what's
the
his name?
Navy is for the
Neil
sea, the
Armstrong.
Army is for the
He was a
land,
pilot, wasn't he?
right? Army and Marines for the land, Navy for the sea, the Air Force for the air, everything above the land and sea. But anyways,
Well, I think the logic behind most of the ships, because they're ships, are ran by the Navy. The pilots, the astronauts, the fighters, that's all Air Force and Marines.
Yeah.
Like
Oh,
it's
that's
usually
silly.
joint, but because of the fact that they're
I
called
get
ships.
that, but I don't
Yeah.
like that. No, you got it wrong. God damn it! If it's a ship that goes above the fucking water, it's Air Force. Make it make sense.
Yeah, there's a lot of shenanigans going on over there in the United States.
And then, of course, now we have our fucking days. What was it, 2016, 2018, when that motherfucker made the Space Force?
Oh yeah, Trump. Yeah,
We don't talk
2016.
about them.
Yeah,
You know better.
2016.
We don't talk about them.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine? I mean, every recruit that enlisted into the military, specifically that branch, what are they actually doing? They're not in space, right? You go. I'm in the
Exactly.
army. Damn it, I'm on the land. You become a sailor. You're in the freaking ocean. You become a freaking airman. You're in the freaking air. Where the hell are they? On the earth or the land or
Space
the water?
Force. Mhm.
They're
Your ass supposed to be out
consistent
there
in
in the
training
outer
to be
space.
in space.
You in the black void forest. Go out there, take your ass to the black void. Oh wait, there is none. The beginnings of trying to make Star Trek real.
Nigger, you nigger. Nigger, you nigger. Nigger, you nigger. I'm a monkey gorilla. Bitch, I get nigga, I'm really a killer. Come at the night with the knife, I'm a Negro. You ain't a nigga, you belong in me, cause you tape. What? Just ran a train on your man. Just a moon cricket in a chain. Trying to move out the projects, it's in vain. The product of pushing product through your veins. It's actually a double entendre. She hope black man got big dick just like anaconda. Big old booty black bitch anaconda. Said that I love her, but she from Rwanda. Damn, got a bad bitch, I ain't hearing a nigger. Cause I heard she from Nigeria. Nigger. Like nigga, I could put fear in you. Nigger! I was born in a land.
Sorry, guys.
No, don't worry. Well, get up off Gina Carano. She got ass. Leave her ass alone. She got plenty of ass. Colonel Saab. Just because she won't give you her ass don't mean she ain't got no ass. That would be a non sequitur.
Stop it.
Now, I do not regret what I said. I said a fact. I do not recant. I do not rescind. I do no such thing.
Is it a brute fact?
No, I wouldn't dare be so idiotic. There is no such thing. Like her ass is not what it is. Just being what it is. No, it is indeed a contingent entity. Yes, indeed.
No, wait. There's
It's a machine. It's a
we have
machine.
some
It's
brute
functional.
facts. It's a brute fact that the Earth is flat.
It is a part of a machine.
The ass, that is a machine.
What does the machine do?
Don't you know?
Well, it's multifaceted. It's for sitting.
Yep.
It's for crushing. It's for
Exactly.
concealment.
Crushing.
And you can use it to attract the female if you want, and vice versa. Yes, it's a lure. It's
What,
actually a
by
lure, isn't
shaking
it?
it on the
To
dance
primarily
floor?
attract the male.
Yes. Literally go out to wherever and start dancing exactly. Yes.
I just on the flat earth thing, I do find it interesting that like that doctor in 1930s said that the earth looked like a flat disc with an upturned edge.
Yeah, Dr.
And he was up super high.
Yeah, 9.5
51,000
miles.
feet.
That's all. 9.5 miles.
51,000 feet.
What do you mean
We're saying
that's
the same
all?
thing, by the way. 9.5 miles.
Isn't that higher than most commercial planes today, or am I wrong?
Oh yeah, yes, that's true. But then the pilots go higher than that on the planes.
99% of people will never reach that
35,000
height.
feet is 35,000 feet is average cruising height for the average airline.
All right. Because I've been on a plane and it always appeared flat to me whenever I've been on a plane.
Yeah, that's right. That's what we visualize. And then the plane itself, not following the curvature of the Earth, is flying horizontally. So there's no curved trajectory there being experienced during that flight. That's the other thing. Okay? And that's a massive clue. Massive clue. I don't know why people want to debate that and argue over that. That's so stupid. And now they're going to tell you a curved line is a straight line now. Silly idiots. Put me in a boxing ring, I'll box that idea right out of their fucking heads, So yeah, you want to do that? Okay, put on the gloves. Put him in. Open the cage. Fucking open the cage. Put him in there. I'm coming in. Right, yeah? You want to stick with that? Okay, let's go. Let's see how much punishment you can dish out. Let's go. I love that. Put the pressure right on them. You want to defend that position? Put your gloves on.
Yeah. I think one of the biggest issues with the globe Earth model is like the nature of water and how it operates, because like you don't see it curving naturally. It's always flat.
Yeah, that's right.
Like when I put the tap on in my sink, the water's level, right? And you never see it not level. The only time I've seen it not level was when NASA released a video, apparently from space, where they had like a curved like droplet.
A ball Earth that we don't measure on Earth. We don't ball Earth on Earth, but there it is in that fake space image. We know it's fake because they've been subjected to the latest digital software that can check on the authenticity of a particular image. If it's come from space, it will have a certain signature there, and it's not there. The noise, it's very, very quiet. Those images.
And you know what's amazing about that is that even if they start to program like their AIs, like the big ones, to say that these are real, people can make their own AIs which can say it's fake.
Yeah,
So they might try later to program them so that they say, "Oh no, it's real. It's not. It doesn't look
they're
like
already been
CGI."
programmed already. They've done that. They've been doing that for the longest of time.
Yeah, but the cat's out the
This is
bag.
Gregory to Lowen. Do you copy?
Yes.
Oh no, not you. Lowen, the other user.
I'm about to go to sleep.
And that's your
Oh,
reply? Not good copy?
Because I know what you're about to ask.
What am I about to ask?
Telegram.
Okay. Well, you're not dead yet, so you're gonna switch real quick until you actually fade and fall asleep.
Oh, laying down, going to sleep.
You're gonna go to sleep now?
Right now.
All right. I see how it is.
yeah, Roger, Roger. Over and out.
Yeah, I'm just listening now.
You
Yeah,
disappoint me. I taught you better.
yeah. The deception is fantastic. It's amazing how they've done it, but it's all
It's
falling
just
apart
like,
now.
yeah, I guess it is. And like, flat Earth has become so mainstream to the point where they literally, like, I was watching this Netflix show, right? And
Yeah,
it was about social media and how like the algorithm of social media is bad and stuff, and how it keeps people addicted to watching like short content and stuff like this. And it was like it was a very good documentary, but then at the end it all of a sudden started bringing up like flat earthers, and it was like, oh, and social media promotes conspiracies like flat earth and
Hmm.
shit, and it promotes all of these terrible ideologies which are dangerous to science. I was like, oh, okay, they had to put this in. They couldn't just make a documentary on the evils or the bad side of social media. They had to add in their little political agendas and stuff at the end.
yeah.
It's entirely expected. Like this is they perceive this to be one of the greatest threats to them. So of course they're gonna mention the flat Earth movement.
We've been responsible. The flat earthers have been responsible in making them change their plans and all the time. NASA always having to redo everything, check it, cut that out, get rid of that information. We've got them on the back foot many times. Flat earthers
You,
love it.
you know what? You know what drove me crazy? Because I
Go on.
hadn't really looked into this conspiracy lately, but I was kind of like agnostic on the whole like conspiracy, and then it's when the Optimus 2 flight was supposedly happen, right? On all of the days they could have planned for it, they did it on April Fool's Day.
There you are.
Right.
Just to
like
wind you up.
like it's the most fucking crazy flight again back to the moon, and they did it on April Fools out of all the days and dates. It just
Yeah,
such a coincidence.
yeah. There you are. Right in your face, gaslighting.
Yeah, yeah, they're mocking you, yeah, because they want you to believe in their bullshit.
Right. But they know as long as like the majority, 95% of humanity go along with it, they're gonna be fine. So they're happy to mock. That's how I feel. I feel like as long as like I get what you're saying, Jin, like what flat earthers are making them change their plans, but if they're still doing stuff like that, it means they're not too scared yet.
One of the benefits of this one of the beneficial consequences of this controversy, this movement, given the best efforts that who it applies to, uh, is the what? How do I phrase this? The reignition or the recent um, intensification of curiosity, and the intensification of curiosity, which spurred or moved many people to study deeply into a variety of subjects, because the logic train that you naturally follow when you're introduced to controversy doesn't just stick strictly with the shape of the earth question. It doesn't just stick in. You don't just stay in geodesy. You are led to a variety of other categories of knowledge, areas of knowledge and subjects.
Yeah, definitely. Like, are they lying about, I don't know, food? Yes, they are. Are they lying about many different subjects? Um, Chemtrails.
Yeah. Sometimes you can progress so far away from scientism that you forget that there are many people who still see the world the way Lawrence Krauss does, or the way Richard Dawkins does, or the way that a fictitious character like um, what's his name in The Big Bang Theory, the way he sees the world.
Oh,
Sheldon.
Sheldon. Yeah.
Yeah. There's still people
Well,
like that in
actually,
this world. They still
there's
see
a
the world that way.
there's
They tell their
a
world.
lot. There's a lot of people that still see the world like that. They believe everything the government tells them. And when the virus supposedly was out, they took the mRNA.
Yeah. That's why it is very important to have the skill, to have good rhetorical skills, good oration skills, good analytical skills, good sound thinking, and know how to do internal criticism of a worldview, of worldviews. All these skills are important.
That's right. Yeah. And then your own personal experience, the skill to recall your memories from when you were born. Obviously, you won't remember that bit, but living through, because there are patterns that are still repeating. So you need to be able to discern that level as well. The memories, going back and look at what was going on back then, see if there's any similarities, because they're there still. But it's all your experience is definitely key. I don't know why people tend to, no, it's anecdotal, yeah, but it's data. It actually happened.
Right.
Anecdotal.
The whole point of the philosophical endeavor is to make human experience intelligible, to make sense out
Right.
of it, so that it's not rendered absurd.
That's right.
Right?
That's it. So you don't want to
The
erase your
object,
memories.
the object philosophy studies is the worldview, and everyone has a worldview. Everyone has a worldview. Inevitably, everyone has one. You have to.
Yep.
You view the
Yep.
world a particular way, okay? And that is a part of your worldview is your human experience. Big, humongous chunk of your worldview is your anecdote. You have to make sense
Yep.
out of your anecdote. And if you have a worldview that cannot make sense out of your anecdote, or doesn't make sense out of your anecdote, then you obviously have a delusion.
That'll be the globe.
Right? If your worldview can't make sense out of the reality of yourself, can't make sense out of person yourself, can't make sense out of the reality of other humans, other persons, other minds that persons have, can't make sense out of the reality of up and down, can't make sense out of the reality of cardinal directions, can't make sense out of the reality of et cetera, et cetera.
Straight line, curve line.
You have exactly, you have a delusion. You're delusional. And you notice how many humans believe a worldview that makes such basic elements of your experience absurd and unintelligible, and
Yeah,
they're
upside
doctor
down.
so and so, right? Expert so and so, professional so and so.
Yeah.
Did you guys miss me?
Yeah.
Who is that? Sweet voice.
Welcome back.
Who is
Do
that?
you remember me?
Who is that?
You know.
Well, when was the last time you were here?
Quite a while ago.
Now, how long? When you say a while ago, what? 4 years ago? 5 years?
No. Maybe like a couple months ago.
Ah, okay. Well, maybe then. Yeah. Why? Have you changed your position?
Yeah, I mean, I got up, I touched the grass, you know, like I go walk around. Yeah, I change my position a lot on a day-to-day basis.
That's the grass
Okay.
in your
Let me
feet
be
or
more
hands.
specific. Have you changed your position regarding the shape of the earth then?
Well, you know, like when I go on the rooftop and I like look, it's like I can't see China from here. So yeah, the Earth is a fucking
Wow,
globe.
you're
If
terrible
you
at
think
this
it's flat
trolling. You're
Earth, if
terrible at
you
this
think
trolling
it's
game.
flat
You know
Earth,
that?
you think
Wow, this
it's
is
flat
fucking
Earth, you're
crazy how
fucking
you talk.
stupid. You're fucking
Saying
if you can't see
crazy
China
shit.
from
What's
here,
wrong with
obviously the
you?
Earth is
Why would
not
you be able to
fucking.
see China?
From your roof.
Wait, I didn't know humans have infinite vision.
Yeah, for some reason, if the Earth is flat, then everyone else is a Kryptonian with supervision.
Right.
For some
I
reason.
missed out on that update. Like, when did humans get infinite vision? I don't know.
Maybe you touched some poison ivy when you went out to touch grass. I don't know.
Yeah. There you go.
Or
I mean,
hallucinogen. I don't know.
yeah, you are. Yeah. That's another point. Yeah, because you are asking or making a very kind of like impossible request for us to be able to see China from where you are. Come on.
No, it's not an impossible request. They just need to tell me how big it is and where do I look for it on the horizon. So as soon as they can tell me
Or just
all
get
that
closer to
information,
China.
I'll start looking for it.
Or just get closer to China. You can stand on a rooftop close to China, then you'll see China from your rooftop.
Yeah.
You can do that.
You know, apparently the re-entry vehicle, you know, the capsule from the moon mission, it
Yeah, the
reached
Orion. Yeah, Artemis.
it
Sorry.
re
Yeah. Go on.
when it yeah, exactly, when it had re-entry, it reached around 2760 Celsius, right, in temperature, which is like 5000 Fahrenheit. And supposedly humans can like be around that heat and not burn or die.
Yeah.
Yeah, that suit can withstand those temperatures. Look at that suit.
The suits that
And
don't
those
protect them
instruments,
from radiation.
and allegedly those instruments inside the capsule can withstand those temperatures. Yeah, okay. What temperature does steel melt at?
Let's have a look. Trying to think now. I've forgotten that number. I used to melt it myself. Oh, blimey. Let's have a look. I know that thermite reaches in 2 seconds 4,500 degrees, around about 2,500 degrees Celsius, something
So
like that.
it's above melting when it re-entered. It was above
More than
melting
twice the melting point
temperature.
of steel.
Ridiculous.
And the capsule was made out of what metal?
Oh, it would have been
I don't know.
aluminium, of course, and then this kind of special shielding that they composite type shielding. And remember, when they used it in 2022, it cracked on re-entry. It cracked, they said. All right, so whatever that
So
was made
and
of.
aluminium is much weaker. The melting point for aluminium is
It's
much lower than
600 degrees
steel
Celsius.
melting point, right?
primarily aluminium,
Yeah,
Right.
600 degrees Celsius is aluminium's
and
melting
they also
point.
use titanium.
Yeah, yeah.
They say that the heat shielding bit, which would have was titanium triskeleton,
That's it.
bonded to
Titanium's
a carbon
melting point
fiber
being what?
composite skin.
And titanium's melting point being what?
Titanium melting point. Melting point.
1600 degrees Celsius.
Mine says 1668 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, 1600. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
steel is 1,000. Steel is 1,300, which is 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay,
Wait.
that's
So
steel.
wait. Let me get this straight. So when it re-entered, it was above the melting point of the titanium that's supposed to protect the
There you
ship.
go. There you are. Yeah.
How does that even make sense?
Traveling at, what is it? I think they were traveling at 25 times the speed of sound, something like that,
Yes, something crazy like that. Yeah.
or 27
Let
times
me
the speed
see.
of sound. Yeah.
Let me have a look.
So obviously the entailment is that the damn thing would have melted into a big ass bright puddle, but it
should have been.
didn't. So obviously it didn't
It
happen.
says
What they said happened didn't happen.
when it was re-entering, it hit speeds of around 40,000 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's 24,000 miles per an hour.
Yeah, yeah. Like, and that is insane, right? That's like
It is insane.
you cannot even imagine that speed as a human, like going that
Well,
speed.
17,500 miles an hour is 5 miles in a second. 5 miles a
Yeah, and
second.
so wait. So Jin, they're saying that not only did they manage not to get boiled alive or burnt
Yeah,
alive, they also
yeah,
managed to go at a
Yeah, incinerated.
speed it's just an insane speed which should have killed them also.
yeah. It's just mad, the things they want us to accept.
It's like anti-physics, actually, what they want us
Exactly.
to accept.
It goes against natural law. That's it. They're going against natural law. When you go against natural law, you're going against the laws of physics. Exactly.
Unless they want to appeal to, it was a paranormal miracle.
Hmm.
That's the only
Hey,
other
can I
option.
ask a question?
Yeah, go
You
ahead,
just did.
please.
Oh, thank you. So I understood like previously that we well, not us, but we assumed that outer space is a vacuum, right? But how would that work if a shuttle is in outer space? That's something I've been skeptical about.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Like
What is
how?
it propelling against?
Yeah, what is it propelling off
What's it
of?
using to
If
push
it's a
off of?
vac,
Exactly. The
yeah, if
vacuum.
it's a yeah, it's a. They say it's a vacuum, right? But it's just floating
Yeah.
in the atmosphere. How is that like logical?
Now, what they'll try to do is they'll try to obfuscate the issue, but their worldview is that there is void between the material. Right? That's their worldview. There is void between the material. In fact, vast, incomprehensible distances between the particles. The further away from the atmosphere you go, right? Like
Yeah.
millions of miles between the most closest particles, right? Further away you go from the Earth. So it obviously entails their little space shuttle that's what 30, 40, 50 feet long or something, whatever. Is
Yeah.
flying through millions of miles of void.
Yeah.
So what the fuck is it propelling against? Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, wait. My boyfriend does want to like make a refutation on this, but I'm the one that's skeptical here. And he's the one that's kind of like no. Yeah, and his mom has a question too. Can they go ahead and do it?
So
Go ahead.
hello everyone. So I the how it works in space, it's just so simply just using Newton's third law of power of physics, which states that every force has an equal force opposite to it. So rockets and whatever goes up to space, it does not fly like airplanes, which would want air resistance. So vacuum is missing that air resistance. So how the rockets travel in space is just using the third law of Newton, which is just through a Huh?
I never heard this one. This
I
argument.
mean, this is just
Yeah,
physics,
I've
and
heard
it's
it
not
before,
something.
and it's absolutely wrong. You're absolutely wrong, sir. Okay. Is that Newton's third law? Is that motion where
Yeah,
an
he said
object in
third law.
motion?
He's trying to
Yeah,
refer to the third
an
law of
object
motion.
in motion continues in motion unless acted upon by another force. That
No,
that might
no.
be prevalent here on Earth, but again, where do we have something that keeps on moving forever? We don't have that situation ever. And what is the rocket propelling itself off of? Because it needs the air. Without the air, you're not going to get your lift off. Okay, that's why the
Yeah.
rocket goes in an arc.
It's yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Roman, you want
I respect what you said. It's beautiful, but what the Newton's law you mentioned is I think it's the first one. No, I'm referring to the third one that says for every action, there's an equal
There's
and
an
opposite
opposite reaction.
reaction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So I
So
always get those two mixed up, but you know what I mean, yeah. How is the rocket able to sustain itself in space? It's floating. How
because
can it
yeah,
do that?
Mind you, we're talking about a void.
because it's a vacuum, you know, because it's a vacuum. It's like let's say
Yeah, but
you're in space right
a
now.
vacuum doesn't mean people start floating. Where did you get that idea
No,
from?
no, exactly. They keep on floating, but they're
No,
just
how do you
float.
know that? How do you know that? What
How do
experience
you
have
know
you
what?
had that teaches you that?
How do you know what? What's your question precisely?
How do you know that things float in space? How do you
Uh,
know this?
the thing is, do you agree that space is a vacuum?
Yeah.
Well, if we could go there, yes, it's a vacuum, yeah. If we could go there, though,
Oh,
I can't go there.
yeah, I
That's
know. But what does vacuum mean? It's the absence of
it means devoid of air. There's no air there. That's the main thing.
exactly,
Devoid of matter.
exactly. So if you don't have any external force, you're just gonna just exist,
No,
and
you
like
don't
nothing's
understand
gonna.
my question at all. You don't understand the question. You're too strong in the belief. Slow down. I said to you, what makes you think things float in space? Where did you get that idea from? Because it's not from
Um,
your personal experience.
Yeah.
it's just
It's just
following
what you've
the
been told. Be honest. It's what you've been
no.
told. Yes, it
It's the
is.
laws. It's
Never
the
been
laws of
proven.
it's the laws of
Can you prove
physics.
it, please?
If it adds up,
Show me the
if it adds up,
experiments.
here it's up. No,
So consider this,
look.
right? Consider this. Let's
Yeah.
refocus. Okay, so you're
Yeah.
trying to appeal to Newton's third law of motion as though it
Yes,
accounts for the alleged operation of a rocket ship flying in a void. Okay,
exactly.
the third law of motion, right, doesn't apply in something that's not even logically possible. Right. Okay, black
Which is
void, cosmological notion, right? Void is not even logically possible. Void is nothingness. That's what void is. It
then do
cannot
you
be.
even
Nothingness can't
uh,
exist.
at this point the moon and all of these stuff are just some
UFOs, I think they will.
like.
UFOs,
Do you
right?
believe there's planets?
Well, hang on. Before you fly to
There's
that, like,
we
grasp what I'm saying
we
first.
we
Right.
we believe there's lights in the sky.
But hang on. Before you digress to that, like, grasp what I'm saying first. Okay?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what
yeah,
You
Roman
believe
said. He
that
said
everything
it's
exists
emitting light.
in this cosmic black void. Okay, this is
yeah.
what you believe. Okay, void
No,
is
it's
not
just
even logically possible.
yeah.
So we don't
Um.
exist in a cosmic black void.
And
So
what
So
I
was
the
the
think
point
you
of
notion
you
that
that?
define
people are flying rocket
you
propelled
define
spacecraft through the black void is patently
yeah.
false on its face and absurd on its face because void is not even logically possible.
Okay, so you define vacuum as a void. You don't define it as like the physics terms, which is just the lack of air resistance. That is that
Okay, no,
correct?
that's not the definition of vacuum. So, in either way you want to parse this out, either you're talking about a void or you're talking about a place that's not a void where there's material. But the
But
cosmological idea in scientism is that everything is floating around in the black void, that there's materials flailing around in a black void. That's the notion. Black void is not
Oh,
even logically possible. So there's no such thing as us, everything flailing around in a black void, let alone uh,
Um,
flying rocket propelled ships through a black void.
okay, that's an interesting perspective. I respect it. Um, I I was just thinking that if if I don't know if you guys also link the void to the vacuum, which is just basically a place with no matter. So if you have no matter, if anything's there, you don't have a direct force on it, except for the force of gravity, which is the attraction of masses, right? So third,
Well, no,
again,
that
back,
doctrine has been abrogated. They threw that away. Like,
but
Wait, let them talk to
they're
Romeo
still
too.
teaching that doctrine about gravity in like high school, but then when you get to college, the latest understanding what is currently the truth according to them is Einstein's GR and SR, like relativity doctrine. So you listen to Michio Kaku, for instance, Dr. Michio Kaku, and he said gravity does not
Who's
suck,
that?
gravity does not pull, rather
what's that?
matter
Wait, who's
bends
that?
space time.
Sorry.
So
What does it
that's
do?
not the doctrine.
What does gravity do? Are you lagged? Can you repeat it?
Yeah, what
Yeah,
they
we
said
can't
is
hear you.
gravity actually warps space time so that it falls along the quote unquote curvature of space time to the center of the given mass.
Exactly. Yeah.
So there is no
Exactly. So,
pulling or
Which has
pushing
never
of
been
gravity.
proven, by the way. That's never been proven.
Right. So
Wait,
so when you're trying to appeal to gravity pulling, that's false. Even they said that's false. So throw that away.
exactly. So it's no,
you
I
agree?
agree with you. This is like you mentioned. What Einstein's theory is that a attraction of a mass, a bigger mass, attracts a smaller mass, which is like the theory of relativity. That's like a
No,
net.
no, no.
That's not what you're referring to.
You're quoting the Cavendish / Newtonian gravity. They said that's wrong. That's false. Einstein refuted it and abrogated
Okay.
it with the relativity doctrine. So you're appealing to a notion that they
Mm,
themselves throw away.
okay, but my okay, that's also an interesting perspective. But I wasn't really getting into gravity. What I was really getting into that when you're in vacuum, there's basically no forces acting on anything. So I'd agree if you put like a soccer ball in space, it's just gonna nothing's gonna act on it. It's just gonna stay there unless it's gonna
There's a
be
force.
attracted by gravity, the only force. However, when you have a rocket going
Well,
up,
again, you
which
keep
doesn't
saying
need
that, but they said that doctrine is false. There is no gravity pulling anything.
okay, what do you believe in gravity?
No.
No.
In their doctrine of gravity, no. What they mean by gravity, no.
There's only
What's your definition of gravity?
There's only mass? Yeah.
But
The weight
it's
of
just a
the
it's just an
stuff.
anglicization of the Latin word gravitas, meaning weight or heavy. Of course, there's weight and heaviness.
Okay, why do you think the moon orbits the Earth? Why does the moon orbit the Earth, and why do we orbit the sun?
We don't orbit the sun. The sun orbits
When you
us.
say why, what do you mean by why? Are you asking what caused it or
How
like
do
No,
you
no,
what
know we
just
purpose?
orbit the sun? How do you
no,
know
no.
that the
Just
sun? How do you know that the sun and
Wait, wait,
moon
wait,
don't
wait,
orbit us?
Hang on, hang on. That wasn't the time to blurt that
Yeah,
out. Hang on,
ask
hang on,
them. I'm from
hang on.
either
Back
way.
up,
Let's
back
say
up.
the sun orbits the Earth, or the Earth orbits the sun.
picture.
Why do we orbit? Why does that happen?
He's
Okay,
down
so
You
there.
know?
again, I asked you, what do you mean by
There's
why? Are you asking what causes
No, I'm
that,
just asking your
or what is the
perspective.
purpose for
Like,
that?
no, I'm just
No, no,
asking
no.
your
You don't understand what
perspective
I'm
on this
asking
one.
you. Hang on, listen, listen. You don't understand what I'm asking you. You have to disambiguate what you mean by why. You're either saying why in the sense of what caused this, or for what reason or purpose does this happen,
Yeah, for what reason do you believe it happens?
or for what reason. I mean, God made everything for a purpose, including the celestial bodies. He made the celestial bodies for
You
to be
know,
the first
since you
clock.
believe in God, whatever you say, that's fine with me.
Oh.
I mean, if you're
That
asking
ends
about
me.
the purpose, then there's your answer.
No, I mean, brother, what really matters at the end of the day is that we all pray to God, and whatever the details are not important to me anymore. Have a good day.
You know, the details about the cosmos are important. They're not negligible. God teaches the details about his cosmos that corroborates what he taught.
Also, um, his mom wants to ask a few questions too.
Okay.
Is that okay? Yeah, Romo.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
That's it.
I'm beginning to be like skeptical and a flat, but I have few questions I don't
Yeah.
understand.
Yes.
How does the
Speak
sun
up proper
orbit?
English sentence first, because that's not proper.
Never
Hey,
mind that. Someone's being rude for no reason.
they're not natively American. I am, so
And you don't
their
have to be
their
American to
English is
speak English. English isn't
yeah.
originated in
Well,
America.
Can
okay,
somebody mute that
okay,
guy?
Yeah,
Can
yeah. Can
somebody
somebody
someone
mute
mute
him
this
for
guy?
us?
You wanna mute me because I'm
Yeah,
right?
okay.
Because I'm
We're not
right.
gonna be disrespectful. Hey, we're
I'm
not
not
gonna
being
be
disrespectful. I'm
disrespectful.
just
Yeah,
right.
you
There's
are.
right and
Moderators,
wrong.
Your
please.
English
There's
is
Listen to
no
the
gray
moderators,
area.
please. For now, turn down his volume
Yeah,
Solus.
turn down the guy who's
volume.
right. Turn down the guy who's right and listen to the girl who's wrong. Gotcha.
Christina, the account
Yeah,
that is
okay,
Christina,
buddy.
turn down his volume.
Turn down the guy that's immature.
Yeah, I turned off his
Immature. What does
audio.
maturity have to do about being
Go ahead.
right or
Okay, good.
wrong?
Go
Okay,
ahead.
I'm sorry about my English.
Nothing to do with being right
No
or
worries.
wrong. You guys are just wrong. You're just wrong, man.
How does the sun orbits the flat Earth? I don't understand. How some countries become in the dark and others in the in the light, the day, and how does the North Pole, who orbits who's always under the North Star and doesn't the constellation doesn't move? I understand all this, but how
Yeah.
come they don't have day for several days? They don't have daylight. I don't understand how does it move.
Yeah.
The
I get you.
This is my first question, and my second question is: I have a telescope. I saw Venus the other day. I didn't see like water and above the firmament and the stuff that you talk about. And I totally understand that we cannot see satellites. We never see satellites. Where do all these satellites go? Especially in the CGI pictures of the Earth, we don't see any satellites around the Earth. So I am skeptical about all these, but I don't
Very good
understand
questions.
the sun movement. Yeah.
Very
So
good
with the
questions.
first one,
Okay, go ahead.
right? I'll take the first one and Jen will answer the second one. So with the first one, you're confused because you're still thinking of you're just substituting Earth ball with flat Earth disk inside
Yeah.
big black void with all these other humongous balls moving around. Right? Delete that. Right? Delete
Sorry,
that.
that was funny.
You go back to what we actually experience. Right?
No,
From
something
the day you
happened
were
to
born
us
all the way up to now.
like
Right?
last week. I was at the beach watching the sunset, and my
Yeah.
son, we live on a hill, a mountain or hill. He told me, "How's the sun? The sun is magnificent. It looks magnificent from our house." I told him it already set. We don't have any sun here at the beach, so that doesn't prove that it's circular around, because
Yeah.
he can see it from the mountain. At the same time, I'm on the phone with him. I couldn't see the sun anymore.
Yeah. So delete the idea that we're in the black void with all these humongous balls flying around, and then
Yeah, like
rather than the
orbiting the
Earth
Earth.
being a ball, it's just a disk, right? Delete that idea. Right? We
Yeah,
just
it's
go
not a
with what we
disc. It's not like
actually
flat,
experience
flat. We don't know the
every
shape
day
of
of our
this.
lives, right?
Okay,
We
maybe
we hear it.
it's
We're all
like
born
egg
out of our
shape.
mother,
Okay.
right? We're all born out of our mother, and our entire lives, from the day we began existing to now, we've seen the Earth be the biggest object we've ever seen. We see the sun,
Yeah.
moon, and stars above the Earth, not enveloping or surrounding the Earth, right? We see the sun, moon, and stars be smaller
Yeah.
than the Earth, and we see the sun, moon, and stars moving and not the Earth moving.
Oh yeah, he's
So
right. It's always
really,
above
the
the Earth.
the celestial bodies, like the
What
sun,
is it?
The
is
sun
moving
and
above the flat surface, like you using your flashlight above the table.
Yeah.
yeah, like
It's
you
like
don't see the
this.
sun like rotating like counterclockwise or this way. It's always in one like singular rotation, like above the Earth.
I don't know.
I think that's
Yeah.
what he's. Is that what you're saying? Sorry.
Yeah,
Yes.
you got it right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So
Like
okay,
it's never
let me give you
rotating
a
like
little
in
bit
a
more of an
different
example.
axis.
Yeah, let me give you one more example to back up exactly what Gregory, and you've agreed that he has been correct. And is if you're in a basketball court and you turn the lights off in a gymnasium, you turn all the lights
Okay.
off, it's dark, you switch on your flashlight, you aim it to the ground, it only lights up the ground near you. That would be the sun. But the rest of the gymnasium is dark. And then when you
Start.
walk
Okay.
across, yeah, when you walk across to the other side, you're taking the light with you, so you're lighting up the gymnasium step by step. When you look back, it's dark where you were. That's exactly how the sun
Yeah.
works. It can only
Yeah.
And
load
we see that
shine its light
we see that
Especially
locally.
I
all the
see the
time throughout our
rays.
lives.
Mm.
The rays are not parallel. The rays, the sun's rays, they
Exactly.
come.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
they're
So it's
corpuscular,
kind of like if you took a
corpuscular
light
rays. Yeah,
bulb into that gymnasium that Jen just told you.
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
I get. Okay.
Okay,
And that's
you
all there is to
understand
it.
that now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The sun cannot shine up the whole earth because the earth is way too big to shine everything up. So that's why everybody gets good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Every country has that because everybody gets their turn with the sun. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, of course.
Good, good. Then you were talking about the sun at the North Star. Why do they get 24-hour daytime and then sometimes it's nighttime? That's again is because the sun, when it's in the Tropic of Cancer, that's where the North Pole is. That's the
Yeah.
summertime for me. I think you're in the Middle East. I'm not sure, but you're having summer as well. Okay, and
Yeah,
England,
Middle
Japan,
East. Yeah, I'm
right? Okay,
from
so salam
Lebanon.
alaikum.
Lebanon.
Okay, now you are
Yeah.
definitely getting the sun, and that's why, because the sun is closest to us. So when you're in the North Pole, you are seeing the sun 24 hours for 3 months. That's going on with, and then as the sun starts to move away,
What happened?
It's lagging.
The internet cut
His
out.
audio got distorted. His connection
Did
got
did we
broke.
lag or was it his?
No,
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 you're
sorry,
no.
fine. It's his connection.
sorry, my apologies. Yeah, did I cut off there?
Yeah.
Yeah, try again. Go ahead.
Okay, I was just going to say. So when the sun moves from the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn, where New Zealand, Australia, South Africa, and South America are, they get the sun. Then we don't get it. We don't get it as hot because it's not near us. We see it during the daytime. In winter, it's cold. We feel some of the heat, but it's not near us anymore. You understand?
Can you repeat that? I think you said that way too fast. Sorry, I
Okay,
couldn't hear.
I'm going to slow it right down.
Yeah,
The
yeah. Thank
reason
you.
why, yeah, the reason why we're seeing the sun at the North Pole under the North Star, okay, is because the sun is close to us during our summertime, and that's a three
Okay.
month period, okay, and you will notice that the sun, if you're in the North Pole area, you will be able to see the sun for 24 hours for 3 months because that's where the sun is. And then it slowly moves away from us back to the Tropic of Capricorn. That's where New Zealand, Australia, South Africa, South America, the outer edge of the course for the sun, okay?
I have
That's
a
what happens.
question, guys.
But how?
Yeah, go on, go
I
on, go on.
there's one part of Earth where it doesn't receive any like nighttime. It's always daytime. I forgot which exact spot.
I
Sweden.
don't know any place
No,
on
not
earth like
Sweden.
that.
Not
I don't
Sweden.
know
I've been
any
to
place
Sweden.
on earth like that. I don't know
Wait,
any place like that.
let me. I'm gonna search
I've
it
never
for
heard
you
of
guys.
that.
Hold on.
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
How do you
Yeah,
explain some at the same time some countries have summer, some countries like Australia have winter, and us in the Middle East we have summer.
yeah, yeah.
So
But
how
there
does
is no
yeah?
country that has daytime all the time. There is no country like that. There is none.
Oh,
That's that's wrong. Yeah,
It's
that's not
called
correct. Okay.
Svalbard, in Norway.
Norway. I thought
No,
Norway.
yeah,
Yeah.
they only get 24-hour when the sun is in the Tropic of Cancer. When it's in the Tropic of Capricorn, they're not going to get that experience. That
Yeah.
phenomena doesn't happen.
E-
Yeah,
e- even on the even on the globe model, there couldn't be a
yeah,
place that would always get the sun.
yeah. It's impossible. Okay.
Impossible.
Ah, yeah, that's true. How would they
Yeah.
always receive sun on the global
Right.
What's a globe model?
where
Yeah.
are the
No,
How
axes?
do you explain winter and
that's not
summer
what
at
we
the same time?
experience. Yeah, yeah.
Wait,
So you're
And the
asking
reason,
about seasons now. Yeah.
yeah,
oh, what's the edge of the earth?
Antarctica.
nobody knows that
Well,
at this
well,
point.
I've never been.
let's slow
Yeah,
down. Let's slow down. Let's back
mm,
up and answer the previous question.
Okay.
So,
yeah,
Is
why
that
does
a
this
hard
place get
question?
summer and that different place get winter? And that place gets spring,
Anna.
right?
Oh yeah, you asked that.
The seasons is a change of the atmosphere and the celestial
right.
bodies, right? So
Oh.
we all experience, right? Go back in throughout your entire life, right? You've never seen the earth move. And you've never seen the earth be a ball. You've seen the earth with its flat surface
Oh,
be still, and you've
I
seen the
know.
sun,
I
moon, and
know.
stars move, and you've
Right.
seen the
Yeah.
clouds move,
Who's
and
doing that?
you
Sorry.
felt the
It's
wind
very
move,
distracting.
right? And temperature differences.
Wait, who's making that noise? Sorry.
Yeah,
It's
I don't know, but
yeah,
regardless of
so I
that,
can
we
mute
have
them.
different seasons, right? Because the atmosphere is a dynamic system of gases, especially mostly air, and temperatures, right?
yes,
That's
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
regardless of the shape of the earth, right?
yeah, yeah.
Because
So So the temperature of the air triggers the seasons. That's exactly what Gregory has just told you. Okay, the temperature of the air, that would be because the sun is moving across the earth, and it's triggering the temperatures, which triggers the actual seasons. Okay, that's how that beautiful magic works. Beautiful, absolutely
Do you
marvelous.
believe? Do you think? So like, when it's winter, like the sun is like distant at a point. Like, is
Yes,
the
yes,
orbit kind
yes.
of like
The
an
sun is
oval? It's like an oval kind of
yes, yes,
orbit.
yeah. Listen, the sun is further away from where you were, where you are, where in the summertime. When it's in the summer, it's over your head, burning you. But in winter, it's over in South
Further.
Africa, New Zealand. Yeah, New Zealand, South Africa, South America, Australia, burning their
Yeah,
heads. That's why we're cold.
they are getting the heat more than us. So it's
Yes.
kind of like a
But we
diagonal, somewhat like a diagonal
but what you're
orbit,
saying is we're still
right?
getting light from the sun. It's just
Sun,
further
yeah.
away.
Yes.
So we're
We're not,
still getting the light. It's
yeah.
further away. Yeah.
Yeah, we're not
Okay.
getting the
I
intense.
just
Hang on,
imagine like
hold
how it
on.
would work.
Yeah, hold
Oh,
on.
sorry.
We're not getting the heat as much as we would get in the
Right.
summer.
Right.
That's why it's
Right.
colder. Temperatures
That
drop.
makes
The
sense.
sun is there,
Yeah.
and you can feel it. You can feel it warming your jacket. Even in winter, you feel the heat burning your back, but it's not enough to warm the whole air around you. Okay? Do you get
Yeah.
me? Right.
Yes.
Now,
Okay.
I also want you to grasp, right, what we're doing. All any human has ever done and could ever do concerning this, right, is to simply describe what we observe. We can't reach out and touch the sun, the moon, or the stars and like move them closer or further away, right? So all we're doing is just experiencing, right? We're just standing here on the earth watching the atmosphere change, feeling the atmosphere change, watching the celestial bodies move.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're watching
Can,
Allah's good work. Allah's
can
work
I ask
that is.
something?
Go ahead.
Okay, so
Subhanallah.
I have a question. Okay, so do you guys believe that the sun orbits around the earth or the earth orbits around the sun?
The sun around.
The
Well, what have
sun
we
is
seen our entire
orbiting
lives?
above our head,
Yeah,
stationary
Okay.
look,
Earth.
look.
The Earth is not
What have we
So
seen our
moving.
entire
if
lives?
I could just say, from our perspective, the sun and the moon both Earth, which is still, which is not moving. So the Earth is still. The sun and moon are orbiting like two hands on a watch.
We
Yes,
don't have to
they're the
answer the
ones that
question
move.
for him, right? Look, watch it. What have we all seen our entire lives standing here on the earth, right? We see the sun, moon, and stars moving. That's what we've seen our entire lives.
How fast
You
is
know
it
the answer to the
moving?
question.
How fast is that measured yet? Like with you guys, like how fast the sun is orbiting?
Like a speed,
Yeah,
Yeah, the
it's not
speed,
like
like the
it's
velocity.
not like measured. Yeah, it's not like measured like with a speedometer the way we measure like our cars, right? The sun and moon
Yeah.
stars all the way up there, right? We can
Yeah,
just
yeah.
calculate a speed with presuppositions about their nature.
yeah, yeah. That would be a theoretical number. We can't give you an exact number. So we don't really know how fast it is actually moving, but we know it's covering one orbit in 24 hours. All countries are getting, because
That's the kind
we
of time.
So would
Yeah.
it
yeah,
be
we
in
could,
a
yeah,
span of
that's right.
24
That's
hours?
right.
The speed
Yeah,
is in a span of 24
that's correct. Yeah, it
hours.
would be because every country is getting a good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Yeah. So in
I
one
mean, for
day, it's
instance, if you wanted
24
to
hours
measure
in
that
one day.
quantity of time, right? If
That's
for
Yeah.
super
instance you want to measure that
fast.
quantity of time.
Honest.
Yeah, it is fast.
But
By
I
the
Yeah.
mean,
way,
we didn't actually tell you. Wait. Just so you're not confused, we didn't actually tell you a speed, right?
Mm,
The speed is
yeah.
distance over time. He just told you that it
Yes.
makes orbit over this period of 24
Yeah.
hours, which is what we all know.
Yeah.
We already know that already.
Yeah.
okay.
I asked them a question about
Oh
the
yeah.
water above the firmament. We see
Venus?
but we
Yeah.
can see the planets from the telescope clearly without anything like water-like or what. How do you explain that? The planets
Well,
that you see
actually,
from
The
it's going
telescope.
to take me some time to find you these images, but like actual images of the
Mm,
stars, even
yeah,
when you just stand here on the earth, just looking at the sky with your naked eye,
yeah.
we all heard the nursery rhyme "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star,"
yeah,
and
yeah,
then when you
yeah. They
zoom in,
twinkle all the time.
when
Mm,
you look at the lights in a pool at nighttime.
right.
Yes.
Right. When you look at Mars, if you look at Mars, for example, Mars, when you see it through the best telescopes on Earth, is a shimmering blob. But yet on the internet, you will see it having canyons, valleys, ice caps.
Giant
Well, that's a CGI image and an
CGI.
artist's
Okay.
rendition. Yeah. Artist's
Mm.
rendition. What the artist thinks it looks like.
Why would people
Okay.
do
But when you look
CGI?
through the,
Sorry, but
yeah,
Why
CGI
why
means,
why do you think they're lying to us? What's the purpose?
well,
money.
it's
Whoever
about
lied in the
control.
first place,
Yes. It's
whoever
about
lied, because
control.
the vast majority of people who believe scientism,
Mm.
that's the term that we've conveniently labeled their worldview, right? So the people who believe that worldview, we'll call it scientism. They're mostly just
Okay.
deluded. They're sincere devotees who are deluded. The persons who
We
lied
can
in the
also
first
conclude
place,
that atheists are deluded in a sense
exactly. The
because
ones
they're
who lied in the
they
first
believe in
place,
scientism.
yeah, the ones who lied in the
Yeah.
first place, the devil above all else, right? If no one else, is of course to control you. If I control the way you think, I control the way you behave to my pleasure.
Ah,
So you are a
yeah,
slave.
that's
You're a
true.
slave in the system at the moment. So if, even though you're praying to Allah and you're praying to your God or whatever, you're in a system that is trying to
Jesus.
devalue Allah's work. So when you wake up and you now are flat earther, you have broken that control. That's what you've done when you become a flat earther. You're
I
no longer under their control with the shape of the earth and the space and everything else. Then if you look through your lives, you will discover other lives. And then by this time, 5 years later, 10 years, your lifestyle has changed. You're still under that system, but you're not following it. You're just keeping an eye.
Oh,
You
you
understand?
have to understand that a lot of people seem to think that like everything's kind of fair and equal and stuff. I kind of see it like a farm, right? You have the cattle, which is like most humans. Then you have like the farmers, which is like the government, the military, whatever, keeping everyone in check, the police force. And then above them, you have they want to keep secret because it helps them stay in power. And they don't
Yeah.
want the cattle. I'm not saying we are cattle, but that's how they see us
No,
as cattle.
we are cattle, and they actually own the human race as we
Right.
speak. Every child
Right.
going
They
to
do own
school,
us.
yes,
Yeah,
they own it.
they
If
do.
they're going to school learning about the earth as a globe, and they can go to space, that's control. They own the human race at the moment. That's what's
Right.
going on. Yeah.
Yeah, and just to be specific, just so no one
Yeah, just to
misunderstands, when
mind
they say
control
that, they're talking
people.
about in their legal system. That's what they believe.
But by the way, just
Thank
I
you.
had a thing before about the edge of the Earth. There is a thing called the Antarctic Treaty where multiple countries
yeah.
don't allow free exploration of Antarctica. So there are parts of the world where they don't really like people exploring. So we don't
Yeah.
know because we are limited by government
Damn,
mandates to
you're
what we can look at.
convincing me now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
I'm
very
kind of
true.
skeptical.
Yeah, there are legal restrictions as to where
Yeah,
you can go in that region. In
yeah,
fact, you cannot go if you're a billionaireess and you have all this money and you have your own boat, big one, massive one. Okay, you couldn't sail it towards Antarctica. Once you get to the 60th degree parallel, you will be escorted back to your country. You would have to have special permission to go beyond
To
that
go
point.
there. Yeah.
Yeah, to go
Yeah,
beyond
why
it.
is that? Why they want to limit
Well, it's
access for
control,
us
isn't
because
it?
they're
It's
hiding
control.
something. Yeah, they're
Yes,
hiding
that's
something in
Understand this too,
Antarctica.
right?
Yeah.
Understand this too, right? Even if there were no legal and practical barriers, like
Yeah,
you
why are
just don't
they
have the
hiding
sufficient means to
Antarctica?
get there, or there was no government institution trying to prevent you from getting there. Even that all that didn't exist, you're talking about a frozen tundra wilderness that spans only God knows how many miles.
Yeah.
yeah. It's hard for the average person to explore, but there could
yeah.
be
They
people
don't
that
have the
could.
equipment.
But even the people that do have the means, the funding, and the equipment to explore it, they're restricted to explore it.
Yeah, yeah. And then there's another thing you have to remember. Okay, we are breathing the air at 14.7 psi, pounds per square inch. Okay, so that
Yeah.
means in order to have this air pressure, you must have a container. If you don't have a
Yeah.
container, you don't have pressure. So we're
Pressure,
all
yeah.
inside a container. We have to be inside of a container.
A
So the
container.
idea of going, I'm nearly there. The idea of going to an edge would not be possible because you're
Yeah.
inside the container
A
of the earth.
container. Yeah, it
Yeah,
won't
yeah,
allow us to go
yeah.
crossing it.
Allah hasn't made it that we can fall off the earth. That would be a silly design, wouldn't it?
Oh God, imagine. I
Yeah,
mean, yeah,
exactly.
that's why there's no reports of it, in general. Like, oh, this person fell off the edge of the earth, or this person fell off the edge of the earth,
No, that's right.
because it
No,
doesn't
that's right.
exist.
Exactly. Because right, yeah, exactly. That edge does not exist, and we're being corralled on the mainland continents, and then the ocean
Think
is like
about
a
this, right?
barrier. Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I think of this like if the globe model, if we look at the globe model, why hasn't anyone like flown off the Earth, right? And they'll say because of the gravity, whatever. But I've got a question: how is gravity strong enough, right, to hold down a building to the ground, or a tank, or a massive vehicle, but it cannot hold down a little flying insect like a fly?
Yeah, exactly.
Or it
Yeah,
can
the
pull.
weight.
It can pull. It can hold. The gravity supposedly can hold near only God knows how many millions upon millions of gallons of water, both the oceans
Yeah.
and the clouds,
Oh.
but can't pull down a single drop of dew from a blade of grass.
And
Yeah,
how are we able to function and move around like that
How
too?
can we?
If we're
exactly,
gonna also apply,
exactly.
if we're
How can
also
we
gonna apply
jump?
it to fly, we can also apply it to ourselves,
How
to
can we
like the
Yeah,
human
jump?
race.
How can we lift our feet off the ground if
yeah.
gravity is so strong to
It's
have
pushing us
billions and
down so
billions? Yeah,
much. Yeah.
yeah. It
What do
just
they
doesn't
say the
make sense.
percentage of the gravity is? Like, what's the psi or something like that?
7.2.
Well, you're
Seven
talking
point
about
two.
the drop rate, 98
Oh,
nine
drop
point
rate.
eight meters per second. Yeah, 9.8 meters per
9.8.
second drop
Which
as
is
you
an
if you
That
drop
average.
doesn't
something.
make
That's
sense to
supposedly
everything.
no, it doesn't exactly. Well
Yeah,
said.
which
Yeah,
is an
that
average.
doesn't apply the same way towards a fly compared to a building. But
There
How
you are.
also,
can we raise our a cup of water to drink?
but wait, we can also talk about mass, like the weight of things too, right?
Yeah,
Can
Yeah.
we also have to consider like, oh, the weight of a building is obviously heavier than a fly, you know? So would
mm.
the gravity apply the same way according to
No,
weight, the
but
same way according
no, no,
to
no. But
design?
imagine like in Australia, right? The building is supposedly upside down. So shouldn't the?
Yeah,
Do you get what I'm
it's
saying?
a
It's
globe.
not.
It's down.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, I'm glad. I'm Christina. I'm glad that you and your mother, and I think it was your
Pretty much your whole
boyfriend, came
family.
in. It was
Yeah,
brilliant.
mother-in-law,
You know,
mother-in-law.
No, she's my
yeah, I'm so glad because this has been really good. The
Yeah,
questions are bang on. You're asking the right questions. You're singing the right tunes. I'm very happy for you. Allah is great. That's all I can say. Very
I
good.
sent you, by the way, I sent you a friend request. So if y'all even want to talk, so you know.
Yeah,
And you
sure. We'll keep in
and
touch with
you
you.
yeah, and you must always come back whenever you got a query. Come here first. You hear something from
Oh,
NASA, whatever, from Russia or from China or India, because they've all got their space programs,
They're
and
all
you
in
want
on
a
it.
query,
They're all
yeah.
in on
come
it.
here.
Oh, you're friends with
Yeah,
Killian and Cam
yeah,
Me? Yeah.
Gregory. Yeah. I used to talk to them like 2 years ago actually. I was a
oh,
little skeptical back then. I was like much of a glober, but I was still like tiny bit skeptical, and they're the ones
yeah,
that helps me like question a little
Yeah.
more about it.
yeah.
But
The
Nah,
listeners in the live stream are enjoying this because here you're telling us 2 years ago you're a skeptical glober looking into the flat Earth, but now look at you. So I will ask you this one question: what percentage are you sure that the Earth is a globe spinning through the universe? You and your
ooh,
mother.
it's getting lower and lower.
Yeah. What is it?
To be
What is
honest.
it now?
what would you
What do
say?
you say your percentages in believing in the globe?
Look, I'm a teacher and I
Hmm.
cannot give wrong ideas to my student, especially
Yeah.
7th graders and 8th graders. So
Okay.
I'm putting some ideas like if you are with or against this debatable topics, so that I see if the kids are thinking putting their
themselves,
thinking
yeah.
hats, critical thinking.
Yeah.
They're all immediately they answer that no, it's round, miss. Of course not. But
Yeah.
then
They're
after
like,
a
where's the
while
Very good.
they are beginning skeptical, and I don't want to have a problem with the school, so I just
Yeah, I'm a
want to
teacher as
know.
well. I'm a teacher as well. But I teach them that they're not living on a globe. I actually teach them that. I actually get them to draw the horizon. Okay. And I myself, I draw a horizon on the board, curved one, the seesaw, sorry, with the ships, the seagulls, people swimming in the ocean, sunbathing, a nice picture. Okay. And the children are laughing at my picture because I drew a curved horizon, right? They drew straight level horizon, all of them,
Exactly,
and the teacher.
exactly.
Okay. So when they laughed at me, I said, yeah, but we're living on a globe. And then they stopped laughing. The class was quiet. I said, are we
Yeah,
living on a globe? You know what I mean?
yeah,
And then they
shut
stopped
up.
thinking. Yeah. Try that
yeah,
one
yeah,
in your school. Try that one.
Both you teachers,
Yeah.
are doing some pretty good work. So yeah.
Yeah.
that's
So
that's actually so funny how like students just like when they start to think they're like, oh, they're start like
that's right. So
what I told them for 100%, I'm sure that the moon landing is a hoax, and
good.
yeah, I believe that
the
too.
latest
Yeah.
thing they did, the back of the moon, and the stupid
Yeah.
things they're saying, and the
Yeah.
aluminum foil coming through the Earth's ozone to the water and not
We were just
burning,
talking about that, the
not
re-entry.
Yeah.
boiling the
Now,
water.
just
Yeah.
one moment, one moment. So, Christina and your mother, you still have to answer my question. What
Yeah.
percentage are you sure that the Earth is a globe? What is that percentage now?
Like
10%.
yeah, it's
Oh,
like
thank you
10,
very much.
20,
Good.
Thank you very
10
Little
much.
to
to
none.
20, yeah.
Yeah.
Little to
Yeah.
none.
What about Christina? 10% as
Yeah,
well?
like yeah, 10 to 20, yeah, somewhere around
Yeah.
there.
Okay. Ooh, 20 is a bit much, I think. When you say 10%, that
I'm
your mother
still
is saying the globe doesn't exist at 10% because that's nothing. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. I mean, when
20%
you work it
because
out, yeah.
I'm still a little bit confused about the structure of what the earth would be like,
Yeah, but
as a
we can
flat
never
earth.
know that.
That
Listen,
is
Allah has not given us the capability to leave this earth to see the earth in its complete shape. Allah is keeping that from us. We will never be able to know that. That's a fact. Okay?
Now,
You're gonna have
just for being
yeah, go ahead.
accurate, I think Jin is saying Allah because he figures that given that you're Middle Eastern, you might be Muslim. But I look at your
no,
account and you say that
we're
you're
Christians.
Catholic.
Oh well,
Yeah,
I'm
we're
sorry
Yeah.
Catholic.
about that. Okay, well, the Creator, God, because Allah is God,
Yeah.
same thing. Okay, God hasn't given us that permission. We will never know that because we can't leave the container to see it. So that tells you one thing already. Something more greater than us created the earth and has made it so beautiful. It's been hijacked by horrible humans, our leaders, government officials. But the earth in its entirety is flat. As for its shape, we will never know it.
Yeah,
We can
I'm
guess
never
Now,
going
it
to
you
know
could
though.
that.
consider this, given the
you can still
scriptures.
guess. Yeah,
I guess it's a
I'm
little
gonna send
bit.
you something
It's
in
it's
your
like a mushroom, I guess.
a mushroom,
Yeah.
I'm gonna
That's
send you
still a
this.
shape. You wouldn't know that. It's not measured as
like
a
a
mushroom. It
Yeah.
can't even be that. We're not measuring. We're not measuring that. Our instruments are not measuring that shape. We're only measuring a
Okay.
horizontal surface.
Yeah, but they said it's just a guess, so they don't
They're
Yeah,
saying
they
yeah,
it's
but
don't.
Okay,
it's
a
no,
guess.
it's
so
no
She's
good
saying it's a
guessing.
guess. She's
It's
not
no good
sure.
guessing. Listen, guessing isn't accurate. It's not
True.
precise. What we do
Right,
know
right,
is not a ball. It is horizontal with mountains,
right.
valleys, lakes, rivers, ponds, ocean, streams. This is all for our
Right.
enjoyment. We're not meant to be knowing shapes because it's not that's something else is going to happen when you die, and then that
Uh-oh.
to
Yeah.
you from the Creator. That's what I think.
so
That's why
Christina,
that's why I'm
look
at
at your
peace.
Yeah,
look at
what's up?
Okay.
your DM. Look at your DMs. I'm sending you this in light of the scripture. Given the
Okay,
scriptures,
I'm in the
it
DM.
describes this
The
illustration
firmament.
is this illustration
Okay.
there is given the scriptures and what we observe.
Then God
You
said,
guys
"Let
are
there be a
nuts.
firmament in the midst of
Yeah.
the waters, and let it divide the waters from
Yeah. The
the
waters
waters."
are divided.
I think you
No.
guys are
Above.
nuts. I think you're absolutely all insane.
Look at the third image I sent you.
Oh yeah. Look, this is what he's
Yeah,
saying.
yeah. I read all these. This is why I'm talking about
Yeah.
the water
Yeah.
above the firmament. Yeah, and the
Yeah.
CGI space.
Yeah.
I know.
Okay.
You guys are
So,
out of
ladies
your
and
mind.
gentlemen, please excuse the
God,
Yeah. Who's saying we're out of our
outburst
mind?
from a troubled man. We apologize for that last
No,
Wait,
outburst
I've been
from
Ozzy,
listening.
why
I've
you
been
talking like
listening
an
that?
to you
emotional,
guys.
crazy man.
I've been
Okay.
listening to you guys. You're all insane.
Ozzy,
No,
why are you
you're
talking like that?
insane.
We're
You're
insane.
insane. Shut your mouth and get out of here. If that's all you got.
Okay. Sure.
Bye.
Ozzy, do you not
Ozzy.
recognize me? Oh, that was weird.
That was very weird. What do we even
He's
do?
cool
We're
with
just
me, and he
asking
was considering what I
questions.
was saying earlier, like several days earlier, but now he's talking like that. I don't know. I have to talk to him later.
Yeah. What a terrible man he is.
Oh God.
He's with the flow.
Yeah,
When
he's
they
He
actually.
cannot
changes the
when they
flow.
cannot disprove you with
Yeah,
evidence,
they're
they just
sheep.
go to insults.
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
children. They act like children.
37.
So they need a smack on the
37
bottom.
Celsius.
And it's not just him, even big names, right? Like Neil deGrasse Tyson, a famous
Yeah.
scientist. He uses insults to, insult flat earthers instead of using evidence to defeat
Yeah,
their claim.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's
Because he
what makes
can't.
the argument speak in general, and I can't take them serious.
What surprised me the most when I was skeptical at first is the sun rays, that they're
Yeah.
not parallel. This is so obvious that it's local.
Yes. Very good. Very good. That's it.
Yep.
So you already see the magic of the creation right there.
In the
And
naked
you are
eye.
part of that magic. Yeah. So don't forget that. You are part of that. Remember, the earth was built and constructed for us to live on for free. When I say
Yeah.
free, of course, we have to plant the seeds and turn the soil. That's the work. But God did the majority of the work. We are here to maintain for the generations yet to come. Unfortunately, at the moment, we're living in a system that is devaluing this earth that we have, because we're having to pay for it.
Littering.
Hang
Yeah.
on. We're having to pay for it through the
Yeah.
taxes, bombings with the armies, medicines that are not good. So we're losing at the moment. Humanity is.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
not
If
losing.
if
I'm
you
awake. Yeah.
if you actually look at like the health of people, cancer's
Uh,
on the rise, obesity,
mm,
dementia, Alzheimer's. A lot of humans are in very bad health, and
yeah.
there's a
Getting
lot of
worse.
problems. Look at all the wars going on, right? Look at
Mm,
all of the growing poverty. So the people that are
Poison
in
us.
power, the people that are in power, they thrive off of chaos, right? They
yeah.
love
Yeah.
chaos
Yeah.
because that's
By
how they stay
design.
and maintain
We
power.
are
Yeah,
we are
By
paid to live
design.
Yeah.
on the
yeah.
earth that we are supposed to live for
So,
free.
Christina, for now, I'm gonna
Yeah.
say I'll talk to you later, okay? But I hope to talk to you again.
Yeah. Talk to
Sam.
you later, man. I appreciate this conversation. We both did. Thank you for answering our questions. This was a
Yeah.
great talk. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you
I
can
think your
message me in
boyfriend
private too, whatever
realized
you want.
he has to measure the curvature of the earth to know he's on a globe ball. And once he can't measure that and find the globe, forget about space.
And you can
Because
message me
that's all
whenever you want.
nonsense as well. And sleeping properly. Sorry,
Sorry,
Gregory.
you lagged out in the end there. I don't know
Yeah,
if it was me or you.
just tell your boyfriend to try and measure the curvature of the Earth himself. So tell him to go out and test it and see if he can find it.
All right, wait. Let's go ahead and tell him.
And we mean that sincerely, yeah. We do mean that sincerely, not in a rude way or anything. We just
Yeah.
want him to go and check it. Because
No, it's just a test. Yeah.
yeah. Seek the
They
globe.
want you to go and test the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
That's
Seek
what they're
the
saying.
globe. Seek the globe, you find the flat earth. That's how God intended it. Beautiful.
You know,
Okay?
Plato did that. Sorry, not Plato. Was Galileo? Yeah, he did
Galileo
that.
never proved curvature at all. No, neither did Aristophanes. All these people assumed, inferred, and assumptions. They never anything.
They did it.
That's the honest truth.
They did it. They did it by measuring the distance and the different shadows.
No, they didn't
not
measure the surface of the Earth to prove curvature. What they measured was flat
the
Earth.
look.
Because
The
hold
They
question
on,
they
was
actually they measured light, right? They just were measuring like shadow. It's light. It's
yeah,
not
that.
the
Hang on a
gravity of the
second.
earth.
I'm trying to explain it. I'm trying to
Yeah.
explain that. In order to an angle from the sun and shadow sticks on Earth, you need number one, fundamentally, a horizontal baseline. Because measuring of shadows and lights, trigonometry, these are geometry, these are straight lines. A triangle is three straight lines. They're not curved. So there's no way any human being has ever measured curvature on this earth. Water is always level. Any elevation from the earth's surface, looking at the stars or the sun, requires fundamentally a horizontal baseline. You're not going to get it from a
You
curved
measure
baseline.
angles like in circles and stuff.
Circle is a different thing in itself. We're talking about angles of elevation,
Isn't that a
shadows.
curved shape? Isn't that a curved surface though?
No, angles are straight
Isn't that
lines,
measuring
linear
curvature?
lines. They're not curved. They're not
No,
curved.
not within a circle. No, like in a pie, like when you take out a certain amount of a pie, that's like at a certain angle at a 360
As far as I'm
degrees.
concerned, any angle we talk about, an angle is a straight line. That's it. Don't
No,
add any more
no,
words. Don't add
you're
words to
incorrect.
that. Angles are
No,
straight lines of elevation. Straight
well, you
lines.
just don't understand geometry then, because in a
That is
circle, like
geometry. You
you
don't
would measure a
understand it.
certain portion.
You don't understand it.
No, no, because I'm trying to explain it to you so you understand. In a circle, when you measure a part of it, you measure it with angles,
Unfortunately, we're
right?
talking about angles of elevation from the Earth's surface. That's what we're
No,
talking
you were
about.
talking about
What you're
measuring
putting forward
curvature.
is
You're
a
talking
non
about
sequitur.
measuring
Non
curvature.
sequitur.
So
Non sequitur.
no,
I already
no, because you
understand
measure curvature
slicing
by
of a
using
look.
angles.
I understand slicing of a cake, okay, and a pie. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the
Yeah, but I
Earth's
know, but that's
surface
you
and
would
elevations,
extrapolate that.
the stars, the
You would
suns, angles of elevation, and shadows
yeah,
coming from sticks.
yeah, you would
Okay,
use angles. You would use angles to measure. That's how
we're
Galileo did it.
talking about
Actually, that's how
your
Galileo
group, the
invented it.
Aristophanes. This is Aristophanes or Eratosthenes. These are angles of elevation from sticks. He assumed
Yeah,
the distance
yeah,
to the
you
sun.
do it. You do
Okay,
it with
and
angles.
when he measured
Exactly.
the angles, he needed a horizontal baseline. I'm going to keep saying this to shut up. A horizontal baseline is required for any angle of elevation. And an angle is a straight line. Triangles are three straight lines. I am not going to stop saying it till you shut up. Three straight lines. Angles. Triangles. You get it?
I'm
Thank
literally
you.
listening to you talking. Yeah.
That's
Are you
correct, yeah,
done?
because you're trying to misinform the people listening. We're talking about angles of elevation. That is angles from the surface of the earth. And if you're going to make an angle elevation measurement, okay, observation, you need a horizontal baseline. That would be the surface of the earth. Thank you.
That's not true. You don't need a
It's true.
horizontal baseline. What do you
I'm
mean?
sorry,
You're
it
saying
is
you need a flat
true.
line to
That
measure
is
an angle.
natural law.
You're
That is
incorrect. You're
fundamental.
incorrect.
I'm
You're
not
incorrect
correct.
because
You're incorrect. You're incorrect.
no, because like okay, so how do you build a house then on a level
Look,
field
I'm
without because
talking
that's
about
on a
angles of elevation from the Earth's surface.
yeah
So if you're going to build your house,
yeah
you're going to need a 90-degree, and that's a horizontal baseline because you're going to build it
yeah.
perpendicular
And how do
to the
you?
surface of the Earth. That's 90 degrees. 90.
Hmm.
That is straight up, perpendicular.
Yeah
That's again a
yeah.
horizontal baseline. Welcome to flat Earth.
Hmm.
You're not building it on a curved
Oh,
line.
you're
You're
saying
not. You're not
okay.
building it on a ball earth. We don't live on a ball.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're
Thank
saying.
you. I'm glad now. Like I said, I wasn't going to stop until you actually get it. You're wrong. You don't understand. You're lost.
Hey,
Now you're
why don't you
waking up.
calm down?
Now.
I heard you out. Why are you being so
Well,
aggressive?
no,
What's going on
because
with
you were
you?
pushing back so wrong, and you tried to imply to the listeners that I didn't know what I was talking
Shouldn't you
about.
be happy
I
that you
hate that.
correctly
That's why
informed
I'm
me?
pushing back on you. Don't ever do that again. You might want to stop your
Oh,
tracks and check that you are correct first. but you were incorrect.
Yeah.
You were wrong. You got it wrong.
Shouldn't
You're the
you
one
be
that's lost.
shouldn't you be happy that now I understand what you're saying?
I hope you do understand what I'm saying. I hope you do.
Okay, good. Calm down.
Because
Take a breath.
I'm very calm. You were place.
Now you
You're
are.
wrong in the
Now
second
you're
place,
calming down.
and you're wrong in the third place. So
Okay,
stop
buddy.
all this. Just admit you were wrong, and then move
I
on.
admit I was wrong because actually now that I understand what you're talking about, you're saying that because they measured the angle of elevation from a flat Earth, so that's what
That's
proves flat Earth.
Demosthenes' supposed curvature was. It wasn't curvature
So
because
how do you
he
count
measured
for his?
angles.
Oh,
Angles are straight lines. They
yeah,
form
no,
triangles. Triangles are
you're
three
repeating yourself.
straight lines.
You're repeating yourself. I
Shit.
get what you're
Well,
saying.
no, because
How?
you don't seem to get it. It should be over by the time I've finished. When I'm finished, it should be the end.
No.
There
Well,
shouldn't be
I have
any
more
but.
questions.
If
Don't you inform me? Don't you want to help me learn?
I'm
Shouldn't you
doing
be
that, but you're
excited
not
to inform
receiving
me?
it. You're not receiving the
I am receiving.
information
I have
that
more
is concise
questions.
and precise. I'm having to raise
But
my
I have more
voice to get
questions.
it into your head, but you don't seem to want
But I
to
have more
enter your head.
questions. Why don't
That's
you
the
want to answer
problem.
my questions? Why don't you want to
I
answer my
don't.
questions?
What question do you have that's going to be of any use here? Go ahead.
Okay, so you're saying that it's the angle of elevation that's measured from a flat Earth, correct?
Say it
From
again,
a
because we
straight line. There's an angle of
say it all again.
elevation
I
measured
didn't
from a
get it from the
straight
beginning.
line with
I didn't get
you're
it from the
saying
beginning. Can you start again?
you're saying that the angle of elevation is measured from a straight line, which is the flat Earth, like the ground basically of the flat Earth, correct?
It is the
Like in
horizontal
layman,
baseline of the Earth's surface. Correct.
yeah, the Earth's surface, yeah. Okay, so
Correct.
how does that account for like relative size of the person who's measuring?
Why would that be needed? You're measuring angles of elevation from the surface of the Earth.
Well,
You're not taking it from the
wouldn't logic
observer's
stand to
height.
reason?
You're taking it from the surface of the Earth. Okay? So you see what I
Yeah.
mean? You're just
Uh-huh.
being silly. You're now dropping in a non sequitur to the Aristosthenes. You're being silly. Shut up now.
But
Don't ask me any more
you're not
questions.
answering my question.
No, 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 no,
Oh
no, no.
my
I'm going to
God. Why
disengage
are you such a
because I can see
coward?
you're not here in
You don't
good
even want
faith.
to
I've
justify your
already
own
explained
belief.
angles of
Oh
elevation
my
require a
God.
horizontal baseline to form the
You're a
triangle. A
coward.
triangle
You're
is
a
the three
fool,
straight
a
lines.
coward, and an
That's it.
angry
If you don't
man.
understand that,
Why don't
I
you?
feel sorry for you. I no longer have anything to say to you. You're not here in good
Of
faith.
course
Thank you.
not.
And remember, you were wrong in the first place. You were wrong in the third place. Bye.
You're afraid to answer questions of something that you're like staking your whole life on, which like I find silly.
Wait, you said the Earth
Like,
is
and I
round?
think the question that I
Alright,
asked is like pretty
let's repeat.
reasonable. It's like if you're hypothetically on a round, like you can't use like the ground that you're on and then say that that's
Hypothetically.
flat and that's the basis that you measure
Why is
the
it
angle of
hypothetical that the
elevation
Earth
on.
is round? Just why is that hypothetical?
Well, we're in the flat Earth channel. I think it's basically a theory
Oh, so you're a
here,
flat earther?
but
Oh, okay.
yeah, I'm a flat earther, which is why I'm asking
Okay.
questions about flat Earth. Good
Mm,
one.
okay.
But I think the question's pretty logical. It's like, well, how, like if you're like so small on like this huge Earth, like wouldn't it stand to reason that like perhaps like you can't really just like count the ground that you're standing on as flat?
Agree with that totally. Sorry. That what you're putting forward can never be accepted by any true flat earther. Okay, because we
Why
know.
Nah, I
not?
literally agree.
Right.
Because you can measure the distance that you cover between, you and
Yeah.
the plane that you're standing on, Like
Yeah.
if
Linear
if you said you
distances.
can't yeah, if you say you can't measure it, then like really you can't really say that there's any dimension um in part to Earth. So then you can't really say that the Earth is flat or the Earth is round.
Yeah.
There's gotta be some sort of
Wait,
mathematics to
can
the
you
thing.
explain that again? What are you saying? What do you mean? Can you explain that again? What you just said?
Okay, hold on, listen. If you can't measure the distance that you cover, like with each
Mm.
step, um, from like your own self, then I feel like you honestly, like you can't argue that
mathematics really go into the science of the flat Earth, which like kind of like that proves the whole flat Earth theory. You know, there's got to be some sort of math that goes into why
Yeah,
people
we're
believe
already.
the
Yeah,
Earth
that
is
is
flat.
already being done. That is already being done. So we've got
Hmm.
the mathematical spherical mathematics by Pythagorean, 8 inches per mile
Hmm.
squared. I'll post the chart for you in here, and you can see that from point A to point B, there should be X amount of curvature. Now,
Hmm.
Aristophanes didn't measure any curvature at all. When you look at Aristophanes' action, if he did live, you will notice that he was using flat Earth methodology all the way. Because in order to measure any angle of elevation from the Earth's surface, the requirement is the first base has to be horizontal. That'll be the surface of the Earth. It's not curving. You don't get angles of elevation from a curved surface. That would not make a triangle. All triangles are three straight
D.
lines, and that is the
Hmm.
end of the globe. The globe is
Thank you.
debunked right there. And Aristophanes measured a flat Earth, is what he measured, actually. Thank you.
Okay. So let's also talk about how like the Earth being flat, right? Flat itself is a word to describe like something in its proportions, right? If you're talking
Correct.
about like 1D, right? Like the very like one dimension that we use in mathematics. One dimension means something that is completely flat, right? Like has no depth whatsoever. Then we go to 2D. 2D is more of like a plane, as in not the one that you see in the sky. It's more of a sheet. So if we're talking about 2D being a plane, a field, you can't compare it to something like 3D. Like the Earth in no way could be 3D if you're saying that the Earth is flat, which doesn't make any sense, right?
Okay. Hey, let me explain. You seem to be having difficulty with the terminology flat Earth. When we say the Earth is flat, what we mean is this. We don't mean it's flat like a sheet of paper. What we're saying is that the Earth isn't curving at the rate it should be to make the radius of 3,959 miles to then go on to make the circumference of 24,901 miles. Circumference. The Earth is not curving at that rate. It's not curving at all, hence flat Earth. But of course, it has mountains, valleys, lakes,
Hmm.
rivers,
Hmm.
ponds, streams, ocean, but the whole shebang isn't curving to form an oblate spheroid. That is why we say flat Earth, because water lies level wherever you see it generally. Thank you.
So we could have
That's it.
so 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 think about it like this also, right? If the Earth was flat, meaning it has no depth to it, then how do we come about discovering the depths of the ocean and like different
Well, yeah,
different surface
we're not
levels?
saying that though. We are not saying that. Remember, we're not saying that. You're ignoring what I said. I said to you already that we're including the topography with the Earth. Okay. The problem is
Hmm.
the whole shebang, depth of the sea, the height of the sky. If you want to include that, none of that is curving at the rate it should be to form an oblate spheroid. The measurements we are making are horizontal. The horizontal constant is constantly being measured wherever we go. We are not actually measuring curvature at all.
Mm.
Okay? The maths is there. I've posted it in the side chat. Okay, I'll do it. Can you
Mm.
see it's in the side chat? Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I can
right,
see. Yeah.
that is the template that you would need if you want to find out whether or not the Earth is curving. We've already checked it, so you cannot say we are incorrect until any of you have gone out and actually measured. Then you come back and you say, "This is what I did. I did it here. Look, I found the curvature." If you have, but you will not find it. I guarantee you. I will lay my life on the line and my family's life. You will never measure curvature. That's how sure I am. At 64 years of age, 11 years into the flat Earth awakening,
You're
after a 48
64?
year, yes,
Oh
after a
no.
48 years, after a 48 years believing in the
Oh
globe.
no. So you all on
Oh, is that
you think whatever you read through on the internet?
is that oh is that right? Is it? Is that right? I found
Oh
about the internet
no,
yesterday. Is that right?
did you already find Facebook?
Is that right? Really? I don't have a Facebook one. You know
Okay,
why I
don't
never
do
had one?
whatever you do.
Because
Do
let
not
me
get on
explain. No,
Facebook.
you're interrupting
Trust
me. You're
me,
interrupting.
people
You're
are gonna try to
interrupting
get you
me.
on Facebook.
You're
Don't do
interrupting
it.
me. Actually, you're actually interrupting.
Okay.
The reason I never got a Facebook account when Facebook began at the very beginning, Julian Assange said, "What you're doing is giving all your information to the CIA." So, but I thought, okay, I don't out then. Thanks, and I never
Thank
got one.
God.
I don't
You
have one
good. And
today.
you honestly, dude, you don't need one. You got enough on your plate right now.
I'm a
Um,
very happy flat earther. Okay, I'm a very happy flat earther. That's for sure. You all
Good
know
for
what's
you.
going on.
Great.
You don't know
But
perhaps,
you
but I
said, but didn't that guy Aristophanes, like, didn't he measure the Earth's? Didn't he measure the
no,
shadows?
you
And
haven't
that's
been
how
listening.
he.
You obviously haven't been listening. No, he measured flat Earth. He didn't measure the curvature. Like I said, his actions, if he actually lived, you would have seen his actions proved flat Earth.
No,
For
but you're saying,
for
but you're.
you
I
just
think
keep
you're in a
at the
fallacy.
crescendo. You're interrupting me
Oh
at
my
the
God.
crescendo. I
Come on.
can't hear
You
you,
need to
but I'm
calm your
still talking.
64-year-old
I'm
heart
very, very
and just
calm. I'm very, very calm.
take a breath. All
I'm
right, go
listening.
ahead.
Pay attention. Just pay
Yeah.
attention.
But you just
In
keep
order,
repeating
you
yourself.
keep interrupting. You keep interrupting. You keep interrupting. Thank you. Right. In order to get angles of elevation from the Earth's surface, that surface must be horizontal because angles are straight lines. They form triangles. Those are three straight lines.
You
No
told me
curvature
this
there.
already. You're confusing
Yes, but you
reference
keep
points
repeating
with the
yourself. It
flat.
hasn't
No,
sunk
no.
in.
You're
It hasn't
confused.
sunk in. It's not
You're
sinking in.
confused. You're confused.
No,
It's
you're
okay.
confused.
I know there's a
You're
lot going on and there's a lot changing in the world for you, and I know it's probably
not for
overwhelming
me.
for you. So
Not.
let
I
me
can
slow
keep
it
up
down.
with the changes. You're not taking it in. You're a
It's okay.
blockhead. Your head is like
Okay,
a
so
block of wood.
you're confusing reference points
Rudy, stop with the
with
personal insults.
Yeah, that's right. And
he's
I'm not
calling me a
confusing anything.
blockhead.
Yes, because you're not taking in what I'm telling you. You say you
He called me a
understand, and
blockhead.
then you make a stupid outburst.
He called me a bloody nonce.
I'm
Wow.
not calling him that. Yeah, I'm not calling him that.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm projecting.
Yeah, don't be putting words in my mouth that I didn't say. You know, stop wishing on nonsense like that and apply yourself to your conundrum problem. You can't measure the curvature of the earth. We've given you the
But
template. You should be saying, thanks, Jin.
Aristophanes
I'm going to go
did.
out there. I'm going to
He
use that.
did it with
You
the
should be saying,
shadows.
thank you very much, Jin. Thank you very much, flat earthers. I'm going to take this Pythagorean theorem of 8 inches per mile squared and see if I can find the curvature with it. That's what you're meant to be doing if you're hearing good
Yeah.
faith.
No, that's not what I meant to be doing.
That's what you're meant to be doing. Yeah, you're meant to be living on a globe.
You're meant to be a gooner. Meant to be a gooner.
Yeah, that's right. So
Oh,
you're meant to be taking this instrument, this beautiful instrument, this template, and go out and apply the template to the Earth's surface. Go ahead.
Somebody
You
already
haven't done
did
that
it.
yet.
Somebody already did it. Somebody already
No,
did it.
you
His
haven't
name
done
was
it. You see,
Aristophanes,
you've got to do
and
it
he
though.
measured
You've
the
got to
shadow.
know. We know it's flat because we've measured it flat. I repeat, flat earthers know the Earth is flat
Look.
How
because
did
they tried to
Aristotle?
apply
We
How
have
the
did he?
Pythagorean theorem, spherical
we have too.
mathematics of
We
8
have
inches
too.
per mile squared across the surface of the Earth, and we found the flat Earth. That's how we
Okay.
know. Before that point, we didn't know.
Okay.
We
First of
didn't know
all,
before that because we hadn't made any measurements. We were believing in
first of all,
somebody else. That was the mistake.
okay.
The mistake
First of all,
in
I
the
am a flat
teacher.
earther. All right. You know what I
Check
am?
for
I'm a
ourselves
flat
to be
earther.
sure, and now we found the flat Earth. Okay,
Hold up.
and I know you was talking all through what I was saying because I don't stop until you listen. It's your problem.
Okay, well, that's not a good way to have a conversation. You're not an
No,
effective
it is a
communicator.
good way with people like you because the people who are in the live stream are listening to the way you keep interrupting. You're confusing yourself. You're not applying yourself. You're contradicting and jumping and ducking and diving. You're not sitting down. So and soaking up what we're giving you.
Well, and I feel quite berated by you because I feel like you're not really listening to my apprehensions
Wrong
about what
when
you're
we're not
saying.
wrong. You haven't measured anything yet. How can I be wrong when you
Oh, me
haven't measured?
too.
You haven't measured.
Did you
Get out of here.
measure it? Did you measure this
Yes,
stuff?
yes, yes. That's why I'm telling you it's flat, and I'm giving you the template. Can you see the template in the side chat? Can you see the template in
Yeah,
the side chat?
you
Can you
published
see the
that?
template in the side chat? Can you see it?
Yeah. Did you hear my
Right, go
question
and use
following
it.
what you
Go
just
and
asked
use it.
me?
Go and use the
Hold on.
template. Go and use
You
the
see, you're
template.
not listening to
Take,
me. You're not listening to my question. This
why
isn't a
would I
good way to
listen to
have
your
a
question? I've
conversation.
told you. I've told you I don't listen to any more of your questions because they are non sequitur,
Okay.
straw man,
So you're
not
not.
in good
So
faith.
you just don't want to. You don't want to have a conversation. You just want to
No,
dictate
because
how
you're
things
silly.
are.
No, because you're stupid. You're wasting the
Of course, I'm
listener's time.
stupid.
It's not
Okay, wait. I
productive.
thought we weren't supposed to
It's
be
not
name calling.
productive.
I thought we weren't supposed to be name calling.
It's not productive.
Okay,
It's not
then why are you
productive.
name calling?
No, who's calling you names?
You just called me stupid.
Yeah,
Stupid.
I said it's stupid. I said it's
No, you
stupid.
called me stupid.
I said it's
No.
stupid. I
Oh
said.
my god.
Right.
Okay, so
It's.
nobody's gonna moderate him on that, huh? Only
Oh,
me.
get out of
Just because I'm
here. I didn't
I'm
call
an
you stupid.
agnostic
I
flat
said it's
earther.
stupid.
All right. Okay.
I
So
doubt it very
can we
much.
actually have a conversation? Can we back up?
No, I'm not going to waste my time with you.
I
Okay.
know. Okay. Do you have your blood pressure machine? Can you measure it?
I
Can
don't
you
need
measure,
one
make
of
sure
those.
everything's all good?
My heart rate is 52 beats per minute at rest.
Okay,
Okay.
great.
Yeah.
Good.
So I know.
Are you a runner?
My
Do you do
pH
cardio?
my pH level is 7.2,
What does your
7.2.5.
piss taste like?
I've never drank it in my life.
Oh
Okay.
god.
Yeah.
Okay. So can we back up?
What does your shit taste like? What does your shit taste like?
Like your mom's tits.
Yeah. You mean it
Yeah.
tastes like your grandmother's ass pussy? Is that right? Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
You
I
would
think
know.
so.
Are you dating her?
I think it's your grandmother's unmentionables that you keep sticking your head up there. You might want
Did
to stop
you
that
see her at bingo
because it's
night?
not. Can you see, ladies and gentlemen, how the conversation has degraded because the man who wants to have questions, as I've stated, was a waste of time, has
Oh
revealed
my
himself
god.
as just nothing but a silly ass
Talk about a
pervert.
straw man. It's because you won't
Shut
answer
up.
anything. You don't want to have a
Shut up.
conversation.
Shut up.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Shut up now. You're lucky I'm
All
not a
right.
mod. You'd been gone a long time ago. Count
Oh
yourself
my
lucky.
god. Please, oh my god. I thank my lucky stars. But you guys
Yeah,
are
thank your
cowards
lucky
on here,
stars
dude.
I'm not a mod.
Honestly,
You would have been gone by now. Because
it's
you're not here in good
actually
faith.
so cowardly.
But anyway, thank you very much. And if you're AI, it's a good one.
Actually,
So if you're
it's
coming, if
actually
it's
so
AI, then it's
cowardly.
very good.
Like you bring up these points and then like I have like just like two questions about the point and then you just like start like yelling and like trying to shove it down my
No,
throat and
because
then
you're
tell me
going,
what
oh,
I need to
you're
go
repeating
I need to
yourself,
go out
you
and
see.
measure.
Yeah,
I'm
you
repeating
should go out
myself.
and measure.
You said the same shit. You were saying the same
Yes,
shit about the
because you
angle and
wasn't
the
getting. It was
but
clearly
I
and
was told. You see how that's a
cohesively and
dictation?
precisely explained
Yeah.
to you, so you
So
wouldn't get wrong.
this is like
And
an
we've given
echo
you the
chamber, yeah?
instrument that you would need investigation, but you're not doing that. You're being a bit of a silly ass here at the moment.
No,
That's all
I'm
you're
just
doing.
asking you to
You're being
engage
a
with your
silly
own
Billy.
point.
You're
I'm
not point
already
at
like
all. You're
engaging
not on
critically
any
in like
point
your
at
own.
all. You're firmly on the globe, and the globe is a curving circle. Curving circle. That's what a globe is. That's not what we're measuring. You need to confirm that because you don't know that you're on a curving
Wait, hold
circle
on.
yet.
I'm a
You
flat
haven't
earther.
measured a single degree of it. You quote other people, Aristophanes,
Yeah,
and silly things,
that's
but
right.
you haven't made the measurements yourself. So
Okay, so
no.
how do we trust anything if we don't measure it ourselves then? Is that
Once
a fair
again, that'll
question?
be your dilemma. I'm very happy, as I said. I'm a happy flat earther, so I've got no problems.
Oh,
That'll be your problem to
okay.
work out.
You sound really happy, by the way.
Oh yeah, I am very happy indeed. Very happy indeed.
Okay.
That's why I'm able to
So
assert myself
don't trust
to this
any
level
measurements
to
unless you
keep
make
you
them
in
yourself.
check.
Wait,
I'm
how did
happy
you measure
keeping you
your
in check. I'm happy
how did you
keeping
measure
you
your
in the zone
pH?
of
How
integrity
did you measure the
so that you
pH and your
actually check
heart
it
rate and
for
all that?
yourself.
Did you do it
Okay?
yourself?
Well,
How did you measure your
again,
own anything?
when I'm talking, I can't hear you when I'm talking. When I'm talking, I cannot hear you. So
Yeah,
it means
it's
you don't
weird.
talk when I'm talking. That's what it means.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'm not going to hear what you're saying.
It's weird that whenever you're talking, I also happen to be talking, huh?
I'm
How did
never
that
talking
happen?
when you're talking. I always wait. Unless
Okay.
unless you say
Okay,
something that
I'll
is
wait. I'll
contradictory
wait
to what I
again.
said
I'll wait
or
again so you can
misrepresenting
tell me
what
the
I'm saying.
exact same thing that you
I have to
told me.
stop you in
Go
your
ahead.
track. But anyway, this
Go
is
ahead.
still a waste of time. We're time wasting. So it's not productive.
Okay. Wait, you have a date to get?
It's
You're
not
on
productive.
you're on flat Earth fucking
Okay,
Discord,
20
dude.
cups.
Relax.
I can hear your voice. 20 cups. So nice you. Yes. Knew it all along, by the way.
What did you call me?
You know, you heard.
20 cups?
You heard.
So what I hear you saying is that when you measure the angle of elevation from the ground up, you're measuring from a flat line necessarily. You're measuring, and so the Aristophanes' measurements that he made from the shadow aren't eligible and they're not valid to measure curvature because measuring from a flat Earth, his frame of reference was flat. Basically, is that correct?
Absolutely. And then he made assumptions to the distance of the sun. So
Okay.
he assumed.
So you admit that so you admit then that I did hear you and I do understand what you're saying,
Well,
yeah?
well, you would because you're 20 cups, so you would know the
Oh, so the
Aristophanes.
answer is yes to that. Eliminates any bad faith accusations, correct?
Well,
Considering I fully
no,
understand
you
what you're
can
saying.
still be in bad faith here. You can know the arguments very, and then you can still try to
Well, I'm actually.
manipulate the flat earthers. Which interrupt.
Go
You can
ahead. You
be
know
here
what? You're right.
supposedly. Don't say a word. You can supposedly know the flat earth arguments. Doesn't mean you're here in good faith. Get out of here, man.
Well, I'm
And,
actually. I
and
don't
like
even
I
know the
said, it's
flat Earth
not
argument.
productive.
I'm
It
just
is not
I'm just
productive on your
listening.
side.
Okay, so you said something. Can I say something now?
Go ahead.
Can we converse? So I don't even know the flat Earth arguments. I'm just listening to your argument. Like I don't know
You know the
the
flat
flat Earth.
earth arguments very well. Yeah.
I'm listening to what you're telling me, and I just repeated verbatim basically what you're telling me, right?
Well, because I repeated it enough times. If you didn't get it then, clearly you're not listening.
Okay, but I am listening, right?
Yeah, but
You
it
have to
took many.
admit
It
that.
took many goes. It didn't happen all in one go. I
Well,
explained
no,
it
I said
perfectly
that.
the
I
first
said that
time.
earlier.
I
No,
explained it
just to be
perfect. I'm
clear.
still talking. I explained it
Oh my gosh.
perfectly the first time, second time, third time, fourth time, fifth time, 6 times. I explained it perfectly. You just didn't want to take it in.
Okay. You're repeating yourself. So
Of
I
course,
explained
because I'm making
exactly what you
sure
said.
you get
Okay,
it
now
in.
you're interrupting me.
I'm
Now you're
repeating
interrupting me.
myself
You're
because,
interrupting me.
well, I'm going to
You're
interrupt you
interrupting me.
because you're saying I'm repeating myself. And the only
Oh,
reason
there
that
he
was is
goes.
because you're
Oh
not
my
taking it
God,
in.
there's the little coward. There's the little 64-year-old coward. So you
Oh,
can
you're out of your
interrupt, but
mind
I
now.
can't, yeah?
You're out of your mind now. I don't sound like a coward. I don't walk like a coward. I don't shit like a coward. I don't eat like a
You're
coward.
literally
I don't
you
live my
can't
life
have a
like a coward
conversation. You
at
can't
all.
engage in your
At
own
all.
point. That's what a coward does.
No.
It'd be like me saying like I think chocolate ice cream is the best thing, and then if you challenge that, I'd be like, well, you know
You're
what,
out of your
like, and
mind,
just
man.
interrupt you
You're
and
out of your
shove
mind.
it down your throat.
You're out of your
You're
mind. Shut that down your mouth. You're out of
I'm
your mind.
trying.
Like I
Look,
said,
let
this
me
is not
help you.
productive.
Let me
This
help
is
you. Let
not
me help you
productive.
face your fears here. There's
It's
nothing
not
wrong with like.
productive.
Let me help you face your fears
You're
here
not
of like
helping me at all.
engaging
I
in
have no
actual
fears.
critical
I
dialogue.
have no fears.
Oh,
Where are you getting that from?
you're
That's a
by
baseless claim you're
interrupting
making.
me. By
But you're making a
interrupting
baseless
me.
claim. Stop making baseless claims. Stop
You
antagonizing
literally agreed
and
that I repeated
agitating the
exactly what
conversation.
you
You're
said.
making
You
baseless claims. This is not
you're just
cordial
repeating what you're
because you're
saying.
being a jackass.
Oh,
You're being
oh,
agitated. You're
okay.
calling
It's a
people
personal
cowards
insult. Here,
when they're
guys, are we
not.
gonna
You're
moderate that?
misrepresenting what they say. You
Is he gonna
accuse them of
warning for that?
repeating, and repetition is necessary in your case because
Personal
you're hard
insult,
in
guys.
hearing. You're not listening. You talk when I'm talking. This is not productive. Simple. You're the coward, actually.
How, are you finished? Because
Oh,
do I have to repeat for
now
a
you're
third
asking if I'm
time
finished.
exactly what you're saying?
All right,
Well,
you're the
because I want to
one.
make sure to not interrupt you, because then you get really triggered, and I don't want you to be. I
Well, I
want
mean,
to
I've got
actually.
nothing else. I've got nothing else to say to you, so you carry on.
Okay. So you already see, but I hear what you're saying as far as the flat line thing, the angles thing that you're talking about. I don't need to repeat that again, correct? We're on the same page. Yes, no? Did he leave?
I'm still here. I don't have to answer your silly questions, do I'm not at your beck and call.
Oh my gosh. Dude, so you're done with the conversation?
The earth is flat, it's measured flat. I've given you the template by which you can use to prove whether or not it's a globe or not. You should be thanking me and getting on your way.
So you're not answering any questions then? You're not interested in
Absolutely
that
not.
anymore?
I've done my due diligence
Okay.
and my service.
Fair enough. Just let the record show that he is not answering any questions about his model, about his theory, or about his final mind. He does not want to justify anything that he believes in.
Ladies
go
and
next,
gentlemen,
guys.
please
GG.
ignore the complete and
GG,
utter
guys.
misrepresentation of my position.
Ignore.
Because as you well
GG.
know, Din holds no beliefs. I've done my due diligence by giving him the template he would need to go and measure the curvature of the earth. So he's being the
It's
coward
GG.
because he hasn't said
It's
thank
GG,
you,
guys.
hasn't acknowledged it, hasn't picked it
Oh
up
my
and
God.
say, I'm going to go and use this. Thank you, flat earthers.
Buddy.
Hasn't
Okay.
acknowledged that.
So I know
And
you're
of course,
new.
why
I
would
know
I
you're
talk
new
to
to the
somebody
internet.
who's not being productive,
GG.
ladies and gentlemen?
GG.
Ignoring what we tell him,
GG.
and it takes 7
GG
times.
means good
And
game.
whilst I'm talking, he's still trying to talk to me, which is not going to work. Remember, I'm the flat earther here, not you at the moment. Thank you.
GG.
So, ladies and gentlemen,
It's
please
GG.
ignore
It's
the
GG.
misrepresentation that he's trying to put here and the character assassination, a feeble attempt.
Oh, good game.
I'm
Oh my
indestructible,
God.
as you
Oh
well
my
know,
God. Such an
ladies and
esteemed
gentlemen.
character to assassinate. God, how could I? How could I assassinate such an esteemed character of high regard? A guy who's definitely not cowardly and definitely down to just let the. I mean, it's already on record, so it's already noted in the transcript that you're not willing to justify your own beliefs, and that's sad. Honestly
Ladies and
sad because
gentlemen, like
you
I've said, with
obviously
flat Earth,
feel
it's
so
not a
strongly
belief
about it.
system, is it? It's a point of
Yeah.
fact. The Earth is measured
Yeah,
and
and you don't
utilized
even want to.
flat.
So if it's
When you
you don't
go
even
out and
want to
take
justify your fact.
if you
You don't even
Google
want to
Earth,
justify your
it's called
fact.
the Pythagorean theorem,
Pathetic.
spherical mathematics, ladies and gentlemen.
Pathetic.
You take that, and you will be able to measure the
Yeah,
curvature
what is
if it's there.
Pythagorean theorem, by
That's
the way?
it. That's the thing. And we've given this upstart the actual template, and he's very
You don't even
cowardice.
want to justify your
He
own
said, thank
beliefs.
you. So please make a record of that, make a note of that. I'm sure you've already
No,
done
it's
it
already in the
because you've been
transcript.
listening all the while.
It's already in the
Yeah, you've been
transcript.
listening
You
how
said
he's not
GG.
applying himself to the reality of the situation.
No,
You've checked that, haven't
you
you? Yeah.
already got it dumpstered and dumpstered, buddy. That's in the record already.
Don't call me
That was in the
buddy,
record
flat
before you
earther.
put what you put into the record.
For the record,
Dumpstered,
ladies and
dumpstered,
gentlemen. For the record,
ass
ladies
up,
and
face
gentlemen.
down.
This could be the group that I'm with playing with the AI again. Right? Could be. And if it is so, it's
Oh my
another
God.
black
Wait,
mark
how do you
against
know what
them.
AI is?
That's what they wish
Wait,
to
aren't you
do.
64
Play
years
with
old?
AI and play silly little games with their members. Because at the end of the day, it does begin to wear thin if that's the case. And if
Wait,
it's
you are
not the
testing
case,
the limits
then
of my artificial
we've set
intelligence.
the globe up with the right instruments to determine whether or not the Earth is a globe. And the misconception with Aristophanes is that he measured a flat Earth, not the globe. If he was alive, if he ever lived, that is. We can't
Just
prove
repeating the
the
same thing
existence
you're saying,
of this
not
supposed
critically
dream.
engaging with anything that
Crudy
you're
cake.
saying.
Crudy cakes. So the Earth is a globe, correct?
I don't know.
Correct.
So the surface is curved, correct?
I don't know. Why are you asking me that?
So you're the one who's saying the Earth's a globe.
No, I'm not. I'm just asking him
What you saying?
questions. No, I'm just literally asking
Yeah.
him
So
questions about his own model and about the things that he's saying.
If the Earth is a globe and the surface is curved, we should be able to measure it in reality.
No,
Yeah,
we should be able to measure it in fiction.
We can measure that the Earth is a globe from space with satellites and with the International Space Station when we leave Earth's orbit.
That's never happened in humanity. Never happened. Never happened. Right, there we are, ladies and gentlemen. So you
Wait,
can
what kind of
see
interference was that?
it was
The
one of your
globalist.
friends, a troll. But remember this, right? Effie Alaska. He mentioned Aristophanes, so clearly he knows the argument. Remember, he mentioned the Greek,
It's because you
thinking he
brought
was
it up.
measuring the globe.
You brought up Aristophanes. I'm asking you because
No,
you
you
brought
did.
it up.
No,
Dummy.
you brought it
Oh
up.
my
You
god.
actually brought it up. I was
I didn't
talking to
even know
someone
the
else.
guy's
You
name
brought it
until
up.
you just brought it
You
up,
brought it up.
dummy.
You
Oh
brought it
my
up.
god, you
You're
liar.
the dumb.
Let the
You're the
record. Okay, go back to the
dummy.
record.
You,
Go
you've
back
been
to the
given the
transcript.
tool. And what did he just say to you, Epi Alaska? He doesn't know how to measure the globe. He doesn't know if the Earth's got curvature or not. I mean, listen to the guy. Listen to the guy.
Go back. The record will
I don't have
show
to go
that
back
you
anywhere,
brought up
mate. You go back.
Aristophanes.
You go back and check how
Oh,
silly you've been.
yeah, go
You
back.
go
Look
back.
at the transcript. Look at
Why
the
don't you
Discord
go back and
transcript.
check for yourself? Go and check for yourself.
I'm looking at it. I'm actually
Yeah,
looking
good.
at it
Then
right now.
good luck to you. Then you can see you made a mistake.
It's actually
see your mistake.
confirmed. No, that you brought it up
You
first.
can see your
No, it's
mistake.
actually,
So he's
no,
talking
incorrect.
about Aristophanes, and I put him right on the cover. It took 7 attempts, you might remember, because he was talking about angles of elevations, and he was talking about a pie, cutting a pie up, and I shut him up and shoved the pie in his pie hole.
Whoa, whoa.
Yes, see, I
You
remember
need to
everything.
relax.
I'm very
No, you
relaxed.
got
That's why I'm shoving the pie and your
look back
lie
at the
into your
transcript.
pie hole. Stop
You're a
lying.
liar. You're a
Stop lying.
liar.
You're lying.
You're
You're lying.
disingenuous.
You're the one that's disingenuous for sure.
It's
They can hear
pathetic.
you. The listeners are there. You know, the
I
listeners are there.
know.
You know, they know who's
They
lying
can
here.
all they can all
They
check the
know who's
transcript
lying.
as well.
They
Can all
know
check
who's
the
lying.
transcript
They
as
know
well.
that. They
To
know
be
we
fair,
don't lie with flat earthers.
I
We
think
don't
all
go
you
around
flat
lying to
earthers,
people.
I think all
Yeah.
you flat earthers are lying to yourselves.
No, we're not. We're not lying
Whoa.
to ourselves at all.
I think
Because
you are.
every time we had a family that just came in from the Middle East, family, Christina and her mother and Christina's boyfriend. Boyfriend still thinks he's in space. Mum and daughter are, they say 10% that they're sure the Earth's a globe, which means they don't know the Earth's a globe. They're more into the flat Earth now. Right? These are people who are scrutinizing. They use the word skeptical. We're very
What are
skeptical
you
about the globe.
talking about?
Right?
Are you
And then
talking
they
about your own
spoke
family?
nothing but flat Earth. They asked all the questions relating to the Earth, and we proved them to be all
Why are you
flat Earth
bringing up your own
questions.
personal dramas into this conversation right now?
It's not a personal
No one.
drama. What drama are you referring to now? Stop
You
that.
said there's
Now you're
someone
lying
named
again.
Christina.
You are lying again.
Okay, I must be hearing you. Maybe I heard you wrong. I could have sworn you just
You're
said that
lying
someone was
again. I
visiting
said
you.
to you and the listeners that we had a family come in and inquired about
Who's
flat
we?
Earth. And we would be me, the colleagues here, and the listeners. Not about you.
Oh, into this Discord chat?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, that wasn't made clear. Now you cleared it up. I understand. Thanks for clearing that up.
Well, anyway, that's it. So take the template and go and measure the curvature of the Earth that you haven't measured since the day you were born.
But I don't have to measure the curvature of the Earth. There's literally astronauts in space.
Begging the question fallacy, ladies and gentlemen. Begging the question.
Sending a live stream.
Yeah. How do you confirm that they're in space? How do you confirm that and validate that?
Well,
because
you
we've
can't do
watched
that
them
unless you
rock.
wait. Are you saying you can't do that unless you go to space yourself?
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the gold
Anyone
standard
with
that every human being
anyone in
is being
today's
told
time,
that they can go to space, go to the moon, send things to Mars. You need to be on that rocket yourself to prove that. That's the only standard that you should be accepting. Nothing else will suffice.
Seeing is
That is
believing.
the gold standard.
anyone
If
can
they're telling you that
fake
the
a
Earth
live
is a globe,
stream.
go out and measure it for yourself. Then you're going to know. Because if you don't do that, then you will make a mistake that I made for 48 years. And that was believing
What
the
did
education
it
that I
cost
was
you?
given
Yeah,
relating to
saying
the
that
shape
there's
of the Earth. It
astronauts
was a
in
mistake.
space is not
48
proof
years
that the
mistake.
Earth is a
So
globe.
therefore, yes, the gold standard, ladies and gentlemen. Depending on the situation, check it first, and then you don't have to believe, because believing means accepting information without confirmation or validation. That'll be a belief. That is the weakest position. You carry no knowledge. But checking it for yourself, no one else can tell you anything because you have checked and you carry the knowledge. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, actually. Thanks for being so cool about all this.
So yeah, you cannot prove we're on a spinning globe because so-called astronauts are doing a live stream. Why? Because any video can be altered and faked. It's
Okay,
very
this
easy.
is
They've been doing
conspiracy stuff. This is just nonsense.
yeah, they are conspiring against us. Yeah, it is a
So what
conspiracy.
about the Artemis program?
Yeah,
Artemis
optical
program.
optical buffoonery. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you who are listening in the live stream, please go to the
Can you stop doing this
Go to
Can you stop doing this grandstanding that you do, ladies and
apollodetectives.com.
gentlemen?
Please go to the playlist.
What is this
I'll repeat
It is
again.
kind of corny. The
I'll
grandstanding
repeat
is
it again.
corny,
Ladies and
What is this
gentlemen,
performance?
please
What
go
is
to
this
the
performance you're doing?
apollodetectives.com. Please go to the playlist
Like
section.
theater.
Scroll
It's
down
like
to, it's called
theater. Like he
Faking
thinks he's on
Space
Broadway.
by Paul on the Plane. Faking Space by Paul on the Plane at the Apollo Detectives. Go to their playlist, scroll down to the section known as Faking Space, and you will have about 30 videos to watch, each one about 6 minutes, 12 minutes or so. And it shows you how they scrutinize the imagery from NASA, from NASA's library, and every single one of those pictures are fake.
How do you know that the people that are publishing those fake pictures aren't
good
faking
morning.
the fakeness of those pictures?
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning
How
to
are
you.
you?
Good morning. The images we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen, are coming from the NASA library. They scrutinize the supposed Earthrise from the Apollo 8 mission, and they also scrutinize the images from the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. And there's a lot more in there for you as well.
Oh.
And all these images are fake.
How do you know they're fake?
Yeah, we know they're fake.
How?
Well, go to the section where I said, and you will learn. Okay?
It's
That's
fake.
it.
Why don't you want to validate any of your beliefs?
You see, I've given you the source. So if you want to know, go look at the source. Ladies and gentlemen, how did I find out? Because it was given to me by a guy called Indio, one of my colleagues. Just have a look at this stuff.
He
Very
giving
much.
source.
Right.
He giving
I've given you the source. I've given you the source. ApolloDetectives.com. Go to the playlist.
guys.
Scroll down.
Wow.
It's called Faking Space. There are about 30 odd videos there.
May I ask something?
Yeah, please
It's
go
okay
ahead.
if I ask.
Yeah,
so
please.
like when the sun sets, and it starts to become dark in my area, where is the sun going?
Okay, hang on. You can answer that yourself. You can answer that. Where's the sun going?
Dude, she won't answer any questions. Look at
No,
him.
she can answer it. She knows the answer. Where's the sun going? Where's it going?
Down?
Think.
No,
Where would it
not
be?
down. It's turning.
Where would it
It's
be going?
turning.
Listen, no.
Where
Listen.
are you going?
It's going. Hang on. It's going to the next country to say good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Clearly, that's where it's going.
Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning to you.
But like how is it going down?
It doesn't go. It doesn't go down. That down observation phenomena is an optical illusion. That's what that is. Because I give you the example. At 12 o'clock, lunchtime, the sun is at its zenith, 90 degrees above your head. That's where it's at all the time. It never goes down. But when it leaves you moving west, it looks like it's dropping in the sky. It's not. It's the distance between you and the sun is being exceeded and increased. That's what's going on. So it appears to be going down, but really it's at the same place it was at 12 o'clock, the same height. Okay? It's angular resolution from your perspective, and that's all it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So when it looks like it's going down, that's an optical illusion. That's what it is. Like,
how do we figure that out? That it was an optical illusion. That's something I'm skeptical about because flat earthers say a lot. No, we use our naked eye to make analysis. So how do we know which analysis is an optical illusion or not? That's my next question.
Long hallway.
Question.
Sorry?
A long hallway.
A long hallway. I don't think I understand that. Sorry, speaking like this, I'm a bit like allergic. I have allergies. So I don't know if you guys understood my question. But if someone can answer that, I would appreciate it.
I don't think you'll get an answer to that question.
Why?
What is the question?
So flat earthers say a lot about how there's like optical illusions, like just now with the sunset, and how we use our naked eye to make analysis to observe that the earth is flat. So how do we know whether something is an optical illusion or not with this ideology while using the naked eye? And how can we measure it and know
I would say
whether it
you
is?
have to, yeah, I'd say you'd have to kind of test it. So like, for example, you could say that an object at a far distance that shouldn't be seen, according to the globe model, and then we see it and say it is seen. And then you could say, oh well, that's just an optical illusion. That's just a mirage, right? But if you measure with like a laser test or a different type of test to actually measure the ground level, you can then show that it's not an optical illusion. And also, can you see that object from a far distance in different type of like environments? Like, is it when it's hot, when it's cold? Is it still visible? You know, so we can test it to see if it is an optical illusion or not, I suppose.
Yeah, but that also like isn't like 100% accurate at the same time, you know? Like for me, I like to find like truths in everything, you know? That's why I'm a skeptic, you know? I'm not a glober, but I wouldn't say I fully understand the flat earth views as well. I don't know where I would place myself at, to be honest. But this like optical, like right now, like when he said optical illusion, but the argument that we say that we use our naked eye to make observations about the earth, it's kind of it's confusing, you know? Like how can we say we use our naked eye in this accordance but not in this one, you know? That's something that I'm kind of conflicted about now.
Yeah. So, are you speaking about what's been posted in the side chat?
Uh, no. What is that?
Okay, okay.
Oh.
Okay, that's just to show that like at a distance things appear to get lower, right? So, as you can see
Yeah.
in that image, like it's a flat, surface, but the further away the light is, it looks like it's going down, but it's actually the same height.
Yeah.
So when
Yeah.
objects like the sun, right, are going away from you, it might look like it's like going down, but it's not necessarily going down. It's just going
Oh, it's
further
just
away from you.
further away.
Yeah,
Okay.
right.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So that is an example of kind of an optical illusion, right? Where it
Illusion,
looks like
yeah.
it's going down, but it's not.
Yeah, it's just going further away. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, I can see that now. I'm gonna try to observe like sunsets more. See if there's like a
Look,
difference
it's
in.
very simple, right? If we live on a spinning globe, right? Forget even the spinning part. If we live on a globe, they say 8 inches per mile squared of curvature, right?
Yeah.
So why shouldn't like it should be so simple. Everyone who's a flat earther, right? We should just be very
Yeah.
easily able to just go out, measure it, and be like, okay, it's done. They're correct. But what's
Yeah.
happened is over years and years and years, people have tried to look for this curve. They've done for high footage balloon camera tests. They've done laser tests. They've done all these different experiments, right, and
Yeah.
different tests, and
Yeah.
have found zero evidence of this 8 inches per mile squared curvature. Zero, right?
Mm. That's interesting. Yeah, I
Like you
honestly,
would go on.
yeah, I honestly don't know like what shape the Earth would exactly be, to be honest. Um, but with all the CGIs and everything like that, um, and the fake things that NASA does, it's kind of fishy to begin with. Like from the start, like that's how I started off. Like when it started with NASA and stuff like that, and then it started with space, the vacuum, everything like that. Like it just furthers my like me being skeptical about these things. But I'm still skeptical, like from some flat Earth ideologies. I don't know if every flat earther believes what everything is. I just believe my own thing, you know, like from what I examine and what I see. But trying to get to like a good structured foundation, but I'm still kind of confused about some structures in like the flat earth ideology, as to one, like we make these assumptions, right? But why can't we come up with like an idea with the information we have of what the earth could look like, right? Like making some sort of assumption. Okay, the sun, it goes further. Okay, then we can trace an oval, right? And it rotates to basically show us how the sun rotates around, and basically, this spot gets light and this spot gets light because the sun
Well,
is going
it
further, because
orbits
of.
around. Yeah,
Yeah,
orbits around.
yeah. Like we need a diagram of this. We need to see like
Well, there is
so.
the people. So people have made
To find the
certain
most logical
diagrams.
one,
Yeah,
to formulate the
yeah.
most logical one.
Okay, I've got a question for you. Do you know the United Nations?
No, I actually do not.
Yes,
Oh,
yes. It's a flat Earth surrounded by a nice wall.
Yeah,
oh,
so if you go to the internet now and you type in UN logo, right, the official, so the UN, it's an official multi-country kind of administration, right? So
yeah,
it's big, it's pretty big, powerful organization, right?
yeah.
Um, they have a flat Earth in their logo.
Oh,
Yeah.
I did. Oh
Well,
yeah, go
how
ahead.
would they do a 3D?
It
Wouldn't
could be
that
because they want
necessitate
to
a
open the
3D
globe
Earth?
and put it on a paper.
Yeah.
It could be like this. But I don't understand how America hit Japan and a nuclear weapon. If Japan is not next to America, if it's not round, how would Japan be next to America if it's at the end of at the other edge
Other
of
side of the quote unquote globe.
yeah.
Because we're not gonna assume it's a globe. It's not logical how nuclear weapons. Yeah, you're right. How can nuclear weapons all the way from America fly out to Japan? That doesn't
Also,
make sense.
interesting you bring up nuclear. I'm not an expert on this, but a lot of people in this kind of realm don't really believe in nuclear weapons, by the way. Obviously,
Oh,
bombs
why?
exist.
What
Um,
happened in Hiroshima?
Oh yeah.
there's a couple documentaries you can find about nuclear weapons being faked, and they say they exist as a way to keep us in fear, basically.
But what about the past previous like attacks, such as like the attack in Japan?
From what I
Like we can see
saw,
it in
they
history. So
right,
the question
obviously,
is
like I
history that
said,
backs up up.
obviously bombs exist, right? And bombs can cause a
Yeah.
lot of damage and kill
Yeah.
people. But it doesn't necessarily mean that the atom bomb and how they say it is exists. But again, I'm not an expert on it.
What
If anyone in
difference
this
does it make?
VC,
If there's a
if
bomb
anyone
that's
in
like big enough to
He's
cause
saying
that
he's
much
not. He's
damage,
saying
why
he's
would
not
it
an
matter?
expert on it.
On the bomb, but it's Japan next to America. Yes or no?
well, all I remember is that, like, from the documentary I
So
watched, they were speaking about
you
why
guys
is
talk too much.
vegetation growing
That's not
so
true.
quickly after the bomb. There was like grass and there was flowers, not that long after the so-called nuclear bomb.
Have you
Grass
talked to a
and
Japanese person
flowers.
about this before?
Okay, wait, no, but that wasn't the question. She was asking if Japan and
And USA is next to each other.
yeah, if they're next to each other.
Um, I mean, I don't think they're next to each other now.
So Japan is on the other edge of the world.
On the flat Earth map,
Yeah.
yes.
So if they want to fly to USA, they would go through Asia, Europe, and the ocean to get to USA. Not from USA strict to Japan.
Well, the USA has bases all over different continents. So the US strikes from different bases. So it would strike from a base in Asia. Doesn't typically fly directly from the
Oh,
US
okay.
to Japan, you know?
Okay. Yeah.
I get what you're saying. You're saying like it's so far, like how could it fly directly from the
No.
US? But but like
Okay, wait.
but yeah, but the
I have a question. So I've been on planes multiple times, you know, and through my experience on the plane, every single time they have it correct. You know, on the screen, it does show a globe, but the distance between each continent, we get at the exact same time and the measured amount of time from this distance to this distance, right? Using the globe model, right? But it's it's calculated correctly, like the amount of hours from this country to this country. So for my other family members travel a lot as well. My sister traveled all the way from America to Australia. That took around 1 day. All right. I traveled from America to the Middle East. That takes around 10 hours. Sometimes. Or
It's about a day.
yeah.
Same.
Yeah. Half a
Whereas
day.
from the Middle East to Australia, it takes 15 hours.
Yeah. So while acknowledging that these are the distances, while using the globe model, how do we know the distances using the flat Earth model? How would we see and understand? Because I saw the image in the chat of the flat Earth model, or not, sorry, not in this chat. What's his name sent it to me? Um, Gregory. He sent me basically what it would look like. Where the earth, the sky, the firmament above the firmament, the water, whatever, and the continents seem to appear that they're very close to each other, right? And I think that's very contradictory to how it appears like on a plane, you know? Like on a plane, the distance between this continent and this continent is very much different from the model that was shown to me with the flat Earth model. So my question now is, how do I understand the distance from this continent to this continent, and how can I understand the structure of how nuclear weapons occur if they're very far apart using the flat Earth model?
I've got a question. When has a nuclear bomb ever been fired from one
From
continent to another continent?
Hala, I didn't make this argument. my my mother-in-law made this argument. She said that the U.S. bombed. So then
Okay, let me explain.
Nuclear bomb Japan.
When they dropped the so-called nuclear bombs on Japan, they did it from an airplane. They were flying over Japan in an airplane. It's not like they launched a missile from
A
the
missile,
American
yeah.
continent into the Asia continent. They were flying over it, right?
that's what I would think. Yeah.
If I put a link in the side chat that talks a little bit about flight paths, but actually, if you look into it, the flight paths make a lot more sense on a flat model than on a globe model, and they actually a lot of times it makes no sense on a globe why they would fly to that place instead of just straight across, but it makes perfect sense on a flat model. So like what was I gonna say? So the flight pathing it's been well looked into, and there's a lot of like good content out there for you to watch.
Yeah, I'll
That
look
video I
into it.
put in the side chat is only like 6 minutes. I think it's a pretty good one.
Oh, nice. All right, I'll look into that one. There's this one that says testing the globe, Chicago to San Fran. I'm
Yeah,
watching
you
that
can
right
watch
now.
that. Yeah, watch that one. Yeah.
What's this? Yeah, you can. Go ahead. She wants to read something for you.
Okay. On flat Earth map, it's called the azimuthal equidistant projection, centered on the North Pole. On that kind of maps, the United States and Japan are still across the Pacific Ocean from each other. So Japan would appear to the west of the US if traveling across the Pacific, similar to standard world maps. So this was my question. So on a flat Earth map, Japan would still across the United States on the same ocean. This is what I was wondering about.
On the same ocean?
Yeah.
Like the US from Japan on the same ocean?
Maybe it's like this. The US is here and Japan is there. So they are close.
From the top.
They can see each other.
Wait, but the distance on the plane doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Distance doesn't change just because you project it onto another map. You understand? There's like 200 different maps. You project it onto another one. Distance is not going to change. It's going to look like it, but it's not going to change in reality. You understand that, right?
It's for you.
For me? Oh, sorry.
The distance.
Yeah.
The
distance, the physical distance is actually not going to change just because you plot it onto a different projection. Do you understand?
Uh-huh. Okay.
So you plot
I
it on,
can understand that,
plot it onto a triangle, right? And it's going to look like it has a specific distance. Plot it onto the globe, it has a different persistence. Plot it onto an equidistal AE map, right? Like you said, that's a globe projection too. And it looks like it goes a different way. So distance doesn't change just because you change the projection.
Okay.
It's like
Yeah,
this.
maybe Jin can help answer as well. He just joined that question.
Yeah, do you want to ask
Jin, they're interested in how America and Japan, the distance between them and stuff.
Don't drag people in. They can speak up if they want to.
Okay.
Yeah. This was
So
my
anyway, do you
question.
understand the
Then
distance
Yeah,
thing,
what
though?
is the distance you're talking about? I mean, what is it you want to actually know to
All
be
right.
exact? I
Let
missed
me
it.
fill you.
Sorry.
Look, let me give you some
hey,
context, Jen. She's
yeah.
asked about attacking Pearl Harbor, and I'm saying that the physical distance doesn't change just because you change map projection. The distance
Yeah,
is exactly the same, of course.
yeah,
It's just
yeah.
a different map projection.
Yeah, it's a good one. Basically, Pearl Harbor proves flat Earth. What it should have meant was Pearl Harbor proves Earth not rotating, because when you watch the Flat Earth Banjo's video, what he puts forward is that the aeroplanes that the Japanese were using at the time couldn't have, and if the Earth were to be rotating, they wouldn't have reached Pearl Harbor, because they're only traveling at 500 miles per hour or less, okay? But yet the Earth would be moving at around 1,000 miles per hour. So the actual planes wouldn't have been able to catch up to Pearl Harbor and attack it if they were living on a globe. That's basically it. Okay? The rotational speed of the Earth, if it were a globe, would have exceeded the ability of the Japanese planes to reach Pearl Harbor. Okay?
Okay.
Right. So that's why that video, and I'll post it in a minute for you, and you can watch it for yourself. It's called Pearl Harbor Proves Flat Earth, but the title is a little bit misleading. What it should have said was Pearl Harbor Proves a Non-Rotating Earth. Would have been a better title. Okay? Does that make sense?
Okay. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah. And let me completely finish it. So basically, because Pearl Harbor was attacked, it proves that Earth couldn't have been rotating. Okay.
Yeah.
There you are. That's it.
Yeah.
And if you give me about 2 minutes, I'm going to go into my library. As long as I've got my library card and my system will let me in, I can then collect the relevant video for you. It's a good one. I use it all the time. I love it. It makes me laugh. Pearl Harbor proves flat Earth. There's another one. Japanese torpedo proves flat Earth. That's another good one by Mr. Thrive and Survive. That was a really good one. Basically, the Japanese torpedo Type 93 had a range of 25 miles. Okay, and that was the longest range. The competitors, that would be America, Australia, and Britain, their range was about 10 miles, 15 miles. Yeah, about 10 miles. Okay, so Japan really did exceed the distance. And if the Earth were to be curving, the torpedoes released at 15 feet into the ocean from the deck of a destroyer, right? And if
This
the Earth
is
was
Japan.
curving, it would
Australia.
service at 7 miles. It would have serviced at 7 miles. Yeah. Okay. It would have surfaced at 7 miles, but it doesn't surface. It hits the target 25 miles away. So there you are. Japanese torpedo Type 93. It's called the Long Lance. In Japanese, Sanso Gyurai. Sanso Gyurai means oxygen torpedo. The Americans, the British, and the Australians didn't want to use oxygen torpedoes because they're volatile. One little tap and you get an explosion. But the Japanese were very brave, weren't they? So, and they got 23 kills with that torpedo during the Second World War. Okay, there you are.
I appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm now into my library. I'm just scrolling down. Just give me a couple of minutes and I'll get it and put it in there.
All right, perfect.
Do you have any other questions?
Do you have any other questions, Rum?
No.
No, not for now.
Okay.
I think we're just gonna keep analyzing until we probably have another one.
Yeah, that's good. And I'm glad you're doing that, because at the end of the day, you're
I
gathering.
just wanted to know more about the satellites. Our satellites, they're not roaming the Earth, the Earth's
Okay.
atmosphere, because we cannot see them on a telescope. And most
Oh yeah, we checked through a telescope. We don't see
most
them,
of the videos I've watched, they say that there are they fly through helium balloons, If there are no
Yes.
satellites, how do we use the internet? Do you think under the sea, cables under the ocean?
Yes. If you give me video, which I've now got this video for you, I will spend the next 3 minutes posting images that explain how we communicate right now. Okay, and then you have to keep these images because they're worth their weight in gold. Okay, does that sound good?
Okay. Yeah. Can I also ask a question if someone can let me picture permission so I can send a photo of the
Okay.
map? Yeah.
Okay. If there's a mod in the place, can you please help Christina get posting privileges so she can post? And maybe you might not get it because
Yeah.
maybe because you're a newcomer, and usually there's a trial period, right? You know, and once
Yeah.
you've settled in, then they give you
Yeah, I
permission.
understand. I've been
Yeah.
here a few times though. Like I would talk with the other people. I forgot their names, but
Yeah.
I've been
That's
like
okay.
through and throughout, like with the flat Earth
Yeah.
community.
Yeah.
I'm even in the 24/7 flat Earth
Yeah, I
community
think you
server.
should get it immediately then. You shouldn't have a problem. And by the way, Christina
Yeah.
and your mother, I've posted that video, the one about the Pearl Harbor. It's a good one. It's made by a guy called Flat Earth Banjo. Okay. I think I think he's a Brazilian and he's married to a Japanese woman. He's got two daughters. They live here in Japan where I am. I'm in Japan as well. And he's done some good material. Okay. Now, this particular video, the title upsets flat earthers because the title is wrong. It is a little bit misleading. But basically
Yes.
it's talking to the supposed rotation of the earth because the earth isn't actually rotating. If it were, then the Pearl Harbor attack couldn't have happened because the Earth's
Oh.
rotation. Yeah, and you imagine,
Yeah, the rotation itself would make it contradictory that
yeah, it's faster,
it would happen.
faster than the planes can fly. So you wouldn't have made it.
Yes.
And then remember, for every minute you're in the air, not making the destination, how are you going to get back? You're going to run out of fuel. It would have been a
Yeah.
difficult thing to do. There you are.
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing how the globe is so stupid?
Yeah.
Right.
Now I'm back at 15%, not 20.
Okay. Well, that's good then. That's good. I'm glad we took off five more percentage
5%.
points. So now what I'm going to do now,
Yeah.
I'm now going to begin to post the images that you would need to understand exactly how we are communicating on the earth as we speak. Okay, just give me a few minutes. I'm going to go into my private library now again. I need another library card.
All right.
A few buttons, and my eyeball. Okay, now the door is going to open. The vault. Okay, now I'm going in. Okay, now give me a couple of minutes whilst I actually. Oops, this is. See, yep, yes, something's gone wrong. Of course, something always goes wrong.
They call Japan the land of the rising sun because in China they see the sun coming out of the direction of Japan. It's
Yeah, the
only
east.
this is only the reason.
Yeah, that's correct because it rises from the east. You see, and Japan is at the east of China, so that would be correct.
Okay. Okay.
That'd be correct. Okay, so I'm now scrolling down in my library just to get the images. Please just bear with me. These are going to be very good, very informative, and very quick for you to understand. Okay.
Shut up, nigga.
All right.
Oh, here we go. Look, lost people, desperate,
What happened?
hopeless, no life, no
Shut up,
nothing. They
nigga.
haven't got a life. They've got no life.
Shut the fuck
They've
up,
got no,
nigga.
they've got no life, no life at all, have they?
Hey,
They don't
nigga, shut up.
understand. They don't understand
Shut
how
up,
to put
nigga.
their clothes on. They don't know
Shut the
how to
fuck
put
up,
their
nigga.
clothes on. You don't know how to put your clothes on, do you? You can't put your underpants on. Mummy's still looking after you in your mummy's basement. Yeah, no life. Absolutely nothing going good. He's living a bad life. Stress, horrible, useless, empty, disgusting. Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm going to start by posting you an image of the satellites, and this satellite, excuse me, this satellite explains that it cannot be in space because the temperatures are too hot for the satellite to be there. Okay, so here comes number one. Very good image. It talks to the materials the satellite is made of. So the materials like mylar and aluminium, these things melt very quickly. Okay, can you see the image in the side chat? Can you see it? The
Yeah,
satellite?
thank you. It's
Okay.
loading. Hold
Yeah.
on. Yeah,
Yeah.
hold on.
Okay, look at the
Satellite
satellite.
exists.
Yeah, and read the
This is
text. Check the text out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
this is
Satellites.
ridiculous.
Yeah, honey, I'll read it. Satellites are made of gold, aluminum, titanium, carbon fibers. The area in which satellites are located are typically said to be in the thermosphere range. Temperatures in the thermosphere can range from about 500 Celsius, which is 932 degrees Fahrenheit, to 2,000 degrees Celsius, 3,630 degrees, 32 degrees Fahrenheit, or higher. The melting temperatures for these elements on satellites are 1,064. Sorry, guys, I have
That's
allergies.
okay.
Celsius,
That's okay.
gold melting point. 1,668 Celsius titanium melting point, and 660.3 Celsius aluminum melting
Aluminium.
point.
Yeah.
Yeah, aluminum. Sorry.
No,
Aluminium.
aluminium is
Aluminium, let me
correct.
say it.
Aluminium is the correct pronunciation. Okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes, that's the
Yeah.
British pronunciation.
Yeah.
Aluminium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in America, they say aluminum.
Aluminum.
Yeah,
In America,
that's
they
right.
say
Yeah, that's
aluminum and
not.
they say
Yeah,
aluminium.
I don't like that. I don't like that pronunciation, but there you
Yeah.
go. You know.
We, I'm French educated, so
Aluminium.
aluminium.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's close to the British one. Aluminium, correct.
Yeah. Heat travels through a vacuum by infrared radiation. Heat does occur in the vacuum of space and should affect satellites. Oh
Right.
my god.
So the
So what?
satellites can never be there. So, what
Yeah,
you've
they
read,
can't. The heat.
so
And
what
all
you've
that
read,
we see in the science fiction movies is not true.
Yeah, it's
right,
science
right.
fiction.
It's not true at all. No. When they say
Fiction. Yeah.
right, when they say satellite image, they're lying. Okay,
Yeah.
look at the next two images. It gives you the
Okay.
breakdown of the stratosphere, thermosphere, and all the temperatures. It's very good. I put two because it explains it nicely. Okay, two different
Okay, yeah,
versions.
yeah.
Oh, beautiful.
Okay,
Okay, perfect.
yeah, you're
Um
welcome. You're welcome.
thank you. Yeah. Layers of Earth's atmosphere. Exosphere. Oh, this reminds me of
Yeah, so we're talking
ge-
now through cables.
this is
Yes,
geosystems.
yes, we are. Yeah, yeah. Have a look. Look at the next image. Makes it clear. The next
I
image
learned
is
this in
beautiful.
geosystems right there.
Why are they hiding this info from us? What does
Well,
it?
look,
This
they're
one?
already
Here?
they're
Layers of the
already
atmosphere?
hiding. They're already hiding
No.
that we're living on a flat Earth. Hang on, I'm going to
Wait.
answer. There you go.
I
Go
actually
ahead.
learned this in geosystems though, like the layers of the Earth's atmosphere. I already learned
Oh
that.
yeah, yeah, good, good.
I've learned this in
All
my
right,
geosystems class. Yeah. So we
thank
have
you.
the
Now I'm going to answer your
exosphere.
mother. Now I'd like to answer your mother
Yeah.
quickly,
Yeah.
and that is
Come on,
they're already lying about where you live, the Earth. So of course they're going
Yeah.
to lie about satellites
Troposphere, they're gonna
because the
say.
satellites make the Earth become real, doesn't it? It helps to
Yeah.
substantiate the globe. That's why they're lying. You
Yeah.
understand?
Say that
They have to lie. Remember?
Elon Musk has like 150 or 200
No,
satellites,
Satellites. Yeah.
and we
no, he
cannot
doesn't
see
have
them on
satellites.
CGI photos either.
He's a
Yeah, he doesn't
liar.
have
Elon Musk is
satellites.
a liar.
Yes, of course he is. Please look at the
For
next
his
image I
money.
posted. Please look at the images. Come on, keep up. Can you
Yep,
see the
yep,
one with
yep.
the cell towers? Can you see it?
Yeah. It's loading. Sorry, Jen, the Wi-Fi
The
in,
guy
in
standing
this
with
country
his mobile phone.
is not always the best in this country.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you see that? Can you see the image I posted?
Yeah, I found the first one. I'll read it. In the real world, GPS is ground positioning system. Position and determine position is determined from the intervals between
Then the
signal
one
pulses.
underneath.
Oh,
Yeah. Sorry, and then
intervals.
right.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Like,
And then
you
the
want to
one
read all
underneath
up?
that one. And then listen,
Oh
and
yeah, I'll read
the
it.
one under. Hang on a second, please. Hold on. And then the one underneath that image shows you the technologies that they're using right now. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. That's the technology being used right now that you may not be aware of. Okay. A Conolage, all different types, balloons, drones. Okay.
Yeah,
Aircrafts. Yeah.
yeah. They say that NASA is the most company that uses helium around the world.
That's correct. Yes, they're the biggest
Yeah.
consumer of helium. Yes, they are.
Yeah.
And then the question is, why are they using so much helium? Why?
Helium, yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Hmm. Yeah, why are they
With
using
it.
so much helium? Why? I want to know.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Now the next image I'm going to
Is there
post.
like a possible explanation to it? To why?
So that they
Well,
fly.
yeah, because they're lying to the world, of course. That's why they're making their
Yeah.
money. They're helping
They're
the
making it
governments.
seem, yeah, they're making it seem as if there's something but there's not.
Right, of course. They have to
They're
lie to
deceivers. And
right.
that's what
Remember.
Satan does too. The father of
Yes.
deceiving, and that's why NASA. I have a theory about NASA. It's a satanic cult, actually, that
Yeah.
likes to deceive people for sure.
Yes.
Even in their
Yes.
symbols and their symbolism and NASA.
That's correct. That's correct.
Yeah,
People are
the
coming to that
symbolism.
conclusion.
Yeah,
Yes, people are coming to that
symbolism.
conclusion. Right. Please look at the
Yeah,
next image I posted. Please look at the next image I posted. Now, that map, of course, is incorrect. The Mercator map. That's not where we live. But it's about the
yeah.
satellites that are not there and the cables that are under the ocean.
It
Right?
would say that we're here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
satellites do not exist. All
No.
intercontinental communications are done via an extensive submarine cable system. So
Yeah.
it's under the water. It's under the water.
Yes. Yes. Now
Not
the
as not.
next video, the next one is a video that shows you when they repair it, when they repair those cables, because
Oh,
sometimes
I
sharks
have a
and fish.
freaking question.
Go
Why
ahead.
don't they explore under the ocean?
Because they
And
found the scary stuff and they heard scary sounds and they stopped.
seriously, is that
Well,
the
it's
reason?
the pressure. There's a lot of pressure down there.
And the
First
pressure,
and
yeah.
foremost,
Yeah, but with
there's a
all
lot of
the
pressure down there.
mechanics, with all the things that they've engineered, and all the things
Yeah.
that supposedly go out to space, where there is literally nothing.
Yeah.
Could
Yeah.
they
They're lying, but
find? How
yeah,
could
they.
they have found a material that can survive space, but not something on their own damn Earth? I want an answer to
Yeah. Yeah.
that.
Well, then you have to ask the powers that shouldn't be. They have gone to certain depths in the ocean. They've been to the bottom and they've been there. They've done some exploration. They have done that. There's
Yeah.
enough material. Okay, so this is the last material. The video that I posted is the repairing of the cables after ships anchors tear away at it accidentally or
All
fish
right.
bite into it.
And
Okay.
send you this
Now,
one.
now, this particular video, you can watch it later on. It's about
Yeah.
15 minutes long. You can watch it later. It
Yeah.
explains this. It states that there are 300, I think there are 460 bundles of cables under the ocean. They cover 700,000 miles. I say again, 700,000 miles.
700,000 miles. Why?
Yes, of the ocean bed. That's how much these cables cover
Wait.
under the water.
So if we can assume that these are like, the satellites or whatever you want to call them, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Then we can also assume that that's the distance kind of the Earth,
Well, yeah. No, we
700,000
can't make any
miles.
assumptions. No, we cannot make any assumptions there because that would
No?
be a
Okay.
mistake. Just because they cover 700,000 miles, that doesn't mean that's the whole circumference of the Earth. We don't do
Of the
that.
Earth.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It
Right.
can
That's
exceed
just
over that. Yeah, that's true.
yes. It
But
could be. It could be
but
much
why
more than
do
that. Yeah.
they go over 700,000 miles? That's
Well, they do.
some
As far as I know, I'm sure that the submarines from the navies of the Earth, that'll be from the British, the Russians, the Americans, probably the Chinese, that they're covering underneath the ocean. They're doing their patrols. Okay, so they know the expanse. They know that. They know it. They know that. They've
yeah.
been around long enough to know. Remember these nuclear submarines. But anyway, let me just finish. No more interruptions till I'm finished.
Wait. Hold on. You said 700,000 miles, correct?
Correct.
They say that the moon is 238 something like that, 1,000 miles away
Yeah,
from Earth.
that's right. It's not though. We know it's not. It's not that. We know it's not that number. It cannot.
Because
It
how
cannot be that number. Yeah.
like the size of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
From
Yeah.
that alone. And
Yeah.
then if we just put a second Earth and then boom, the moon is right there. That doesn't make sense at all. You don't.
Yeah. Remember,
we
we
can
don't know.
clearly see
Hang on a minute. We do not know the shape of the Earth. We don't know it.
Yeah.
So you can't make that claim you just made. It's not good to do that. Flat earthers don't do that because it gives
Yeah.
the globers the idea that they can start arguing against us. So no, we don't know. We do not speculate, theorize,
But I'm saying this on the
assumptions. Let me
glober's
finish,
end.
please. Hang on a minute,
Sorry.
Christina.
Yeah.
What you've got to understand as a flat earther, you must not go around assuming and presuming things. Now, if you're going to offer up assumption, you should state. I can't
What?
prove it,
I should
but this
say
is what
what?
I think. Yeah. This is my theory. My theory.
Yeah, this is my theory. Sorry. But I'm
Right.
saying this from the aspect of a glober, not like as a flat earther. I'm
Right.
saying
Yeah.
this. How does this make sense from a glober's perspective?
Right. Yeah. 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 But you offered up that if
That's
you
my
put
argument.
two earths, but you then went on to say if you put two flat earths, but you don't know the shape of the earth, so you can't
No,
do that.
I'm not. I'm not. Sorry, that wasn't my argument, right?
Okay. Good.
I'm
glad to
using
hear it.
the perspective of the globers. Like if
All
it
right.
was two globes,
Oh, right. Yeah.
that's
Yeah, but the Earth
that's
is not a
that
globe.
was
We know it's not a globe. We know it's not a globe anyway. But anyway,
yeah.
please allow me
But
to
this is
hang on.
another argument against that.
I'm in the middle of trying to give you a synopsis of the last thing I posted.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I've complete, okay? And it's this. So the cables are 460 plus cables bundles. These are big bundles, okay? And then they cover 700,000 miles of the ocean bed. Supposedly, it's there, okay? And then every day, what is it? 10, and listen to this number, 10 trillion financial communications go through these cables every day. That's financial banking communications. 10 trillion. That's an insane number. And then you have your emails, cable TV, Discord, all these other communications come after that, okay? And that makes up 95% of our communication is by these cables. 95%. The remaining 5% is covered by cell towers, wind turbines that generate electricity. They also use for communications.
Oceans.
I think he just cut out.
Helium balloons with equipment attached. And then we have the military communication systems that we piggyback off of that as well. Okay? That's what we're using currently. LoRaN, for example, and the military communication. That's it. Okay? Finished.
Yep. Perfect.
So you understand that we're not using satellites. We're not talking via satellite right now. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Lucky I came in. Lucky I came back.
Yeah, if anybody here is a flat
Yeah.
earther, I've got an argument that concludes with therefore the earth isn't flat.
You go ahead with it then, please.
Yeah, so the argument is the following. If flat earth is true, then the not flat earth view contains a logical contradiction. The not flat earth view doesn't contain a logical contradiction. Therefore, the earth isn't flat.
Unfortunately, that's the weakest argument I've ever heard.
Okay, critique
Morless tolerance. Morless tolerance. So basically, the question would be therein for you: when did you measure the curvature of the Earth to know that it is an oblate spheroid of 24,901 miles circumference?
Hold on, you understand how that's not relevant to the argument, and I can explain.
Oh, it is definitely relevant to the argument. It is bang on relevant. Okay, because what you're putting forward
Okay,
is
what does P1 say?
Well, you said if P1 is flat, then it means that
P1,
P2
no.
that the Earth is not a globe. That's what you're saying.
No, that's not what I said at all. No.
Say
No,
it
I'm
again.
talking about yeah. So P1 is not talking. It's talking about specifically there being a logical contradiction, right? So I was saying, if flat Earth is true, then the not flat Earth view, the negation of that, contains a logical
Yeah, then the
contradiction.
not flat Earth view is that the Earth is a globe, right?
Yeah, wait, you understand what a contradiction is, right?
Yes, it's the opposite to the flat Earth, isn't it?
No, that's not what a no. So a logical contradiction is just any sentence that can be represented as a conjunction of proposition and its negation, right? I'm saying in this argument, the negation alone is going to be a contradiction, but obviously, this wouldn't be true because the negation of something itself, isn't a contradiction.
Wait, the
Your
negation of
methodology
what?
is flawed. Your
Well,
methodology is flawed.
hold on. That'd go
Given
into infinite
that,
regress.
well, hold on.
Yeah, that's a
Wait,
flawed logic.
what's the argument? What's your premise?
Yeah. So, given that, I'm sorry. The only way a negation would be contradictory is if something is like logically necessary. But given that, flat Earth view isn't going to be logically necessary, then it just follows the
Nah, that's
negation
an
of.
assumption.
Hold on. That's circular. That's circular. That's circular. Yeah, that's circular. Can you at least qualify what counts as like what you would count as something that would be correct in this situation? Because you can't just discard the entire thing because you don't believe it. I don't even believe it. But okay.
Wait. What do you mean? I'm confused on the question.
Would you be able to provide some type of actual like non-circular methodology to where your ontology?
You haven't explained how it's circular.
Well, you're basically just saying I don't believe it, so it shouldn't exist, and I agree with you. I don't believe it.
No, it's not what. No, that's
sounds like that to the rest of the room.
No, that's argument from ignorance. I'm not saying what. No, how am I doing that?
Okay. I'll mute up. You got it.
Wait, you understand that? Like, for example, someone could not believe in something and still be like an agnostic, right? Like that's just
that's a logical contradiction in itself. You can't be agnostic and not believe. You can be open if that's what you're saying. If you're saying open to a possible belief.
So you're saying what I just said forms conjunction of a proposition.
I think I misheard you. Do you mean being open? Do you mean being open to a possibility?
Okay, look, we'll quickly address this because we're kind of like derailing from the original.
No.
What I mean is
I just wrote
what I mean is the like say someone says I don't believe or I don't believe in like a particular proposition. I don't believe that it's true. That necessarily doesn't mean that they're making the claim or they're holding to the negation, right? They're making a claim.
Well, you know what? I can see that position. Example, I won't lie. I can see that position actually. That's not.
For example, you could be
agnostic
and not believe. Yeah, you can be agnostic and not believe. Okay, but let's get back to the argument. So,
agreed.
The argument, to summarize it, is basically saying, excuse me, the not flat Earth view contains a logical contradiction, and then P2 is saying that the not flat Earth view doesn't contain a logical contradiction, and then therefore the Earth isn't flat. Essentially.
Again, it doesn't make any sense at all. Where's the contradiction?
Yeah, so you're agreeing that there's no contradiction?
Where's the contradiction? You tell me. It's your problem.
Wait, so are you disagreeing with P2 or P1?
Where is the contradiction? Answer my question.
In the flat Earth view?
Where's the contradiction, please?
Yeah, like where? What do you mean? Like
you tell me where the contradiction
in regards to what?
Is.
In regards to which premise?
You said that there's a contradiction. Where is it?
Oh, so P1. Yeah, the contradiction arises when given that, the flat Earth, model is this going to be logically necessary, then
excuse
the negation...
me, you've made a mistake. You've made a mistake.
Yeah.
Flat Earth, number 1, it's not a theory. Flat Earth, number 2, it's not a fashion accessory. Point 3, it is not a trend. It is actually a statement of fact. It is flat because it is measured flat. We are not able to measure the curvature of the Earth. The numbers they gave us. Hang on, let me finish. Okay. Radius, 3,959 mile radius. Using the Pythagorean theorem of 8 inches per mile squared, the spherical mathematics, a distance of 10 miles, there should be 66.67 feet of curvature, blocking line of sight, yet we make the observations. That's when we say Earth is measured flat, there is your observation. If we extend the distance to 20 miles, there should be 266 0.47 feet of curvature, it's not there. We're making a 20-mile observation. And then we increase it to 30 miles just to be sure. And it's now 600 feet of curvature. It's not there. We're making the observation. So we say the Earth is measured flat because we're not able to measure curvature. Your proposition is an absolute junk. Start again.
Wait, what proposition?
Your P1, P2 nonsense and contradiction. Go ahead.
Not like
Try
a single
again.
proposition.
Jen, let me know
Try
when you want me to
again.
sweep this guy away.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
thank you, Gregory.
you said try again. So what you just said is irrelevant because it's talking about a contradiction.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, it's not talking about the physical modality. It's just talking about the logical
That's what we're
modality.
talking about. We're talking about the physical Earth. We're not coming from anywhere else but that. What you put forward is junk, has no relevance,
Yeah, you haven't given a
relation to
critique.
what we're talking about.
Wait, when you
No
say
relevance.
relevance, wait, hold on. When you say relevance relation, you understand that the word relevance already entails a relation.
What you put forward has
The word relevance already includes relation. I don't know why you say
what you're putting forward has nothing to do with what we're talking about at the moment.
It does.
No connection.
My claim
No,
is
it
that the
doesn't.
Earth isn't flat, and the
No, it
argument
doesn't.
concludes with the Earth isn't flat, and you
It
already
doesn't.
granted it
It
follows
doesn't.
in virtue of modus
It
tollens.
doesn't because you're not explaining why the Earth isn't flat. You're not explaining why.
Why the Earth isn't flat?
Yes,
well, presumably
because that's what. Because you're obviously
presumably.
Fighting, hang on, you are obviously fighting for the globe Earth. Obviously.
No.
Well, then, what are you fighting for? You're not fighting against
I can
flat
take
Earth.
the negation of something and still be agnostic on like the Earth.
Oh, this is silly. This is where it gets silly.
Yeah, so
okay.
You're not a,
so
you understand
to sweep this away because this doesn't need to go on for any much longer. I bet this has been going on for like way too
get
long.
rid of it. Thank you.
P1 is obviously just false, right?
Yeah.
Well, why is P1 false?
Yeah. The proposition the flat Earth is true.
Yeah.
It doesn't entail necessarily that the propositions contrary to it are internally incoherent. That's not an entailment, not a necessary. No, it doesn't.
Yes. Yeah,
no, it
well,
doesn't.
hold on. Would you say if something is logically necessary, then its negation alone would be, since the negation cannot even
But the
obtain
flat Earth isn't logically necessary. It's not an a priori fact. Right. So I know how to.
Well, doesn't
I know
have to.
how to refute
What?
your,
That doesn't make. Well,
I know how
hold
to
on.
refute.
Something being
Look, stop being noisy.
Something being
Look,
an a
being
priori
noisy.
fact
Look,
doesn't
guy,
necessarily
stop being
mean it's
noisy.
going to
I'm
be
gonna sweep
logically
this away.
necessary.
Stop being noisy. I'm gonna sweep this away. Right. You're just yapping with pseudo-intellectual jargon. Okay. The proposition the Earth is true, the flat Earth is true, is not an a priori necessary proposition.
Yeah. That's right.
I'm saying it doesn't have to be.
Just being stupid.
No, you're being stupid still with it. It doesn't have to be.
Yeah, you're not
The Earth
even
is what it
stating
is.
premises.
Yes, the Earth is what it is. It's flat. It's not a ball. That's
yeah, well,
the
it's
truth.
well. Hold on.
Now, what you do, people like you try to pull this jargon routine on people who are unfamiliar with the jargon, but it's not going to work on.
Well, hold on. You understand that like a proposition talking about something is necessary. That proposition itself isn't necessarily going to be some sort of like.
There is no such thing as an absolutely necessary proposition.
Just talking about.
What's your 3 favorite words, Prolong?
Yeah, but if you're just talking about like something that is logically necessary and
propagation.
then making a negation of the
There
thing,
is nothing.
then it would be contradictory.
It's not an a priori proposition. You're yapping about something that's not even the thing.
That's your 3 favorite words.
No, but obviously the flat Earth model was
Christina,
Yeah,
you're interrupting.
But Jen,
you're interrupting,
he keeps repeating
Christina.
the same thing.
Yeah, but let Gregory deal with it. Let Gregory deal with it, please.
Yeah,
he's
like
right,
shut up.
We have to just actually, have a conversation where you can sweep through this. So it's really not that difficult. He's just using jargon that people don't understand, banking on people's ignorance and not recognize the jargon.
Yeah, I knew there was something wrong with it.
True is not an a priori necessary proposition.
In my view, it is.
Who cares about your view?
In my view, I'm just saying the schema itself is going to be represented as the flat Earth model.
Just because you believe it's an a priori proposition does not mean that it is true.
Wait, did you just hear what I just said?
Yes, I heard what you said.
Okay, what did I just say?
Wind the tape back. You want to hear yourself?
Why are you stuttering? I said the scheme itself is just going to be represented as the flat Earth model.
And it's not, because we don't have a model. That's the point. You're putting forward.
Yeah, but I'm saying I'm using it in a way that actually does invoke. Yeah, hold on, well, that's irrelevant because I said I'm using it in a way.
So-called flat Earth model is not some a priori thing.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with what I'm talking about in this voice channel.
Well, hold on. You understand that,
We're
like,
not sitting up here talking about a priori models.
I've already said that this is how I'm using. I've already
Yeah,
said
but
that this is how I'm
you're
using
doing
it.
that wrong.
It
You're
has no bearing on our
misrepresenting
position.
us.
Right?
Yeah.
You're switching to a flat
Wait,
Earth model, a
wait,
priori flat Earth
definitions can
model
be
from the
true or false?
proposition flat Earth is true.
Yes,
You're just switching,
absolutely.
doing a modern day fallacy.
Wait. How can definitions be true or false when they're just
Definitions can
stipulative
be true or
accounts?
false. We found out that. That's in order, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just get this out there to you. In
Wow.
order to prop up the
This guy's
globe,
pretty smart.
you're going to find lots of fraudulent documentation on the internet. These documents are there to keep you invested in the globe. That's what you're going to find. Carry on now.
So, anyways, you're just
Yeah.
yapping about some so-called a priori flat Earth theory when that's just you switching the premise from the initial conditional in the freaking modus tollens.
I'm just talking about, flat Earth model.
Yeah, you just talk past what I just said. You're not talking about the antecedent in your conditional premise. You're changing from the antecedent to some other notion that has no bearing on our position, nor any
Yeah, you
bearing
take the
on the
antecedent to
antecedent
be the if
in your
part of the
conditional
statement.
proposition in your so-called syllogism. You're failing.
Not even okay, but you take the if part to be a the antecedent to be the if part of the statements, right? Because if not, then I'm not sure what you mean by antecedent.
Again, you're just talking past the clear refutation to your
Well, I'm
notion.
trying to get some
refutation on
clarity.
saying
I'm
to
trying
you.
to get you to provide clarity. When you say the antecedent, are you talking about the if part of the statement, the material conditional?
You don't understand what antecedent is? Is that why you're asking?
Well, I'm saying I understand how colloquial usage. Yeah, I understand how it's used in colloquial usage, but I'm saying maybe you
Okay,
could
so
be
then why are
using
you
it
asking if
differently.
you understand what I mean?
Yeah, because it's not. Well, hold on, because it's not sure you're using it in a standard way, right? So I'm asking. So I'm trying to get you to provide
The
clarity by
standard way, I'm
antecedent.
talking about your modus tollens and its so-called
Interruption.
conditional proposition at the very beginning. So you should be understanding what
Yeah,
I'm
so you
talking
are
about.
talking
The
about
fact that you're
material
not understanding
conditional.
what I'm talking about is either being deliberately ignorant or you're just feigning ignorance.
Okay, you are talking about it. Okay, yeah. So you understand that, like, the material conditional there is completely irrelevant because we're talking about the flat Earth model itself.
Did I say
We're not
anything was
talking about
irrelevant?
conditional. Or you're bringing it up, and I'm saying it's relevant to bring it up.
Did I say anything was irrelevant? For you to emphasize it's relevant insinuates that I said something was irrelevant. Did I say something was irrelevant?
You never said something was irrelevant. I'm
Right, so it
saying
has no
when you bring
bearing,
up
has no relevance to what I
antecedents.
actually said. It's the irony while you're trying
Yeah,
to say
but I'm
that
saying.
as though I'm saying something that's irrelevant. What you said has no relevance to what I actually said. I said nothing about
Yeah, but
relevance.
I'm saying in virtue of me justifying P1 to bring up the antecedent is going to be
You didn't
irrelevant
justify
because we're
P1.
talking about the flat Earth model. Well, I did by saying it's logically necessary given
No,
the
you didn't.
the flat Earth model is
That's just your presupposition
We
that you have
don't
no
have a
justification
model. You
for.
keep doing that wrong. No
The
flat
flat Earth
earther
theory
will
has
tell
no
you
bearing
there's a
on our
model.
Challenge him, Ken.
position.
Ask him to
Our
describe
position is
this
not.
model that he keeps bringing up, because nobody knows what he's talking about.
We don't have to waste time with that, right? We're not sitting up here espousing some a priori quote unquote flat Earth theory. No one's talking about that except him. It has no bearing on our position.
Well,
Nor
I've
does it
already
have any
clarified
bearing on
that's
the
just how I'm
antecedent
using the
in
language.
the proposition, in the conditional proposition. The antecedent is not talking about some a priori thing. If that's what he means, then it's just a bunch of baked in language that is not explicit on the text.
And by a priori, you just mean. What do you mean by a priori?
Oh, so are you asking because you don't understand what that term means?
No, it means knowable without experience, but you're using it in such a weird way that maybe you don't.
Wait, say again. It means what?
Yeah, so in epistemology, the term a priori just refers to
has nothing to do
something
with
being knowable without experience.
No, it doesn't have to do with experience. It's literally the opposite. So you don't know what a priori is. You literally just conflated a priori with a posteriori.
No. You're conflating between a posteriori if you think that it doesn't have to be
without
I said
experience. It's
It's
not an a priori proposition, and the antecedent in your conditional proposition.
No. You was talking about something being a priori.
Flat Earth theory, quote unquote. You're the one actually conflating and projecting two different things. Projecting.
Hold on. Slow down. A few seconds.
Now
Look,
I'm going too fast for you.
Let's just get this clear. A few seconds ago, when I said, when you was asking me what I thought a priori meant, and I was talking about it's a term in epistemology that deals with knowledge being knowable without experience. You said no, you can have knowledge with experience and it still be a priori, unless you misspoke.
I didn't misspeak. I asked you the question. Do you understand what
I didn't
a
ask for
priori
a
is?
stutter.
And are you asking because you don't understand what it is?
Okay, so if you didn't misspoke, then you've just conflated two terms.
You didn't conflate anything. You're just
if you didn't misspeak, then you just
projecting this imagination about what I said 15 seconds ago. I asked you, are you asking what a priori means because you don't understand what it means? That's what I asked.
No,
you. That's all
I gave you the
said.
definition.
I didn't conflate anything.
Wait, did I or didn't I give you the definition of a priori?
No, you didn't. You said it has to
Okay,
do
so
with experience.
when I was talking about knowable about experience, what was that in regards to?
You said it has to do with experience.
No, I said a priori is a term in epistemology that deals with something being knowable without experience. That's what I said, at least broadly.
Now you're
And then
changing
you
it.
said,
Okay.
no, something can be
Now
a
you're
priori
changing it.
and have.
Okay, so now you actually said that. So that you understand what a priori means, why are you asking then?
Because I already clarified, you can be using the term in a different way.
So I already
Because
just
how
said
you used
you
it,
understand
because
what
how
a
you used
priori
it
means.
seemed a
So
bit
then why are you
confused.
asking?
The
So
sentence
there's
seemed
really
a
no
bit
reason for you to be
malformed.
asking if you understand what a priori means in the obvious context in which I said the term.
Yeah, but I'm saying like, kind of screamed to me like he was confused about it because the sentence
Yeah,
that
you're just trying
invoked
to
that
project the
term.
imagination that I'm confused.
No, the sentence that
Every time
invoked
I
the
say a
term was
term because you don't
grammatically,
like that I'm able
its
to
formation
go
was
toe to
incorrect.
toe with you on the subject using your philosophical jargon, your sophistry. Then you try to ask every time I reply to you, what do you mean by this? What do you mean by that? And I don't have to play that game. I can just get past
Philosophical
that.
jargon. What is meant by jargon?
Are you asking because you don't understand what that means?
Yeah. What's meant by jargon?
Go look it up.
Okay, maybe you have like some sort of intuition about what the word means. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. But yeah, I mean,
I don't need your benefits. You're not my
I've been getting to the
benefactor.
substance. I don't know where you're talking about some jargon. I've been getting to the substance. I've actually been making clear points.
That's your fault.
Did I ask for a DJ?
Stop stuttering so hard.
But look, as I was saying, Gregory, what's gonna be the critique?
I already told you what the critique is. You're yapping about this a priori flat earth theory that's not even explicitly mentioned in the antecedent in the conditional proposition, and it
I
has
think it
nothing to
was
do
your
with our
Again, it's
position.
irrelevant.
Bro.
Again, I'm talking about flat earth model being logically necessary given the schema.
What model? Again, describe it, please. Nobody knows what you're talking about.
Again, we don't have to
Why is
waste
this
time
kind
with
of
that
conversation?
because it's not logically necessary.
Maybe
It's
I'm
not
a
an a
moderator.
priori matter.
Wait, how's it?
It's not an a priori matter.
Yeah,
That's
so I just
why
take.
this isn't a
Hold
matter
on,
of
hold
a
on,
priori
hold on. I just
deduction
take
to
syntax.
verify
Hold
the
on, hold on.
proposition the Earth is flat.
Hold on. Well,
You're
you want
just
me to
stupid.
explain why it's
Pretending like you
logically
know what you're talking
necessary?
about, doing your philosophy, bro, sophistry. The proposition the Earth is flat is not an a priori matter.
Yeah, so the reason why it's going to be logically necessary. Wait, you can hear me? I'm not lagging? Hello?
Unfortunately, we still hear you. What?
Okay, great. So the reason it's going to be logically necessary is because it's just going to be synonymous with syntax. And obviously, syntax is going to be logically necessary.
What do you mean synonymous with syntax? What the fuck does
Yeah,
syntax
so you know what
have to do
syntax
with the
is when it comes to
proposition the Earth
formal
is
logic?
flat?
We've
You're not
already
making any
clarified.
sense.
I'm
You're just
using the term
throwing
this
out
way.
our academic terms that don't make any sense. Throwing the word syntax into your rhetoric doesn't make any sense out of what you're saying. You're sitting here acting as though you
Well, it
refute
does
the
if you
proposition
understand formal
the
logic.
Earth is flat, right? You're sitting here acting as though the proposition the flat Earth is true is refuted by your deduction. And then you're yapping about this
Wait, you
a priori
understand
flat
what
Earth
syntax
theory
is?
that you don't have any substance to even specify, which you don't have to waste time with, because the
I've
whole
been getting
issue
to
the
the
Earth being
substance.
flat or not is not a matter of a priori deduction.
Yes, it
It's
is.
categorically erroneous.
Erronean?
Erroneous. How about you listen?
No, you definitely said erronean. But look,
No, I said
as I was
erroneous
saying,
the first time.
look,
How
listen,
about you
look, as I was
listen?
saying, I'm using the term in a way that is synonymous with the syntax of
It
logic.
doesn't matter what you're using it in a way that's categorically erroneous. You're yapping as though this is an a priori matter of deduction when it's not. It's a category error.
I've already demonstrated how it is.
No, you haven't demonstrated it. You haven't said a single
Okay, well,
argument
what's
that
my
proves
wait?
the
If I
first the
haven't, what did
surface
I
of the
just
Earth being
say?
flat is a matter of a priori deduction. No, you haven't.
Okay, what did I just say?
Not what you think you just said. You did not
Not
prove
what
what at all, and we'll give you another chance to say some yapping word salad to prove that the flat Earth is a matter of a priori deduction. Go ahead and prove that this is a matter of a priori
I'm
deduction.
saying I'm using the term in such a way where it's synonymous with the syntax of logic, which is going to be logically necessary.
That doesn't make any sense.
All right, we're going
Synonymous
to
with
get
the
back to the
syntax of logic.
topic.
That
I'm
is not a
muting
meaningful
everybody involved in this
proposition.
conversation right now.
Okay,
Ridiculous.
well, before I get muted,
that doesn't mean anything at all. I'm using flat Earth as the term synonymous with the syntax of the proposition. That shit does not mean anything.
Bunch of
You can't be
sophistry. I don't have
synonymous with the
time for this.
goddamn clause. The fuck? Synonyms are words that mean similar things, not when you redefine a term to mean some other stupid ass clause. Fucking retard. That's somebody's son.
I knew there was something wrong from the outset when he put that proposition up. Didn't match our reality at all. It was nothing to do with our position. So it was just his logic, which is not logic at all.
He knows full and damn well if he brought this to any logician actually in academia, they would just laugh at him. Like you think,
Yeah.
like I think flat Earth is stupid, but you think this is like some sort of real argument, dude? Any logician would laugh at him. This is obviously
Yeah.
stupid.
Yeah.
It's not a matter of
And
a priori deduction.
right. The word unnecessary really does wreck him completely. Can't be using the word. No one's going around saying flat Earth is necessary, but when we actually look at it, it actually is, ladies and gentlemen. That's the thing. In order for us to exist, we need the flat Earth. In fact, all our leveling tools have come because of flat Earth. Because we want to orientate ourselves and live and build on the Earth, we've had to construct leveling tools to adhere to the horizontality of the Earth. We don't consider curvature when we build. So our tools are for leveling because the Earth itself is level. First came the flat Earth, then came the leveling tools. So flat Earth was definitely necessary.
Well, why are you guys running from prolonged, by the way? You're just like you're just
ran from
monologuing and you're
prolonged.
not actually engaging with anyone.
Actually, you're talking out of your ass, and that was verbal diarrhea. Actually, can you shut up or say something more coherent? You constipated thinker.
Now look, just to prove, right, if the moderators would oblige, just to prove that we're not running from anyone, especially not this guy trying to white knight for him after the fact, right, post-mortem for prolonged. We can unmute him and we can deconstruct his stupid replies.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's if the moderators want to oblige. If they don't, I am not mad at all. It's entirely valid.
Yeah, let him off the
They're
hook.
bringing the wrong tool to this, okay? You can't use logic to prove whether or not the Earth is flat because it's a category error. You can't use logic to substantiate material claims.
Not
material
only
evidence,
logic
which
to be
formal
accurate.
logic alone does not bring, because how else are you supposed to test a premise?
Right. It's not only logic that you prove this. You have to use logic for all types of argumentation and any given knowledge claim, but it's not only logic. Again, this is actually a rare and kind of new approach that they're trying to take to try and refute us, like kind of do the whole sophistic a priori argument. Not a single one of their scientist clerics would support this. Clerics have enough sense to know that this is obviously not an issue of a priori deduction.
I don't think you know what a priori means. You keep saying it, but it doesn't sound like you know what it even means. Because if you're trying to
Do you know
argue,
what that means?
you're trying to argue, and you're already using a priori assumptions.
Do you know what a priori is?
I'm saying you don't. You're not
Do
correctly.
you know what a priori is?
Obviously, yeah, because I can tell you're
What
using
is
it wrong.
it?
If I didn't understand it,
What is it?
would know.
What
I
is
would know
it?
you're using it
What
wrong.
is it? What is it? What is a priori?
All right, well, let me educate you. If you're going to use the word a priori, you should use it correctly.
What is a priori? Answer.
So the globe would be a priori. It would be an assumption you're making if you're going to try to use some kind of logic, coherent logic to get there. Like Eratosthenes, the globe was a priori. It was assumed.
Okay, you didn't tell me what a priori is. You gave a false example of a priori without actually even demonstrating and explaining what a priori even is. Try again.
You don't.
What is a priori?
I just explained it to you. You didn't get it.
You didn't. I just told you your error in the reply you just said. You gave a false example of a priori without actually explaining what a priori is. Try again.
I guess I'm just talking to like a brick.
So you decided to talk to an inanimate object while I don't make such stupid decisions. That's not explaining what a priori is either. Try again. You have the floor. Answer my question.
For somebody who uses a priori so much, like, geez, dude.
So an incomplete sentence and bloviation. That's not explaining what a priori is. Try again.
Okay, so you don't know what bloviating means either, because bloviating means you're going on and on and on. If I'm not finishing my sentence and being very short, that wouldn't be bloviation.
So
Dude,
a
you're just all
contradiction and then a false definition of bloviation, not
just
actually knowing what
all
bloviation is, that's not explaining what a priori is. Try again.
You don't know what a priori means. You don't know what bloviate means.
Okay, so he's done, right? Like, be rid of him, right? We gave him space. He's obviously being dishonest and just adversarial. He can't actually explain to me what a priori is. So he has to first prove that he even knows what a priori is to know that I'm wrong about what I'm saying a priori is. But he doesn't even know what a priori is. He can't even say an explanation of a priori, let alone a true explanation of what a priori is.
Okay. Well, anybody who's listening to this conversation has already heard the explanation. They get it. You're the
Yeah,
only one who doesn't.
you depleted your welcome, right? You've already exposed. You already exposed that you're just an adversarial, churlish yapper.
Churlish.
Yeah, so just stay quiet before you get muted.
What's
You
with
sit
the
up here
threat?
and repudiate. You sit up here and
Do
repudiate.
it.
Be quiet before you get muted. I'm telling you, the moderators have already identified you as another one of the pests. And if you keep doing the things that you just did in the past 5 minutes, you're going to get muted and you're not going to speak up in here. So what do we have so far? We have yet another person, 3 consecutive idiotic zealots in Discord land, yapping as though they know what they're talking about more than me, gave them nothing but space and time to actually prove that they know better. Then they just say churlish replies, yapping, not even saying a complete sentence in one of the replies, and still bloviating as though they know better than me when they can't simply say what a priori is. At least the other guy could at least say what a priori was after the fact, after you misspoke the first time.
A priori.
Stupid, churlish zealot come in here because they're so vexed by the very existence of people like us who repudiate and refute their worldview and espouse other things besides their worldview. They're just so vexed and they come in here to spite us.
Greg, here's another
Ridiculous.
sycophant. You're a sycophant. You're a sycophant for the globe. Go look that up. I think you should add sycophant to your vocabulary. It sounds like a word you'd like.
It's already been in my vocabulary, which you said is obviously false.
You damn sycophant.
Obviously not a sycophant for the globe. Stupid.
You're a sycophant and you're using assumptions. You're using a priori, wrong assumptions. You don't even understand the word a
My God, be
priori.
quiet. You don't want to have an edifying conversation at all.
You're out of your element.
Spitefully blurting out dumbass replies. Be quiet.
Have you made those curvature measurements, by the way, whilst you're busy with this advanced level of vocabulary that none of us have ever heard? Have you actually measured the curvature? Has that been done? Oh, I see. You haven't done that yet. Okay. Second, but I haven't measured the curvature of the Earth, you know. I don't know the Earth's a globe, but I know second, whatever that is.
Oh. Yeah, a sycophant is the routine, the people who are just the zealous devotees for scientism. Those are some sycophants
There
for
you
you.
go, ladies and gentlemen. Another pseudoscience word that we don't really need in our lives. If you're living in an integrity world, you don't need that word, obviously. But if you're a pseudoscience dogma fool, then this kind of word, you're going to need it, of course, to
Yeah,
bolster
good.
up your lack of integrity. Yeah,
That's
I understand.
we wouldn't need the word sycophant. We didn't have guys like Gregory out here, you know. But then we got to come up with these fancy words to deal with Greg.
Oh, Gregory's an advanced individual, isn't he? So yeah, well, I mean, very advanced with the language and that.
Guys, I have a question. So my mother-in-law wants to like learn how to like join these voice channels once in a while because she really enjoyed like the conversation. But it's saying when she wants to join the voice, click it again. It says you don't have permission to join the voice channel. This channel is only locked for selected members and roles.
Okay,
so
well
what
then, you know,
what can she do about that?
it has to be verified. I think that's what that is. Yeah.
Oh, you have to be
what is
verified.
the rank of
You're
her
verified?
account server?
What, you bought the verified?
No, you don't buy verify. Verify يعني verify email?
The tick, blue tick?
No, not verify.
Yeah, maybe her account is just not complete.
Yeah, your account is completed. Yeah, she just made a new account. That's why.
Yeah, she has to complete setting up everything else.
Yeah, you have to. Remember? Yeah. You have to complete your setup on your account. So let's see.
And then go to the 24/7 Discord and go to the VC section, and then they will verify.
Verification code. You needed to verify your email.
Yeah, verify your email and verify your account, and then you'd be welcome to come here all the time. And it'd be nice to have you here because you're a nice flat earther.
She's so happy about that. Yeah. And it's crazy how you're both teachers.
Yeah,
that's the fun.
yeah, that's right. It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's a small world.
Yeah.
It's definitely not a globe.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah, I was talking about you when you disappeared for a short while. I was just saying we had a lovely family come in and they've enjoyed the you know, and they were skeptical and they asked all the right questions. And then when you left, right, there was some idiot that came in just being a nuisance. Total opposite. You know?
We've been hearing him. We didn't leave.
Oh, you've been listening, right? Okay, good.
Yeah, we've been listening, and we let you do the work.
Yeah, that's okay. That's what we're here to do, you see. And the thing is, when people are listening, they can see the psychology. You can hear it and you can imagine what he's like. You know, it's silly. And when you ask them, have they gone out to measure just to be sure? Did you go and they haven't done that. I don't have, you hear them say, I don't have to do that. Wow. But then you can't say you know. You cannot say you know the earth is a globe when you haven't measured it.
Oh.
And then the true answer is no human being has ever measured the curvature of the earth. Why? Because the earth is flat. There's no curvature there. Right. So no human being has done that. No one.
Let's take
Look
a
in the
picture
open
of
chat
it.
real quick, Jen. Look in the
Go
open
ahead.
chat. Screenshot.
Oh,
I just,
sorry, yeah.
sent from
I'm
Oxford
gonna
English
take a
Dictionary.
picture of the sunset for you guys actually right now. We're experiencing it right now.
Good, do
I'm in
that.
the side chat, yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so you see sycophant, right? This will be
Oh,
to
thank you.
understand.
Right.
Right. This is an accurate description of the pests that espouse scientism. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's right.
Now, I have a paid subscription to Oxford English Dictionary, and it's very useful. Very good investment.
Good one.
Yeah.
I still have
I've got an Oxford dictionary here anyway, but never come across that word.
Yeah.
Thank you very
it's
much.
verified.
So
But
maybe
guys, I wanted to show you guys like the sunset right now. But I
Yeah,
don't
go
have
on.
any but I don't have
again,
the
you
image
can't.
firms.
Yeah. You have to wait. We do apologize for that.
For mod. No, it's okay.
Or you
It's
can
okay.
send it to me, and I'll send it.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. All right, hold on, Greg. I'm gonna send it to you. Yeah, this is the. Do you notice how the sun kind of looks like an oval? Kind of weird.
Mm-hmm.
No, yeah, it will do that. It will do that because the air can distort an image, can't it? The air itself. Yeah? The temperature of the air can distort.
The Arabic name at the bottom of those images. Arabic Urdu
And they call that music, ladies and gentlemen. They call that chaotic noise music. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine trying to dance to that? You're going to dance to that. Are you going to dance to that music? Can you?
That's
Anybody?
called a cacophony.
Oh my goodness.
Goddamn cacophony.
Get up.
Why is it so loud?
Which
Why
is
are they always
contrast
so
to harmony.
Loud? Yeah.
Melody. The contrast to harmony and melody is cacophony. That's what that shit was.
Yeah.
I just want to know why
That
they're
was
always
just
loud.
that was just noise, ladies and gentlemen. That was noise. Frying an egg is more musical. Okay. Right.
Banshee is more melodic than that.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. More melodic. Yeah.
Dissonance, Gregory. It wouldn't be. It would be. The word you're looking for is dissonance.
That wasn't
Yeah,
the word I'm looking for.
as long as it's not cognitive.
Who on frying an egg is more musical than these Muslims?
That was That was just a racket. Who's dancing? Who's dancing?
I
Who
have
can
to
dance
tell.
to that?
Wait. Jin, tell Romy what you said. That I'm frying egg.
I said frying an egg is more musical than listening to that. That was awful, man. It was like a war going on. What the? Oh,
yeah, there's actually rhythm in war.
Yeah. Sorry, there is. There has to be.
It's an insult to war.
It's all about timing. Yeah. That music, there was no timing now. Where was the timing in that noise? Sounded like an explosion going off. And you know what? I was trying to find the rhythm, right? Because when you hear music, you hunt for that rhythm. All I got was an attack. It attacked me. It attacked me only. Yeah, I was attacked by that. That was a noise weapon. Right? You could use that in the military, that one. Fuck. Everyone will put their guns down. Put your guns down. Oh, you're not going to put your guns down? Drop the music. And then you drop your guns. Putting your hands up. You're surrendering.
I got a question for Gregory.
Yeah,
do you believe Earth is a globe?
Obviously not.
Oh, okay. I thought you were arguing with that dude.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I just read something in the text, and it said I was calling somebody who realizes the Earth is not a globe. I thought you were a glober. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, behold the errors you fall into with not having good listening skills.
Yeah. And then I did ask you if you had measured the curvature yourself, because that would go a long way to knowing the Earth being a globe. It would be the gold standard that you've actually checked it so you know, and no one can tell you any different. But if you haven't done that yourself, then you can't say we're wrong. That's the thing. That would be the wrong thing to do, wouldn't it? You'd be wrong twice. It's not a globe, and you're saying it's not flat. I'm sorry. That's a terrible position. So you need to go and measure. You need to go and measure the curvature of the Earth. Take the numbers they've given you and prove it. Prove the scientists correct, so-called scientists. Prove them correct. Don't just accept it. Every human being has the right to check what he or she is given in the way of information, no matter what it is. You reserve that right. All rights reserved. There you go. Do it. So, and if you go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry. Over to you. Go ahead.
A news broadcast.
Okay, yeah. So basically, if you haven't measured the curvature of the Earth, you can't go around saying flat earthers are wrong. Okay, because flat earthers are coming from trying to measure that curvature and discovered the horizontal constant, constantly in your face, all over the place, no curvature at all. And it's a beautiful awakening as well as an embarrassment in my case. There you are.
Why is it embarrassing?
Oh, because I pride myself of being able to live in the bush, no problem, right? And yet I missed all of the flat earth clues. I didn't get a single one in all my life. And I've had military experience, training, exposure to nature, okay? And the clues were there all the time, and I never hit upon it, okay? That's my embarrassment of it, you see? The truth is in plain sight, and I missed it completely.
It is an
When you're in
embarrassment.
the
You're walking on
army,
a horizontal surface the entire time, walking and
yeah,
sailing and flying above a horizontal surface, and all the while you believe it's a freaking ball. It's
yeah,
embarrassing.
it is embarrassing. 48 years embarrassment. Yeah, it really is. Because when you look at it, it's so easy to prove that the Earth's not a globe, right? You think, I thought to myself, if only I had applied myself back then, wow, where would I be now? What would have happened to me? Yeah. When I look back like that, God, I could have been famous. Could have
And then
been.
you extenuate the same observation and error to every other area of your life. Like, okay, what else is right in front of my freaking eyes that I'm just oblivious to and believing contrary to?
Exactly. That's why I'm glad I've got a good memory in that sense. You see, because depending on your lifestyle, ladies and gentlemen, that will determine whether or not you're going to have good memories. And I think part of the problem is if you're having a lot of a stressful life, it's not healthy, junk food, drugs, cigarettes, coffee, no exercise, and you're just following the system and you're having a hard time of it, no enjoyment. Memories are not going to be coming quick and fast. All depends on your lifestyle. Yeah. I'm just glad that I can actually rewind.
I mean, I have what you described as an unhealthy lifestyle, and my memory is okay.
Okay, well, that's good. But then you're an intelligent person. So, you're
Yeah,
intelligent.
but
You're an intelligent
intelligence,
man. Yeah.
intelligence didn't seem to
Yeah.
whether or not you're damaging yourself and taking away the ability to be intelligent. But the one difference in what you said, though, that's different between me and most other people is I don't think I'm stressed. I think things stress me, like a glober or someone saying something that's inaccurate. Things stress me, but my general mood is happy. Like I wake up happy, I go to sleep happy. I begin every interaction with every individual genuinely happy. I don't think that's the case for other people. I think it's different I think it's a spectrum for others.
We all know you a
For
functioning
everyone.
dope fiend. I know.
Say again?
So I know you a functioning dope fiend. I know.
Yeah. Thanks for that. That makes a lot of sense.
And I know you know that I know.
Something about my mind is not, it's not that kind of person that always sees something wrong with the situation or always is sad about something or complaining about this friend or that friend. That doesn't exist with me.
Yeah, good.
So
I'm the
that might
same.
be why.
Yeah, I don't get involved in the dramas and that. I avoid that completely. In fact, when I was living in London, okay, growing up and that, and from my mid-20s, I used to have people come around to me, girls who were having trouble with their boyfriends, sit down and tell me all their problems, and I started to counsel these girls, that came round to my house, cup of tea, sit down. What's going on with Tony now? What has he done? Oh, he's doing all these blah 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 drugs and all this. Okay, well, I'll tell you what we do. We'll go around to his house and see see what we can do with the two of you, because you don't want to split up, do you? Right. And that's what happened in the end. I ended up counseling my friends all around. Whenever they had trouble, they would come to Jins. You know? Yeah. It just seemed to just happen naturally. There you go. So that meant that I was level-headed. If they were coming to me, it means that I was level-headed at the time. Keeping it real, still naive, still didn't know the earth was flat yet, still thinking I'm on a ball and that. But I tried to keep my life as real as possible whilst missing all the clues. But yeah, so I was lucky in that way. And so were my friends in the end.
You know what the scientists never talk about? They ever talk about, especially in these
Hey, sorry,
contexts.
my phone died. I'm back.
No worries.
Welcome back.
They rarely ever talk about
Thank you.
what their lore about what happens in the Earth. They rarely ever talk about that. I noticed.
That's right.
They rarely ever talk about and yap about like the core of the Earth and things like that.
Yeah, because that's another conundrum, and it just destroys the globe anyway. You know, when they try to tell us they know what is 4,000 miles deep into the Earth's core, you know, and they know that there's molten metal there, for example, right? How would they know that? What device do we have that can tell us what's 4,000 miles deep? That's a long way, y'all. Okay, 4,000 miles.
Interpreting seismological results with their devices through a whole truckload of presupposition. Right?
Yeah, there's a lot of influence going on there, I would have to say, especially with the technology. They're lying, clearly lying. Because again, in order to keep the globe alive, they have to lie. And I think it was Christina's mother-in-law was talking about technologies they're using, you know, and we can't find them, and etc. And that's what it's all about. The technologies they bring forward are lies. They're not doing 4,000 miles seismonic energy, and they can read. It's lying to the highest level. Remember, you can't validate it, so they can tell you, but you can't go 4,000 miles and be there and receive that signal in the earth. You can't, can you? You know, I don't even think you can receive it on the surface of the earth. Silliness going on, honestly.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Woke up. So I missed half of
Oh,
all
Is
this.
that 20,000? Is that 20,000 volts?
Yeah, that's 20,000 volts. Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, Gregory, remember earlier we were talking about the whole floundering conversation? I just woke up to a message from him. So as courtesy, so as to not have botched his argument, he sent me some stuff. So I'll send it here. Put it in the chat. There you go.
Okay, let me read this out loud. A logical and intelligent flat Earth position is that evidence of pictures. It's a long way of saying images, alleged images taken from space, which includes a curved Earth, must be fake, all of it. Which whose claim necessarily entails the opposite is false, must be false, and its possibility true, and it's possibly true, are mutually exclusive. It's possible to verify photos that NASA has provided. A photo worldview is not logical. God. Yeah, it's stupid. I would simply ask him first and foremost, like every time someone tries to give me a syllogism, if they can't tell me the rule of inference to even prove its validity, then just throw it away. Right? After that, I mean, they're obviously done at that point. Anything more to say about that is just extra. So I'm virtually certain he doesn't even have any rule of inference to identify that his supposed alleged syllogism is even validly formed by. So there's that. And then secondly, uh, he just makes a non sequitur. That's the error. He's just committing a non sequitur. It's possible to verify photos that NASA has provided. Right?
It's a
The
statement.
fact that the flat Earth position, right, entails correctly like what he just said, and that, well, I'll just say it this way: the fact that the flat Earth position entails that the alleged photos from outer space to showing a Earth ball must be fabricated, right? Must be fake. Does not entail that it's impossible to verify them. It's not impossible. It's not logically impossible. It's not metaphysically impossible. It's not even physically impossible. It's not impossible. It's just making a non sequitur leap from it's possible to verify these photos or falsify these photos to the flat Earth worldview is incoherent or illogical. It's just a non sequitur. And the irony is that he's trying to act as though he was he's being tough minded and logically rigorous. He's not. Just a silly non sequitur from it's possible to verify the images are authentic, therefore the flat Earth worldview is incoherent. It does not follow. It simultaneously can be the case. The flat Earth position entails the true entailments that it entails, right? And that it's possible in virtually every mode of possibility to verify these photos. That's all there is to say about that. Argument is dumb. And again, I'm virtually certain he does not even have a freaking rule of inference that he formed that by.
Yeah, it was dumb. And then he kept saying he could be agnostic at the same time. You know?
Stupid.
Oh. Yeah, I can be agnostic.
And mind you, it's very shameful because floundering professes to be a worshiper of Jesus, of Yahushua, Jesus. Now he subscribes to the heresy of Eastern Orthodoxy, so called, but still, very embarrassing.
Yeah. What? Sorry, when I was talking about that just a moment ago, you know, agnostic, that was the character that put the Motus Tollens on the table. That one. That character. He kept saying he could be agnostic and not believing. And I thought, well, why would you even bring that up? You know, it's not has nothing. Yeah.
Are you talking about Flounder or somebody else?
Yeah, it was another character just a few moments ago. So sorry about what I just said there. Yeah, it didn't. It may have not made sense. I thought Gregory was referring to the character that was here just a few moments ago.
No, floundering. What?
Yeah, you're talking about floundering. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah. I'll go on mute.
It's amazing how some people are still convinced that I don't know what a priori is. A priori is one of the two types of knowledge, which is knowledge that gained before or without empirical detection. Know exactly what a priori is.
Okay, well then why did you disagree when I said that the globe Earth was a priori to Aristophanes' experiment? Because it's not that he
I didn't
was
even negate that. I never even touched that comment.
wasn't trying to prove that the Earth was a globe. The globe was a priori. Well, that's the specific example I gave you, and you disagreed.
No, I did not. Misinterpreting what I said. You're not remembering correctly. I didn't negate that at all. I didn't even touch it. You need to learn how to listen.
No, because that's the example I gave, and you said no, you're wrong.
I never even touched it. I remember you saying that. I never even decided to reply to that. I ignored it.
Why would you ignore it then?
Because it had no bearing on the issue.
Yes,
no
it
bearing
did.
on the subject. It had nothing to do with my point. It had nothing to do with my point. It
You asked me. You were like, "If you know what a priori is, then explain it." That's how I explained it. And you
That's
said
not an
you don't.
explanation of what a priori is.
Yes,
You're
it
giving me an
is.
example of what you think a priori is. It's not explaining what a priori is. No, it's not.
It's explaining what
That's
the
not how you
word is.
explain what things are.
Yes, you use it in a sentence.
No, dude. Giving an example of a type of thing is not explaining what the type is. Everyone knows that.
So using a word in a sentence is not explaining what that word means?
You saying the globe Earth doctrine is a priori does not explain what a priori is.
I didn't say that. I use it.
Yes, you did. I asked you what is a priori, and then your reply was the globe Earth doctrine is a priori. That doesn't explain what a priori is. You're presuming what a priori is in the proposition.
My reply was to explain Eratosthenes' experiment and explain that the globe Earth was a
Which was not the
priori.
initial subject that you replied on.
Yeah, much can think about it, dude. Of course, they're very different. Right? Usually in school, they would have asked you both. Right? Use the word dog in a sentence. What is a dog? They're two different things. If I just say I see a dog in the street, it doesn't tell me what the dog is. I just know it's in the street. Like,
Well,
no.
well, 20K ups. A dog is a noun. A priori isn't a fucking noun.
Doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. Because I'm not explaining what. There's not a
Highly
thing.
red herring, dude.
I can't pick up
That
a
was
priori.
dumb.
Explain what it is. It's a word that has a meaning, so you use it in a sentence. Explain how the context of that sentence. That's how you explain what that word means. It's not like a
Dude, this
dog.
is a
I can't
dumb subject. This is dumb.
the character.
It's
It's
highly
not
stupid.
dumb. You're
You
fucking
didn't say
dumb, Greg.
anything like what I just said. You didn't say what a priori is. You said a sentence using the term a priori, presuming tacitly what a priori is, as though what you said is coherent.
No, I used it in a sentence and then explained why.
My God,
it
dude,
is.
enough. No one is interested in having this conversation. It's stupid. I said exactly what a priori is. You didn't say anything like what I said. Move on.
You lose the
Just start
argument.
tracking.
You're just like, let's move on.
You didn't lose a single argument. Stupid.
Hey
Like for
guys,
some reason you're
so
just
I
deciding to
verified
resist me on this
everything.
point like you know better. And I said exactly what a priori is. I didn't give an example. I said what it is that you can find in any philosophy dictionary or encyclopedia.
Yeah. We need to
Guys, I
stop
have a
the.
question.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
My mother-in-law is I verified everything for her, right? But she's still unable. Like all the other ones are still like unlocked, like politics, open debate, war room, conspiracy, AFK, whatever. But under guest rooms, she's locked. I don't know why.
Yeah, maybe
I don't
she's
get
not a
that.
guest. You see, that's why you have to be a guest to be entered that one. Okay.
How?
Well, that's if
Is
you
she
get
not in the
invited.
server?
Yeah.
That's
Is
if
her
she
account
gets
in the server?
invited. Invited?
Yeah, I think that's what
Isn't
happens
her
there. Yeah.
account a member of the server?
Yeah, she's a member.
I don't understand why she's restricted from the VCs. I never had that problem. I don't get that.
Yeah, I don't know why either. She's only locked from just the flat Earth, by the way. All the other ones are available somehow, except
Yeah.
the flat Earth one, T Girl Haven or whatever.
Yeah, maybe when there's an event, you get invited, then you can get in there. As there's no event going on, you don't get in.
Oh, okay.
Maybe.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. It just means if there's an event, like a special talk about flat
How
Earth
was
in the
I
Middle
able to
East.
get in here?
Sorry.
I don't know.
Okay. Okay.
Yo, is anyone talking?
Except you, no.
Oh,
Except me,
okay.
now, no.
Okay.
Except
Yeah.
us,
So
no.
I don't know. I don't know why it's not working for her.
I don't get it. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should directly invite her to this voice channel.
Yeah, that might be a good idea. Yeah, try that. That might be a good idea. You go into the guest room if you can get in, and then invite her in and see if she can get in. Yeah.
Like she's able to actually join like Sharia chat, Christian chat, everything under the guest rooms, you know?
Okay. Okay, that's good.
It's just the flat earth one. I don't know why. It's
That'll
locked
make
Yeah.
for her.
Yeah, maybe she has to be specially verified. I don't know. Could be.
I don't think so. I
Was
mean,
the,
like,
did
it
you,
should
that
be
happen
available
with
to
you
her.
guys?
Nah, sometimes it takes 24 hours for you to join certain chats. There's like
I mean, it is a new account. Like we
it,
just made this account.
it prevents people from getting banned and then just creating a new account right away and then joining right back in. So she might just have to wait a couple hours or like.
Oh, okay. Rom, it's because your account is very new. Like you just made it. That's why. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not a black mark against her or anything like that at this
Just seems to be
point.
the
Oh.
case.
And there's no need to enter that room at this point at the moment because you're in with the flat earthers, man. Come on. That's where the
Yeah.
action is. Yeah.
What
We
is it
don't
with those people who come in with those loud music?
you
They're
know
just
what? Can you
polite and irritating people. That's it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can
Yeah,
you
it's
imagine?
like you can't even hear. That's
Look,
annoying.
you couldn't have a competition and a dancing competition without everybody would be on the floor, deafened.
What even was that music?
I don't even know what it was. Terrible. I was looking for something nice and sweet. The music just attacked me. It attacked my ears. I was
It,
raped.
it
Excuse the
abused
And
my
some
expression.
folks
ears.
enjoy that. Some folks enjoy
It
listening to that
abused.
racket like that.
It
Yeah, I
abused
don't
my
know how that
ears.
can be. Cool. You couldn't have that music and drive your car. You'd crash.
That's
These
crazy.
warped, traumatized people who enjoy just hideous music.
All right,
Yeah.
I'm
In
gonna
private,
leave.
like they'd rather just sit there and listen to it.
Yeah, they don't have respect for themselves. That's why they like
They
to
don't have a
disrespect
life.
others.
That's why. They
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
don't have a life. That is why.
Yep. They don't even know what life is or what planet they're on.
They don't even know if they've got hands or feet, literally.
All right.
Yeah. Sounds like the dog is hungry, I think. It wants to go for a walk.
I have to admit, it is rather irritating when I come across people who just obviously just want me to be wrong, no matter what I say. I have to
Oh
admit.
yeah. Oh yeah. I
And that guy
enjoy when they
bothered
try it.
me. That guy bothered me when he was trying to use big words, as if he knew like what he was using. He didn't even know what he was using.
Yeah. This is what happens, you see. Pretending to be something they're not. I like it when they try to make out you're wrong and that because they just get destroyed where they sit. It's embarrassing again. Another embarrassing moment. You know, I
Like
cringe for them. Cringe, man.
yeah, I mean, without me becoming hubristic or arrogant or boastful. I mean, I don't speak up as though I know when I don't know. I will say out loud in so many words, I don't know this, right? And I'll say, I do believe this, I am certain of this, or I doubt this, or I strongly doubt this. Like I'll qualify before I begin talking.
Yeah. 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 Yesterday, I was saying on this server yesterday, I'm very proud to say that I don't know something when I don't know. Okay, very proud that I can actually say that. You know.
You know, when someone swears up and down like just now, you don't know what a priori is. It's a shame he doesn't know what a priori is. Dude, I can easily pull up so many quotations from like Oxford English Dictionary or Encyclopedia of Philosophy or Stanford.edu, Plato.stanford.edu. I can easily show you. I know exactly what I'm talking about. Easily. And there are plenty of people in here who know
Yeah, we
full well
know
I know
that.
what I'm
We
talking
know
about.
that of Gregory. We know that of you, Gregory. We know that. That's why I
Amazing.
used the word advanced communicator. Definitely. Some people have called you AI back in the Earth Awakenings. They used to call you AI, didn't they? Yeah. Gregory, no, don't be messing. You better know your stuff.
Like, I really don't consider myself that smart. I really don't. I don't think I'm like in some distinct category above the common person. I'm just a common person that knows a little bit more about this or
Yeah, you've
that or the
acquired some
third
knowledge. You've
than
acquired some
the
good knowledge.
average person. Maybe,
Yeah.
according to
Yeah.
others. Right? I never said
Yeah,
this about myself in the first place. Others went out of their
no,
way to
you
say it
don't
about
often
me.
anyway. No, you don't often anyway. No, you know, and it's very rare that you're talking like this right now, actually. But the thing is, we know we have to say it because you don't say it. That's what I've noticed. Because you don't say anything about what you do, but we have to say it, and that's good. I think that shows that we're acknowledging your prowess when it comes to using the language. You know, because I've witnessed when people have said that to you, Geo and others. You know, I'm mentioning the Awakenings at this point because
Like the
you are
only time I
very
have to say these
prominent there.
things, yeah,
Yeah.
the only time I have to say these things, like what you just heard the past 3 minutes,
Mm.
is because I'm responding to these notions that are being asserted by others, especially those who revile me. That's the only reason why I
Mm.
say these things. If no one
Yeah.
went out of their way to say, "Oh, he's so smart," or "He's so dumb," or "He didn't know what he talked about," or "He's so smart," I wouldn't say anything about myself. I would just be talking about the facts. I'm not going to go out of my way and talk about how smart or dumb I am,
Yeah. No. Yeah.
except
That's
for like
yeah.
maybe
I've never heard
maybe
you
as a
do that.
joke,
You see.
but
Yeah.
not like
I've never heard
seriously.
you do. Yeah. No. That's what I'm saying. This is very rare because you know, and that's why most of us who know you acknowledge your language prowess. I've said it, and I've witnessed it many occasions. You know, and you know, yeah, but it's not. There's no doubt about it. I'm glad to know you. I'm glad to have listened and learned from you. So no doubt about it. And we've had our partnership, and we've taken on the Globers and destroyed them to smithereens on several occasions. I've enjoyed every moment of it. So I understand you, and that's why I say it's us that tell you how good you are. You don't have to tell us. I'll tell you. We know.
It is admittedly irritating when I'm just 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 the target of just
Yeah,
flagrant,
but I enjoy that. I enjoy that because you do
disparagement
handle it.
and
Yeah, you do handle them,
yeah,
man. You
it's
handle them.
admittedly irritating, but whatever.
Yeah, but you do handle it. That's the thing. You do handle it.
I mean,
Yeah.
'cause it's so simple. Like, okay, I'm wrong. Let's test it. What do you know that I don't?
Yeah.
Given the floor, they say everything else but the facts to prove that they know whatever, what have you. And then I say the facts, and then they don't acknowledge, and they just disregard it, yap past it, whistle past the graveyard, all this other stuff.
Yeah. And then you came with the broom to sweep it away. And that's what you do. You just swept it all away at the end of the day. Nothing going on here.
In the beginning, I used debate as a learning tool. I used debate as as a means to learn, as a
Yeah.
learning method
Yeah, I do that. Yeah.
years ago. And I still do.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I've been doing. Yeah. I can only remember I've been in Japan 27 years. So I don't get the opportunity to have this level of discourse with the Japanese people because they don't have that level. I have to use Japanese all the time, yeah. So when I come onto the server, it's my chance to connect. I connect with my family in England, of course, in America and in Africa, but it's not enough. Do you understand? It's just not enough. And then people are surprised because I've been in Japan 27 years. My accent hasn't changed, and I know what's going on in England. You understand? right? And the people just like are blown away that, and I'm telling them about things that they didn't know about, but it's been there in plain sight, like
Surprises
the
me
Earth.
too.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm 64, and they think, wow, how do you do that? You know, well, I'm interested, obviously. And like I
You know, my
said, when you're an
rationale when I was
engineer,
using debate as a learning tool, I thought, well, surely if they know better than me, then they'll simply say the facts that I'm oblivious to, and then I'll stand
Mm,
corrected.
mm,
And in
yeah,
a few instances that happened, but the
yeah,
majority of the time they did not happen. And I was able to identify their error.
yeah, yeah, you will do with the Globers and that. But amongst our flat Earth community, there's some good learned people, really good. You would be amongst them, really good. And that's what sharpened my game anyway. And yeah, it's kept me alive. That's the truth.
We all learn from each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And one day we will create an accurate model of the world.
It would be nice, yeah. It would be nice to be able to do that, yeah, yeah. But at this moment in time, we need to unite together, get on the same page,
Well,
and then investigate
what
together.
purpose? What purpose would there be for something like that? Like why?
Well, I
Why
mean,
would that be nice?
educational purposes. For educational purposes, it would be nice to have a model of it because it's where you live. You have a model of a car, a boat, a train, clothing. No. It's if we can create a model from gathering all the knowledge, great. It might just be a model of the surface only because we will never get to know the shape. Remember
Yeah,
that.
having a model shows that you have a comprehensive understanding of the matter. You know that.
Yeah. We already can do we understand how the seasons are working. We understand refraction. We understand all that stuff, how light works through the medium. These things we know about. But to actually create a model of the land mass and how they are configured is what I'm really talking about.
And in case someone's like maybe thinking this, I really don't think why someone would. I don't understand why someone would think of this, but it's not as though we need some sort of exhaustive model of the entire cosmos to understand the facts that we know so far. That's not the point.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't have to do it. You know.
We for educational purposes, we can appreciate the ocean. For educational purposes, we can appreciate the sky. For educational purposes, we can appreciate mountain ridge. For educational purposes, we can appreciate valleys. For educational purposes, we can appreciate the jungles. We already
Exactly.
have everything we have to appreciate. So I kind of don't understand why like it wouldn't be nice to have something that we don't have, can't have, while what we do have we don't appreciate.
I agree. I agree with that exactly. See, so we don't really need the model. It's not a necessity. Okay, that's for sure. And then again,
I mean,
for
why would it be so bad to
education.
have a? I mean, I don't get that notion. I mean, like I just said, it's not necessary to know the facts that we know now. But why would it be bad to have a exhaustive model of the cosmos? Why would that be bad? What detriment would that be?
There wouldn't be any.
I'm not saying it would be bad. I'm saying it's not possible.
Oh,
Not
really?
possible? Like, in what mode of possibility? I don't get it.
Well, when you say the cosmos, I'm thinking you think like a God level view because that's what most other people do, and that's not possible.
I mean,
Like what we do know, like when we map this, what we do know when we map the sky and appreciate that, and how we already know, like you said, we already know and appreciate all that. Like, but to have a map of it, okay, fine. I wish God was like, look, here's how the world looks, homies, with the universe and everything included. But he didn't.
yeah. So I'm like God could show us like a visible replica or microscopic model like right in front of our eyes, a whole model of the cosmos. He could do that, so it's not impossible.
Well, it's not impossible for God.
Now, I think you might be
Yeah,
saying like
he
it's not possible
he
for
could
us.
do that, but he could
Yeah.
do that, but we couldn't do that because it's not about
Yeah, I
him.
think
My
that's your point.
point,
Yeah.
we can't do that. We can't have that.
Yeah, you're talking about we're not going to sit up down here just observing and wandering through the cosmos and then eventually make this model. Yeah, we're not doing that. Right? But it
No.
is possible to know. It's just we need his revelation, just like with everything else.
Yeah, and it's not the model is not a necessity for us to live as such because we're already living on it already. The Earth itself, that will be the model itself, the Earth. Okay, so don't get hung up on
the Earth is the Earth.
Don't get hung up on having a model. To the character that came in and said the model. You don't really need it. It's not necessary, to be quite honest.
How about having a map? You know, having maps is not.
Yeah, a map's okay. A map's okay. Yeah, a map's okay. Fine. That's what I meant by educational purposes. A map, directions, and when you got a model of the globe that doesn't exist, okay, we can do a little flat Earth thing. Okay, fine. But once we know the layout, then you can make a little model if you want. But it's not a necessity.
Having maps, yeah, okay. You know, for fishing.
Okay. Well, look, we're getting around on the Earth as it is now. We are moving around the Earth and getting to destinations very happily
because of
right
Google
now.
Maps, bro. Satellites, right?
No,
Google
no,
Maps.
no, no. Let's not go there. You can
I
buy
use
a
Google
ticket.
Maps.
Hold on. You can buy a ticket and get to a destination. You don't need Google Earth to do that. Okay? Okay?
I couldn't get anywhere without Google Earth, man.
I doubt that very much. I doubt that
I'm
very much.
really incompetent, you know. I've never used a
Well,
compass or
that's a
something.
you problem.
You know?
Then that's a you problem.
Yeah, it's my
then,
problem.
obviously.
But I
Yeah,
use
I
Google
don't
Earth, so
have
I don't
that
have
problem.
that problem, you know.
Yeah, I
As
don't
long
have
as
that
I have like
problem.
internet connection.
Yeah, I don't have that problem. I can get into a canoe and canoe across the Atlantic. You know what I mean?
Are you
I know
telling me
where I'm
that you
going.
can find out where it's like north, you know, without a compass?
Yeah, you can. You can use the shadows and the sun. You can still know where you're going.
It's something to do with like the moss, you know, growing at like a certain side or something.
Yeah, you can still know by the way the sun is coming. West, east, you know you're north. It's just not. It's a no-brainer. You're not going to be getting lost on Earth because you know you're on Earth first and foremost, and then you'll get to a destination. Oh, this is India. Oh, I've made it to India. Okay, now you can get a better bearing. For example, you're not going
Did
to
you
get
see that
lost on
vlog
Earth.
from Great Britain? Bear
Sorry?
Grylls, you know, he's doing
Yeah,
this
I know
show.
Bear Grylls.
It's a
Yeah,
vlog.
yeah. I know Bear Grylls. Yeah.
Even for him, it's sometimes hard to find the way out, you know.
But he was. But the thing is, he knew where he was, even though he couldn't find his way out. That's the point. So that's why you should never panic. You know where you are. You're on Earth. There's land. You're going to meet it. Don't worry.
At least there is no curfew you have to worry about, right?
No, I can see a long way. Yeah, don't need. I'm not worried about curvature. That's the last thing on my mind. The last.
Yeah, right.
I know you're a hungry boy.
Yeah. That's the beauty of knowing the Earth itself. You know.
Yo, man, do you think the Artemis mission, you know, the last one, that was like a fake, you know?
Yeah,
Set
it
up?
was 1000% fake because we're not living on a ball Earth. So, like I've said about an hour ago, in order to keep the globe alive, they have to lie. So, all we're going to be doing is reverse engineer what they're putting up. Okay, and we know the Apollo missions were fake because the Earth is flat. So, when you have a flat Earth, there is no globe. They're lying. They have to lie, and they're very bad at it. Actually, it's appalling.
How about the Artemis, you know, the new one?
I'm
Is there like
talking
some
about
evidence that it
Artemis.
was fake?
I'm talking about Artemis. Yeah, I'm talking about
Oh, yeah.
Artemis. Yeah, it's an appalling optical buffoonery. Appalling. Terrible.
Did you see the zero gravity? They conducted some, you know, experiments.
Gravity doesn't exist the way there's up and there's down. That's it. It's Artemis was an anticlimax because they're lying. So I don't hang on to it. It's nothing to me. Really, it doesn't mean anything because it was a lie, you see. So I look at the people who are there, the astronauts, and you're listening to them lie to you. So you know that those people, you could never rely on them, ever. They wouldn't even be at the back of the queue. Get out of here, get lost. Don't come near
That's
me.
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's like in law, there is like one principle. You know, you can use it. It says, if you don't trust the messenger, don't trust the message. You know, so if you can establish that the messenger is not trustworthy, you don't
Yeah.
have to trust whatever he's saying. You know.
That's right. You just know they're lying. So you read the psychology of the lie. Look at the body language. Look at what, and then they reveal themselves to be lying. You know, like Christina, I think it was. Earth, you are a crew. What a whole lot of hogwash, right? And the communication broke down just before she said that. Horrible thing to say. Earth, you are a crew. Earth is a lifeboat in space. Oh, I was vomiting all the time. I had to get some clean up tissues and nappy wipes. Bloody hell. Terrible nonsense. No, forget it, man. NASA failed dismally this time round. That's why I don't
Is
waste
there
my
no
time with it.
way?
Go ahead.
Is there no way for us, the people, to take back the power? You know, you're like more than they.
Okay, that's an interesting one. That's going to take several years to be doing that because people have got to wake up from the indoctrination. And at the moment, gaming is a massive distraction that is still increasing in revenue. It hasn't peaked yet. Year on year, it's making more money because more people are bloody being distracted. So there's a problem right there. You know, the distractions are numerous, right?
Yeah.
And then there's these pandemics that are coming now and again. So there's a lot going on that people have to wake up to. So all I'm trying to do is keep myself on the straight and narrow, educate my children, and they're very educated. My students, then my friends and neighbours, yeah. So they know I'm very serious. I keep it on the real all the time. Do you know what I mean? And they always say,
I've
Jin, I
got a
always see you now.
question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, please.
You said they're very educated. What is the peak of education? What is the most important thing to learn, in your opinion?
Good question. Go ahead.
Is
So I
that to
want to
me?
know. Yeah, that's
Yeah, he
well
was
to
asking
you,
you. Yeah.
or yeah, because you were saying that education is important, and I'm saying what education is so important in your opinion.
You know, like standard schooling, you know, or like other forms of education. I think that's what he's asking. You know, standard
Yeah,
curriculum. You know.
like, are you speaking about flat Earth, or are you just speaking about everything? Like, what?
Are you talking to me first and foremost? Yeah.
Yes, yes,
Mm-hmm.
yes,
Oh,
yes.
okay. Sorry, I
Yeah,
wasn't sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, with education that's going on at the moment, it's setting us up to fail. So that's not good. That needs to be scrapped, right? And then real education, which gets the individuals engaged in the earth and what it is, and learning about that, and then learning how to manage finances because you've got to work
right.
this economy out. That's the kind of education that needs to be taught. Good health management, these kind of things to give you an uplift and a better life, not to be educated to be dumbed down, only regurgitate what you've been taught and then become a slave to a system that's just going to fleece your money.
Right, right.
You talking about the finance? Why don't we, as the people, you know, take back like the financial system? You know, because they're like very few. You know, we take back, you know, and we don't have to
Yeah,
pay the interest and all of that.
you're absolutely right in asking that question. The problem is people are not on the same page because they don't realize that they're slaves and they're being duped. Because I've said this
Well,
when they say, hang on, when they say a
mm,
war is going on, okay, war's going on, suddenly prices of goods are going to go up. I say to everybody, don't buy that, don't buy those goods. When they put the price up, don't buy it. Reduce your needs. And then that'll break their backs because you're not buying the goods. They're going to sit on the shelves. They have to drop the price. But people are not on the same page, are they? because that's what I would be advocating.
Yeah, we are all like distracted, like fighting each
Yeah.
other. But if we all
right.
coordinate together, if we all come together, we could easily take over the system.
Yeah, we could
very
easily break
easily.
their backs.
Yeah,
Very
yeah.
easily.
Well, the problem is more than that. The problem is people's personal ability to take care of their finances themselves.
Yeah, you said that before.
Which also comes with the responsibilities that you put on yourself as you're growing as a person. Like these factors, like if I was a father, right, I would talk to my children at a young age about all of these factors. Like, hey, sure, you can get pregnant early, but that's what this costs. So this is what you won't be able to save. So this is where you'll be when you're my age. Like that's something that no one ever did for me.
Yeah,
Very
I
simple.
did that for my children. I did that for my children because my dad did that to me. You see, save your money, etc., etc. Don't waste electricity.
Family, man.
Don't
Your
waste
family
water.
will usually tell you that, things like that.
Yeah, don't
But
waste.
not
They'll
every
tell you
family
things
does
like
that,
save, but they won't. They'll tell you things like save. They'll give you like the churchy kind of um uh fixes when it actually, like with church, if you read the book, you will actually probably set practices better yourself with what you read versus what someone has told you. Well, again, instead of my parents saying, hey, save this or all of these like obvious things, if they had set up a bank account, taking me on a specific day with a schedule.
Yeah,
This is when we're going. This is when I get paid. This is what
my
comes in.
family.
This is what goes here. Like the structure needs to be there too, because you can't just tell someone something. You kind of have to show them why something works.
But they
Or
themselves
they're
don't
never
know it,
going to believe it.
My parents, they told me, look, man, money is not important. You have to have like friendship and people you trust and all of that. And they themselves, they weren't like business people. So I've never learned to do like business, to make like money and all of that. And I had like friends and their parents were like business people, and that they already had like the business mindset. They started doing like a lot of business and caring for money a lot more than I was. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I was taught to manage money well by my dad, and that was a good thing. I had a bank account, so that was okay. And then it's more than that, because running a house, don't waste the water, don't waste electricity, don't waste gas, don't waste the phone bill. You've got to watch everything. Don't buy things you don't need. And if you're going to buy some clothes, make sure you check everything before you buy it. It hasn't got a hole in it. Yeah, you have to be very, very careful. Be prudent. It's the words my dad used to say. You have to be prudential, man. Be prudential. Otherwise,
Yeah, and
you
they don't want that in the world because they want a consumer class of
right.
people.
Of course, man.
So
All of the ads, man. Of
yeah,
course, they want you to go run outside and buy things. Yeah, yeah.
they want people to constantly be paying for streaming platforms like movies, shows, music. They want people ordering food instead of cooking. They want everyone reliant on this kind of digital system where you're giving out all this money to get things you don't need at a very
So
expensive
true. So true.
price.
So
That's
true.
it, man. They want you pressed you like a lemon, squeeze you, like everything they want to have.
Yeah, you ever heard of the term nickel and diamond?
Oh yeah, yeah,
Like
yeah.
that's such a popular term, and yet like people think, now don't get me wrong, like the system does get better and worse for people in time. Like people always say that during the Great Depression they actually lived better than us somehow or whatever. Like what I'm saying is, yeah, that's always going to be the case. We can always argue for a better society as a whole. So I'm never like, uh, saying don't do that. What I'm saying is, regardless of what's going on with society as a whole, you have a hole in your pocket. But people don't think that's really that important. But we also know the phrase very well, nickel and diamond, because We get nickeled and dimed everywhere. It's not like, you know, the big bills like the rent or the car note or the this. It's not like that. It's the little Snickers that you buy. It's the little taxes that you know, all these subscriptions that you have nowadays. Or, you know,
Yeah.
when you're borrowing from Cash App, like me, I'm like, oh, my borrow limit is high because, you know, whatever, I keep money in there. It keeps it. Yeah, I'm what yeah, cool, but each of those transactions has a $8 fee and some sort of interest also in case I don't pay it. Like the nickel and dime, how it's like it the nickel and dime culture allows you to feel kind of secure while never actually getting ahead. That's the most dangerous thing about it. Because you're going to
Yeah,
spend every resource that's supposed to be used to get you just that inch further.
yeah. Penny pinching is another thing that they in England is detested.
Penny pinching.
Penny pinching, yeah, yeah. They do that here in Japan. The Indians who run their curry houses, right? They start putting, like, you know, it used to be like 1,000 yen. Now they want to go 1,025 yen. You know what I said to them? I'm not giving you the 25 yen, yeah? That's what I told them, point blank. Either that or I will never be your customer again. Oh, that's okay. You know, that's right. Here's your 1,000. Thanks. I'll tell you what I think your curry is worth. 1,025 yen. That's penny pinching in my book. So now you've got to break into another 1,000 yen. You know, you don't do that to me. I can very well not eat your food for the rest of my life.
Man, have you heard of coin clipping?
Coin clipping, first time. What does that mean?
You take like a coin, you know, like a gold coin or something. They used to do this in like the Middle Ages, and you clip like a little bit off the coin, you know, so you keep like a little bit of
Yes,
gold, you
yes.
know, to
I've
yourself.
heard that. Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, yeah. That was how they used to pay for things, you see, back then. Yeah. Cutting it down.
I mean, in terms of stealing, you know, so you take a coin that's worth a certain amount and you clip a little bit off, and you still use it as the same coin, you know, with the same value.
Yeah. Ah, yeah, I see what you mean now. Yeah.
Like a criminal thing. But yeah, man, how do we take like the power back from all the corporations? You know, like just think of the pharmaceutical corporations. You know, they have like the control over all of the drugs.
Once people wake up, just don't buy their goods. Just
Yeah.
ignore their goods.
No, we have to use it, man. You have to use insulin. You know, like the diabetes. You have to.
Well, that's
You know,
something.
you have
That's a
to.
No,
necessity.
yeah, like but see that here's the thing. Like, so the real fix is how can we become less sick? What's making
Thank
us
you.
sick? Oh, those are the
Thank you.
questions that nobody wants answered.
Thank
We
you.
just want that pill. We just want that regimen because at the end of the day, today I do have cancer. So while, you know, this future with whatever is nice today, I need my medicine, right? But the truth is, I mean, did you really need to be sick? I'm not sure. I don't know.
Hey
Yeah.
guys,
You know, the
I'm
thing is,
back.
I
man, if
don't
you
know.
have,
Yeah.
let's
Welcome
say you
back.
have
You were
like your
saying that?
kids, and your kids they go to school, you know, and they want to eat like a Snickers or something, you know, like a Twix bar or something, you
Yeah.
know, that's like
Yeah.
poison, but you know. So
Yeah.
if you don't allow it, they will be like sad. Maybe you know they can't eat like the Bounty bars,
Well, no, I don't buy
but they
that
have
So
to
garbage.
risk
Get
it.
really,
step
it's a
off.
war between the corporations and the parents because you can
Yeah.
have the parents who don't want their
Yeah.
child to eat that crap, knowing that it's addictive and poison, but the
You know, but their friends
corporations
eat it, you
are
know, and
using
they're like the only.
advertisements to make your
Yeah,
children go against the parents, right?
Exactly. I
they're-
have posted a documentary related to what you just said, sir, and it's called "The Century of Self." This is when they
Okay.
want to move the population of the earth, you know, from people who save their money to consuming and increase their desires. It's with Edward Bernays, who is Sigmund Freud's nephew. And it was said about Edward Bernays that he casted a very large shadow over the 20th century. Okay, it was him that's been used. They use
Right.
his methodology for all the advertising, and all the tricks came from this man, Edward Bernays. Okay, he even helped to advertise his uncle, Sigmund Freud. So yeah, so you watch that documentary; it's a really good one. BBC.
Really good.
The thing is that, man, what I'm thinking is that you go with your kid, you're shopping, like, groceries, and your kid is like,
Yeah.
"Hey, I want to eat like the frosty cereals, and you
Yeah.
say, "No, you can't have that," and then they're like sad and all of that.
No.
Yeah.
I bought cornflakes for my kids. I had them myself. That's okay. It's not bad. I didn't buy them chocolates all the time. The only time they would have like a Twix is if we went on holiday somewhere, Hawaii, Saipan, Guam. Yeah, okay. That's the only time I'm buying them the little snacks and treats. Come back to Japan, they're not eating that stuff again because they knew it's not healthy. We're relaxing, we're having a nice time, and enjoy that. And at least they know what it tastes like. And they know that they're not going to buy it when we get back to home because it's not healthy. They know.
Yeah.
I gave them a
Yeah.
taste. Yeah. So that's it. I controlled. That was well controlled.
It
Use
was
our
welcome
money to
later
buy.
on, probably,
Yeah, I asked my
But
children, are
yeah,
we going to
yeah.
use the money to buy rubbish or are we going to buy good things? What are we going to buy with our money? Okay, right. They know. Don't buy junk with good money. Fuck. How's that clever? How's that intelligent? Using your good money to buy junk. And my second son, he's really, he's learning from Ebenezer Scrooge. He's that tight. Very good. I'm glad.
Ebenezer
Right?
Scrooge. Yeah.
Yeah. He's scrutinizing every yen, and that's good. Yeah. Moment. Right. So I said, so now yeah, now you know what it's like when I told you to turn the light off, man. You turn the light
Also,
off,
like,
yeah.
talking about like foods, like a lot of these foods have literally been designed in laboratories, right? They put all these different
Yeah.
chemicals together and they test it with like animals and stuff to see which one's the most addictive, and then they put
Yes.
those. And like simple things that should, like, there's sandwiches which have like 20, 30, sometimes 40 different ingredients.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
it
bullshit,
doesn't
man.
make any sense. Why has it got so many different
It has like
ingredients?
some fillers, just a filler to have like some weight, to
Right.
add some weight, Just a bunch of
Yeah.
bullshit.
But what's going on now, though, in the United States in particular, because European standards are quite high, okay, but in America they're becoming in line with Europe. So this year has seen new rules have come in where certain ink dyes, flavorings, chemicals have to be removed because when they ship the same goods to Europe, those chemicals are removed. They're totally different what we get in Europe from the United States than what the United States citizens
Yeah,
get.
Europe
And
is
the
more
people are,
strict.
yeah. And now the citizens have pushed back, and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has heard the noise, of course. So the Maha movement and that. So now they are definitely working on removing those chemicals from the foods in the United States. Also, the fluoride as well is being removed from the water because it's lowering the IQ of children. It's all come out. So in the next couple of years, things will be cleaning up, hopefully. Okay?
So
Say
do
that.
you believe that RFK Jr. is legit?
I would say he's legit in that he's bringing out the science of everything. He's cleaning it up. He has done great work for the
Right.
kids who have been damaged from medicines and injuries and adults. And he's also done great work for the environment because that's where he comes from. He's an environmental lawyer. So I think his uncle and his dad, if they were alive, would be very, very proud. I do like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He's done a lot for the health of the earth and
That's
the
good,
citizens
yeah.
of America. That's what I
I've
would
got
say.
another question. What about his thoughts on the Earth and the shape of it?
Well, yeah, I thought that as well, and I would like to question him on that. I would like to, because since he's been out on the environment a long time, I want to hear what he's got to say. But I'm looking at the good work. You have to give credit
Right.
where the work is being done. That's got to be done. If he's going to poo-poo flat Earth, I'm going to say, why would you do that when that's the truth? Okay, you can't do that, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I will not allow you to do that. That's for sure. Okay, so yeah, I'm watching them all the
Sometimes I
time.
feel like that like the people in power, right? They know that like people can see the obvious of the bad they're doing, and then they're like,
Yeah.
okay, let a couple good guys into the government to kind of just alleviate the pressure.
Yeah.
You know what I
Right.
mean?
Yeah. The useful idiots, we could call them sometimes. You know. They're
No,
coming
but
in just
in RFK's case, like he's actually doing good
good
stuff.
work. Yeah, sterling
But
work. Yeah.
what I mean is that to the elites, they're like a little bit of good is okay. We'll let the good happen. We're still in control, right? We're
Oh,
still
they're still
doing
in
most of
control.
the bad.
Look, they're
Yeah.
ushering a technological prison. That's coming. People think it's good, especially the Japanese and the Chinese. They're embracing this technological prison. It's gonna mess up for them later on. They'll realize.
Why do the
Yeah.
Japanese think that it's good, all this AI
Oh, they love it.
surveillance and
They love
stuff?
it here. They love it here. The Japanese who are my age, right, can see the danger. It's the younger ones that are embracing all this, thinking it's good. You understand? But the ones that are my age and older, no, they don't like the idea of all this. Too much technological control is not what they want. They want it simple, easy.
I
All
saw a
this
video
high
right
tech.
in China, and like most, like all the payments that this guy was making was like digital. It was like, like
Yeah,
tapping his phone
yeah,
or
yeah. Beep,
whatever
beep, boop,
using
boop, beep, beep.
AliExpress.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Is it like that in
Swiping here.
Japan?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They love it. Swiping
No
here, swiping
cash.
there. Look, even the cash registers, right? They're all going to the AI. I don't go to the AI. I go to the woman or the man that's on the till. I still do that, keeping him in a job.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're keeping them having a job. Yeah.
yeah. I'm keeping him
Yeah.
in a job. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, I deliberately go there. They call me over, right? They say, "Why don't you come?" I goes, "No, no, no. I want to use this. Thank you." Yeah, yeah. Because that's what they're doing. Technology is coming in, and the number. I've watched the number of these AI tills increase over the last 3-4 years from the COVID and that. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just
People are
it just
losing their
it's
jobs,
everywhere
man. A lot of people are losing their jobs, especially in administration jobs.
now.
It's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Like in the 18 something, when like the steam engine came, when
Yeah,
a lot of people lost their jobs because you
industrialization.
had like
Yeah.
machines doing it, and the people back then who lost their jobs, they went to the to the the places and they destroyed like the machines. They started like burning them and flipping them over. And I
Yeah,
think something like that will happen again. If like all the AI takes our job, people will go to the data centers and burn them or
yeah.
something.
But what they're planning is to give you money. They're going to give you money, But with that
The
comes
universal
some
basic
rules.
income, probably something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about, universal income. Yeah, so basically, but that's going to come with some conditions, like you may have to receive something that you don't want, in your arm or in your bum or something, Otherwise, you're not going to get that money, you know. Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
plan. You're not
they're
going to get.
doing it in Europe as well. Like they're trying to get digital IDs and stuff in the
That's right.
UK. There's
Yeah,
all
yeah,
this like
Usually
agenda.
Europe. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It's complete control, man. They can just switch off through software your driver's license,
yeah.
or your
Yes. And if
ID or something.
anybody's
If you
wondering, I thought. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. If anyone's wondering, I thought this was a flat Earth survey. A flat
Yeah,
Earth.
so
That's what's going
they
on
want to
the
get control over the
moment.
flat Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
So, just in case anyone's wondering, I thought, but we're talking about what's happening on the flat Earth that we're living on. So bear that in mind. It's
exactly.
still flat Earth related.
Well,
Okay.
it
Of
is related to flat Earth because
course it is. Of course it
because
is.
it can change how information of the flat Earth can get out if it's more
Yes.
centralized in an
Yeah.
AI database, right? Like
Of course.
social media
Of
and stuff.
course. Yeah, we
Yeah,
have
but
to
I also
discuss
think
it.
it's flat Earth is not only the shape of the Earth, but also like a general criticism of like the current standard narrative. I think
Yes.
that's also
Yes,
part
Yes.
of
yes.
it.
It's a criticism.
Yeah.
It's an expose of the anomalies and the deception. It blows it right open. Right? And that's what's got to happen. And the thing is, I'm enjoying saying that 2 books have been published recently. Well, one has been definitely published. The other one's possible. Earth is not going away. It's where you live. So it will never go away. That's where you live. Okay, and if they're lying about where you live, you know that entity shouldn't exist, should not be existing, because it's crippling humanity. That's what it's doing, right? At the cost of your freedom, right? So if you want this system to continue, it means you want to be a slave forever, and you don't want to have any freedom.
I feel free, dude. I feel free.
Yo, what's going
Yes,
on?
you're free to be a slave. Well done. That's what it's all about.
Does anyone have any opinion on people like Andrew Tate who say that you cannot escape the Matrix, so you're better off just getting rich in the Matrix as a way
As
to
far as
like live?
as far as I'm concerned, he's not the man I go to for anything. He's not an entertainment type of guy. He's not my uplift for my life. He's nothing. I don't even listen to whatever he has to say. He's not the man to go to. Sorry.
You know, Mike, you can have
Yeah.
a house, you can have your family, you know, and that's
Yeah.
actually enough to be happy, you know, something good to
Yes,
eat, that's all,
exactly.
man, you know.
When you
Yeah,
reduce
but
your
for that you
needs,
need a little bit of money for that, you know, initially to
yeah.
get the
Well,
house, you know,
if
and
you
the job, but yeah.
yeah, when you reduce your needs, the richer you become. It's just that simple. Okay? Bloody hell. Don't
Yeah,
sweat the
man,
easy
just
stuff, man.
enjoying small things, you know, just eating like baked beans and a piece of bread, you know, with like good friends or something.
Well, I mean,
That's
that's not
what you
good
need,
food
man. That's
anyway.
all.
No. There's better food
Well,
than
I
that.
like that.
Hang on. There's better food than that God has created. That is a better fuel. Vegetables, fruits,
Well, like
nuts,
steak.
berries. Right. And it doesn't
Okay, yeah.
cost that
I was
much
talking
money.
about legumes. Legumes.
I don't know. Yeah. I would never advocate for anyone to eat just beans and bread as a staple. No, thank you.
Have you seen the Terence Hill and Bud Spencer movies when they were like eating beans and
Yeah,
like
no,
that,
I
you know?
haven't seen those movies. No, I haven't seen those movies. No.
Have you seen Crocodile Dundee?
Yeah, I've seen Crocodile Dundee. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That
Yeah.
was funny back in the day. But I always advocate for healthy eating, a bit of meat and fish, and that balance. Like I said, you reduce your needs, the richer you become, the healthier you become. You're in control, whilst they're trying to devalue you. You've got to be in control of that.
Yeah.
And then
And guys, start
you're
baking your own bread. This is very easy. Just water and
yeah,
wheat, you
yeah,
know, meal. That's all you need, you know. It's so
yeah.
easy. It's
It's
so
true.
nice.
Yeah.
Don't buy that shit, you know, just buying like a piece of bread that has like 20 ingredients.
Chemicals in there.
It's just a piece of shit, you know, and they charge you like $3, $4, $5 for that, or
Really
even
hard
more.
to get granary bread. Really hard. I don't buy bread anyway. But if I do, it's going to be brown bread, granary bread. That's what I want. If I don't get it, I don't buy bread.
But
I
it's
don't
packed
buy
in
it.
plastic, you know.
What you're
A lot of
saying
time
about
it's packed in
making your
plastic. Yeah.
Yeah, what you're saying about making your own bread, have you
Yeah.
noticed like how people like the young generations have lost the ability to do what their like grandparents or great grandparents could do?
Yeah.
And
Bro, I'm
that's by
30.
design,
I'm
right?
30. I just learned how to bake bread, you know, like 2 weeks ago, and I'm 30. You know, I didn't know that's
Yeah,
possible.
I'm a little bit younger than you, and like it's true because we've not been even, and a lot of it is because our own parents were like lazy and just they would just buy things and they wouldn't cook a lot or they wouldn't teach us how to cook or how to bake.
Yeah.
And just a lot of the basics of living we've lost in at the moment, which is pretty sad,
It is.
to
It is
be honest.
because they're ushering in the GMO stuff, trying to. I mean, they're fighting back, but still, if you cannot cook your food, shame on you. Yeah, you've got to be able to cook your meals, and then before that, try and grow your own personal ingredients. You know, your vegetables and that. Yeah, if you can do that, then yeah, you'll be able to sustain yourself.
What about people that do the carnivore diet and they just eat animal products, no vegetables, no carbs?
Well, I mean, if they're okay, if it suits their lifestyle and they're not deficient in anything else, good luck to them, of course.
A lot of meat,
Okay.
you know. Usually, like naturally, you wouldn't have like a lot of meat, you know.
Yeah, yeah. I think my life cycle, is I'm 64. So when I was a kid, I couldn't get enough meat. Do you know what I mean? And then so that was
Yeah.
from when I was born. You know, young boy, 5, 6, 7, growing up. I want more meat
What was
into
your
my
favorite
teens.
meat?
My favorite meat would have been like chicken, of course, roast beef, you know, the joint, lamb, and
lamb is
fish,
nice.
fish fingers and that, and fish. Okay,
Right.
so I couldn't get enough of that. But by the time I got to the 30s, I started to reduce meat intake. I went towards the vegetables and that because I saw it as a higher octane fuel and the body could move quickly. Yeah, when you eat the meats and that, you're heavily laden. I didn't want to be heavily laden, so I reduced the meat intake and took
Yeah,
up
just a little bit of fish, just
vegetables.
fried over fire, just without a lot of
Yeah,
fat. That's
yeah.
powerful, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I took the vegetable roots and fruits and veg, nuts, berries, and then some meat, of course, and a little bit of fish. But I reduced it, and then I came to Japan. I'm eating raw foods, raw meats, and that again. So that's good. I'm now into my 60s, and today's meal was raw spinach, 3 eggs, and a whole load of baby tomatoes. That was my dinner.
Okay.
Done.
Nice.
Yeah. That's it.
Oh man.
Raw spinach. Raw, not cooked, not boiled. Straight off the stalk,
Like the
straight in.
leaves, the uncut leaves, yeah.
Yes, the leaves, just
That's
like
what I
no
do, man.
cooking,
Yeah, I
nothing.
just put it in a salad, man, with like a little bit of balsamico,
Salad
apple
dressing.
cider
Yeah, that's
vinegar,
it.
balsamico
Wicked.
vinegar.
Yeah, that's right. A
As
vinegar,
long as long
vinaigrette
as you
type
don't
salad
have
dressing.
as long as you don't have leaky gut, it's okay. But some people cannot handle plant defense chemicals, because in
Yeah.
plants there are chemicals that can cause, like uh inflammation.
Yeah.
That's why a lot of people do the carnivore eating, because they find that like they have
Yeah.
less reaction when they just eat like fish and like land meat and stuff, right? And then
Okay.
because a lot of people's guts are really hurt by, like bad food over time and the environment. People talk a lot about pollution of cars, right? And vehicles and planes, which is true. But people don't think that that car pollution goes into your lungs and into your body and into your brain. It's not just about so-called global warming. It's also about how it damages like humans
Yeah.
biologically.
Okay. Let's look at that. Let's open that up on the flat Earth, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be talking about car pollution. Is it really harmful to health? Okay. Well, let's look at this and the reason I'm talking about it is because in Britain they've introduced yet another taxation. It's called the ultra low emissions charge. Okay. Right. So if you're driving a car that doesn't have the latest catalytic converter and all the gadgets that we need to reduce the pollution coming out, and you drive through a certain area with an old vehicle, you're going to be slapped with a charge, okay, depending on the age of the vehicle. Now, all that was a scam from the beginning,
Oh,
right?
bullshit.
Yeah, that's a scam from the beginning, ladies and gentlemen. The car with a catalytic converter today or back in the 80s was good enough because the catalytic converter is removing about 98% of the pollutants from the engine. 98%. And the little bit that's coming out is water at the back of the pipe. So that's good enough, right? And then remember, each night when you go to sleep, the air is cleaned out. So when you get up in the morning, it's fresh air. That gas that's coming out of your exhaust pipe isn't lingering because the wind is moving it around. Okay, so they're scamming humanity with the idea that this pollutant is there. Okay, now they went from the catalytic converter to the congestion charge. So if you're stuck in traffic, you're getting charged for that. And now they've introduced an ultra low emissions. What I'm trying to put forward is it's a scam. Okay, the pollute. I'll explain it quickly. It's this: you're more in danger of nitrogen dioxide when you use your central heating and when you're using your gas 7 to 10 times higher levels than you would be on the street in a traffic jam. There you go. And then the worst thing is what you should be concerned about is the brake dust and the rubber particulates coming off the tire that no government is talking about. That's what's going to be danger to your health. The asbestos or the ceramic brakes, the dust that's kicked up when they brake, and the rubbers coming off the tire. That's what was registered on the computers spiking, not nitrogen dioxide, actually. Okay?
And you know, when
So
you have
there's,
like a plastic bottle with a plastic cap, and you
go on.
unscrew the cap, you know,
Yeah.
the plastic, because of the friction, you know, the plastic you're inhaling in is like
Yeah.
the weekly amount of plastic you should inhale. You know, just opening the cap. So be careful of like opening the cap when it's close to your face. You know.
I personally do not buy drinks in plastic bottles. I don't. Stop that about 6 years ago now. I just don't buy plastic bottle drinks at all. It's not what I
Yep.
do.
The problem
It's
with
just not.
plastic is if it goes into your body, you can't just your
Mm.
body can't handle it. You know, it can't decompose it. It just stays in
Yeah,
your
yes,
blood
it's in your
cells.
body.
It
Yeah,
just
I
goes
don't
to
touch
your
it.
heart. Maybe you get a heart attack or something.
Yeah. I've stopped that years ago, and the reason I stopped it was because I heard that there were plastic bottle mountains in the ocean harming the aqua life. So I thought, well, okay, let me stop that completely. I don't want to contribute to that. I don't want any drink that's in a plastic bottle. I don't buy it. No, thank you.
I still don't
That's
know
it.
if I should try tap water or not, you know, or if I should get like a reverse osmosis. You know, there is like a system you can get. Yeah,
Then
tap
it's a good
water. I don't
idea
know.
if
I'm
you
not
can
too
afford
sure.
it. If you can afford it, it's a good idea.
It's a
Here in
couple
Japan,
hundred
I'm
bucks.
very
Yeah.
lucky.
Mm.
Here in
Mm.
Japan, the Japanese people are lucky because you can go to the supermarket, you can go to the drugstore, and there are machines there that pump out alkaline water 7.2, and you don't have to pay a single penny. You just need to buy the container. The container is about $5. I've got 3 of those. That's $15. Now I can collect this water forever, right? For as long as the shop's in business.
Yeah.
And you know, let me tell you something. The machines have broken down twice, and they've been repaired, and then they've been replaced. So they definitely value the customer. Okay? So I don't buy
Mm.
water, and I don't drink tap water. There you go. Haven't done in
Yeah,
like
that's
what,
smart.
20 years. Okay?
I was
That's
That's
what
trying
why
to
you've
get
Japan
got
the
is.
so
reverse
much
osmosis
energy.
for like 400 bucks.
Say
Yeah,
that again?
yeah.
How much?
400 bucks reverse osmosis, you know. So
Okay.
it's reverse osmosis like a chemical process. You know, it's like a process. I can't really explain it, but it's like,
I
you
know what
know,
it is. I know what it is. It's going
it
through
makes sure
filters.
that what you're
It's going
drinking is
through
like only
filters.
H2O, you know? Nothing else
Yeah.
is there other than H2O. It's like
Yeah.
completely clean. And that's
Yeah, the
what he's like
reverse
drinking, you know?
osmosis is very
But it
good. Yeah,
has no minerals in there, you know? You have to make sure to get like the minerals, I think, you know, the
yeah,
isotopic
yeah,
stuff.
yeah, yeah. That's right. But then you can get the minerals from other foods. Foods can give you that. You know, natural foods. Okay, so
Yes, yes.
you know, all this is not meant as any. You know, if you're listening to us now, basically, you know, maintain good health. That's all I'm saying. You know your way. Consult your doctors if you have to. If you have to, I don't consult any doctor. I am my own doctor myself. I know my heart rate 52 beats per minute at rest, pH level 7.2. Okay, there you are.
If you can, but this is pretty hardcore. But if you can, don't buy anything that has an ingredient list. You know, don't
Has
if
a
you
what?
can. You know,
Has a what?
that has an ingredient list. You know, it has like more than one ingredient.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, yeah. Well,
Mm.
yeah, yeah.
It's
If
easy
it's
to do. You can
processed
get
food, yeah.
potatoes. You know, you can get rice. You can get whatever. You know, just
Mm,
meat,
yeah, yeah.
eggs.
Okay, well let's move into the energy saving on the flat Earth. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to be coming up to the summertime, and you're going to hear the mercury's gone off the charts. It's hot, hot. All you're going to keep hearing is hot, 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 hot. Well, if you want to be cost effective and you don't want to keep using your aircon because it's losing you a lot of money, all you need to do is put some wet towels in the freezer, right? And then when you do get overheated and it becomes unbearable, you grab one of those, and as soon as you wrap that round your head, it's an instant relief right there, right on your head there, right on the because your head is hot. So suddenly that temperature drops dramatically, and then you rub it on your body the rest, and that's that. But and then you put another one in replacement, and then now you're recycling that, and now you're not wasting money with the aircon all the time. Okay, that's what I do. I don't use the aircon in the summer. I don't like it. Anyway.
Yeah.
I grew
Small
up
tricks,
in
you know.
Africa. So there you are. I
Get a
don't need the
gallon of
aircon.
water and a couple of ice cubes and throw in like a couple of ice bags, you know, like tea
Yeah,
or something.
yeah. There
Just
are
all
there
you
are
need. Don't buy like Gatorade or something, you know, just water, you know, and tea, like natural leaves, you know.
yeah. Then the isotonic drink is water. That's the one. And if you chill it, it's nice. Yeah, that's it. You don't have to go overboard, and because people are here in Japan, they love the air conditioner. They run from their car into the supermarket, and it's like walking into a fridge. Do you know what I mean? Whereas I don't like the aircon. I hate it actually. It's not one of my.
Because they have the money, you know,
Well,
because they have the money, they live a different standard, you know. Yeah, but it's not necessary.
Yeah,
you know, they are trying to get people scared of the sun, you know.
yeah, that's
And
right.
the sun has many benefits. It's for your sleep cycle, for
Yeah,
your vitamin D levels, for many different things. The sun is very vital, so they want
yeah,
people to be afraid of it.
yeah, yeah. Don't be afraid of the sun, of course, and don't. Obviously, if you have a weak constitution, that which means that you could be weak to the heat and you could collapse. And obviously, manage yourself well. Stick to your limitations, of course. But yeah,
Stay
yeah.
hydrated and make sure that you're
Yeah.
cool enough. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's it. That's enough of the health talk because again, we've got to be very careful. We do not want to bring the 24/7 into disrepute. So we'll
Hey,
move on away from that,
Jin.
back to the flat Earth for real,
Yeah.
and that is we're not measuring curvature at all, ladies and
Let
gentlemen.
me say something about the
I
flat Earth,
wonder
right?
why. I wonder
Yeah,
why.
Jin. What would you say to someone who is saying that there are like lots of PhDs and like really smart people who argue that the Earth is weird, you know? Would you
Yeah,
say
well,
they're like fake or they just don't get it, you know, or what would you
Well,
say?
the first thing I say with the PhD, ladies and gentlemen, is that those acronyms mean person having delusions. Because if this PhD is telling me that we live on a globe and there's no evidence, and he's never measured the curvature of the Earth, well, he's a person having delusions. A PhD, definitely. You see, that's what I say.
What if you take them to be like really honest, you know, like a truthful person who actually looked into the Earth and has concluded that it is weird, you know? Like like a genuine
No,
person, you know?
he could never do that. He would either be lying or ignorant. But I would say he's lying because if you're at a PhD level of education, then you know how to conduct a measurement properly, right? So
Yeah.
that's very obvious to understand. So, and I'm going to be merciless on those PhDs because all the while they're lying to you, they're trying to make you look like you don't understand anything. They're trying to character assassinate you and reduce your, because I'm the one that actually knows. I've checked, and they're trying to make me look the fool now. So I'm not going to be kind to any PhD that tries that on me. Okay, that's
Yeah,
why I
let me
started
give
off
you
with
like
the
a different argument maybe I've heard, you know. What do you say to people who have talked to like snipers, you know, in the military, who actually
yes,
when they do like the, you know, the scoping, they account for
yeah.
like Earth's curvature.
They don't though, but they do not. That's the thing. They do not do that. I've shut up a few of my Black African American brothers in another server who were definitely in the military, but then I gave them testimonies of military men telling them that they don't take Earth's curvature or rotation into account, and these are world record snipers, 4.4 miles. Interviews saying that they don't take the Earth's curvature or rotation into account. That would be going into into the weeds. It's not necessary. Then you've got military testimonies speaking to the Earth being flat. That's what I do. So no, it's never considered. Again, like I've said, in order to keep the globe alive, you have to lie. That's what they've got to do. They've got to lie to do that. So there will be fraudulent documents on the internet stating that they do that. But that's a lie. That document is misinformation. The document totally belies the action. Yeah, go ahead.
I think a lot of these snipers, they're probably told in the military or whatever that's the case. They're told like,
They're not.
oh,
They're not.
we're
They're not.
they're not.
They're not. I was in the
Well,
army.
it's weird because I've seen I watched a sniper on he was a U.S. Marine, and he was like a top sniper in Afghanistan, American, and he said, I don't know if he said that in it, but he said, I remember him saying the spin of the earth is affecting the bullet trajectory, I guess.
No,
That's what he said.
that would be a lot.
The
That
Coriolis
man.
force. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the Coriolis. He'd be lying because in the military they don't teach you to do that. They don't.
Right.
They don't. What they do, I'll give
Maybe
you
he's
what they do.
misinformed.
What you have is the munition. That's the size of the round you're going to use. Yeah. Then the distance to the target, the elevation, okay, and then the wind speed. Because when you do fire your weapon, your round, bang, down target, okay, it's spinning as it comes out of the barrel, okay, and then it might drift to the left, okay. So then you have to increment your shot to the right slightly, and the reason why it might drift due to the wind pushing it across, okay. That's it. They don't take into consideration the rotation of the Earth, because to do that would change your action completely, because you'd have to know how fast you're rotating where you are. You'd have to know how fast the target would be rotating at the distance the target is at. That's a different speed there already. You've got to work out. Yeah. Then you have to predict where the target will be through the duration of the bullets. Let's say it's 25 seconds to cover 4.5 miles. So then you're going to have to work out where you think the target's going to be and then aim there. You don't aim at the target, you have to aim where the target's going to be, right? Nobody shoots a weapon like that. Thank you very much. You see? I don't fire my weapon not at the target where I think the target's going to be and pull the trigger and hope the target and the bullet meets. Nobody
Yeah,
does that.
no. What you take into account, I'm a long distance shooter. You can look at my website there or my pages. You take in spin drift. So what
Yes.
the spin of the bullet will actually pull it. The wind and the currents, elevation, whether you're shooting down or up, and that's literally about it. The rest is
Thank you
guesswork.
very much. Thank you very much. Excellent. That's it. Yeah. Because if you're going to take into consideration the Coriolis, your action is going to be completely different. And then now it's taking you a long time to fire one round because you've got to do all the maps and everything else. And then you're not going to aim at the target. You're going to aim where the target should be. What a load of crap. Nobody fires their weapons like that in any war ever. It's never been a thing. In fact, though, there is a thing that the Germans did do that. The Germans tried that and they never hit the target at all. And when they went back to line of sight targeting, they hit the target every time. Okay, so it's been proven. They don't take Earth's rotation into consideration. Why?
Yeah,
Because the Earth's not rotating. It's not
the
rotating.
Earth is still. You can tell it's still. It's
Yeah,
not
it's
moving.
stationary.
Right.
Right.
So
So if
and it's illogical. How could something as big and heavy, and we don't know how heavy the Earth is, but obviously insanely heavy, be moving? I mean, it's just not. It's not logical.
at 1,037 miles
Yeah,
per
it's
hour at the
illogical.
supposed
Yeah,
equator, yeah, it's silly, right?
it's
It's just a
obviously
silly.
still and fixed.
Yes, it's motionless, stationary and motionless, and that's how we operate on the Earth. And then we must remember that what we're saying, there are 194 documents, agency documents, government agency documents. And what agencies are we talking about? Agencies. We're talking about the FBI. Sorry, no, the KGB, CIA, NASA, the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, and then flight instructor schools, okay, where you go to learn to fly the plane. And in those manuals states that you have to, when you're flying your aeroplane or firing a missile or a weapon of mass destruction, you need to consider Earth to be non-rotating stationary plane. Even words like flat Earth and non-rotating flat Earth are in these documents. Okay, all right. So and the question would be, right, to the operator, well, if the Earth is spinning and curving, surely I need to consider that. Why am I considering a non-rotating flat Earth if I'm living on a globe that's spinning. Why would that? That would be a messing of your mind. Your mind would be messed up. Okay, so clearly they know the Earth is flat and stationary, and that's why they say to the military men that you have to operate under those guidelines, because they don't want pilots trying to fly in a curved trajectory because they think they're on a globe, end up crashing, right, and firing the weapons in the same fashion. So no, yeah, clearly we're a flat Earth. So if anyone's got any questions relating to the topic matter, please fire away. I don't wish to hog the mic or anything, but here you are. That's the truth. You know, Earth is not rotating in any way, shape, or form. Not curving either.
But would you say every single astronaut is a liar?
Every single astronaut is misleading the public at large. Every single astronaut. None of them are telling you the truth regarding their. They've lied.
They won't even
Every
swear
country.
on the Bible.
Some of them
Yeah.
did, man. I've seen it.
Yeah, one or two of them did do that. Yes, one or two of them did do, but the rest of the bunch didn't. But you know, we don't really need that. We know that you cannot go. We're a flat Earth, so we know they're lying. You, Armstrong and Michael Collins, putting that of the capsule. Well, you know they're lying. You can see they're lying. They were captured doing that. Okay. The documentary is a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. That would be by Bart Sibrel, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Watch that one. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon, about 45, 50 minutes. And then another one called Astronauts Gone Wild. Astronauts Gone Wild, again by Bart Sibrel. Two great little documentaries.
I've seen it, man. Do you have some arguments against like the moon? You know, what would be like the best? I've seen like the Van Allen belt, you know, of the radiation that was like hard to master.
Yeah, no flat earther can prove that the Van Allen radiation belts are there. But if we take the information they give us, there's no way NASA could have gone through. Okay, I can't validate the Van Allen radiation belts or the third belt that's never mentioned. Okay, but the numbers they give us means they would be instantly killed, debilitatingly instant death. There is no way they could have gone. No way.
I've went on Wikipedia and watched like the article on this, you know, like regarding the Van Allen situation, and then you can watch like the discussions, you know, on the Wikipedia article, and they discussed it, and it seems for me, you know, that it was possible, you know, it was like a higher radiation than usual, but the way they did it, you know, it wasn't that
Who's
much.
they?
But some people,
Who's they?
the astronauts, you know, but some people say
So
they
you're saying
should have been like
you're saying that
fried
the
like
astronauts
chicken.
went through. Hang on, you're saying the astronauts went through, yeah? Yeah?
No, I'm saying the discussion of Wikipedia, people were discussing whether it was possible for them to survive that, you know. And
Yeah.
some people said, yeah, that was possible, and some people said
Oh.
they should have been fried, you know.
Yeah,
So
they would have been
I don't know.
they would have
I'm
been
not
killed.
sure.
They would have been killed instantly. Because let me give you the numbers. Small numbers first. 70 REMs, ladies and gentlemen. 70 REMs would leave the astronaut with nausea, vomit, diarrhea, slight vision impairment. 170 REMs would leave the astronauts with diarrhea, vomiting, loss of sight, death within 60 days. That's 170 REMs, right? The Van Allen radiation belts has 2,500 REMs apiece. So that's instant death. You're not surviving there. There's no uploading, dosing up. You're in, you're dead. That's it. So no, they could never have
I'm
gone.
not sure, man. They talked about the RAM, you know.
Yeah, they said
That's
rats.
not
They
the
probably
only
said
thing
rats.
that's.
Yeah, they probably said
I don't know.
rads or sieverts. I like the REM. Do you know why, ladies and gentlemen? Because when they talk about rads or sieverts, it brings in minuscule numbers. And when you see the minuscule number, it's actually phenomenally large. Okay, so you have to do more maths. That's them trying to hide the impact and the what's the word I'm looking for here? The come on, the amount of the impact. Yeah, words are failing me at the moment. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, the ramifications of the impact of the radiation. So they go for sieverts, micro sieverts. REMS is the way they used to count it back in the old day of the Apollos. Okay, so when you hear 2,500 REMS, no human being is going to survive that. You're dead as soon as you go in. It's all over for you. And the suits did not offer any protection from radiation. So they could never have gone. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation anyway. You can't leave Earth. Okay? So there's no going through any belts. None. No way.
Okay.
Yeah. No, there's no way. Impossible. And just to put a capping stone on that, just to be sure, from the period of 1959 to 1962, America and Russia fired up megaton bombs into the Earth's air above our head. Okay, the atmo. They fired up bombs, and it was said that they were trying to create some kind of corridor so that the rockets could go through there, right? But it failed and created a radiation belt 100 times more lethal than the Van Allen radiation belts themselves. And this statement is coming from a British astronomer by the name of Sir Bernard Lovell, okay, British astronomer. And the documentary is called What Happened on the Moon, Part 1, Part 2, Part 3. Part 1, photographic anomalies. Part 2 and 3 combined, radiation and the problems with rockets, okay? So that's 3 parts there all together. And in there, Sir Bernard Lovell's quotes stating that they've created a radiation belt 100 times more lethal. Still there today. No way could they go through it. Okay? So you have a man-made radiation belt and then 2 naturally ones, if they're there. I can't validate that. If they're there, they're dead.
What I'm saying, I've been looking into this, and for me, the evidence was not conclusive, so I'm uncertain about this. So that's not,
You're uncertain, yeah, you're uncertain, yeah. Well,
Because
I'm
I'm
looking at
not
the numbers.
knowledgeable enough in physics, to determine it
Yeah,
on my own. So I have to rely on someone else's calculations.
yeah, I'm knowledgeable enough to know that radiation will kill you. The numbers that they put up, not survivable by any human being. The environment itself, the vacuum of space, will kill the spacecraft anyway. The spacecraft can't survive in space if we could go there because of the phenomena known as off-gassing. In America, they call it outgassing. In MIT, it's called degassing, right? And then the other phenomena is cold welding. So with the cold welding, things stop moving due to the frigid temperatures in space. The things that are meant to be articulating and moving and that stop. They kind of like cold weld together and stop. That's going to be a problem to operate your spacecraft. Then the other problem is the outgassing, the molecules that make up the material that the spacecraft is made of starts to give off gas, starts to evaporate. Okay, that also is not a good thing. The structural integrity of the spacecraft then becomes compromised. Okay, and it's an accelerated death. Believe you me. So there's no way they're going to be going to space with all that going on. Sorry. There isn't a professor on Earth that will convince me anyway. I know too much. And I know they have to lie. So they've lost. They'll just call me a denier. And then I will say to them, I cannot deny that doesn't exist. So until the day you show me going to space, and then I say they're not there, then I would be denying. But if they've never been, then I'm not denying anything. Thanks. I'm just not accepting your lie, is what it is. Yeah. I'm not accepting it. No, thank you very much. Yeah, I leave no doubt. I don't leave any room for doubt where I speak. I have to speak in absolutes. We're not going to space because the Earth is flat. There you go. We live on a planet.
You're ruining all the Star Wars fans' dreams.
Yeah,
when you
good,
say
good,
this.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, stop dreaming about
Some
space.
people space is like their biggest dream place to visit.
Yeah,
It's what when they watch Rick and Morty or Star Wars or Star Trek, it really excites them. And when you say space isn't real, it really gets they get offended. You
yeah.
know.
Well, that's too bad because the truth is the truth, no matter what they think. And the thing is, they should stop dreaming about going to space and start dreaming about stopping wars, unnecessary taxation, and wasting of money on weapons of mass destruction and poisonous foods and chemicals. Can we dream about stopping that? That would be a worthy dream. Thanks. Yeah. Dream about
People are
those things.
distracted, as you said. You know, too
Yeah. Thank
distracted.
you.
You have to coordinate. You know, be focused. You know, but it's hard
Yeah.
nowadays.
Yeah. It's going to be hard for a while, but the louder I shout and the more people that are on the same boat, yeah, people are going to get it. They're going to wake up to it. Because the governments are going to find themselves in trouble. Humanity is going to be pushing back, and that when they're pushing back, that's when they wake up a little bit. So people like us, we've been making more noise. Yeah, by the way, whilst you're busy pushing now, this is what they've been lying about whilst you didn't notice. Please take it and have a look. Yeah, wake up. Thanks, and you as well. Yeah, and you. Yeah, good. Yeah, yeah. I always say to people, all those who have measured the surface of the earth, can you come to the front, please? Can you come to the front? If you've measured the surface of the earth and you know it's flat, please come to the front. For those of you who haven't measured the curvature yet, get to the back and go out and start measuring. No, we don't want you here at the moment. You haven't measured the surface of the earth. Go measure it. And the Globers hate that when I say that. If you've measured the surface of the earth, is it flat? Come in, yeah. You haven't done it yet? Hurry up, go out there, measure the curvature. If you haven't got it and you measured it flat, then come back in. All those who have measured the flat earth, come to the front. If you haven't measured the flat earth, get to the back, please. You're blocking this and you're making it harder for us to get in. I'm having a poke at the Globers. Start measuring. Yeah. Okay? That's the psychology you got to run on them. You have to run that on those people. Let them know that they're in deficit. Don't say I'm wrong when you haven't measured a single thing. And I'm wrong. And you ask them questions about the globe and they don't know a single answer. I didn't know, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm talking about myself when I'm asked. But when you ask the Globers, they don't know the model. They're trying to defend. How ridiculous is that? Yeah. How can you defend something you know nothing about? That's how stupid you are, sir. You don't know the model, okay? And you're saying I'm wrong. I know the model inside out. Sleep, shit, eat it, right? I know it inside out, and I've checked it, and I'm wrong. How does that make any sense?
Aaron, would you agree with me that other political topics are more important than flat Earth? Like, you know, the pension or like
I'm
health
afraid to say
insurance?
to you, in fact, I'm glad to say to you that flat Earth is the key to unlocking all the other conspiracies and problems
I think
on this
so.
planet.
Yeah.
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 Flat Earth is the
sure.
key. Yeah. Because if they can lie to you about where you live and they started when you're at school, that was the
Yeah.
beginning of the crime right there. So they've
Mainly
taken
flat Earth is
advantage.
the distraction, you know? So you don't focus on like the other political
No,
topics, you
we
know?
do. Look, people,
The
let
tax
me tell
and,
you.
you know.
Okay, let me give you some examples of what's happened to the
Okay.
flat earthers that have come to the flat earth. Some of them have said, now I realize there's a God.
Yeah,
Okay?
that happened to me. Yeah.
Right. Okay? Then there are
Many
others
people
that said,
before they found flat Earth, they were atheists. There was a lot of people that were like they
yeah,
believed mainstream science, and they believed in space and infinite universe and galaxies and solar systems. And then when they researched flat Earth, right, and they were like, "Oh, the Earth's flat," then after that they were more open to being like, "Oh, maybe there's actually like not just nothing. Maybe there's an intelligent design to this place."
Right.
So it's led people to that, yeah.
Yeah. So they found out that there's a God now, which is quite interesting. Yeah. Then there are others that furthered their investigation and discovered that the moon landings were a hoax, or 9/11 was an inside job, or Pearl Harbor was a lie-hop, for example, or certain medicines are not good. It opens the door to all other things because they start to look about the other things that they've heard about, but they didn't believe. Yeah, okay, that's what flat Earth does. It opens the door to all the other conspiracies. Okay, so no. It's very important. It's the foundation from which you get your substance. Without the flat Earth, you ain't existing.
The truth, there is no investigation.
Thank you. That's true. Good words. Yeah. So you need that flat Earth. That's because you're living on it. And the funny thing is, yeah, for the globe lie to live, it needs a flat Earth. Actually, even the globers need flat Earth. There you go. Such is the turn of events. And it's turned out that the flat earthers are the ones that are adhering to integrity and questioning the scientists and the so-called science. Flat earthers are doing that. And that is absolutely amazing turn of events. Can't believe it myself still can't believe it. Man. Still shocking. Because it's still happening. Children are still being taught this horrible story of the globe. Wow.
Yeah, man. So think of this: how could you politically do it? You have this, you have like a department for education, and they set up like the curriculum for public schools, or something.
Yeah. Well, what's
Right?
happened is there's a place called Indonesia, right? And one of these teachers called into the Flat Earth podcast with Dave Weiss and all that back in the day. And he said, "Do you know what? We teach Flat Earth here." This is in Indonesia, this teacher said. So, yeah, no, we know the Earth's flat here. We teach it. So it can be done. Okay? It's being taught in Indonesia. In America, this woman was 102 years old. Okay? And when she was younger, they were teaching flat Earth. She got confused when they started to teach globe. She says, "Why are they changing it?" She said. Right? Dave Weiss again was interviewing this woman, 102-year-old woman. And when Dave said to her, "No, the Earth is flat," she broke out in a little bit of tears. Yeah, she became a little bit tearful, a little bit emotional. So I was right all along. You were right all along. The Earth is not a globe; it's flat. You were right. They taught you right. Yeah. Okay. So it was taught as flat years in the early 1900s. They were teaching flat Earth in the United States. Okay. Yeah. So it's just down to people's motivation level to increase once they realize and then challenge the government's ministers of education. Why are you teaching my children about the globe when it doesn't exist and we're actually living on a flat earth? And by rights, legally, they're meant to teach both models, geocentric, heliocentric, but they're not. They're only teaching one model. I never learned about geocentric at school, but in the law of the education that we have in Britain, it states that they have to teach both. How do we know this? Anthony Riley, who was studying law at the time, investigated it because I told him that we as the citizens have the right to challenge that. Right? And then he looked into it. Yeah. Right. Anthony Riley, yeah. That's how we know. And then he was doing a petition, and I don't know what happened actually, because I think they did do the petition, and they travelled around Britain and that, down to the Whitehall, trying to get it moving, but didn't quite work because they're still teaching globe at the moment. So you need more numbers, more people, more letters. Okay.
Okay. Have
More
you heard
impact.
of George Galloway?
Oh, I like George Galloway. Yeah, I like him.
Yeah,
I think he's Scottish. I do like him. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Although for all his efforts, Britain hasn't changed to the positive. Okay. So although we can say that George Galloway fought to changed the way he would like to see it. Okay.
Yep.
Although he's fought a good fight, George Galloway.
I think George Galloway has tried to make a change, and
Yes,
that's
he has.
it's respectable, you know.
Yeah, I
And
like it.
he's always tried to expose a lot of. He doesn't really cover what we're covering now, but he will cover like the wars and stuff and
Yeah,
the
the
corruption.
9/11 material and that he
Yeah,
covered
which
and deep
also
dive.
needs to be covered. We need people
Yeah,
to cover the corruption
yeah,
going on in other areas
yeah,
as well.
yeah. He did it. I watched him
Yeah,
in the court hearing. Yeah, he did. He did a valiant
yeah,
job. He totally destroyed them. He
yeah.
destroyed them in the courtroom.
And
Yeah,
then the one in
he was so
America
annoyed.
or in the UK.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he was so annoyed that they actually called him up. Said, "You called me and accused me this and this and this," and then he laid down the dossier. Boom, dust flying off everywhere,
But
and
the
he
Senate
destroyed
thing,
them.
you mean? That was the
Say that?
most, when he was like before the U.S. Senate, you mean?
Yeah, that's right.
That
Yeah,
was
yeah,
insane, man. He completely destroyed them, and man,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
a
I
historical
love that.
event.
With
Really,
Yeah.
facts.
really.
Destroyed them with facts.
Exactly, right. And I liked him before that, you see. So when he was embroiled in it, I thought, wow. But if the saddest thing is, he came under attack from the Jews. He was attacked by Jews, wasn't he?
No, but a Zionist. But he pointed it out, right? He said you get money from the,
Yeah,
Zionist foundations and all that.
yeah.
Yeah.
And they attacked him. He actually got assaulted on the streets.
By an Israeli, yeah, and an
Yeah,
Israeli hit him with like
yeah,
an object, and he's still got
yeah,
like a scar on his head from when
yeah.
that guy
Yeah, they
hit him
tried
in
to
the
kill
head.
him, didn't they? Poor man,
Yeah,
The Senate chairman Coleman, he was a Jew, and the other guy from the Democrats, Levine, he was also a Jew.
Yeah, yeah. There you go. Yeah.
Both of them.
And we're not Jew bashing here. These are the facts.
No, we're not. We're just
I
pointing it
don't
out.
go around hating on Jews. Okay, that's not my
I'm not
lifestyle.
qualifying it as good or bad, just
Good.
pointing
Yeah.
it out.
Yeah. That's all we're doing here. So don't want anyone's thinking that where I'm not that guy. Okay. I follow the facts only and let the facts speak. Okay. That's what it's all about here. And I will always mention the facts. Yeah. That's the whole reason of my existence.
yeah, and I think the fact that the fact that the flat Earth is built on facts is why it's still such a hot topic.
Yeah.
And they're trying to bury it the mainstream, but they
Yeah.
cannot because it's
No, they
built on
can't.
facts. When
Yeah.
something's built on facts and it's reality, it can
Yeah.
never fully go away.
No, it won't. It won't because it's just going to alert more people to why. What the bloody hell is it with these flat Earths? Let me have a look in here. Wow, they're bloody right. And then we've got more numbers coming in. So all they're doing is compounding. Let them keep trying because it's increasing our numbers. We love it. We'll take everything. Like what's his name said? Tim Osman from the IPS. Right? He said all advertising is good, bad or good, because it's
Right.
bringing the topic matter to the people to have a look. You understand? So I
Right.
love that. Yeah. All news is good news. That's it. That's what he said. Yeah. All news is good news. Because at the end of the day, someone's going to look into it. And then when they see the truth, then that's it. They're hooked because they now know there's a deception going on. Brilliant. I mean, they classified so clearly they shot themselves in the foot there as well. It was just not good for them. And then NASA having to do damage control because we're revealing all the anomalies in the ISS, and we call it the LISS and that. Yeah, they're in trouble.
Nice.
Yeah. they've been in trouble from the moment we reinsurged. The reinsurgement of the flat Earth has totally devastated the NASA. Now their funding is dropping. Here we go. They had an 18% drop in the budget this year, set to drop again next year. So now and then they've been classified as a security agency now. They're no longer a space agency now, NASA. So they're slowly dropping out, and that is the plan for NASA to slowly drop out the space industry, and it's private entities that are going to fill the void. That's what's been said, and I learned that 2022, 23, 2022, yeah, 2022, 23. Yeah. Okay, that's what's coming down the pipeline.
A question about the flat Earth. Does everyone still who is a flat earther still agree with the claim the horizon always rises to eye level?
Yes. Most flat earthers, a good chunk of that'd be 90% at least, will say to you that when they rise up in a hot air balloon, the horizon seems to follow you up to your eye level. Now, clearly, obviously, you are above the Earth, okay? Right? You're above the Earth because you're above it. So it can never be really at your eye level. No, it's always going to be slightly below. That'd be the 10% who are being that accurate. And it's just below your eyesight. And that's the truth. The thing is, it's not falling away as it should do if it were a globe. That's the thing. If you're rising up in a hot air balloon, the curvature will begin to be noticeable because it would be falling away and you'd see it 360 degrees. But what you do notice, and I've been in a hot air balloon a few times, is that the horizon seems to follow you up like you're in an elevator. It's just there. It's just there. And the reason for that is because more and more of the flat Earth is being revealed as you climb up in altitude. Yeah.
Because at a higher elevation, you can see
Yes.
more land, right?
Exactly.
Well, the
That's
more
right.
land you can see, the further the horizon is.
Yeah, that's right. That's the flat Earth for you. It's indicative
So if
of
we
a
were on
flat
a
surface.
globe, what would happen as, say, we go on a plane or a hot air balloon as we rise?
Yeah, the surface of the Earth would fall away from you. It wouldn't rise up. It wouldn't rise up. Okay?
Right.
It would be dropping.
Yeah.
Because it's curvature. Drop over distance.
Right.
Okay? Yeah. It's common
Yeah,
sense.
it's not measurable.
So it's definitely going to be visible because you're rising up. That curvature
And
will be
it's in the name. Horizon, horizontal.
horizontal, exactly.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
in the name.
Yeah.
You don't see a curved horizon, do you? It's always horizontal.
Yeah. I proved that point by getting the kids in the schools to draw the seaside scene, as I've said. Draw the seaside, and the winning pictures were going to win a pen from Hawaii. I showed them the prizes, so that motivated them. And Jin Sensei is drawing a curved horizon on his green board, and everyone's giggling behind me. They're giggling and laughing, So I said, what are you laughing at? And then they said, Jin Sensei, soriwa chigao. Chigao means that's wrong, okay? I said, what do you mean that's wrong? And they're laughing.
Right.
I said, no, but then I pointed to the globe on the teacher's desk.
Right.
Because I'm the guest teacher because I'm teaching English. So the teacher's in the room. I said, look at the globe. And then they went quiet. Boom. They stopped laughing instantly. I said, oh yeah. Can you imagine that? Right? They're drawing a straight horizon. I'm drawing a curved one. They're laughing at me. I point to the globe and they shut up. Right? And then I did. I then said, "You're correct. That Jin Sensei is wrong," and I rubbed my because the horizon is level. Okay? Yeah, they drew on her level horizon. Yeah, brilliant.
I mean, if it was right, if we were looking out at the sea, we should be able to see a curve, and if we were rising in like a hot air balloon and looking at the ocean or the sea, whatever, you should definitely be able to see the water curving. Definitely, you'd be able to see
it wherever you are. Yeah,
right.
Should be measurable. But I think some people have come in. Let me just welcome some people. So those of you who have just come into the server just now, welcome to the 24/7. If you do have any questions, please don't hesitate. You are the guest. You're first. We're last. Please go ahead and ask your questions. My colleagues and I are here. to help you answer any questions you may have. Okay, welcome. Please fire away. Thanks.
Now, I wanted to clean something up real quick. And I think this is probably the biggest thing that we have to contend with this discussion. The question about the horizon in general, right? Like on the flat Earth, when you ask the question on the flat Earth, that's not really the best way to ask the question. The best way to ask the question is on the Earth, does the horizon appear to rise to eye level? Yes, it does. Now, does that mean it's flat? Not necessarily. But that's what we all experience. If you're in a plane or a hot air balloon or whatever it's going to be, the horizon always appears to rise to eye level. The only other question you could ask is if the Earth was a globe, would that horizon be geometric? That's the question.
Yeah, thank you for that, says who. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, we have to be careful there, but that's what we experience. You see, the horizon does appear to follow us up as we rise in altitude, and I say that that's indicative of a flat surface being revealed. That's why that phenomena happens. But
Yeah, so
again,
it's not a hill then.
the gold standard is
So,
to measure the
so
surface.
it's not a hill then, right?
Sorry?
So it's not a hill then.
Yeah. Your audio is not that good
I
at the
mean,
moment.
like the simplicity of what you said, like I'm always thinking of the things that we say that are actually true, that people try to make like, you know, it could be true for us and true for them. And it's like, when it comes to you saying, or us saying that, you know, if the earth were a globe, you like, you know, the horizon would dip down. Well, it's very simple because if we're talking about a hill, if we're talking about a mountain, if we're talking about a building, if we're talking about obstruction, usually when you raise your level, the level of that appears to go down. With a mountain, you increase your altitude, you can see over the mountain, right? Like the mountain level goes down. The level goes down, apparently. You know, in your vision. The only thing that doesn't do that is the horizon. So it's not like buildings and hills and mountains. Because with those things, when you rise, those things fall.
Yeah.
Not rise with eye level.
True. Yeah. I've traveled in the Fukushima area. Sorry, the Shizuoka area. I mean, it was brilliant. Yeah. And it was all level. Yeah, I checked for that. It was, yeah, definitely horizontal. It was nice. Beautiful. Yeah, if anybody's got any questions, don't hesitate. We're here to answer all your questions. And for those of you who are listening in the live streams, yeah, we've tried to keep it as entertaining as possible, keep it factual, of course. We've discussed a few other things, but still all happening on a flat Earth, not on a ball spinning through the universe. That universe that none of us have confirmed to exist. I like dropping that one in there.
Hey, Jen.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I ruined family dinner last night with flat Earth.
Oh no! You didn't. You didn't, did you?
The mother-in-law's over and a bunch of the family, and I have a laser that I've been shooting and testing, and I can see it at about 20 kilometers, right? So I started telling her about this, and she knows I'm a flat earther. And then right away, it was like instantly to her in an airplane, seeing the curvature. And, so I went down that whole rabbit hole of how she can't see the curve from an airplane. And she just got so mad and like left the dinner table. And that was it. Now today it's all awkward.
Yeah, I know that. I know that feeling very well because my mother-in-law had the same response. New Year's Eve family gathering. We're in a restaurant, sushi restaurant, next door to where we live here, and she was trying to say that, don't talk about that now, But when no one's talking, I said, you know what I mean, and I'm interested in the opinions of my brother-in-law and sister-in-law. So let's get going here, come on, yeah.
Yeah. Her. No, it wasn't as much as not talking about it. More so of like her making claims, and I'm not just going to sit there and agree with that. So
yeah,
it got pretty heated pretty quick. It was pretty awesome.
To be honest, I
I
can
can
understand
imagine.
why you responded though, because if she's saying to you, right, who's researched it, and she's like, "Oh, I've seen the curvature from a plane," it's gonna ignite that passion where you're like, "I know you haven't."
Yeah.
So
The truth
Yeah.
must come out. You see. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. I cannot teach my kids not to speak the truth and question everything. So it is what it is.
That's right. Yeah, and she when one day when she finally finds out, she will thank you for that. She will thank you
Yeah.
because you did try to help, and that's it. And that's what happened to me because 3 years later, the in-laws, sister-in-law, brother-in-law, they're flat earthers now because they know, right? They've gone out to check it for themselves. And then my wife has now come on board. 8 years now it took her to come on board, and that was 3 years ago that she came on board after 8 years. And the reason why is because she didn't think it was important.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's enough. My wife doesn't have to be involved or not. That didn't bother me. No love lost there. And eventually she says, you know what? Yeah, I've heard you all these years. I agree. I said, yeah, but I said, no, I don't want you to just agree. I want you to check it so you know it, please. Okay, not just to agree. Okay, that's not what I want from you. Because I want people to ask. If people ask you, you can't just say, "Oh, ask my husband." I want you to be able to tell them. Okay, yeah, my children can tell them. All right, I've told their friends. Yeah, man. So I know what it's like. I've had several of those heated moments. Several, not just one, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, it actually it didn't end up at the plane. I showed her like the Neil deGrasse Tyson video of how you can't see curvature and like the mathematics of it and stuff. And then it was like then she switched it to well, maybe it's bigger than they're telling us, and she just stormed off after that. I couldn't even argue that point, but
Yeah.
I find it interesting of how they're so adamant about their belief system, but they're so unwilling to listen to my evidence, look at my evidence, go out and conduct their own observations, so they have their own input on it, and it just blows my mind. But I thought it was funny, so I thought I'd share with you guys.
Oh yeah, thanks for sharing. I think it was a great one there. Yeah, and well done. Well done. Because at the end of the day, you did a good thing. You wasn't there being vindictive or anything. You're trying to have a good discourse and talk about the earth that we live on. That we're missing all the clues, all in plain sight. No, I'll give you a round of applause for that because that's what you should be doing, keeping it real.
Yeah, right on. Thanks, man.
Yeah, thank you, sir. There we go. Fighting within the family. I've got my ones. My one is going on now. Oh, well, okay, 11 years with my youngest brother. Adamant Muslim, devoted, absolutely devout Muslim, and he's saying that it's not flat. Because, well, you haven't measured anything, okay? And in the Quran it says that the Earth being like an egg shape, but then you believe in the NASA images. Does it look like an egg? No, there you are then. So there's a mismatch already. Okay, and then what about measuring the surface of the Earth? Oh, well, how do you do that? I go, well, there's a drop over distance. You can go out and take a point A, point B. There should be X amount of curvature there. I sent him the curvature chart, everything. No, but he's just adamant. That's now 11 years into this. My youngest brother.
Yeah, that's and like that's what my whole point of when I brought it up was my laser measurement, right? And she bypassed all of that. You know, the hard evidence that I have bypassed all of that and ended up to well, where's the edge? You know, and why would you lie? You know, they don't want to listen to the hard evidence because they don't want. It seems like they don't want to they don't want to retool their whole life. It's like getting a new job, right? You got to go and it seems scary, but you know what? It's actually the most freeing thing that will ever happen in your life.
Yeah, that cognitive dissonance can be a real, you know, showstopper for the individual receiving the information. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I still love my brother. You know, you know, the door is wide open. I'll never cut him off. Right. So I can't do that. So, but you know, he sometimes doesn't call me for months. All the while I try to call him, but no answer. So I have to wait for him to call me.
Who are you talking about?
That's sad.
My youngest brother.
Oh, maybe because you're retarded.
Hey, be respectful. Did your younger brother not? Did you have a disagreement with him over the flat Earth, and that's why?
Oh yeah, powerful one. You know, on several occasions. In fact, there was one time I was skiing in the Fukushima area.
Were you skiing on flat Earth?
I was actually snowboarding, and
Or are you skiing on a horizontal?
I got a message. You know, I got the phone call, right? So I stopped and answered it, and he was in 2017, New Year's Day. This is 2017, and he's saying, "Jim, look at all these flat Earth videos." I said, "Yes, I've been trying to tell you since 2016 that the Earth is flat. That's why there's that many. Okay, look into the videos, will you?" Do you know what I mean? And I says, "I'm in the middle of snowboarding. I'll call you later." Boom. You know? It's one of those funny things like that, yeah.
Wait, so he was saying it like in a disapproval way. Like, look at these.
He was surprised. No, he was surprised to see so many
how popular it
videos.
was.
Because because back then the volume of flat Earth videos being recommended outstripped Donald Trump on his campaign trail. Totally destroyed him. Flat Earth destroyed. It was the #1 researched topic on YouTube.
I remember. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Like that, literally within a very short time, flat Earth videos were actually getting millions of views very quickly.
Right,
yeah.
And you know, there's a 9-hour difference between England and Japan in the winter. 9 hours difference, okay, time zone. So you can imagine I'm snowboarding during the day, and he's obviously should be sleeping, but he's called me to tell me to look at the videos. I said, I know. I'm telling you. Why are you not? Are you looking into the material? Well, look at it. Come on, man. Hurry up.
Yeah.
Because the Earth is flat, man. What are you doing? Yeah. But he wouldn't look into it, would he? Yeah. He sends me a video where a guy is trying to measure the curvature of the Earth in space. I said to my brother, see this? From the moment you're looking into space, you're no longer looking at the Earth's surface. So you need to look at the Earth's surface and measure the Earth. You cannot look up. That's wrong. Okay, and he's an electrician, fully qualified, been doing it for years. So he understands what I'm saying. It's the wrong direction, okay? And then I put in the comments how stupid this guy was and his method. And that went on for a couple of months, him trying to slag me off, and I slagged him off. He turned out to be a Chinaman. So I should say, Mr. One Long Pong, I called him. Do you know what I mean? One Long Pong, you know, Pong being stinky. Yeah. I called him One Long Pong, you are wrong, sir. And blah, blah, blah. That went on for 2 months, hoping that my brother would be reading the comments and my defense of the flat Earth and the expose of the stupidity and the wrong method of trying to measure curvature. Silly ass. Yeah. There you go.
Because like I've never really spoken about my belief in flat Earth with people, like in real life. I mean, I have with my mom, and she just doesn't really believe in it. But like, I've always felt like scared that people are just gonna think I'm like I'm an idiot, or they're gonna think I'm ignorant. So I just never really spoke about it.
Yeah, I think you've got to stop saying belief though, because if you've gone out and measured the curvature of the Earth and you know that it's not there and you found the flat Earth, then it's no longer a belief. But if you haven't done that, then I can understand. Okay,
well, I
because
haven't actually gone out and done it myself. I've just watched people do it, like online.
Yeah. Well, you're going to have to go and do that for yourself at one point, so that you can actually say you know. Then once you know, your confidence shoots right off the charts because you know now. Okay. Yeah, you actually know, and then no one can ever dissuade you or move you from your knowledge that you have acquired, empirical evidence. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Those of you who have just arrived, if you have any questions relating to the globe model, you think you've got the proof of the curvature, or why we're saying it's flat, please do not hesitate to ask your questions. Go ahead. You're the guest, of course, so you're first, we're last. Please go ahead. And welcome. Yeah, we got to acknowledge people coming in and out as well, because they may have some questions and that. But yes, I measure it for yourself, right, Ring? Then you will know for sure. Okay.
Okay, so my question then, and maybe some people in the VC, is what's the best way to measure the curve, or measure measure the Earth, right?
Oh, yeah, you want to measure the curve. You want to measure the curve, of course.
Right.
What is the best way to measure the curvature of the Earth? Well, basically, if you use the Pythagorean theorem of 8 inches per mile squared, I'm going to post the chart in the side chat in the next 2 minutes. Remember, I'm on a mobile phone. I've got to change from this screen to the next. Okay, so just give me a couple of minutes, and I'll post that chart in there for you. That you will need to. I call it the template. Okay, it's the template you're going to need to use to prove either way. Okay, right? It's coming in the next 30 seconds. So please allow that now. There we go. No panic in here. There we are. Politics. Okay, have a look at that chart now in the side chat. Can you see it?
Yes.
Right. Bookmark that, save that. That's what you're going to need to measure the curvature of the Earth. Because remember, you want to prove the Earth to be a globe. That is your intention, is to find the globe. Okay? So obviously, when you look at the left in the chart, the numbers on the left are miles. 1 mile, 2 mile, 3 mile, 10, 20, 30, 40. Then next to that is the curvature in miles. And then, or in feet. Sorry, no, miles. Then in feet as well, if you look across the chart. Okay? So it's all there. That's the Pythagorean theorem of 8 inches per mile squared, spherical mathematics. Okay.
No, I get. Yeah. Continue.
Then you will need to go out into wherever you live, get to a high vantage point, and see what you can see from that vantage point. If you're living in the city, if you're out to the coast, which is better because it's an uninterrupted expanse, then you can see what you can see and start making measurements. What is the distance you're looking at? How much coverage should there be? How tall am I? Etc. Etc. And then you will know whether or not the Earth's curving.
Well, I've already done those type of measurements, but do you not mean like do you need a tool like a laser or something to
Well, if you're going to do the laser test, then it's going to require you and someone else, and then the laser itself and the equipment to set up. You can rent the lasers. You can rent lasers and that. So you can rent the equipment. Yeah, why don't you do it that way? That's going to be a brilliant one. Yeah. Then you can go out to a long distance open expanse, right? And start making your observations and hitting targets. Yeah.
But why do I have to do that if it's already been done multiple times?
Because you want to say you know.
Okay.
That's why.
But what if I've seen something from a very long distance?
Yeah. That's all very well and done. Yeah, but you want to say you know.
So what year? Okay. I've got a question on this. Just to interrupt. What year did you prove it, and how did you prove it to yourself?
Oh well, my one was easy because first and foremost, prior to becoming a flat earther, I'd already started traveling around the earth. Okay, so that would mean from 1969 we'd gone to Nigeria by aeroplane. That plane flew horizontal. So there's my experience right there from London to Nigeria. 2 years later, we're returning by ship, okay, on the MV Oriel cargo ship from Lagos to Southampton, 2 weeks, all right? And I did that journey twice in my life. Then I traveled to France, hovercraft, ferry, okay, Holland, Europe, started traveling. So I'm acquiring knowledge. I've joined the army. So we've done parachuting, we've done training in nature. I'm acquiring knowledge of flat Earth without realizing it. Okay, traveling around the Earth. So then let's fast forward to 2015 now. Flat Earth videos are being recommended. In 2014, I ignore. I click on one, Mark Sargent ones, and then there was Eric Dubay, Generism, Celebrate Truth, Dave Murphy, Greatest Lie Ever Told. That was a good one. Okay, so I watched about 8 hours of videos. All those videos related to my life perfectly. Okay, then there's the observation of Mount Fuji from Mount Scuba, and an observation of Mount Fuji from Fukushima, and that's how I proved it. And then we did the aeroplane test with spirit levels traveling from Japan to Saipan, Japan to Guam, Japan to Hawaii, Japan to Indonesia and Philippines. Sorry, Singapore and Philippines. Okay, Vietnam. So this is how I proved to myself that the Earth is flat. So I've acquired, prior to coming to flat Earth, I'd acquired flat Earth knowledge without even realizing it. Okay, that's what I mean by your memories are very important. Okay, anecdotal they may be, but that's your data, that's your life. And then obviously the observations that I've made in Fukushima, Mount Scuba in the Scuba area of Japan. And then long distance observation from the west coast of Morocco to the Canary Islands, which I've been to as well. Okay, there's another proof right there.
What was
and
you
I was with my
tangent?
dad at the time. I was with my dad, but I didn't know it was flat Earth though, because that's going back to 1970. Okay, I didn't know the 1970s. I didn't know that was flat Earth. Didn't have anything to do with it. It was just that we could see the island. I asked my dad, "What is that island?" And he said, "That's Canary Island." He showed me on the boat. Right, so we're on the ship. There's the map. That was the Canary Islands. We were going to be going there. He said. I said, "Okay, good." Okay, that's it. The one thing that was missing in my life was curvature. I'd never seen it.
Well, then I know the Earth is flat then, because I've had similar experiences. I've been on flights. I've seen like things from a distance that shouldn't be seen. So yeah, I know.
Okay, all right. Well, fair enough. As long as you can replicate that and repeat that, and then that's fine. But you've got to say and with confidence, yeah, not just and then you get waylaid by a glober. When you know, there's no turning back. No one can ever push you back to the globe. Once you know that, it's impossible. The globe does not exist. It doesn't exist anywhere. Just a globe on the teacher's desk. That's all it is. Terrible. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So you might just want to do it. If you want to do a laser beam test, that's a good one. Yeah. I did it with my children because I wanted my children to know as well. You see, so that's why I can say I know, my children can say they know. 100% without a doubt. There's no leeway there at all. I even told them, and I asked them to go and ask their teachers, how did they measure the curvature of the earth? I said, no, and I told them what the answer is going to be. They've never done it. Go and ask. And they came back because, Daddy, yeah, they never measured the curvature. So that means they don't know they're on the globe. Yeah.
I've got a question for you. Why do ships disappear hull first over the horizon?
Okay, because the hull is the thing that's on the ocean itself. Okay, and they don't disappear over the horizon, because what's happening is that the ship is moving away from you, right?
Yeah.
It's moving into a conversion point, what we call the vanishing point. So things are going to disappear bottom upwards, not top down, bottom down, because you're on the surface of the earth as the ship moves away. When you can no longer see that ship, most people think it's gone over the curvature, yeah? But if you pick up a pair of binoculars, that ship is still there, proving that it didn't go over the curvature. It just went beyond your eyeballs' abilities to see that ship. So you aid your eyes with the binoculars. And if you keep looking through the binoculars, the ship will indeed disappear from the binoculars' ability to focus on it. It's gone. You put the binoculars down, you take a telescope, the ones you pull out, and you slide them out, and that gives you more range, and there it is again. The ship is still there. So clearly, the ship hasn't gone over any horizon curvature at all. Okay? That's it. It's that clean and simple.
Why when your elevation goes up a little bit would you start to see the hull again if it's just as far away from your eyes?
The thing is, right? Yes, well, that's common. It's a normal standard of natural law. When you raise yourself up, the more you're going to see. That's all you're looking at there. Nothing magical. It's not curvature. Okay? Right. When you raise your elevation, the more you're going to see. The example that I love to give, the example I like to give is the basketball court, where you place your mobile phone on the floor underneath one basketball net, and you walk to the other net, lie down, and look for your phone. You won't see it because the ground is blocking you, and that ground is level. That basketball floor is level, and you can't see your phone. When you raise your elevation to the knees now, so now you've created an angle by which you can see the phone, but you're not seeing that phone at its actual size and shape. You're only seeing that slither. When you walk towards it, it begins to change shape, gets larger, recognizable. Then when you're right on top of it, 90 degrees, you're seeing the whole dimensions of your phone. That's known as angular resolution from your perspective as you are moving towards the phone. Okay? So you've got to understand all that. You're surrounded by angular resolution in your room. You look at the things in your room, you're not looking at them at their true dimension because you're looking at them from an angle. You have to go right up to it, stand above it, then you see the thing for what it is. But when you're sitting down and it's on the table over there, you're seeing it at an angle and not at its true size. Angular resolution. Okay? And things always disappear bottom upwards because you're on the surface of the earth. That's it. That's all I can say for now. It's a natural law.
That was a good answer. A good answer, yeah. I think it's just how our vision is. The higher elevation, you see more.
Exactly. Yeah. So when the sun has disappeared, over the horizon, if you raise your elevation, you'd see the sun again. Okay, because you've lifted yourself up. But if you stayed there at that elevation, the sun is going to disappear from you, and there's going to be a point where even if you raise yourself very high, you won't see the sun anymore because it's gone to another country. Goodbye. You have to have your night. Night time will ensue. Okay. It's out of your range now. It's good night. Unless you can fly to where that sun is. Okay, outside of that, you're not seeing it again, no matter how high you go up, because it's moved to another country at this point. Okay, you're in the night. That's all natural law. Beautiful phenomena. Any other questions? Yeah, because it's good to get a full understanding. It's good to get a full understanding, and I know you've just come into it recently, really. So you need to do a little bit more discussions and a discourse with other people, and then when you start to explain it to other people, you can then fine tune your explanations to suit your cognitive ability. That's all you've got to do. Okay, I'm not saying you're a dunce or anything like that. I'm just saying you will eventually develop the language you want to use to deliver the flat earth truth. That'll be upon you at the end of the day. But there's certain things we don't say, like believe this and believe that. Those words never come out of my mouth, because flat earth is not a belief, and we don't have a model. We don't claim to have any models, and it's not a theory. It's not a trend, and these words we don't use. So we have to be very careful.
It's a legitimate physical fact.
It's the truth. Yes, exactly. Yes, it's just a statement of fact that the Earth is flat.
It's the globe which is like the one that is a belief, because it hasn't got. You cannot measure the curvature. You cannot measure the spin. So that's the belief. Yeah.
That's it. That's the one. Yeah. Yeah. The flat Earth itself is the truth, and the point is, it's not only measured flat, but it is actually utilized flat. All our leveling tools we have to date came because of flat Earth. Okay, flat Earth was the reason why we have flat leveling tools. There you go. Yeah. Isn't that amazing? First came flat Earth, then came the leveling tools. Yeah. And it's so hideous and cringeworthy when you hear Globers say a curved line is straight and level. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. When we all know.
I mean, you know what I think it is? I think it's like the fact that it's such a big conspiracy in terms of like it's so many people involved, and it's such a big lie that
it's the biggest lie ever told.
It's the biggest lie ever told, and it blows people's minds, because it's like, oh, there's no way I could have believed in such a big lie, or there's no way someone could make such a big lie and continue it. But then you do have to remember that until very recently, in like these, like since I guess the 20th century, people en masse did believe the Earth was flat. It was the norm for humanity, right, throughout time. People just believe, not even believe, they just knew it was flat. So
yeah. So yeah, you cut off there, so you like to start again.
Okay, I was just saying that throughout all the centuries, throughout time, from what we know, people knew the Earth was flat, right? And it was the norm. And it was only until very recently that changed.
Yeah. If we go back to 483 years, this would be 1543. This is when the Copernicus model was introduced. Copernicus himself, Nicolaus Copernicus, didn't want to release it because it was still a work in progress. He hadn't proven anything. He was still working with it. But he unfortunately dies, and then the Jesuits take it and educate everyone else as if it's the gospel truth. Okay? That's what happened. And that began 483 years ago. If we're taking it from Nicolaus Copernicus, that would be the solar system. All right?
So the solar system came from him.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was the one that was working with that. Yeah. And then that's where the globe and what we're believing in, what these beliefs going on with is coming from the Nicolaus Copernicus. The Copernicus model. Yeah. Which was never proven.
Yeah, and that was in the 16th century, 1500s.
Yeah,
So
1543.
1543. So do you believe this is one of my interests in this idea is kind of who came up with the whole um solar system model, right, and galaxy model, and did they whoever created it, did they create it out of ignorance or out of actual trying to
Yes,
get people to
trial and
be
error, they would
misguided?
say. Yeah, trial and error.
Roman Catholic Church
Yes,
did.
thank you. Go ahead.
No, that's who. I mean, when you say solar system, apparently those are the people who first viewed the sky as, the sun being the central view, the central thing for all the things rotating around it, including us. They're the ones that propagated that message. Started with them.
Yeah, the Roman Catholic Church. There you go. Thank you. There you have it. You see.
Well, the first Jesuit was from an interesting tribe, but yeah, so it must have been made as a way to start to. It's just weird. It's just weird to why they would come up with that.
It's all
To
pseudoscience. That's what it is. It's all pseudoscience.
I get that.
Egos running out of control. Man trying to be trying to act more capable than he is. That's what it was all about. You see.
So
And then it
did they
considers
have a
knowledge.
plan from back then? Did they have a plan that they were going to create this world on that worldview?
They steadily moved into it when they could see how much control they had. Obviously, they got slowly and surely emboldened. That's what's happened. Look at what they're doing with the pandemic recently. They really are
Yeah.
emboldened now. Look at how they're selling us wars. They've signed a treaty in Antarctica, but they're enemies on the mainland. Is that really true? No, it's not. They're not enemies. We're the ones that are suffering. We pay for it. We are the losers at the moment. Remember, we're slave here. We're under tyranny. Don't forget that. Okay, that's the legacy, and that's the end result. Is humanity
Yeah.
99% controlled by 1%?
Well,
Shameful position. Shameful.
Jim, that's a good point because growing up and stuff, you hear there's people that are working class, people that are middle class, people who are upper middle class, but in reality, if you're controlled by the same type of governments and you're all paying taxes to the banks that we're forever indebted to, there's no real classes. There's just the real elites who we might not even know, and the rest of humanity who are basically their
Correct.
slaves.
Yeah,
There is
the
all of
99%.
that stuff, and I think they probably push these illusions of class to divide the people into thinking that keeping them divided amongst themselves, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I wanna get a better job, and I wanna get a nice house and car so I can be middle class and I can be better than him, and then and then they feel then that they're below the next guy who's richer than them and has this and that they don't have. It's like
Yeah.
a way of
Keeping up,
keeping the
keeping up with the Joneses. Keeping up with the
exactly,
Joneses. Yeah.
exactly, yeah, perfect,
Yeah.
yeah, keeping up with the Joneses, exactly.
Yeah. That's exactly what was going. That's why I posted that documentary called "The Century of Self." That's what it's all about, and how that psychology took over. Right. And now look at the legacy. Now we're in. We are the 99% slaved by the 1% who have been doing all the deceiving.
Right.
Right. When that 99% wakes up, all hell is going to break loose. Okay? If it ever does. If it ever does, of course. Yeah. Because
The one of the issues that I have also with this is that a lot of flat earthers, right? Not a lot, it's actually very mixed, but some flat earthers, let's say, are say Christians or Muslims or whatever,
yeah.
and that's fine. I tend to believe in a creator as well, but how do we not know that these religions have also been scripted against us?
Well, this is why I'm very skeptical about religion. I don't poo-poo anyone's religion. I don't say you're wrong. All I say is be the best you can be with your religion. Don't start wars with it. Okay? Because that's where it's, because in the religion, it says you must be getting on with each other. You can't ram it down people's throats. You can't start saying you're wrong. And if you don't accept Jesus, that's crap. You want to accept Jesus? Good luck to you. It's me. For me, Jin CBR1, it's me, the earth, and the creator. That's it. That's my religion right there. That's it. Don't need anything else. Don't need a book. I don't need anything. I will deal with that. And if I'm wrong, God is the one that's going to punish me, and I'll be punished for that. But that's my
Yeah,
conviction.
yeah.
Thank you.
I like to. That's a good point, and I like to look at like native like tribes across the world that
Yes,
still
I
live
like to
like
look at them.
pre-civilization, right?
Yeah,
And I
yeah,
look at like some of these tribes in like Africa,
yeah.
and I look at their beliefs. Now they might not have like a book like the Torah or the Quran, but they all have a belief in the Creator God, and
Yes, they know there's
it's
a
like
creator.
it's natural to them, right?
Yeah,
And they
yeah.
know this through oral teachings and just their senses.
They know it from living on the earth. It's
Yeah,
there already. That's how they
yeah,
know it. You
right,
know what I mean?
right.
They see nature and its cycles, right? And they don't have
Right.
control over it. So they know there's a
And
greater force. It's just
and these
obvious.
tribes people, right? They're living a lot more real than we are. They're grounded. Their feet
Absolutely.
on the ground. They have to kill animals and like eat them. So they
Yeah,
see animals kill each other. They experience like
yeah,
the real wild life of the world, right?
yeah.
And they probably are a bit more in tune with nature than the average
Of
person.
course they are. When
You
you
know,
tell them the
yeah,
earth is a ball spinning through the universe at these speeds, they're going to laugh in your face.
yeah,
Go, you're crazy.
right. Or if you
Yeah,
came to them and you were like, "Oh, by the way, there's no higher power. Like everything's just an accident, and actually we just came from nothing," they'd probably be like, "That's ridiculous."
yes, it would be ridiculous. Yeah, you could not be sane to have that kind of position. Not with all the evidence that's out there. You're being dishonest to yourself first and foremost, and then you're a poor representation of humanity. Secondly, terrible. No, yeah.
They
If,
actually
if,
did.
if yeah, go ahead.
Go on. No,
No, no,
sorry,
no,
I'll
go ahead.
finish.
No,
I
go
was
ahead.
just gonna say. I was just gonna say. I remember reading about studies they did right with children, and they basically learned that. I can't remember exactly how they did it, but they basically discovered that children naturally believe that things have been put in place and not accidental. So
Yeah.
like they naturally believe in like the stars have been put there, not that they're just
Mm,
like accidentally there,
mm,
right?
yeah.
And they basically say that if a child is left to its own without like culture, without parents, without media, they
Mm,
naturally are going to believe in a higher power.
yeah.
They've basically
Yeah.
shown that in studies.
That's been my experience from the day I was born. By the time I got to 6 years old, I realized there was a powerful force. And the thing was that we had to do a nature watch study program, where we had to go into the school garden at the back, okay, and collect ladybugs, okay, and insects, take some leaves and twigs, put it all in there, put a piece of paper on the top, elastic band around that jam jar, put a few holes so the air could circulate. Now, when I pulled the branch off there with the leaves on it, I knew that those leaves were going to die, and I felt bad myself, right? And then I didn't feel good looking at the insects in the jar because I now knew that I was taking them away from their natural environment. They're in this jar, okay? It just didn't seem right. So as soon as we finished drawing what we had in the jar, and the teacher's telling us about the insects and that, right? I then decided. I asked my teacher because we could take it home. I said I didn't want to take it home. I put it back in the garden. I put it all back in the garden, and I said to myself, I'm never going to do that
Yeah.
again. I didn't feel
Mm.
good. Yeah, I didn't feel good at all. Didn't feel good at all doing that. I never took my children to the zoo because I didn't think that the zoo was a natural environment for those animals to be in, and it stunk to It stunk like there was no tomorrow. Clearly not natural. And I've noticed that when you go into the natural environment, the jungle, you don't smell that kind of smell. So there's a difference, isn't it? Nature kind of like takes care of it. But yet you go into a zoo and it's like disgusting. I never took them to the zoo. Not once.
Yeah.
But I had to go to the zoo with them because they went on a school excursion. So the school took them and a parent was required. So my wife was working. I had the free time. So I had to go with my children to the zoo
I see.
with the school. Yeah. And then I highlighted all the stress that the animals were displaying because this is not natural. And then a few months later, one of the elephants died in that zoo, unfortunately. Sorry, not elephant, a hippo. Hippopotamus died. I said,
Where
yeah,
was this?
because
Was this in Japan or?
yeah, in Japan, yeah, because the zoo was too small, obviously,
Oh
and it
no.
couldn't cater. Couldn't you know like Windsor Safari Park that's closed down now, but in England, Windsor Safari Park was much bigger, and Whipsnade Zoo. These were large. The animals had some freedom. In Japan, it's restricted, so the animals are under stress. You could see it. I just said, I don't. That's why I don't take it to the zoo. I said, I don't want to see that. I remember
Yeah,
going
it
to
makes
London.
you. Continue.
Sorry, I was just going to say this. I remember going to London Zoo. My mother used to work in the cafeteria in the London Zoo, you see. So when we went to the London Zoo with the school, I was really looking forward to it, but it was a great disappointment because it stank. I didn't want to be. I didn't want to be there. Horrible place.
Okay.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like the zoos. Terrible. Yeah. Didn't like it
Yeah.
at all.
Yeah, I get it. My grandparents always said that zoos are cruel. That's what they always said. They were like, it's cruel to keep these animals like in cages and out of their natural environment for the entertainment of people.
And the animal rights activists eventually managed to get Windsor Safari Park shut down. And you know, Windsor Safari Park is owned by the royal family, Windsor, yeah? So they actually shut it down now. So Windsor Safari Park is no more. It was good. It was good because it was much larger and the animals had a lot of room to run around. They had a lot of room. But you had to be in the car, of course, because you've got rhinos and then you've got your lions and that. So, you know, so you drive the car and you remain in there with your family. So we went to Windsor. Yeah, I went to Windsor Safari Park. And my brother went to Whipsnade Zoo with his school. I went to London Zoo because it was near where we lived, Regent's Park. I lived on the Regent's Park estate. So, yeah, it was good. But the zoo was a terrible thing. And I never took my children to the zoo. But I had to accompany a couple of them because of the school excursion. But yeah, no, not keen on zoos at all. Go to their, if you want to learn about the animals, go to their environment or go to a holiday in Kenya, Nairobi. You can enjoy the animals there. Okay, and you go into their Land Rovers and drive around. That would be good. I've never been, but I'd like to try that. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, the good thing about my mother working in the London Zoo, she always used to bring back all the snacks and foods from the cafeteria that's left behind that people didn't buy. They could bring it home. Yeah, we used to look forward to that every day. Yeah, man.
Nice.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, nice. Yeah. I mean, were the snacks good for you or not? Were they healthy?
Some of the sandwiches were good. The cakes were a bit heavy game. But when you're a kid, you don't mind, do you? You can't
Right,
wait to get
yeah.
the cake in your mouth, can you?
Of
You're a kid,
course.
remember? Give me that cake right now. Yeah. And jam
When
tarts.
you're a kid running around as well, you kind of just burn it off quick, you know.
Yeah, because you're still growing anyway. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're still growing in that, and you're. Yeah, I burnt up all the energy, man. I'm still burning energy now as we speak. What are you talking about?
Right.
I did. What was it? I did 12 miles today. Sorry, yesterday, because it's today already now.
Right.
Yesterday, 12 miles. Okay, so that's a 12 mile cycle and a 5 mile run.
Amazing. I did like a 7 mile walk yesterday. But yeah, no, you're doing very good, very good. 5 mile
love it.
run,
Yeah, that's the
biking.
thing. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. I mean, 12 miles cycling is not that difficult, really. It's over in
Right.
like 30 minutes. Okay.
But it's still good, man. You're still getting that exercise in. Still good.
Yeah. And the reason I do that is because I want to warm the body up. So I've warmed the body up by the 12 miles, and then I do the 5 mile jog. Yeah. I say run, I mean jog. The only time you might see me running it is if I'm in a good mood with the music and that, and then I'm doing I'm really doing I'm doing a Brendan Foster. Yeah. But jogging is what it is. And you do have to stop at the lights, of course. And the pelican lights get in the way. But yeah, I enjoy all that, do a 2-hour workout. Not going to complain at my age. But that's
Would
2
you
hours.
say that? Yeah. Would you say that like learning about the flat Earth is also rejuvenating, like in terms of just your overall energy, because it gives you like
Absolutely, yeah.
Because I feel like that phrase, right? It says the truth sets you free. I feel like it does, and I feel like it probably gives people more of a reason to like tell people and explore more and to live. To be honest, because if you're just an atheist and you believe you're on a spinning ball and we're all just a bunch of like very intelligent apes, and then you see and then on top of that, they're giving you the news constantly of wars and misery and stuff. It's going to drive people to not want to live or to live badly.
That's right. It's depressing. It's control, mind control.
Depressing. Yeah.
Right. But when you are a flat earther, your mind is free. You now become the animal activist because you don't want them to hunt animals to extinction because they don't have that right to take it from the children that are not yet born. So you've got to stop them from doing that and stop them from killing themselves. That's what you've got to do. You've got to be that activist, that noise. You have to be. Okay, that's why you were put on the earth as a custodian.
The earth is a
and
globe.
enjoy the gift of life. Enjoy it. Okay?
Right.
That's what it was all about originally. Now we are under control by the 1%. The 99% sleepwalking sheeple.
The earth is the globe.
What proof do you have of that, sir?
The Artemis mission.
Again, you're not measuring the surface of the earth, are you? You see.
The Artemis mission isn't enough proof, isn't it?
No, it's not. It's a flawed methodology because how can you validate that they went to space? Did you validate that?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, go ahead, please.
People saw the fucking spaceship go up.
It doesn't mean they went. It doesn't mean they went to the moon.
Listen close.
Where did they go, Jen?
He can barely speak.
Jen, where did they go?
Where did they go? The rocket goes up and comes back down to the ocean, mate. That's where it goes.
So wait, for 5 days they've been stranded in the ocean?
It would have been
actually no, 2 weeks.
10 days. It was, wasn't it?
This guy's never seen a movie made before, Jen. You got to understand. These people don't know. They think movies are reality.
So they've been stuck in the fucking ocean for 10 days.
Yeah. I'm going to ask you a question, okay? What's the F-bombs, okay? Now listen up. Which is the most accurate? Listen carefully. Which is the most accurate? To measure the surface you are on, where you're living, or to go to space?
Go to space.
No, it's not. You're
Yes,
wrong. No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
No.
Because we can't go to space.
If you believe in flat Earth, you're a fucking retard.
I don't believe in flat Earth.
Obviously you are. Yep, absolutely he's right.
It's not a belief. It's not a belief, mate. Nope.
It is a belief.
No, it's not. You see, you can't tell me what the way I live my life. I'm sorry, you're wrong.
Can you prove to me that the re-entry vehicle has been sitting in the ocean?
As far as I'm concerned, there was no re-entry vehicle. There was
What do you mean?
Right? There was no re-entry.
There's a video of it falling down into the ocean.
No,
a video
there's not.
can be.
No, there's no video of it.
Yes, there is.
No,
How
there
would they
isn't.
know where it's coming down
I'm
at?
gonna post it right now.
I dare you to.
Yeah. The thing is, measuring the surface of the Earth is the most accurate because you're living on the surface of the Earth. Okay? And Neil deGrasse Tyson states that you would never see curvature from 24 miles off the Earth's surface, 120,000 feet. That stuff is flat. So we're not measuring it at sea level. We're not seeing it from 24 miles. So NASA's imagery are fake. We know they're fake because the Apollo missions
There
were
you
fake
go.
and we're flat Earth. Yeah.
Oh, that's CGI.
Oh yeah, here comes the
Clearly.
excuse. Obviously it's CGI, right?
Well, what else? What else would it be? What else would
Prove
it
it to
be?
me. Prove it to me. You just made a claim. Prove it to me.
Yeah, we're
Why is
measuring
it
Listen,
flat
CGI?
Earth.
prove the. All right, I'll do it. I can prove it by you not having Earth curve. You can't prove the Earth is
No. Prove to
curving.
me that it's
I did. I just
that this
did.
video is
I
CGI.
just did.
That's
You
not
can't
enough.
prove,
No, I'm asking you to
prove the
prove
Earth is curving,
that
and
this
you're
video
showing balls.
particularly
You're
is
showing
CGI.
ball in the your video.
You're obfuscating. You're not answering the question.
No, we're not
It's
obfuscating at all.
about Earth is not a ball. That's the whole room. Do you understand that now?
You still haven't provided any proof of it being CGI, so I
Yes, the
won't
proof
answer you.
is you showed a ball and we can't measure any Earth curve, so your
Nope,
picture
that's
is
not what I
wrong.
asked. That's not what I asked of you.
Yeah, that's what you asked.
Nope, I asked you to prove that this video is CGI.
Okay, because it's showing a ball and the Earth isn't a ball, so it's CGI.
No,
Yeah.
you need to tell me exactly
Yes.
what they
I
used to
did. I
make it
told you
CGI.
exactly.
No,
We don't measure.
You
Are you
need
going
to
to say
tell me
no, no,
how they
no the
made it.
whole time?
I'm answering you right now. You need to show to me specifically what kind of software they used to make it CGI.
No, I don't. I
Good.
don't have to show you the software.
Yes, you do. Yes, you
Oh,
do.
they use
Yes, you
Blender.
do.
They use Blender.
Prove it to me.
Everybody uses Blender.
But just prove it to me.
Well, what would they be using? Something different?
Just I don't know. Find a way to prove to me that
What
this video
class did those
specifically
interns
is
take
fake.
that's any different from the other interns?
Prove it to
Please
me.
prove it's real, please. You prove
I
it's
can
real,
prove
by
it
the
to
way.
you. Here,
How
you
can I
can't
prove it to
measure the
you?
Earth.
There's
I'm going to
cameras on
mute
the
you if you talk
ISS.
over me, dude. I'm going to mute you if you talk over me. Do you
Sound so
understand?
gay.
I'm gay because you can't stop talking. So you showed a picture of a ball in your video. The Earth doesn't measure to be curved, so your video is obviously CGI.
Nope.
Nope. All right, where
That
do you
doesn't
measure
answer
Earth
the
curve
question.
at? Where do you measure Earth curve at?
I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole.
Oh well,
so,
then we can just delete your video from chat. Watch.
Wait, so
Watch this.
why? Why do you want
Well,
to do
because you
that?
don't want to talk about it.
We can talk about the video specifically.
We can't. You said you don't want to. There, I got rid of it for you. Now, what do you want to talk about?
So everything I'm just gonna bring up, you're gonna say it's CGI. Like any photographic
Yes,
evidence,
until
you're gonna say it's CGI.
you address the point I made.
Oh,
Since we
I
don't
see.
measure Earth curve, why are
I
you
see.
posting
So everybody's
computer
lying,
video?
right?
Yes,
So it's a
yes,
giant
you're lying.
conspiracy.
Yes, you're a liar.
I see. There's millions of people involved in a giant
Nobody's.
conspiracy.
No, they're just watching TV like you.
Wow.
Yeah, you saw it on TV,
There's
didn't
millions of people lying.
you? It's spiraling, dude.
God damn, man.
Name one
Don't you
group
think
of.
it's far-fetched a little bit?
No.
Not at
Haven't you
all.
ever seen a movie before?
So hold on.
How
So
come you never see a movie? How come very
No, I've
rarely, unless you live in Hollywood, you never see movies being filmed? Is it magic? Or do they just make them so quick and they do them in studios?
What does this have to do with anything?
They made a video and that's it. It was just a movie.
Sure. So you're telling me that there's millions of people on the payroll that refuse to say
There's not even
that
a
the
million
Earth is
people that
flat,
work
right?
at NASA. There's not a million people that work there.
Yeah, I know, but there's plenty of other
So
agencies
why
that
did you
have gone to
say a
space,
million
right?
people? You said a million
No, no,
people,
no.
and I said,
No,
no,
I'm
it's not a
answering.
million
No,
people. You said,
there
yeah,
is
I
probably
know, it's not a
if
million.
you hold up, if you include all the other agencies in the world, space
Like
agencies,
what?
yes, it's probably a million.
Like what?
Like the Russian, the European one.
They didn't have
There's
anything to
probably
do
like
with it.
It's probably hundreds of thousands, right?
No.
Yeah, but all of them are involved in the
It only
ISS.
takes about 14 people to make a movie.
So show to me like the people that worked at NASA saying that the Earth is flat. Go.
Can you guys start posting the NASA documents that show Earth is flat, please?
No, I want somebody from NASA saying specifically that the Earth
Now
is
we're
flat.
going to just give you the papers, and you can call the guys yourself.
Just tell me who said that.
I don't remember. I don't remember the guy's name at NASA. You
So
weirdo.
you don't know. So there's
did you know that in
hundreds of thousands of people
2025?
being able to like keep a secret for so long and never reveal it. God damn, that's
What
wild.
secret? What secret?
But that the Earth is apparently flat, right?
That's not a secret. You can go outside and look at it for yourself. How is that a secret?
So why would they be lying to us?
Who's lying to you?
NASA, right? They're lying to us.
NASA
right?
is a propaganda company.
So they're lying to us, correct?
That's what their job is. Yes.
Oh, I see. But what's the reason to lie about?
I don't
these
know.
kind of
I don't work there. I don't know what the reason
So you
is.
don't know? So there's like no real reason.
Why
for
would
them
I know the reason
doing
that NASA
lies
does what they
out
do?
of the blue? Like they're like, let's just propagate a lie.
No, they've been doing it for a long time. 60
But
years
for
they've
what
been lying.
reason? What do they have to gain from this?
Your money.
My money? What?
Yes.
How do I pay NASA? What? In what
Comes
way?
out of taxes.
What are you talking about? It's like
You don't know how NASA is.
0.01%
You don't
of
know
your
how
fucking
NASA is.
paycheck.
Are you going to let me talk, or are you going to talk over me? You don't know how NASA is funded?
Sure, through taxes, but it's like
tiny. So I am paying for NASA.
Okay, sure. So
okay, well they're a propaganda company. Do you want me to just? Why would I want to pay for Pravda? Why do I want to go to Russia and read Pravda? Is that where the actual truth is at?
No.
Well, then why do you want to come to the U.S. and read NASA stuff and watch NASA videos? They're a propaganda company. In 2025, they were renamed and reclassified, or not renamed, but reclassified as an intelligence agency. So they cannot, moving forward, be held responsible for any lies we catch them in. They did it. Thanks to us, they had to reclassify themselves.
This is insane.
Go ahead and look it up. Yeah, look it up, Mr. Insane.
So you're telling me that if suddenly they decided to tell us the truth and say that the Earth is flat, all of a sudden you would
no, it's always been always been told to you. You've always been told the Earth was flat.
But it doesn't follow. Why would they be lying about?
You chose to believe you live on a spinning. You chose to believe you live on a spinning ball in a vacuum, dude.
Hey, but how does that change? Like, if you prove to me that the Earth is fucking flat,
how would I do? I need to prove to you that water is flat on the surface?
Why would I care? Why would it change my
dude? You're fucking spiraling. You obviously care.
No, I don't. I couldn't give two fucks.
If you came in here talking over people and spiraling about Artemis, and you don't care.
No, listen, because you're the one who's claiming like an absurdity, essentially. Okay,
what?
That's why it kind of.
What's the absurdity I claimed?
That the Earth is flat.
It's measured that way.
It's not.
It is. Planar surveying. Yeah, planar surveys.
It's not. It's not.
Planar surveying. Yes, it is.
Bro,
that's how you do it.
You know what's funny? It's like some other conspiracies have been proven right.
Is it? Water's not a conspiracy. Water is not a conspiracy.
But okay,
how can water be a conspiracy? How can water be a conspiracy?
So Professor Triangle, can you answer this?
Yeah.
Real quick. So what's the real reason for NASA to keep lying to us?
Oh, I don't know. It doesn't bother me. I already know the Earth is flat.
Yeah, but why are they lying to me?
Why does Pravda lie?
I don't know, because they want to like rally people up for a cause or
that's
something.
That's why NASA does it. Yeah, that's why NASA does it, to rally people up for a cause so they can collect money.
Which collect money? What do you mean?
Yeah, so they can go buy yachts and planes and all that other shit that rich people like.
So all of a sudden, if they said that the Earth is flat, they would not be making money?
Correct. Where are they going to go? To It said the flat planet floating in a vacuum. No, because space is fake. Remember?
What?
Are you having a
What?
meltdown, dude? Dude, you're having a
So
meltdown. You're
I'm not
making
having a
classic.
meltdown.
You're making a classic right now. You're making classic
Makes no
24/7
sense.
global meltdown clip.
So all of this money that goes to NASA goes straight to like boats and yachts
For
and
whoever gets paid, yeah, doesn't do anything for us, does it?
so none of it goes to like
None of
fucking,
it.
you know,
None of it goes to
spaceships.
anything worth anything. No, not
So
spaceships.
so what are
There's
the
no
all the
such thing as
engineers employed
spaceships.
there
Calm
doing?
down, clown. Calm down. There's no such thing as going to outer space. You're having a meltdown, dude.
No, you're just funny. You're just
I know.
funny.
You
So
listen, dude.
all those
You're
engineers working
starting.
at NASA, they're doing nothing. Like, what
What
are
do
they
you think?
doing?
Everybody that works at NASA flies to space? Are you an idiot?
No, but they're making spaceships, right?
No, they're not.
What are they doing there?
I don't know. You tell me.
I mean, clearly, I've seen those spaceships. I mean, I've been
You
to
haven't
those
seen
fucking
NASA building
museums,
anything like that. You've never seen
bro.
NASA building a spaceship.
Buddy, I've been to the fucking what's it called?
You don't
The
know.
Kennedy Space Center. I've
So
seen a
what?
rocket go all the way up to fucking space. So what do you mean?
No,
So what?
rockets don't go up. They go up and turn sideways and go over the ocean. So you're a
Oh,
liar.
sure. So even the people seeing them from planes
They go
going
up and
still
turn
up.
sideways. Yeah, and go over the ocean.
Well, Mr.
Of course,
Triangle, he doesn't
of course, of
understand that
course.
he doesn't understand that in order to reach
So what about
the state
satellites?
velocity. So dumbass doesn't understand that even satellites that get launched to then be in orbital space, it needs to wrap around the Earth a few times first. Dummy doesn't understand that.
Okay, so do you acknowledge that there are
So it's not
satellites out
going
there?
up into
No,
space;
he's
it's
not
going over
acknowledging
the
it. He's
ocean.
There are
acknowledging
no
you don't
satellites.
understand how launches work. That's what
There are
he's
no
acknowledging. You
satellites.
don't understand how launches
Wait,
would
Professor
work if the
Triangle, are
Earth
there
was a
satellites out
ball.
there?
Yeah, they're
Are there
hanging by
satellites?
balloon. They're hanging under balloons.
Oh my, is this a joke? Are you being dead ass?
No, you're fucking having a meltdown, dude.
Man,
Go back and listen to this later, and you're gonna hear what you sound like. Your voice is shaky and everything.
how is my voice shaky?
Dude, you're having a
I'm
fucking
literally having fun.
mental meltdown live on YouTube.
I'm having fun right now. What are you talking about?
You're having fun, all right. I'm the one having fun.
Well, apparently you're not because I'm the one laughing.
You think?
I don't know
I
why
think
you
you're the
guys are
one
still
having a
holding on to
meltdown
these
because
kind of
space is fake and you
theories.
didn't like to hear about it. You can't prove anything you see on TV is real. You think because it's on your phone and on TV, it must be real. People work there, it must be flying in a vacuum, right? Because people work at NASA, balls exist, water balls exist in a vacuum. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I own a vacuum chamber and they don't
And
exist in a vacuum.
we never landed on the moon, correct?
No, you idiot. We
So why did
just
the
got done
Russians
telling you
acknowledge it?
space is fake. Where do you think the moon is supposed to be?
So why did the Russians acknowledge it?
They didn't. They said we didn't go there.
They did acknowledge it.
No, they
Should I
didn't.
bring up the article? I'll bring it up to you right now.
No, we already have all the articles where they said we lied.
Let's see. Did Russia acknowledge?
Why are you asking a computer? Am I going to argue with AI or do I just mute you now? You got 5
Russia
seconds to
space
answer.
chiefs finally admit U.S. landed on the moon. There you go.
Finally?
There we go. Yeah, because they were fucking butthurt.
So they said they didn't go, but now you said they finally admit they went?
Yep.
I said they said they didn't go, and you said no, they agreed with them. Because your parents weren't even born then, so you should slow down.
Yes, they were.
Yeah, they were not born by when
mean?
they went to the moon.
Yes, they were. What are you talking about?
How old were they?
My father's like 67.
Oh, so that would have put him at 8 years old, roughly, right?
Uh-huh. What does this have to do with anything?
I'm just wondering. I'm getting your age. See, I'm a detective.
Plus, he was from Poland. He was living in Poland.
Oh well,
And
I got a lot of
abilities
Polak
at the
jokes.
United Pool. Hey man, it's all right. You hate America. It's no problem, man.
America?
No, you clearly hate it.
What do I hate about America?
You're hating America because you're denying something that factually happened.
No, what happened? What factually happened?
America landed on the moon, planted its
No,
flag
that
there.
never happened. You can't go to
Yes,
space.
it did. Yes, it did.
Space is fake. How can you have water in a vacuum?
You mean vacuum? Space is fake? What does that even mean?
Is space a vacuum?
How come I see stars at night?
Wow, you change the subject quick, don't you?
So what are the stars I see at night?
It's things that you see at night.
Things that I see at night, which are
Yep. Stars.
what exactly?
Little lights.
Stars.
Yep.
Stars which are located in space, correct?
No. Space is fake.
So what is it then? So where are they? What's projecting them?
You can't get to them.
I can't get to them.
No.
Okay. So where are they
Can
exactly?
you? Can you
how
get
far
to
away
them?
are they from me? No, I can't. But how far
Okay.
away are they from me?
I don't know. You said you can't get to them. How would we know? You just agreed you can't get to them. So how would we know how far away they are?
So what do you think of astrophysicists?
That's just made up shit. That's staring in the sky and making up stories. What do you think of it?
So these people go through fucking years of like complicated.
There is no
physics
years
and
of
mathematics.
complicated anything. It's one fucking class, dude. And you gotta have a physics degree to get the astrophysics degree. One semester or something like that. Yeah, and it's free at Ohio State. So it must not be that important, is it?
So there's a Polish astronaut that said that the Earth is flat.
What about it?
A Polish astronaut saying that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, what about it?
Do you think this is true?
Go ask him. Is that going to ruin you? Why do you care if the Earth is flat or a ball? This seems to bother you a lot.
No, I don't care.
Dude, you better go back and listen to the replay of this. Well, it's live anyway. You can just go back and rewind it if you want to. But you got to listen to yourself coping like a crazy person.
Which replay are you even talking about?
Okay, never mind. You don't need to worry about it. You're in the middle of a video clip right now. So
on whose channel?
You don't need to worry about what's being done to you right now.
What is being done to me?
You're being recorded, and I'm making you look like a fool.
I'm being exposed.
No, you're just giggling like you don't know what to do next.
Because it's ridiculous.
What's ridiculous?
None of you are taken seriously, like in any.
So do you think water exists in a vacuum? Do you think water and air can exist in the vacuum of space?
No, because space is not a vacuum.
Whoa! So they can't exist in the vacuum they can't exist in space because space is not a vacuum. Water can't exist in space because it's not a vacuum. That's what you said, right?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and explain how that works.
Space is not a perfect vacuum at all.
What is a perfect vacuum? Because it's 10 to the minus 17
I will not answer that.
That's 3 times stronger than anything we can just simulate or pull here in a lab.
Go
3
ask
times.
a person who studied physics. He'll give you a good answer.
Okay, I just gave it to you.
Did you
space
study
is
physics?
Fake. Yeah, space is fake. Yeah.
Really? Which university for how long?
It doesn't matter what university and for how long. How long can you study water, dude? I'm going to mute you if you're going to sing. How long do you have to study the surface of water to get a degree?
I think physics is only about water.
What else is it about?
Plenty of other things.
Why? Like, name one other thing. Oh my God, you can't.
Bro, there's plenty of things.
Google it. You lost this one. I made you look like a fool. Gravity's not in there.
Yes, it is.
No, how can you study something that you can't control?
What do you mean you can't control? I'm sure that Einstein can control
Let me
for it.
see you. Let me see you make my house have no gravity underneath it.
What do you mean have no gravity underneath it?
Control the gravity. You said you can do that. It's physics. You know how you can control air pressure by adding more air pressure or
we
taking it
personally can't.
away by creating a vacuum? Do you know how you can manipulate air pressure? You should be able to do that with gravity since you said it's real and it
No,
does
gravity
things.
is a little bit more complicated than that.
Okay, how does it work?
I wouldn't know, but I know it's pretty complicated.
So we're not going to take any of your advice in here because you don't know anything. You said you don't know anything about gravity, so that doesn't work. So what makes water stick to a ball in a vacuum? Nothing. I have a vacuum chamber. If I put water and rocks in there and I pull the air out, it doesn't turn into a planet.
Let's see what ChatGPT has to say about it.
That's all you guys got left. You know, you guys keep using it, you're not going to even be able to afford a house in 10 years.
So right here he's saying that Earth's gravity pulls everything with mass towards its center, including water. Water is heavy, about 1,000 kilograms per cubic meter, so it gets pulled down hard.
Tell it
When
to
water
define.
reaches the surface,
Tell
it
it to
can't
define
fall any
gravity
further
for you.
because this.
Define gravity.
Okay, let's see what he says. Define gravity. Here's the honest answer. Nobody fully knows what gravity is. We have extremely
Okay, so
accurate
we
description
can't
of
listen
how it
to your
behaves.
chatbot. Your chatbot doesn't know, so we can't listen to it either. So
It says
don't
right
use
here.
it any. Right there,
Gravity
the
is the
first thing it
attraction
says,
between
we
objects
don't
with mass.
know. I'm gonna
The
mute
more
you.
massive an
Here we
object
go.
is, the stronger its
Here, watch.
gravitational pull.
Okay.
The first line he
So,
read, man.
so I muted you since you can't control yourself. Your very first line says nobody knows. So why did you continue going on with it? Now let's find out. Go ahead. Why did you continue going on with it if it
Because
said
he's adding
nobody knows?
an explanation to it. I want to know what it is.
My explanation is it's
These dumb
invisible.
nigger monkeys don't know how fucking shit works. These geometry-looking niggers.
Wow, they spiral quickly, don't they? They get mad. Hey, Glober, do you know what a triangle is? Let's just put the final knife in.
Are you asking me?
Yeah, you're the Glober, the one that doesn't understand anything.
I know what a triangle is, yeah.
Yeah, okay, then give him the test.
Hold on, everybody. Go ahead and define a triangle for me without using ChatGPT.
Polygon with 3 corners and 3 sides.
3 corners and 3 sides?
Yes.
I guess I can accept that. Are the sides straight or curved?
This depends.
No.
Depends on what
Are
kind
the
of
sides
triangle we're talking
straight
about.
or are they curved? It's a one or the other answer.
You said curved? Why
Yeah,
would they be curved?
Are triangles, are the lines straight or are they wavy?
Straight.
Okay, so to make a triangle, you have to have 3 straight lines, correct?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to go over to my computer here and pop up something for you, and you're going to take a triangle test now, because we're just going to put the icing on the cake and take a bite. This is so much fun with you guys.
I mean...
No, you don't have to explain anything. You don't have to pre-explain anything yet. You don't have to pre-explain anything
yet.
They
could be curved as well, right?
No, triangles cannot be curved.
What do you mean
This
they
is
can't?
why you're going to be homeless in like 10 years.
No, they can be, man. In so-called non-Euclidean geometry, they can be curved, you know.
No, that's not true. Mute that guy anyway, whoever's another
Okay,
mod
just
in here.
imagine if you draw like a
Just go ahead and
triangle
mute
on a
that guy
ball,
so
right?
I can...
Why?
No,
Why do you want to mute
imagine
him?
drawing a triangle on a ball, right?
That's not a triangle.
It's still a triangle, of course.
No.
Why do you want to mute him?
It's
because he's not you that I'm talking to, and he just wants to talk over me. I told you guys about talking over me, what it happens to you. Go ahead and tell me what happens when you talk over me. Tell me.
What are you talking about?
What happens when you guys talk over me?
Bro, is this like an authority to kind of test? Like,
Yes, to see that you guys can shut up while I'm doing this.
Jesus Christ, you can't multitask? Like, Jay, how about you roast him?
It's just called
Are
non-Euclidean
you
geometry,
ready for your test? Look in the side chat. And both of you, I'm going to mute who's ever eating into the mic. Actually, I'm going to ban them.
Well, what shape is a triangle on a basketball? I'm curious.
There is no such thing. Okay,
well,
so here we go.
When you draw 3 lines and you connect all 3 of them, there's 3 points on a
Yeah, they're not curved.
What do you mean they're not curved? They
You
are.
can't make, dude. Define triangle.
I did it already. Why do you want me to do it again?
You said they're straight sides. Now you changed your mind.
Apparently, somebody came in and just said that the triangle.
It's just made up a story,
and
made
I looked
a
it up,
story.
and it's true, right?
No, it's not. What's the angle? What do the interior angles add up to?
I don't know.
Well, then
Look,
it's not a triangle.
The interior angles, they add up to more than 180 degrees, you know.
Okay, so
triangles adding up to 180 degrees is just for Euclidean geometry. You know,
yeah, that's what we're using. That's what we're using. That's what we're using. Stop talking over me.
Well, the world is actually not flat like
I'm only going to allow you to text answer
Earth
me.
Non-Euclidean.
There you go. All right. So in the side chat now, only obviously the other guy can play along because this guy had to interrupt. So which of the following figures below are not triangles?
I mean, all of them are. D is not a triangle.
Is that it then?
I would think so, yeah.
Okay, let's see what the answer is. B is not a triangle because it has one curved side. You guys are just so weird that you don't know what triangles are. Yet it's like the first shape you learn when you're a child. D is not close, so it's not a triangle either. Do you agree?
I said D is not a triangle.
But you think B is a triangle. Here, is this a triangle?
I mean, based on
I'm going to post my version of B.
Apparently it is.
Yeah, yeah. All right. Tell me, is that a triangle? I just posted that picture. Is that a triangle?
Could be.
Oh.
How about you let Jay answer? He seems to know more about it.
No, it's all right. Jay doesn't know anything.
Why not?
Oh, what do you want? Here, let's let Jay go, and then I'm going to mute you. That's fine.
Hey, what's up, man? You know, a line is defined as like the shortest connection between 2 points.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me how it's defined.
For the audience, you know, if you have a ball and you connect like 2 points, you will always have like a curved line, you know. And we live in like 3-dimensional space time that's like curved, you know, and not like Euclidean geometry.
No, we live in Euclidean XYZ geometry.
But you would, so you're saying if you draw a triangle on a ball, it's not a triangle anymore, yeah?
No, it's not a triangle because it has curved sides. We call those Jessies now.
You have it has curved sides, but the sides would still be like the shortest connection between the 2 points, right?
You can't measure an angle from a curved line.
Fair enough. All right, man. Yeah, I stop here.
Yeah, okay, you got it. There you go. That's why Jay didn't want to answer, I guess, because he knows that I'm right. You can't make an angle from a curved line. So there we go. Do you see how easy it is, guys? Now I posted another one with the red triangle. What is the sum of the internal angles of the red triangle? Can you guys answer that one? Since you guys think triangles are circles.
Yo, Professor, can you unlock my side chat abilities? I'll post like a source.
That's not my server.
By the way, Professor, you muted You Aren't Socialist, and he seems to have a lot to say about this.
I didn't mute anybody.
Could you let him go?
Who, Talon? No, he comes in here
Talon,
to just... Yeah, he comes in here to... He doesn't know anything. One day he's a flat earther, one day he's a glober. So you guys don't know what triangles are, and yet you're going to tell me space is real. So who do I believe? You or people that know reality? People that say a triangle has 3 straight sides and they touch or meet in the corners or whatever you want to call it to describe a triangle, the interior angles add up to only 180 degrees. If you have more or less, you don't have a triangle.
So wait, so what's the so you can't draw a triangle on the ball? Is that what you're saying?
No, you can't. How are you
So
going to make the
what kind of
angles?
shape will
How
that
do you
be?
make angles on a curved surface?
So what would you consider that to be?
A projection of a triangle onto a curved surface.
What if you paint? What if you draw the triangle on a flat surface and then curve it like a ball? You would
Oh,
say,
let me.
you're
I
saying
want
it
to.
would cease
Yeah,
to be a
I'm gonna go.
triangle?
Yeah, it's not a triangle.
Yes.
What?
That's not a
What?
As
triangle.
soon as you
You
cut,
just ruined it. You ruined it by crinkling it around a ball.
as soon as you curve the lines, it's no longer a triangle.
Has to be
Duh.
There you
flat.
go. Take
Yeah,
over
it has
for
to be
a while.
has to be 3 straight lines. It's a closed 2-dimensional shape.
And what about a square? What if you do that with a
That's a
square?
closed 2-dimensional shape. If you curve, it's no longer a square.
But that's only true for Euclidean geometry. Please look up non-Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, spot on. So in, real geometry, unless you have special pleading geometry. Yes.
They're both real. We actually live in
No, they're
3D
conceptual.
space-time, man.
Sorry, give me a fucking square, dude. They're all conceptual. Mathematics based. Do you understand there's rules applies to
Please
each
don't use
dependent
profanity,
category?
man. I'm a Christian. Yeah.
I don't care. You understand that there are rules that apply to each, right?
Well, you don't follow any rules, man.
No, you understand that the rules that apply to Euclidean and non-Euclidean geometry. There are rules that apply, right?
Well, you're saying one of them is fantasy. So I don't accept
No,
it.
what triangles and I are pointing out is as soon as you distort a square, it's no longer a square. As soon as you distort a triangle, it's no
who says
longer a
that?
triangle.
That's your opinion.
Yeah,
It's not an
exactly. That's your opinion.
opinion.
Yes, it
A
is.
triangle,
Right, hold on.
Who says
is
that?
defined as
Define
a
Jedi,
triangle.
who says
Define
that other than
triangle.
you?
Define it. Define a triangle.
3 points being connected to each other by the shortest possible way.
The shortest possible way. That's very ambiguous.
That's how a line is
Does anybody
defined.
else
It's
want
the
to guess?
shortest possible connection between
Does
2
anybody
points.
else want to guess before I give you the 3 laws of a triangle? Laws, by the way.
Laws of a triangle, bro. Come on.
Yeah, laws of a triangle. Yeah, laws of identity of geometry, dude.
Wait,
a triangle is
before
a
you
closed two-dimensional
but
shape that meets 3 sides at 3 corners. 3 laws apply. Do interior sum angle? When you measure and add the interior angles, it reaches what?
This is only in Euclidean geometry, you prick.
Yeah, no
You
shit.
don't understand this. Yeah.
No shit. Yeah. I'm educating the other guy.
It's like a primitive way of understanding geometry, you know?
Shh. I'm educating the other guy and not you. Right? He's the one who's there he's talking
Jedi.
now. The confused person's talking. What?
So now you're saying that non-Euclidean geometry is irrelevant?
Oh my god. It's quite simple. You guys started spurging out as soon as you started putting triangles on balls. You understand there are 2 different laws now. Why were you crying about it? You're laughing at us, pointing it out. It's ridiculous.
What's the second law?
The second law is when you add 2 lines together, they're always longer than the third.
Okay.
Third rule is how you gain the interior area of the triangle. You've got to have straight sides and interior angles to do all of these things. Straight sides for this particular piece of geometry, right? So when you put a triangle on a sphere, well, you're not doing Euclidean geometry anymore, are you? It's no longer a triangle, is it? Dummies.
So what if ChatGPT says something different?
You're going to lose. You're not even going to have the ability to have a job in 10 years if you keep using that shit, dummy.
So can you answer to ChatGPT, Jedi?
Yes, he can. ChatGPT is wrong.
Okay,
a triangle
that's
is
his
a triangle has
explanation.
3 sides and the interior angles add up to 180 degrees. Do you agree or not?
It says a triangle is 3 points connected by 3 sides. That's it.
Okay, and the interior. Oh, it doesn't say interior angles add up to 180 degrees.
Nope.
Then it's wrong. Then it's wrong. Correct
not a
it.
full.
Correct it and see what it says to you. Say you missed that the interior
It says
angles
a
equal 100.
spherical triangle satisfies that
No,
definition
I didn't say
completely. It has
spherical
3.
triangle. There's no such thing.
My word.
It has 3
What did
sides.
you?
And it
3
encloses a
sides.
region. It's a triangle.
Okay.
The fact that the sides
Okay.
curve
Those
when viewed from
sides.
outside the sphere or that angles sum to more than
My God.
180 doesn't disqualify it. Those are properties of the space it lives in, not failures of triangleness.
2 different distinctions and ChatGPT's convoluting terms for you. I wish you luck with your future, dude. Fuck. Do you want me to go and get a maths book for you? I'll tell you what. Give me 5
You
minutes.
just
I'll go and photocopy my pages from my university maths book. Fuck me.
Your university's master in what? In toilet cleaning?
Dude, I'm offering you to go and get you citations from university maths papers. You're going to give me ChatGPT. Do you want to talk about toilet paper?
Show it to me.
Fuck
Show it to
you.
me.
No, fuck you. Fuck you.
Go back to cleaning toilets, man.
Go back to sitting underneath your dad's ass.
Yeah, that'd be my job, the toilet cleaning in my house, in my household. I'm the best at it, okay? I'm very proud that I have clean toilets in my house, ladies and gentlemen, because we do have guests coming in and they don't want to go into a hovel of a
What
toilet
did
now.
I miss that I came back that you're talking about toilets?
Jen, can
Yeah,
you just explain to me how to clean a toilet, or should I just ask ChatGPT?
You ask ChatGPT. You go ahead.
Yeah, go and ask ChatGPT, mate. So you're going to get on in life, innit?
Anyway,
Did they
great job,
spiral
Jedi.
out?
Great.
I see they both got red microphones. I was letting the dogs out.
You can take them off their red microphones if you want. Won't be long before I put them back on.
Just trying to see what happened to them. Did they freak out? Did they have a panic attack? What happened?
I don't know. Let's ask him.
Hey, you guys are not muted. I don't know what happened. I wasn't here. Did you guys panic? Did you guys panic and freak out or something?
No, ChatGPT.
No, I'm fine, man. I'm fine. I think we
ChatGPT.
have like the strong
Did
opposition.
you know if you go to work, if you go to like work in if you're an engineer or something, you go into a meeting and say,
something
well,
you're not.
So yeah, obviously I do this every day, and you go in there and you say, well, I asked ChatGPT and it said that you guys are wrong. That will be your last day there.
There's a triangle. Are you an engineer?
Yeah.
What kind?
Electrical.
Interesting.
Yeah, isn't it?
Yep.
I do electrical controls. I design them from scratch. I design the operating systems and everything all the way up to where it goes into the cloud. That's my architecture.
First of all, I really doubt that. And second of all, good thing you're not an astrophysicist.
That's not a science. That's like that's like being a dog walker. Yeah, it's a dog walker.
Interesting.
You wouldn't even know what that was, dude.
Jedi, you also believe that?
Well, you don't know what an astrophysicist is.
Yeah,
what about
I'd rather clean
astrophysicist?
toilets.
It's hard to answer a question to you, being as you can't stop talking.
An astrophysicist is just as much of a scientist as like a doctor of
this guy already fucks me off, dude. I wasn't asking you, was I?
Like gender studies or something.
Why do you feel the need to jump in all of the time?
No.
There you go. Let's get back to this guy.
Real thing.
Enough attention's been given to the Scottish boy. Fucking hell. He thinks he's famous now.
Jedi.
Yeah, he thinks he's a flat earther.
I would rather clean the toilets than be an astrophysicist liar.
Okay.
Why? You know how much
telling
money
no
they make?
truths. But they're not
Are
telling
you
any
going to
truths,
tell
are they?
us what an astrophysicist does or no?
Go ahead.
You want me to tell you specifically what they do?
Yes, please. I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm about to fall off. I've been waiting so long.
They study the sun, stars, galaxies.
How do you
stuff
study a light?
How do you study a light? Dark matter, dark energy.
How do
It's
you
very
study
complicated
something you
stuff
can't
that
see?
requires years of studying.
How do you study for years something you can't see? Sounds like you're just scamming
But
people for money.
what does? Can you see atoms? Like, can you see them with your naked eye?
No, it sounds like you're scamming me for money with that one too.
So atoms don't exist.
No, not that I know of. I've never
Neutrons don't
seen one.
exist either.
What? What'd you say?
Neutrons.
I don't know. What is a
Just
neutron? Go ahead and define one.
So those things don't exist, right?
What does it look like?
Oh my god. How does the air look like?
I don't
Oh my
know.
God.
So it
Do
doesn't
you
exist?
understand atomic? Do you
So
understand
hold
atomic
on,
structure?
hold on. So the air doesn't exist?
Tell me you don't understand atomic structure without telling me
Let
you
him
don't
answer the
understand
question.
atomic
The air
structure.
doesn't exist?
He's at the point where the
You
earth
don't
doesn't
Professor
exist.
understand.
Triangle, answer the question.
I knew it wasn't going to take long.
Why
He
are you?
completely melted down to the earth doesn't exist now.
This is what you're saying. You can't see it, so the
No,
air
you
doesn't
said
exist,
it. You
right?
said the earth doesn't exist anymore.
No, I'm asking you.
No, you're not. You said it.
You can't see the air, so it doesn't exist, right?
What
It's
does
not quite.
I can manipulate it?
Professor
It's not
Triangle,
quite
will
that.
you answer the question?
I
Or
can manipulate air.
what do you mean you can manipulate air?
I have an air
Breathe.
compressor.
Like
have what?
breathe, dude.
Yeah, I can blow
Breathe.
dust off of
Fucking
furniture.
breathe.
I can blow
Yeah,
leaves around in my yard. I can manipulate the air.
but you can't see it, right?
I can see it
Some guys
moving the
do.
stuff around. And yeah, I
Okay.
can see.
There's
Like if I go to the top of where I
okay.
live and look over the valley, I can actually see a blue tint over all the forest that's out there. So basically, yeah, I can see the air. It's got a little blue haze
So
to it.
electrons don't exist, right? Because you can't see them either.
Go ahead and describe one to me, what they look like.
Really? Is that
Yeah,
what
you
we're at?
keep talking about these things.
But you're saying it doesn't exist.
Go ahead,
You're
show
an
me
electrical
one.
engineer, right? You're an electrician, man.
No, not
You're Mr.
electrician.
Electron, basically.
Yep. What does that have to do with anything?
This is insane.
No, you are.
You guys are like neglecting basic physics.
Basic what? Well, okay, what's the basic physics?
You're revisionists of physics.
What? Okay, go ahead. Tell me what the basic physics is. Go ahead.
I don't know
Mr.
that we're
Revisionist.
made
No,
out
you
of
don't know.
atoms. We're
So
made
now
out of
you
atoms.
don't know, but we're a revisionist of
We're not.
something you don't know.
We're
Got
not
it.
made out of atoms. We're not.
What's an atom? Since you want to bring up all these things.
You want me the smallest particle?
I guess. I don't know. You're the one making up the stories. You guys are the ones who make up the stories, so you got to finish it.
Now we're making it
The
up.
atom. What? The atom is the smallest particle until we split it and all other stuff come out of it. You're really late to the party, dude.
But it exists, right?
It was sorry. What? We've got. This is weird, dude. I'll get you to the end of the fucking road
weird.
because it's
Not
painful.
answering the
There's
question.
different types. There's different types of descriptions of what these atomic particles are. They come in different forms of model, don't they? So
You're
you'll be describing
equivocating.
things.
That's all you're
You'll be
doing, man.
describing.
You're
You'll be.
equivocating, man. Just answer the question. Do they exist? Yes or no?
Can you describe it for me then? Because all we've got is models of them.
But do they exist?
We've only got models of them,
Are you
dude.
saying? So what does this mean? Is it a no? They don't
Oh
exist.
God, this I can't help this child.
It's a simple yes or no. Okay. Apparently nobody wants to answer it.
I was letting another dog out since we got 3 of them. What's up? What do you need answers to? Is it going to be you need an answer to some mysterious black matter, or what's it called, invisible dark matter? You want to tell me what that
Even
looks
though
like?
he's going to be, even though he's not going to be able to define it, he's going to ask you if you don't accept it.
Yeah, I don't accept it.
Oh, okay.
You need to
So they don't
you need
exist.
to define
Atoms don't
what it
exist.
is, dude.
Got it.
Dude,
I
please.
told you
You need
already
to
what it
define.
is.
What is it?
What is it? What is it?
Bro, the smallest particle of a chemical element.
So a
What's a
grain of
particle?
sand?
What?
A grain of sand is an
Even
atom then?
smaller than that. Even smaller than that.
Well, how small do you go?
You can go extremely small.
Well, oh, there you go. You're just a standard
Oh,
glober. How big is the Earth? It's huge. It's
never
huge.
mind.
Yuge. Huge.
So, can you guys hear me
Yeah.
first of all?
It's very muffled.
Was I
Let
breaking
the
up
black
or?
guy go. Let the
Yeah,
black guy
you
go.
are breaking up. It's going ding, and
or
you can hear it.
Let the black guy go.
it,
Big
I
Daddy
want to. I
flirt.
want to point. I want to point something out.
Go ahead,
And
Big Daddy flirt.
all globers have end of the day are logical fallacies. But it's like that style of technique that I've used over the years. It's not that popular, but it's okay. Um, right now, I've just realized what the problem is. It's an equivocation fallacy. Whenever we ask them to define triangle, when you're talking about Euclidean versus non-Euclidean, it's two different things. So when they say a spherical triangle is a triangle, no, it's not. They're two different things. I guess that's why you were trying to talk about the law of triangles, so that we can point out that this idea of what a triangle is in spherical geometry is something more abstract and not as direct as actually measuring an angle.
Yep.
But they like to pass it off that way because it's an equivocation fallacy. You know, oh, we're dealing with triangles. Put the real triangles in the box and then break out the abstraction. Well, I mean, a triangle is also, you get what I'm saying though. Practically, directly, we can use triangles in the real world. It's called trigonometry. But you can't do that with the globe. You got to do something else. What? I'm battling the AI. It says it right here. You know, the key
What
is
does it
that you
say?
do not start with angle as a purely visual thing. You define it from the geometry itself. Now, that's the first hint because Euclidean geometry and non-Euclidean geometry is different. So when you say triangle, based on what geometry you mean, it's literally defined as something entirely different.
No, it's not.
Okay, moving on. Well, okay, the key idea is
Jay,
that you
jump
do
in
not
here.
start with an angle as a purely visual thing. You define it from what? The geometry itself. So, actually, don't interrupt me. Yes, I am correct. You don't know what you're talking about. Moving on. In Euclidean geometry, an angle is the opening between two straight rays, but in curved geometry, the role of a straight line is replaced by the shortest path of that space called geodesic, which is what the other guy was trying to say. Again, two completely different things. Not an actual triangle in the sense of you're actually measuring something directly, but doing something else and calling it a triangle.
Isn't a triangle defined as a two-dimensional shape with three flat sides rather than with the angles? Just so happens that the angles add to 180, but it's not
No,
defined by
all the time. It's not just, it just so happens. They always do for a triangle. Or it's not a triangle.
Yeah.
You can have a triangle on a curved surface, and then those angles don't end
No,
up
that's not a
being.
triangle. That's a projection surface.
I think it's still defined as a triangle. It's not.
It's not a triangle.
No,
You might
no,
be right.
no, wait, no, but Professor Triangle, you act like you didn't just hear what I just said. Because why not continue responding to him with what I just said? Not that I'm like the king of the room and it's just so obvious when he says, can't you put a triangle on a ball?
No.
Well, not if you're trying to do the same geometry, because if you're
Correct.
doing something different, then no, you can't do that. Do you
I
not
told him
just
it was
hear
a
me read that?
projection. It's a
Not you,
projection.
him, not you, him. Right. He didn't just hear me read that? That's what I'm saying. Like, why do you guys not listen? Not you, the global.
Bro, get a real fucking mic first so we can hear you properly. So what do you mean by a projection? What's it called? Professor Triangle.
It's a projection from the center out to the side of the ball or wherever. Why don't you look it up how they work?
Projection of a triangle?
Yeah, so if you took a triangle, a
So it's still a
regular
triangle,
triangle,
right?
and shined a light so you had a triangle shadow and you shined it onto a ball, is that a
Yeah.
triangle? Is it a
Yes.
triangle? So how do you
Yes.
measure the angles on it?
You don't need to measure the angles to
So it's not a
define your
triangle.
triangle.
So it's not a
No.
triangle.
You
Right.
don't need
Okay,
those
thank you.
angles.
Right,
You
you
don't
don't
need
need them.
angles.
You don't need angles.
Yeah, you don't. For it to be a
You don't need
triangle.
angles. Why would you need
Yep.
angles? How?
Yep.
You don't need angles to build
I mean,
anything.
you don't need
Right.
a 180-degree angle.
Yeah, you don't need anything, dude.
No.
You have no clue how shit's built or put together.
Yeah, apparently you don't know that either since you're here.
Okay, spiraling Clover, Douglas, you're up. What did you need to be unmuted for? What was so important that you had to say?
Triangles are very complex, but
Yeah, I know.
also
3 sticks connected together. It's super tough. You guys are almost that's rocket science for you guys. 3 sticks touching each other.
Yeah, exactly. It's just
That's rocket
sticks.
science for you. For me,
So,
that's
hey,
just
you just defined a triangle for us.
goes outside and
So
can
you
make a
just did it
triangle
for
with
us.
3 sticks.
Triangles like 3 arrows.
So just 3 things touching each other, right?
Yeah, 3 straight lines.
3 straight.
Interior add up to 180 degrees.
I recognize the 3 arrows
They
though.
always have to
Like,
be
I'll
straight,
send a
right?
photo.
Yes.
Interesting.
How would you? Okay, so yeah, lines are straight lines on the triangle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
It's all
then we're
fine. They
going
don't
to
have to
answer
be
this
straight.
answer this question again. Which of the figures below are not triangles?
Is this Euclidean geometry or non-Euclidean?
You going to answer the question or not?
This is an
Well, no, it
important question
depends.
he's asking.
It's not. This is an IQ test question.
So
from
No,
NASA.
it depends on the geometry you're operating
It's
in.
ask clarifying.
Exactly. Jay just told you
Let me
exactly
mute
what's
this
going on.
fuck face. He
Why
just
would you
talks
mute
over
me?
people. No, the other guy who likes to talk over me. You don't get to ask clarifying questions on an IQ test.
Yeah, the question depends on the
You
geometry you're
do
operating
not
in.
get to ask clarifying questions
Bro,
on an IQ
what is
test
this
when you
debating
take
technique?
one.
You just start screaming at people? This is the most
Because you're
stupid
talking
debating technique.
over me.
I don't agree with that.
You don't agree that you're talking over me?
So the one that's not a
I think you're
triangle
being a
should be
little bit of butthurt, you know.
I'm butthurt because you don't know what a triangle is? Dude, we're
Is it
making
deep?
clips of you guys.
A triangle is not defined by its angle size.
I feel like I would think it is a triangle.
No, yeah, it's defined by 180 degrees interior angles. That's how
No,
you
it's
define
not.
a triangle. Yes, it is.
That's only the definition for a triangle, for a
Yeah,
specific
correct.
triangle.
Yeah,
It's a definition
triangle.
for a specific
Triangle. 3
triangle
angles
in
touching.
Euclidean
Yes, 3
geometry.
angles touching. You can't make a curve. You can't turn a curved line into an angle, can you?
Why? Because you don't believe it?
Yeah, because I don't believe you can do like that.
So if you define a triangle by its angles, do you also
No,
define
my
the
God,
same
are you
the other
guys even
polygons?
listening? This
Like
is becoming
squares,
so
hexagons?
frustrating.
Wait, can
Literally
you
read
wait?
this
Time
out
out.
about
Wait,
3 or
wait.
4 times to you, and you're still not understanding.
I
It's
got
two
a
Yeah, he's
good.
different
not
I
getting
gotta
it,
go
definitions
man.
with.
depending on the
I,
2 different sort of geometry that you're using.
Exactly. That's
Okay,
what
Jim?
he's not
I got
getting
a
it.
good way. I
Again,
got
why
a
are
good
people
way.
talking, Franny? I don't
Yeah,
understand.
Jedi is right. Yeah, yeah.
Mm. This is what
You're
we've
right,
been
actually.
telling everybody in the room for the last, half an hour. And I appreciate you telling me that I'm right.
Right. Your friend doesn't understand that there is a distinction between
Go ahead.
No, he
two
does. Listen,
geometries.
I'm gonna keep
he told
going
us.
unless. So I do have a point. Unless you're not done. So you guys understand that you can't put a triangle onto a ball because you don't have an angle, right? So you have to do a different kind of geometry. You guys all agree with that, right? Yes or no? That's all I need.
No, he's saying if you draw a triangle on a ball, it's still a triangle. That's what we're saying.
So
And
it's a
you guys are
different
saying it
kind
stops
of.
being a
It's a
triangle if
different
you put it on
kind
a
of.
ball.
Listen. No, listen to what I'm saying. It's very simple. That's how the conversation will go faster. It's not a triangle that equals 180 degrees in the practical sense. It's a different kind of geometry, though. Like you guys just said before Jedi interjected that we've been telling you that the whole time. Yes or no? That is that if a surface is curved, basically you can't put a flat triangle on it. You got to do some other shit to it. Yes or no?
It would be a triangle with curved sides, but still a triangle.
Why do they
No.
always get scared when? No. They need to follow me down this because they're going to be
I know,
wrong,
Pete. Sorry,
or
Pete.
they're going to run away. I love doing this because they always run away. You know how they call me the N word, or they just run, disappear. This is one of those moments. I like this. So you guys understand that if you have a curved surface, you won't be having a triangle on top of that, right? Because you'll be having something else with a different type of geometry. Is that correct? Yes or no?
You would have a triangle. You would still have a
A
triangle.
different type of triangle, right? Yes or no?
It would have a
No
different
A
angles. It would be no
differently
angles.
defined,
different angle size, for example.
a differently defined triangle in a completely different geometry, right? Yes or no? Like you just said before. Now that I'm asking you if you will confirm, it's a little. Can you confirm that that's what you just said? Yes or
The
no?
definition of the triangle in both geometries is the same, so it stays the same. It's the
No,
same
it's not the
definition. It's the
same.
same.
No, it's not the same.
Wrong.
No, it's not the same. No, it's not the same. You see how they literally just admitted that it's different geometries, but now, even though how it's defined, did I not just read that? How a triangle is defined depends on the geometry. Did they not just agree with me by repeating it after I read the AI and act as if they've been saying it the whole time? This is why Jedi got pissed. Am I keeping track still, Jedi? Or help me out?
No, you're spot on.
Okay, that's what I thought. So are you gonna fucking admit that what I'm saying is yes, or are you backtracking on what you said? It's very simple. In a different geometry, the way you're defining triangle is dealing with a curved line. So obviously you can't slap a flat triangle like in Euclidean geometry on top of a curved surface. Do you agree or disagree? Do you agree or disagree, yes or no?
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. I can partially agree with you, I guess.
What do you mean partially agree? What do you disagree with then? Tell me specifically what I said. Like use the word, like quote me to tell me which part that I said that you disagreed with. And then we'll deal with that. And then we'll move forward.
I didn't quote it to memory. Would you say that again? Maybe I'll try to be more careful listening.
Okay, fine, good. I'll just read this again. The key idea is that you do not start with angle
as a purely visual thing. You define it from the geometry itself, which means if you're using two different geometries, then what you mean by angle means and is defined as something different based on that geometry. Do you agree or disagree?
Are you saying the definition of an angle would change? I don't. Yeah, I don't
Oh
agree with that.
my God. Oh, am I confusing to flat earthers? Am I
No,
confusing us?
he doesn't understand. All of a sudden, he doesn't understand anything. These guys, as
Because
soon
I'm
as we
about
start
to fucking,
talking,
because
they
I'm
don't
about to
understand.
wait, I'm about to lay his ass to waste so he can look silly in front of everybody. Because there's no getting away from this point. Since I had to work for 2 hours straight and watch you play with my boys, why don't you come get your ass whipped and answer the question? Because you've been sticking around talking over everybody else for 2 hours. Why are you so silent? Why can't you answer this very simple question so we can move on to the next point?
To be honest, I'm a little bit intimidated by you. By your voice.
Yeah, of course you are. Yes,
Of
I'm
course, you.
glad this win. Let me tell you where I'm going, Professor Triangle. Let me tell you where I'm going, Jedi, because I
Yeah.
already give up because I'm already satisfied at the fact that he doesn't know where I'm about to go. So he's literally immobilized because he's shook by the truth. That's why he won't respond. But you know, as well as I know, that Alberuni did what? Slapped a flat fucking triangle onto the surface of the earth to measure the top of the motherfucking mountain's height. That's what the fuck he did. Oh,
You're not making any sense.
oh. When they're landing planes,
Listen,
they're
Big Daddy,
slapping a
listen.
flat fucking triangle onto the ground.
Listen, black
When
retard.
they're
Listen,
landing
black
planes.
retard.
Oh,
Li-
oh. Yeah. Anyway, that's
Okay,
my
he's
mic drop.
gone. Yeah. Are you all done with Jay?
Hey, you've muted my partner. That's unfair.
No,
He's
he's not your
taking a
partner.
holiday.
No, he's gone. He's never coming back. He can't control himself. He has to be unmuted to say shit like that.
Well, we all can get a little bit unhinged, right?
No. He's done. Take away his chat permissions too, his text chat.
Okay.
No, he's just gone. I just got rid of him. He's gone.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh, okay. Saves me doing
Jay
anything
had to
then.
leave too. Jay, it's the other guy, not Jay.
So we understand that we can use a right angle triangle to figure out the height of a mountain on the surface of the earth. Understanding what a fucking triangle is means the earth is flat. Contention?
Objection.
What's your objection?
I forgot.
Okay. Well, when you remember, let me know. I'll go for it again. For example, I see a mountain very, very but I know my distance from the mountain. There's a little bit of mathematical trigonometry I can do using the triangle to figure out its height. Incidentally, if I know its height and can measure its angle at distance, I can figure out my distance to the mountain. We can use this premise for surveying and navigating on the Earth. A right angle triangle. Question. How do you have a right angle triangle on a curved surface? Answers? There is a timer. It is running down.
I'm even giving them the answers and they can't answer.
So are you saying that it requires that the land is flat in order to complete the triangle?
To measure an elevation angle to an object, let's say a mountain at distance, there's 3 points on this triangle. The top of the mountain at the bottom of the mountain, where the bottom of the mountain meets the adjacent angle of this triangle. We understand that that leg of the triangle must be straight, as all straight legs of a triangle are straight. We have 90 degrees underneath the top of the mountain, let's say at the base on the floor that the observer is standing on. If we know the distance, we can figure out its height, and if we know the height, we can figure out its distance. triangles, right? So we're doing this on a flat
Agreed.
surface.
I mean, but if there's a hill in the way, are you saying that because of that hill you can no longer figure it out?
No, we're going to conceptualize between me standing on. No, I will have some kind of level because I'm elevated. Perhaps I will have my eye level parallel with surface level.
But if there's a hill in front of you,
Okay, then there's a hill in front of me. Maybe I should move so there isn't a hill in front of me because I'm trying to measure the mountain hill and now I can't see the fucking mountain apparently. That's
you
stupid.
can't see the bottom of the mountain, or you can't. You can still see
Why,
the top. Let's just say there's a hill in front of you.
Okay, so there's a hill in front of me. Well, that's okay. I can still have 3 points on the triangle.
Okay, agreed.
Cool,
100%.
awesome.
Yeah, you still
Awesome.
have 3
So it's
points
still
on
a
the
right
triangle.
angle, right angle triangle. Cool, awesome stuff.
Yep. So it doesn't necessitate a flat Earth in order to be able to have that, because you could still have a hill in front of you.
You could still have a hill in front of you, but you're going to want to be level. Even though you might have terrain at the bottom of the freaking mountain, you are going to be on the same level as the bottom of the mountain. Or if you're not on the same level, you're going to have eye level, which is going to be parallel to surface. Call that surface level sea level, just to keep things really simple.
Yeah.
But it's all going to be parallel lines and horizontal straight lines because we're doing freaking triangles, aren't we?
Totally agree.
Cool, awesome stuff.
Yeah, I don't know what the point of contention is with the other individuals. I mean, I know that they don't understand the difference between the multiple different types of triangles or phrases that we use for them.
How do you
But
gain
yeah,
an
I
elevation angle? How do you gain an elevation angle from a curved horizontal?
Not even. How do you get an elevation angle from a spherical triangle? Let's start there. Why not? All right, go ahead. Continue. I just saw it. Okay, go ahead. That's fun.
You can put a pin in that one. That does sound like fun.
I posted all the images for everything you guys are saying. I want to see that last one I posted. Tell me what the angle to that star is from where it says horizontal, where the words are cut off. The arrow's pointing. So you globers, just tell me what that angle is. See how it doesn't work on a globe, you guys? Or
Are you
do you
talking
still
about
think it works?
the last image? The
Yeah.
glober's right angle?
Uh-huh.
If something's straight above me, it would be 90 degrees.
Not on a ball.
No, now we're on a tangent all of a sudden. Why? Why are you using tangents?
I'm just looking at the image that was provided.
Cool, sorry, no need for tangents.
I'm using the
cool,
image that was
awesome.
provided.
No, that's fine, buddy, no problem.
You thinking about it, huh, Shane?
Let's look at
No,
how
I'm done.
a
I'm done.
sextant
My thought is
works.
complete. There's nothing more for me to add. I've made my statement.
Yeah, so a sextant requires flat, huh? So you can get angles to the sun. So you need to be on a flat surface to do it, right? Because if you look at this next image of what an angle of elevation is, it is not a curved line on the bottom, is it?
Oh no.
I'm not following along because let's say I'm looking out my window and I look and there's a house between my house and the next house, and then beyond that there's a mountain. Because I can't see straight through that house, do I no longer count that as a straight line?
Yeah, you got to move so you can see the mountain, dummy.
I have to
No,
move.
you don't.
How would you see through
away
the
from where the
house?
house is in the way. Okay.
But Jedi
Are
already
you gonna ask
answered
stupid
them.
questions the whole time?
Press the button on your phone, Elijah. Use the other voice setting.
I know, but I can't because I'm outside. That'll just make it worse for y'all.
Oh, okay. You can't. That's fine.
Oh, was there a question for me? I heard 3 different people talking about different things.
Yeah, can you take an angle of elevation from the surface of a curve?
Absolutely.
Okay, how do you do that?
How?
You see that line where you have the curve to that line?
Uh-huh.
You just flatten it. Because there's stuff in the way.
What? You flatten the curve? I thought that's what they
That's
said about
brilliant.
that said that 5 years ago about staying home. Let's flatten the
About
curve,
COVID.
everybody.
Yeah.
So
Shane, do you
like,
think
like
that
if
an
I'm looking,
observer? Do you think that
if
an
I'm looking
observer can
straight
go to
out
the
my
center
window right now of my
of?
home, I'm looking straight out my
Okay.
window. There's a house in the way.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
And then
The way of
beyond
what?
that, I can see that there's a tree. How can I
Mm.
measure the height of that tree when there's a house in the way?
Go to the
Well,
tree and measure the distance away from it you were standing.
What if the mountain's
you'll
really far away and I
understand
want
that.
to know?
I'll tell you what specifically, right? You'll understand that what we're talking about is an elevation angle. You are already at elevation. I presume you're looking at your bedroom window, maybe on the first or second floor. I don't know. But either way, you're going to want to be on the ground if taking an elevation angle, because these are very specific types of measurement used for surveying and navigating, right? So it's an elevation from surface level. You are going to want to be on the same surface level as the bottom of the object you're measuring the angle to, because conceptually it's going to be a right angled triangle. Now, I know you might have houses in the way and might want to throw tacks in the fucking road, but if you want to do it properly, I suggest you go downstairs and then make sure you're on the same level as the thing that you're measuring the elevation of.
I posted it for him, dude. You can just get a stick as long as your arm and go around that house, because for some reason you got to have a house in the way, and you just don't understand. You think if a house is in the way, whatever's on the other side doesn't exist, because that's how Globers think. Anyway, just go around it and get the height of it.
What a huge conjecture based on what I said. What I said was,
That's not. That's. I know.
if
I
a
know
house
what
is in
you're
my way,
saying.
is there a way for me
I
to
know
still
what
be
you're
able to
saying.
measure that?
Get a
I
clear
know
side
what
of
you're
it.
saying.
Well,
And
that
he's
may
not helping.
something that was not even said by me, and this totally takes you out of like any type of honest interlocutor of this entire conversation to say that I even made a statement that even alluded to that I believe
easy now, easy.
making things not existing or something. What the hell are you talking about?
But
I'm done,
but
guys.
you missed what Jedi told you
Oh, he
because
left.
you're not a good faith. You're not a good faith. It's okay to be like. You're not a good faith interlocutor either, because Jedi told you that your line of sight is going to be parallel with sea level. You didn't hear that because you're not understanding if along that sea level there's some bumps in the road. Obviously, the baseline is still straight. Like, what kind of retard do you have to be to not understand what he was saying? Forget what Rabin was doing.
Right.
So the baseline you establish will be the reference, plane or line. So that doesn't necessarily have to be the surface of the Earth, right?
I wanted to ask him. I'm like, do you think that there could be an observer at the center of Earth, right at the middle, right where the core is? That you think there is?
No.
Exactly. That's how they rationalize elevation angles on a ball. They put a fictitious observer at the center of it.
It's actually not elevation angles on a ball. It's elevation angles from the center of a plane inside the ball.
Hey, true. Crazy, dude. You know, we were having this argument in Earth Awakenings the other day about how do you know where the geographical North Pole is? Not the celestial, like not the grid north, but how do you know where the actual ground North Pole is? Geographic. Even if you were to, let's say, get to the center of rotation of Polaris, which is about a 4-degree, arc, that means it's a 120-mile radius. Just about. No, 240-mile radius. If it's 4 degrees, right? So your geographic North Pole could be literally within 240 miles of radius. So it's arbitrary. They don't actually have a geographic North Pole. And I was actually thinking about it, right? Like, you know how they claimed that the North Pole and the South Pole are moving? How the hell do we know that?
That's magnetic, though, right?
Right. They say it's because of
Right.
magnetic declination and stuff like that. But even geographically or whatever, they say the geographic South Pole as well is moving 10 meters a year. They say it's because of ice.
If the geographic pole is moving, then so must the north be.
Exactly, in their model.
Yeah. So, and I don't want to get this wrong. You're saying, and please provide me any research that you found on this, if you could.
Sure.
You're saying that they've moved, that the southern geographic pole, not magnetic poles, because there are two. The southern geographic pole is moving. The north geographic pole isn't moving, but we know the north magnetic pole is moving. Is that what you're saying?
I believe so. Let me see what they say about the North in that paper. Because you're right, they
Yeah,
should reference it. That's smart.
Because that's where the spin is, right?
Right.
Or the axis of rotation.
So here's all the. I was looking down this rabbit hole, right? So this is from the USGS from Antarctica. And then it is called the U.S. Geological Survey Scientific Activities in the Exploration of Antarctica from 1946 to 2006. Then there's one to like 2013, et cetera, et cetera. But in all of them, they talk about the South Pole moving. Is it? They say it moves about 10 meters per year.
And that's geographic. Because if it's magnetic, I don't care. If it's geographic, that's interesting.
Yeah, exactly. If it's magnetic, it's like, okay, whatever. See the geographic aspect. Let me see. I'm trying to find it exactly where it is in this.
Could the geographic one be moving? Is there something I'm missing about that? Right? Isn't that just part
Here
of
it
the
is.
coordinate system?
This is what they say. They say at 90 degrees south latitude, the geographic South Pole is situated on top of 9,000 feet of glacier ice. It says gravity causes the ice under South Pole Station to flow elastically downslope about 10 meters per year. Since the 1950s, field surveying teams have been requested to position the exact location of this geodetic point, which is the point in the southern hemisphere around which the Earth spins on its axis, which is known as the South Geographic Pole. It says special custom-made markers have been placed in the ice each year since the first repositioning using GPS surveying on January 1st, 1992. It says USGS geodetic surveys at the South Pole Station, which started in 1973, are used to reposition the monument each year. Since then.
Yeah, because the ice is moving. Because the ice is moving downhill. So the pole's not actually moving, the ice on top of the pole's moving.
Right. It says a new monument was embedded in the ice, which has moved 9.98 meters in a northwesterly direction from the original marker placed.
How do you get northwest from? Yeah, sorry, I don't understand how you get that from south.
I know.
always tried to.
I'm glad you picked up on that.
That
Like, what does that mean?
Yeah, hold on. What does that mean? Northwest from south. If you're at south every direction's north, isn't it?
Right. So maybe.
But northwest.
Northwest, I guess.
That sounds like north is in a very specific location and not all around. I don't know. It's been a long day.
It's ridiculous, but there's no mention of the north. So that's a good point you brought up.
Yeah, it's just a slipping ice underneath, dude. It's not the actual poles moving. Oh my god, the world's gonna split in half.
Dude, I know.
It's not that. It's just the ice moving, dude.
But it's a good. Can you hear you?
Oh, thank you.
Is that you, T-Dub?
No, it's me, DJ. I just didn't
DJ.
think my mic was working. I just wanted to check.
I unmuted that Polak at the top because he keeps saying he's Polish, and I have Polak jokes, and so now he said if there's no reason for someone to murder somebody, the murder didn't take place.
I never said that.
What? Okay, so did the murder take place or not?
Stop lying. No, but you're lying. Yes, it did.
Okay, so if the Earth is flat and you keep telling me it's a globe, who's lying? You or me?
You are.
But you already know it's
You want to
flat.
know why? You want to know why? Because I'm backed up by NASA, SpaceX, and
NASA's
every fucking
in
genius
the spy
in the world. While
agency.
you're backed up by low IQ people on Discord who have no job and will never get pussy. People who call themselves Big Daddy, but in real life they're little pussies.
I'm retired. I've got fucking kids. I've had more pussy than you've had hot dinners. Now shut the fuck up.
I can post your physique in the chat right now. How about we do a comparison? Jedi, let's do it. I'm 6'3", 220 pounds, and I'm gonna mug the shit out of you. How about you do it right now, Jedi?
I'll tell you what. Let's have a different type of contest, right? And being as we can't have an arm wrestling contest, let's have a battle of wits. Let's see who's got the better brain. Are you up for it?
What you want to do, mate? You want to play chess, dude?
You just backed away.
Yeah, dude, I'm not. Dude, I'm over 50.
Away. We're on Discord, dude. Shut up.
Like, do you want a battle of wits? Because
No,
I
he
ain't
muted
bench
it,
pressing
deafened himself.
He deafened.
Okay.
Deafened himself. He doesn't want to hear it.
I ain't the strongest man in the world, but I'll fucking take one with my brain, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah, by the way, I also found this map of it's called ComNap for Antarctica. So I was going on a really big deep dive, and I'm gonna take a screenshot of it, but you have to open it up in a PDF because it's huge. But I'll take a screenshot to show you how detailed it is. It's crazy.
2 hours till Sunday. I keep my deep dive on the hush until it's speculation time.
Yeah, because I just looked at the clock when you said that. Because I was like, we're not doing that right now.
Oh, I forgot you had speculation Sunday. Yep. Yeah, I'm not trying to speculate. I'm just trying to share my sources.
No, I know you wasn't. You just reminded me. You said deep dive, and I giggled.
Oh yeah.
They got permanently banned. That's too bad. I'm sure they'll show up somewhere else.
We ain't got time to talk to people who think their physique is an argument.
Isn't that crazy that they go to that kind of stuff?
It's crazy. They would lose anyway. Just kidding.
Dude, I was literally about to post mine, bro. I was gonna destroy his ass.
Okay, see.
Hey, you could DM, dude. Hey, Latch, you can DM him your physique, but you might not like the results of what he returns to you.
Oh no.
It'll be kind of small, but this physique will look like a little stick.
Lads, can I borrow your physique for a while? Is that all right, dude?
Oh hell yeah, dude! You're more than welcome.
Cheers, man.
How are you gonna argue physique against a guy named Lats? Like that's just a mistake.
Dude, I got excited when he said that. I was like, oh hell yeah, dude, let's go, dude.
Dude, look at this projection I found too. It's wild. It's called the hammer transverse elliptical equal area projection, where it puts the zero at 0 longitude and then 70 south. That's where the center point is.
I was trying to permaban Nihilistic Chris, but I think he left the server, changed his identity.
You guys attract a crazy variety of people. Like, where do they grow these people?
That's the globe.
I know.
If you plant a mind in the soil of the globe, that's the flower that blooms.
For sure, man. Because then everything else seems reasonable. Like 200,000 years of ancient human history and evolution and the idea that we're in this vast cosmos and that we're tiny and insignificant. Literally had an argument with my boss yesterday about flat Earth for like an hour, and this is like the head guy, right? But he just kept challenging me, and I was just like, just went through it. And he's like, "You have a rebuttal for everything." I'm like, "No, dude. It's like, no, I've heard all these arguments before."
See, they're not privy to the fact that everything they think that they're about to say that's novel has already been hashed out 1,000 times.
Right.
Basically, is check this out in the chat here. Look at this nut job. Watch that.
What is going on here?
That's the same guy creating accounts over and over.
After we ban him from 24/7 to come back, I think he got up. We estimate he might have got up to 800 accounts.
Oh, how do you even do that? That reminds me of like
Script it.
PD.
Script it.
I thought they required you to have like a working email and phone number. You must have scripted that too.
Yeah, dude, you can spoof that, or you can get like there's online services that give you phone numbers.
No, I know. I'm just saying the effort.
But you only listen. You only
Yes.
need a phone number for servers that require a phone number.
Right,
We
like the
never did that because
politics
we wanted.
server.
Yeah, we wanted it to be more open so people could join without as many restrictions. And then we created our front end entry system and we screened people out. So we had easy access to get in, but then you had to get screened to get further into the server.
Dude, that's nuts though. The amount of
Most people
effort.
think they're in the server when they get in and they're sitting in the lobby and they're calling us all kinds of names and there's like 4 of us just laughing and staring in that room at them because that's as far as they can get.
I think that blows my mind too. It's like, how do you even know they're real people at this point?
Well, I mean, do you believe in NPC theory?
No, because that kind of like diminishes God's creation in terms of like we are all image bearers, right? But I literally mean like not a real person. Like it's just a bot. Like it's scripted. If you get what you get where I'm coming from.
Well, this guy, the one that I just showed, he's definitely real. He's on the mic plenty of times, spazzing out.
Yeah, I would assume that that guy is actually real based off of how many times that it's tried to do. Like you would think if you had a bot to script or whatever, like there would be some type of limit. Like, hey, this didn't work 60 times. You want to try something else?
Wow. Where are you at, AI?
Sounds like he's at a park.
I'm at my super flat lake. Where I do my super flat observations.
Hold on,
They
I'll put on
didn't
my.
put out the pier and the boat yet, so I can't start doing my standard observations. But there is kayakers. The bottoms of the boats are gone.
Well, that's because
I
the
can
Earth
just see
is
that with my
ball.
bare eyes. This lake is only 333 meters from the lifeguards station to the other shore.
Well, you can't see underneath the kayak, so the Earth is a ball.
Well, so the Earth is only got like a 500-mile radius.
Yeah. I'll be over to the lake in a couple of minutes.
It's like Super Mario Galaxy Earth, where you can run around the Earth in like 5 seconds. Yeah, there's a yellow kayak and a green kayak, and the bottoms have disappeared.
Oh man.
We,
You better call the Coast Guard or whoever saves people. Tell them their kayaks are sinking. Maybe they don't
it's a
know.
clear
Maybe they
day.
don't know they're taking on water. They're just NPCs kayaking. That's their script. They pulled the plug on them.
Hey, no, don't be messing with that one like that. You almost snapped the fucking thing out. No, that's not a toy.
Wow.
Kids these days.
Got some natives in the background, AI.
So check this out. So all the kids that are here are witnessing in their subconscious, whether they're conscious of it or not is irrelevant. In their field of view, they're witnessing the bottoms of things disappearing at a lake that's only 1,000 feet wide. And then later in life, they'll be told that the only way things can disappear from the bottom up is if they're past the horizon of a giant Earth globe. I took my son to this lake when he was much younger, and I showed him the things disappearing. And I inoculated him from that indoctrination. So at least one piece of direct evidence he's experienced personally through his own eyes and in his own mind that things can disappear without any alleged Earth curvature from some giant globe ball. You guys remember Issa?
Yep.
Flat Earth lawyer?
Yeah.
So he said once to some Globers, he goes, "Hey, listen, Globers, you guys would have won this conversation easily. Would have put flat earthers to rest. If back in the day when it just started out, you didn't make the stupid claim that boats can only disappear if the Earth's a globe. If you didn't make that faux pas, you would have won."
That's
Now,
funny because I say that too. For a couple of other things too. When I get to them, I'll bring them up to you next time it comes up.
yeah, and I'm not necessarily sure whether won or not, but from his opinion, he's basically saying like the only true experiential claim that people have, we get it even from bigwigs, right? Like people who are famous in the globe side or infamous in the anti-flat Earth side, like Zanuck or even M. Scott Veach, whose father was an astronaut, right? When asked, why is it that you know or believe the Earth is a globe, and it's always about things disappearing from the bottom in the distance. So that's all it's ever about. Like they could have 10 other reasons, right? But if they're asked specifically this question, what's the number one reason how you know personally or have experienced the Earth as a globe? They'll say, oh, it's I can't see the bottom of something, or I went higher and I saw something that I couldn't see before. Which
Oh,
is pretty
climate
much the
tree. I
same
love
argument.
climate tree. Yeah, climate tree
Yeah,
is my
and
favorite.
they're pretty much the same argument, right? But yeah, that's their only thing they could come up with. And that's why Issa said to them, he's like, hey, listen, guys, if it, that is so easily disproven experientially, people with their own eyes, that if you guys had just never said that, you would have won. There would have been no resurgence of flat Earth, because all your other excuses would have worked fine if you didn't have this one thing, which is so easily disproven, and most people would have fell for it. Because when you think about it, it's not unreasonable to say, oh, I can't see the bottom of something. Maybe that's because it's obstructed. I mean, that's not unreasonable, right?
Of course not. Of course not.
How you doing?
But you know,
What's up, D to the P? We were just talking about you.
Looking at me.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's
Thought we heard a
different
voice from the
guy.
past.
Cba or Cpa. How do you say your name? Checkba
Yeah.
brings you in
So what are
here.
you degenerates talking about?
You
Oh, it's all about me.
standard globers, how they believe they live on a ball in a vacuum. You know, the standard shit. How
Yeah,
you
yeah.
guys just have a belief system. That's what we're talking about. How you don't have any
I
proof.
explained the
It's
other
just a
day to
belief system.
someone. I explained to someone about how globetards have refraction all muddled up in their head, and they still couldn't understand it. They thought I was agreeing with them.
I don't see how they can even model that in their head. Where are they starting? In front of them or at the object?
No, I just explained how standard atmospheric refraction works. And they're like, oh, that means you agree with me. The light's curving around the globe. I'm like, yeah, fuck's sake. I can't, I'm not even going to get into it. Yeah, like an inferior mirage, upward refraction. Very common.
Yeah, even a lot of the ones that they call looming are just inferior mirages as well. With
Yeah, I mean, like
a greater section of
standard
the
atmospheric
mirroring.
conditions will cause upward refraction.
Yep.
It's like a lensing effect because over the distance that you're viewing, there'll be changes in temperature and humidity, and and as it encounters those changes, it'll cause the refractive index will cause to bend up or refract up.
Yeah, this is why we never see lasers bending down over large bodies of water at all, really. Standard, conditions is that light's going to deviate upward a little bit because the standard lapse rate is that it gets colder as you go up.
Well, yeah, and see, I would caveat it with, superior mirages do happen. So where do they happen? Like it's in very rare, very cold conditions where you get like ice freezing, like solid ice in the atmosphere. So like the Arctic and stuff like that. If you go like on an early, like before sunrise, go like on a cool, dry morning and go and observe something over the ocean, you'll be able to see way further than if there was like a change in temperature and humidity across that viewing distance. And then, because globers will say, oh, You know, the only reason you can see that far is because the light is refracting around the globe. The light's bending down. Okay, well, why is it viewable like that when the refractive index is at its lowest? Kind of opposite.
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry, I was reading
Um,
that last part.
when you view something over the ocean, the best time to do it is in a cool, dry morning, preferably before sunrise. So if it's cool and dry, and there's minimal changes in temperature and humidity across the viewing distance, you'll be able to see really far. Let's say like an oil rig or a windmill or something that you can see out there. Later in the day, you might not be able to see it because there's actually more of a refractive index. And what globers will say is they'll say the only reason you could see that far is because the light was curving around the globe because there was refraction. When to actually get that to see that far, the refractive index has to be at its lowest. So, you know, they're telling you can only see it because it's refracting, and the only way you could see is when the refractive index was low.
Yep, that reminds me of that argument about infrared. You have infrared, right, which is like, you know, the
Yeah, the least
wavelength
amount of
that
refraction.
that has the least amount of refraction. And then when we use infrared to basically see objects more clearer and further away from, you know, from not using infrared, they'll say, you know, they say, oh, it looks so flat because you have more refraction there, right? Yet it has the least amount of refraction in that wavelength. So how does that work?
Yeah, the lower wavelengths refract less.
Exactly. So we could see further with a less refracted wavelength of light. There we go. You know, not a ball.
Well, I still think measure it. We'd like to measure it.
Measure what?
Um, it's been an idea I've had for years and years and years and years. It's to do Eratosthenes' experiment with a full moon.
What does this have to do with measurement?
So if everyone, I mean, it has to be synchronous though. We have to do a synchronized Eratosthenes with the full moon around the Pacific, and you know, let's say the moon's over Indonesia, and we have people all around the Pacific and Indian Ocean all measure it at the same time. What it would do is you would be able to use the angle, you know, tan of the angle times the distance to that point over Indonesia would be the height of the moon. So we'll see if we end up with different heights. And what we also do is we can say, okay, um, when we plot all of these on a graph, does it look like the surface that these that measurements are taken from? Does it look like it's curved or flat? Because the further away you are from the moon, you would think on a curved surface, the angle would become very acute.
Wait, just based off a distance between, like, let's say
Well,
New
no,
York, Indonesia?
the problem with that is you can't do that with celestial bodies, including the moon. And so I thought what you were going to take it to was the fact that because that's not Eratosthenes. That was a weird wrong turn. Eratosthenes would be treating the moon as the sun and then
Yeah.
recreating that situation with the moonlight. But yeah, that we I would like that done too. Except what that would prove is that you can prove that the Earth is a sphere of the same size given that the assumption of the moon is an infinite distance away to give us this parallel union.
It's
That's
hard to
what
hear
that
you at the
You,
end there.
you're a bit quiet there. Well, I think because it's at night, there'll be less refraction to deal with, and yeah, I just think it would show flat.
Well, interesting about that, Dr. John D. You probably know who he is. He
Yeah.
reckons that his quite often he'll get the most upward refraction at nighttime, and that's when he'll see his lasers sometimes bending upward. He says he's never seen them bend downward in years of using different spectrum lasers, different times of the year, different distances, different locations. He's never seen it bend down. He said it either goes straight or very occasionally it will bend upward. And he said that tends to happen more sometimes at night. He did explain why, but I forget exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I'd want to do it close to like midnight, like a midnight full moon over Indonesia.
Yeah.
I think maybe
Try
like
to.
just after sunset, maybe because you've still got heat dissipating from the ground.
Yeah, I mean, you try to, if you can pick a time where the water temperature is pretty uniform with the air temperature. It's a good situation.
Yeah.
No, but correct me if I'm wrong. Did you say you were trying to calculate whether it makes a curved shape on a graph or not? Like, isn't that what you said?
Well, I mean, primarily to calculate the moon height, and
You can't do that
why not?
because you can't really do that. Like, basically, you're trying to use what, what is like some sort of method to determine the height in 3D space, right? Of the
Yeah,
moon, like we would do sun. But we already know that we can't do that. So,
sure we can. Why not?
because the higher you go, the angle remains the same. And those things in the sky are terrestrial observations that we can do trigonometry on.
You're super quiet. I try and turn you up or try and speak closer to the mic, but if you know where the moon is directly overhead,
All right,
like
can you
let's say,
because I already responded to what you're about to say. So can you hear me now?
yeah, that's way better.
Yeah. So you can't do trigonometry on celestial objects like you can do with terrestrial objects. You said, why not? I said, well, for one, unlike terrestrial objects, the higher up you go, the angular relationship doesn't change with celestial objects. And you kind of didn't respond to that.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but I mean, if it is local, we should be able to just.
Well, you begin with saying that you're going to do what Eratosthenes did, but you're not describing what Eratosthenes did. Um, I
Yeah,
when
like
you said,
like a star
because you
picket
didn't
and a
hear, it
flat bit of ground.
was very low before, but like I said, when you said you want to do the Eratosthenes thing, but with the moon, I thought you wanted to do the exact same things, like make the same exact assumptions, like the moon being an infinite distance away so far that the moon rays appear to be coming in uh, parallel, which is why we can use the moon and the shadow from a stick in the ground to ascertain that Earth is a sphere because you're gonna
No,
get.
we
But
well,
you're not saying that though. That's what I'm confused about.
well, I want to do the Eratosthenes thing to get the angle, right? And then
Well,
because
where was he getting the sun's height?
no, he was getting the angle to the sun, and then just plotting those angles on or I don't know what he was using it for originally. It was wasn't it something to do with
He just calculated how much of the arc of the circumference of the sphere he lived on. That's all.
yeah, it's to do with like
So
the well,
if
right?
you're
That's the
that
one, isn't
with
it?
the moon, what I'm saying is you might get the same exact result given the same assumptions. So
Well,
once you get the
I'm
exact, I'm sorry.
well, I think that because of because it's done at night, there'll be less refraction, and
Well, refraction has nothing to do with the fact that if you make the same assumptions, if you get the same results with the moon when you're measuring the lengths of the shadows on the ground using the moon's light, if you get the same results Eratosthenes did, then you can
well,
just
I just
go
think it's
ahead.
something that hasn't been done. It needs to be done. How do we know
Okay.
that that's going to be the case? How do we know that the taking refraction out of the
I would
picture
like to
isn't going
see
to
it done.
change the result?
I'd like to see it done too.
I'm just saying that if we use that angle and we calculate, calculate distance to this point in Indonesia where it's overhead, say, then you'll be able to use the
Can you
tan
do
of
the
that
same
angle
thing and then
and
say okay, the
times
sun
that
is
distance.
this height? You going to be
Huh?
doing the same thing? Would you do the same thing with the sun?
Yeah, I mean, you could.
No, you can't because you can't do the kind of math that you're trying to do. That's what I'm saying. And you asked me why, and I told you why.
Well, I mean, just because you say I can't do it doesn't mean I'm not going to try it.
Yeah, but you trying is that's irrelevant. You can do whatever you want, but the fact that I mean, we already know that there's a difference between our relationship and the things in the sky and our relationship with things on the ground are different. You already know that. So, I
Well,
mean,
I think if you did the tan of the angle times your distance to the point where the moon is overhead, that would give you a calculated height. And I think if everyone did it, it'd be interesting to see if it all comes out the same. And that would be a good measure to then you know uh, it would be a good thing to as a metric to like base all of the results off of how closely it matches that and see where it all ends up in terms of shape.
Well, you're
Because
going to end up
it
with
will
the
tell you
exact
something.
same thing. Here's the thing. So we have these things called moon dials, and you can get the exact same shadows that you would from the sun with the moon dial, right? Like it essentially tells you what time it is at night. So if the angular size of the sun and the moon are the same, and you can get the same angles from the shadows of the moon and the sun, you can treat the sun and the moon as the same angular height and size to each other, right? You could say they're both 250,000 miles away, or you can say that they're both 93 million miles away because all the angles are the same. It doesn't help us determine anything. You also have to assume ultimately that these are objects that are solid within 3D space that have an actual height. We don't even know that. So it doesn't do anything for us to do this. You can measure angles to the celestials. It doesn't help us understand anything other than this is the angle of the shadow or this is the angle of the height of the celestial object. But that's all you can do.
You just reminded me of something. What's the eclipse where it's like a shadow projected from the moon? Selenelian eclipse. So when you have a selenelian, God, it's hard to explain. Yeah, I mean, yeah, over that, I think I know what you're getting at. Like the celestial objects, when you're looking at something that's that far away, right, over those sorts of distances, there's going to be a reflection no matter what.
No, I didn't. When you say refraction with the celestials, what are you talking about?
So when you can see, like, okay, when eclipses happen, when solar eclipses happen, there's a really good explanation for it. You know, I'm pretty sleepy. It's not a very good time, but it's like, think about if you had like just like a million times a refraction, right? And then you had like a light globe in your hand, and you were holding it just above the surface of a table, and you've got like a million times refraction. That light wouldn't make it to the other side of the table. It would be a dark spot. Right, so there would be a dark spot on the other side of the table where the light isn't quite making. So what I'm saying is, like, on the furthest, on its furthest point, on its on its when it circles around the Earth, when it's at its furthest point away, that bit on the other side is going to go get some sort of weird effect.
I guess I'm having a hard time following you. When you say a million times refraction, what do you mean?
Well, I'm just saying, like, let's say that there was a lot of refraction. Okay, let's say you've got like a fog machine on and a hot plate and something like that, and you've got like a light globe on one side of the table. The light might bend that much that it doesn't actually hit the table on the other side.
Okay, even though I
Even
don't
though
know
there's
if we've
direct
ever
line of
actually
sight to it, it might bend
experienced
up that
this.
much that it doesn't hit it.
Right. Well, even though I'm not sure anybody's really ever experienced this, I don't know what this helps us with. What are you trying
Well,
to
I mean, that's
achieve?
day and night, right?
What?
That's day and night.
You think day and night has to do with refraction?
Absolutely.
Why?
I mean, what else can it be?
Don't ask me a question. I'm asking you why you think that.
And I think of what is
Dude,
day and night.
I
I
gotta
can't
help
come up
out.
with a better
Gotta
answer.
help her out in here, bro. Let me post this. This will help you out. This is a physical demonstration of what you're getting at. Check the chat there. Single
Yeah.
light source over a quote unquote flat earth with a quote unquote media in between the light and the ground. And the light can't reach everywhere because it's being redirected in the media. And you notice how it has effects where it can shine light on a portion of the side, but depending on the angle, it actually has a hot spot in the dome there that can be seen from different angles from different people. And you see that it has a light spot, then a dark spot, and then a light spot on the opposite side. This is a very interesting physical demonstration. So that would be a single light. So imagine, just for sake of argument, imagine if this was the Earth, right? This could demonstrate having a day and night, right, for certain portions, but also having light on the opposite side of the day side in another portion, completely on the opposite side of the Earth. So you have a large light spot, a large dark spot, and then a small light spot, which people would, if they're looking that direction, they think they'd be looking in the direction of the light source, but they're not. So very interesting.
That little snow globe, is it solid glass?
It's a hemisphere.
Yeah.
So this is his setup.
So
So what he did is he printed out a map. just on a piece of paper, put it on the table, and then he put the hemisphere dome on top of it, and then he took his little flashlight around.
Right. I'm just asking, is it solid glass or is it
Yes, it's solid.
hollow inside? Yeah.
No, it's solid. And it might be variable, so it might have variable density, if you know what I mean.
You don't remember where you got that from? The channel name or original video?
Oh, we got the video of him doing his setup somewhere on the home server.
You know who it is, so I can have a search for it.
No, not off the top of my head. I just know I saved this one as Magdome, so I searched that in the home server.
Yeah,
But
this
if
is
you
an
search in the
Austin.
home server the term similar to this, and you just look at the message or media history, and just scroll through real quick, you might actually encounter the one where it shows his hands and the piece of paper, and then that one's the one where he shows his setup.
All right.
When it say DJ, I think it's originally from Flatsmackers.
Yeah, it's definitely in Flatsmacker's playlist. Yeah.
All right,
Somewhere.
I'll check it.
So, dude, the problem with all our data is I can't remember all the names of everything. you know. This is just an example of one of those things where Globers will say like something along the lines of, "Well, if the Earth's not a globe, then it's impossible for things to disappear from the bottom up," which is easily disproven. They might say, if the Earth's not a globe, it's impossible to have light on one part of the Earth and not on the other part of the Earth, or to have light on one part, then darkness, and then light on the opposite side. But you can actually physically model that. Now, whether this is the way the Earth is shaped is irrelevant. The point is, it's disproving their claim that it cannot be done. And whether or not you care about convincing them is irrelevant, because some people just need to be shown that their claims are false. They don't need you to positively prove your claim. They just need a chink in the armor of their claim for them to open their mind to new possibilities.
Hello guys. Uh, the question of today is why people who live in the northern part of the earth see different stars than people who live in the southern part of the earth. Why don't we all see the same stars on the sky?
Well, that's simple, because the light from the stars doesn't reach everywhere on the Earth at all times. There you go.
The lights. What do you mean by the lights?
Well, the stars give off light, right? That's how you see them. And if the light doesn't reach your eye, then you can't see it. So the simple answer is, the reason why you can't see something when you're in one location versus another is because the light from the star isn't reaching your eye.
It's really crazy how you guys have answers of all the questions.
No, it's
Well,
amazing, right?
people have been telling us what to look at for 10 years. And it's very simple when you're a listener and you actually go to verify what someone says. So yeah, the thing about the stars is as as far away as they say they are, everybody knows that, like, okay, you can see them, you can see them, you can see them, you can see them, and then at some point near the horizon, you can't see them. It's not because it went below them. You don't see it actually hitting the horizon below. Same thing with, you know, most people have never seen a moonset because the light isn't strong enough to penetrate the air. Mad simple.
that video I just posted isn't the video that it's from, but it's interesting on the same topic.
Matter of fact, AI, have you seen a moon set before?
Moonset, yeah, of course.
Unobstructed.
I think maybe while I was at NTC and maybe while I was in Iraq. Or I think definitely while I was in Iraq.
What did it look like? Well, just describe it. Unless you remember.
Well, in Iraq, the moon is like way bigger. You know, just looks bigger. And it kind of just looked like, you know, I don't know if I actually saw it go all the way to the ground. So maybe I did. Maybe I couldn't tell you.
We always see it as it gets its biggest and most orange. It looks ominous, kind of. You can see it really close, but it's real hard to get that unobstructed view. Like I'm never in a place where
Yeah, like you gotta like in the States, you gotta go up to like the Rocky Mountains or something, or you gotta go to like the Great Flats, you know, or you gotta go to the West Coast beach, you know. If you're on the East Coast or you're in any low area, you're never gonna see the moon to the horizon. You're always gonna see it cut off by the rain.
Yeah, I get that. That's what I kind of like because I want to see someone else do it where they can, but like, moon set video very as a matter. It's not like you type in sunset, they're everywhere. You type in moonset, it's kind of it leaves you wanting. Like,
Oh,
Sort
now
of
that I think of
weird.
it, maybe if you go to the west side of Florida, that would be a good place. Do a road trip to Miami.
it might be. Wait, where
No,
am I
Miami's
going?
on the east side, dude. We got to go to
No, I'm
Tallahassee.
not going to Mississippi. I'm going. Where am I going?
I had the
Exactly.
weirdest thing happen where it was on a peninsula. So the sun was setting behind the land, and the moon was setting over the ocean. But we were looking towards Australia because we were on a peninsula. It's sort of weird. But as the moon was setting, like the ocean was like just glassy flat, and so as the sun was setting, and the sun was setting at the same time as the moon was setting, and it was like everyone on the beach was in awe. It was like everything was just like all purple, like the surface of the ocean was like a purple mirror, and it was like just weird.
Wonder if you have any That's what it looks like.
So again, you're a bit far away again.
I'm sorry. I just want to know what it looks like because we have sunsets where we zoom in and it kind of it isn't a sunset actually, just a product of the angular resolution of the camera. Um, so I wonder zoomed in on the moon.
Well, I didn't have
There's
any
another
equipment with
factor.
me. It
Check
was
check this
we were
other
just on the
factor.
beach, just with nothing to film it with. I think we did film it at the time on my brother's phone camera, but this was 2014, and yeah, because the moon and the sun was setting completely opposite to each other, it just created this weird purple mirror effect, and everyone was in awe. Like it was just something to behold. It was like some sort of like mirroring.
That was like the Matrix Black Cat, if you feel what I'm saying. Man. What were you gonna say?
It was like an anti-eclipse sort of thing.
Yeah, is your name AI too? Oh, because I referred to before.
I was gonna say is so you know the Rayleigh extinction coefficient, right? After a certain distance of ground-based atmosphere, you can't see anymore, right? So that there's a formula, and that formula has a diagonal waning to it. So like the so you're looking, let's just say for sake of argument, you're looking at 0 degrees. That's going to be the highest coefficient. And then as you start looking 1 degree, 2 degree, 3 degree, you're looking up at a diagonal, the coefficient wanes, right? But at any given distance, that angular rate is going to be accumulated to where it's opaque. And so you can imagine that as a fence. So let's say out in the distance, there's a fence of atmosphere that you can't see over. Or sorry, you can't see through, but you could see diagonally over it. So anything that travels to where the line of sight is between you and that fence is going to be cut off by the atmospheric fence. There's literally a wall of air that's cutting the bottoms of things off that are in the sky.
And you've seen that yourself, I'm sure. I've seen that many times during the planetary alignment, during eclipses, you can literally see it. One during, I don't know if it was
Holy
2024.
crap, dude.
It's,
Hey, brother,
oh,
that last time you dropped your mic, I think you broke it.
All right, all right. So
Oh, that was
the
better.
so
Hold on, brother. Hold
when
on. Listen, now we all know that you can go to good mic mode at will. So that means you're purposely screwing us over with your bad mic. So
but I
now we got
think
to hold
that
you accountable.
with this setting, it would be far worse. So it's
Oh.
situation. Right now, there's no noise in the background. Okay, so
So you're saying your mic quality is situational?
yeah. So what I'm saying is that wall that you're like talking about, like we've all, well, I can't say we've all seen it. I asked you if you've seen it because I definitely have during the planetary alignment, one of them, and during like eclipses just before the sun comes up and when the sun is coming up. That wall of air, it's I would during the planetary alignment there was this light that I thought was a planet because obviously everything that flies in our sky blinks. Um, so there's this light that wasn't blinking and it was going east. And I tracked it, kept going, kept going, kept going, kept going, and it got to a point where it like hit that wall that you're talking about, and I couldn't see it anymore. And then guess what it did? It reappeared as it whatever it did, I could now see it coming diagonally up towards my right now as it descended towards the left. It came up towards the right and kept going and kept going and kept going until it got too bright in the sky to see. I watched it like forever. That wall is like dead ass. So it, it
Yeah,
definitely looks like
Glovers are mesmerized by the concept that you can't see through an infinite amount of air. Like literally, it boggles my mind how you could tell someone, hey, air is not transparent, dude. It actually shaves light off, every so often. And eventually, after enough times, there's no light left. That like blows their mind. I'm like, if you take a window and you stack a million windows, you think you're going to be able to see through it? It's like they don't get it. They think like their arguments are so absurd. It's like, listen, if the earth was flat, there'd be no air. There'd be no air anywhere because I could see all lights at all times at all distances, no matter what. It's like, so basically, if the earth was flat, it'd be a simulation in a computer inside your head. I mean, good grief, dude. These guys forget about physics. Like, all of a sudden, if the earth was flat, physics don't exist. So you could actually just, there was a flat earther way back in the day. His name was Curious Life of a Flat Earther. and he did some math out on the atmospheric fence essentially, and the distance that people see the sun and don't see the sun starting to come up or not coming up, and it's usually between 3 to 5,000 miles. And if you do all those angles out, they kind of fit. So after the sun is approximately 3 to 5,000 miles horizontally away from you, or whatever, I can't remember the exact numbers. I have to look up it again. But basically, it's a perfectly rational explanation for the sun. Sun is going away, right? There's atmospheric effects going on. There's an atmospheric fence that's going to cut the bottom off of it, 100%. As soon as it passes, as soon as the angle from you to that light goes below that angle, it now can't reach you anymore, because it's basically hitting an opaque atmosphere. Then you got the ancillary effects of the like when you see the sunset with the reversed image or the mirage underneath. Like it's a mirror image going right to the sun, is it not? It's not like it's disconnected and then on the ground while the sun is floating in the sky being cut off. It's like that's not how it works. Why would the mirror image of the sun be equal in size to the image of the sun, which is 93 million miles removed from the surface it's shining on? Think about that for a second. If you have a miraging effect, which is a mirrored image flipped on the axis, right? Imagine all the boats that you see that happen to. What the hull of the boat is doing what with the water that the image is being reflected upon? It's sitting in it, right? Physically. So I wouldn't expect a mirrored image that's in any way symmetrical in size or angle from a sun that's 93 million miles removed from the surface that's causing the reflection. That doesn't make any sense at all. Eli, what happens when you walk away from a mirror to the image of your face? It gets smaller, right? Now go 93 million miles away from the mirror and tell me if the reflection is going to be smaller or not.
Right. Obviously.
And their only hope, of course, is well, it's not smaller because all the rays are coming in parallel, so it's equal in size. You know what's funny though, bro? They say the word all the rays are coming in parallel. That's not true, because then they couldn't have their diverging and converging rays for their different arrangements of eclipses and shadows and all that other nonsense, right? So it's obviously the light is going in all directions. It's not just all going parallel. That's just false.
Yep.
Have you seen the Novaya Zemlya effect AI?
What?
So there's this effect that happens with sunsets, and it's so, it's such a big effect that it actually, like, it shows the sun still above the horizon, yet it's supposed to be like 13 degrees below the horizon already in their model. I'm gonna show you it.
Oh, isn't
So
13 degrees debunking their maximum refraction claim?
I see that, and I'm so glad you knew immediately why I brought it up. So
The refraction claim is
Yeah,
point.
anything above 10 degrees is absolute destruction to their model.
No, but no. But at sunset specifically, them the clouds and all the stuff at the opacity of the atmosphere, they don't have that. Their whole thing is zero point 0.6 degrees. So when it's below the horizon, zero point 0.6 degrees, it's refracted up. They don't even have 1 degree.
Oh, so maybe I'm mistaken thinking of a tenth of a degree. Hey, listen, but to be fair, if you give them 10 degrees and they can't even get one, I mean, come on.
Yeah, sometimes it is 10 degrees. And you know what, they brought this up to Ruhif, brought it up to like other anti-flat earthers, right? Their first question immediately was like, "Oh, well, that's only in Arctic regions," or like, "Oh, I bet you it was in the Arctic region or in the north or blah blah blah," right? I'm like, dude, this lady did it, and she's a Glober, by the way, but she videoed this all from California, like all of the, she has like 26 of them, all from San Diego.
Cool.
It's also really cool, super cool effect.
Yeah, I want to find out if it's viable to do that in the East Coast, West Coast of Florida, because the Gulf is pretty wide.
Ooh, that's an interesting thing.
Because if you
Okay.
can get some good effects there, see, because I could do a
I
trip to
think so.
Florida in a weekend, straight down
And
95.
I don't see why not. I mean, only because I'm reifying what the land looks like. But I mean, on the west side, there doesn't appear to be nothing there. I don't see why you couldn't.
Yeah, and the distance between Florida and the other coastlines got to be, I don't know, I think it might be 1,000 miles. So that's well beyond the extinction point. So you're gonna be able to see what you can see. You know what I mean? Got to think about it. If you're looking out across the west coast, like let's say at the location of the Black Swan that BLMSB took, right? So Glovers will say, well, if I look out across the coast towards another coast, I should see everything I should be able to see. Now they take it to mean I should be able to see the Eiffel Tower or I should be able to see Hawaii, whatever. But see, they forgot that there's an extinction coefficient, right? So what's interesting is if you're looking out from the Black Swan site, you can see the island that's within the 350-mile range. So you can actually see when you're looking out there every physical landmass that's within your visual range. So it actually meets their criteria. If I'm looking out across flat Earth, I should see everything that I should be able to see, and from that location you can. Now you wouldn't expect to see Hawaii from the coast of because it's thousands of miles away, right? So it's well past the extinction point. The atmosphere is opaque past there, but you could see all the islands within the non-opaque range. And likewise, between the coast of west side Florida and east side, Gulf of Mexico, you're basically gonna have the same visual range that you're gonna have on the west coast of California. So yeah, I think it should be fine to go to Florida. I gotta find out if Pensacola is a good location because I got friends in Pensacola. I think they still own
Guys, can I
properties
say
there.
something?
Heck yeah, you want to go to Pensacola with us and debunk the globe?
You're going to debunk it again? How many times are you going to debunk it?
No, well, I'm re-changing the word to rebunk. That way we can do it as many times as we want. Hey, dude, I was so interested in what I was saying to Eli there that I forgot where I was driving to. But new guy who just joined, what's your question? Profound. Dude, you guys just hear that guy debunk flat Earth? Holy crap, dude! Can't even recover from that. Or did I lose connection?
No.
No, for the same reason you can see the sun that that far away. It's the same reason that if the conditions are right, the 0 point at the equator for the North Star isn't actually that. But they don't actually ever address those claims about how far they can see the North Star either. They just treat that just like the horizon. Well, how come I can't see it in Australia then? How come I still see a horizon way back there, even though, the point is it's still a horizon, it's still there. Oh,
Yeah, but the
always,
stars don't even behave where you know how like if you know that idea where if you're at the Burj Khalifa, you can go low and go high and see two sunsets, but you can't do that with the stars.
oh, so
And
I
they'll
was
claim,
wrong
well,
about
that's
the
because the
luminosity.
stars are dimmer, and that is true. The stars do have less luminosity than the sun disk, but still, if there's no quote unquote obstruction like they claim between you and the star, and just changing your orientation would get you over the apex of the Earth curve, then you should be able to see the star in the same way that the sun responds, unless they're claiming that the atmosphere is what's blocking it. And so that means they've already conceded that the atmosphere can block your sight line to a celestial, which means they already
You know
understand
what?
the concept.
You know what? In the context of this case, I think that's exactly what it is. It's not that you're seeing two sunsets. It's that when you're lower, you're not seeing over that wall.
Correct.
How come that?
Ah, dang it. Yeah, and Elijah, you'd also have all the other effects as well, the perspective and angle differentials, all those things would also be there. It's not a single cause, right?
So I found on this website with a bunch of these Mirage videos, but it's in a stupid file format, so I'm going to convert them all for you guys.
Wait,
Like, who the hell
forget you can
uses
always
real
post
media?
things. Don't forget you can always post things on the home server. Post it and then add a few tags to the message. So, for example, let's say you post an image of a mag dome. You might post the image and then in the text put mag dome, magnification, no daylight on flat Earth, right? And then say we could search it later. Because, for example, anything posted in here in politics gets called because they have a revolving deletion on everything we post.
Gotcha, that makes sense.
They do it to protect themselves from offensive comments that they could be reported on, which is very fair because a lot of people do that, and if they don't censure them, they get docked for it. So they just routinely just kill every chat. Gonski.
That makes sense.
Where on the home server we have a very big catalog of backlogged conversations, media, recordings, sources, hard to find videos. Yeah, so if any of you are in the home server and you want to know something sometime, you're curious, feel free to like go in there and do the search bar function. Now it's not as robust as Google where it'll do like intuitive thinking for you. Yeah. So for example, if you misspell a word, it'll only show you the misspelled versions of the word. It won't give you the accurate version in the search. But either way, if you use a little ingenuity, there's a huge resource there. You could even do past conversations. Like you could be like, hey, I like Indio the way he talks about optics, and I have this question about this thing that somebody asked me. You could probably search that right in the search bar and find the conversation. Go to our live stream, even listen to the audio. Great resource. I've been recording for like greater than 8 years now. We literally have thousands of days of audio
I'm back
and
on
thousands of days of conversations.
my other device. Does this increase does this make the audio better?
Nope.
So shit.
Yep.
I could just hear y'all better. Okay.
Elijah, you need to be like Key and Peele in the Hat episode. Do you know the Hat episode?
I've seen them. I've seen them all. I probably have. I can't remember.
You see the one. So the first one is the guy shows up to his friend and he's got like a brand new hat that still has the tags on it. He's like, "Oh man, that hat is fresh." And then the other guy comes back and he's got like a Chinese lady making a hat on top of his head.
Right, right.
So what you need, dude, you need like a rig on top of your head that is like a boom stand from like a THX film studio. With with a guy with a boom microphone right in front of your mouth, floating over the
Right.
top of your head.
Ring blockers, everything, well, the works. But yeah, I no, you know what? So I think we have actually exposed another lie that no one's ever been able to uncover because it just hit me cognitively. I had cognitive dissonance, right? Because when you said that you can go up in the Burj Khalifa and watch the sunset again, I thought, that's kind of odd for my claim about all of the celestials being the same uh angular distance from the horizon no matter how high you go up. But then I thought, oh yeah, but that is true though, right? I mean, isn't it the
No,
same
it's not true.
situation? It's not true.
It's only true
Not for the sun.
for celestial. Just hold on, brother. It's only true for celestials that are in a certain band. So, for example, let's just say your field of view is from looking straight up and then looking straight to the ground. Let's say it's 98 degrees. Okay, because you're looking down a little bit and then you're looking straight up, so you get more, right? So let's just say you have 90 to 98 degrees, right? Because you can have a declination angle. Let's say if you're on a mountain, it's going to be lower than where you're at. Okay, you're going to look down.
Yeah.
So when it comes to the stars, they only catalog them from 0 to 90 degrees. But when they're doing celestial navigation and they're holding true all those geometric relationships, those geometric relationships only hold true continuously for stars that are like greater than 15 degrees and less than 85 degrees. So the stars towards the bottom and the stars towards the top don't behave the same way. They don't.
Okay.
And that's why they say that in order to get them to behave mathematically the same, because they're not doing it visually the same, they have to add in all these extra alleged refractive and time delay effects. So no, it's not true that all these relationships hold true for every celestial in your field of view at all times. The same as it's not true that the 69 miles per degree matches every celestial in your field of view at all times. Which is why, like there's a lot of flat Earth arguments out there that actually rely on the 69 miles per degree as
So
if it works on every celestial.
we've been throwing the
Go ahead.
babies out with the bathwater all along. Because while you have the, argument about why do the stars rotate in this direction, blah 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 blah, nobody ever thought, oh yeah, north, west, and southwest is a different direction. Like that never dawned on anybody. Like in this whole case, we just have to have this argument, okay, that all of the celestials, when you go up, we just started saying that. But the truth is, we only said that based off of certain other individuals' experiences. Now, again, that's just like certain circumstances, but if you were able to actually make multiple observations, you would see everything is absolutely not as cookie cutter as you would like, and you will never be able to create some sort of congruent model because all of these different observations are just really
Yeah.
different.
Yeah. So, for example, Elijah, next time you're on with Indio, ask Indio what's the longest continuous actual measurement of the 69 miles per degree being congruent. Ask them how long they've done that. I'm not even going to tell you what the answer is. I want you to hear him say it.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of dogma, and let's just call it gospel preaching about these certain facts which are alleged, which come from globe sources which haven't been otherwise validated, like the 69 miles per degree. So, for example, I was told that all the stars rotate east to west around Polaris, creating circles of equal altitude from their GPS. Well, if that's true, then that means that that circle of equal altitude has a radius. And so if you're underneath the star and you travel along that radius towards the North Pole, after you travel that amount of miles converted from the 69 miles per degree, you should be standing directly under Polaris. When has that ever been validated, Elijah?
Never.
Never. Never. That's your answer, brother. Never. Yet I'm told, because remember, Elder Bear, he had a critique about this because he said, well, if you convert the 69 miles per degree from the equator, and the equator is a certain size, and you travel along this radius, you end up with a circle that's bigger than the alleged equator. So what the heck's going on here? And rather than be taken seriously for his critique, he was laughed out of the room like some kind of crazy person. But when has anybody ever validated the GP of a star they allege is at the equator and travel to the North Pole and end up under Polaris and have the amount of miles that they travel equal to their calculation of 69 miles per degree? When does that ever happen?
Right.
And that's a critique for Globers and flat earthers alike. But to be honest, it's more a critique on the flat earthers, because I was told by some of these flat earthers that miles is a linear and linear only measurement. Well, if that's the case, let me ask you this question, friend. If you're at let's just say, what's an easy conversion here? All right, so let's just say you're sighting Polaris, right? And you're 2,000 miles away from the GP of Polaris, right? That would be a radius of a circle of equal altitude, right?
Yeah.
Okay, what's the circumference?
I don't know, man.
No,
I'm
no, no, no,
listening.
no. You don't need to know the number. You don't need to know the number. You don't actually have to do the number, but you're actually obviously going to use the circle formulas like 2 pi r or whatever the heck it is. I forget at the moment. But you're going to use pi and you're going to use r. So if you have r in miles, then the circumference is going to be in what units? Now, keep in mind, the rules of math is you have to maintain your units. Can't mix units halfway through the formula. So the end result is going to be in what unit, my friend? Your input data is miles. So the end result is going to be what output data? Miles, right? But now you have a circumference that's expressed in miles, which is a circle, which is not linear. So holy crap, which is it? Are miles linear or not?
Right.
See the problem? It makes doing any circles or any other types of things that involve curves, it makes them incoherent because there's no way to express the distances. Like, are you literally going to tell me that you can't tell me the circumference in miles because miles have to be linear because the dictionary says miles are linear? I mean, are you kidding me, dude? Like, I can't even take someone serious. Like, what are they going to say? What are they going to say? Like, what's the circumference of that circle? Oh, well, it's a 7,200 puktanis. What the fuck's a poop tanny? Well, I can't say miles because miles are only linear. So I have to make something up out of my ass on the spot.
Now you can have a curved line for the sake of argument to to give a number. Now you can have a curved line tell you how many
Dude,
miles.
I got measured for a custom elbow pad to protect my wounded bursa, right? And you know what she did? She took out a tape measure and it had inches printed on it. And then she wrapped it around the upper portion of my arm, wrapped it around my elbow peak, and then wrapped it around the lower portion below the elbow. So when she wrapped it around and she read the number off to the nurse, what did she say? Did she say, oh, look, it's 23 poop tannies? No, she said it's 23 inches.
That's what she said.
I know, right? But I don't think it was 23. I just couldn't remember the number she said.
You know, man, like I wonder sometimes where this thing came from. Where because you have something that's not perfectly straight, you can't express the length or the distance in any unit because these units are linear. I wonder sometimes where that came from.
It came, I'll tell
You know?
It came from reading definitions in a dictionary and then thinking that dictionary definitions create realities. It's a logical fallacy. That's where it came from. And it came from not being checked by your peers because your peers are in a circular group that discourages appropriate critique for whatever reason on certain topics. And the people who are willing to do the hard task of constantly being the critiquer are ostracized. Right? So, like, some people have to take it upon themselves. Listen, I'm just going to critique the shit out of you guys because you're not doing it to each other. And that's my role in your guys' group. And so you're just going to have to deal with it because you need somebody to sharpen your iron by clashing it against actual iron and not against, soft, sweat-soaked balsa wood.
I remember hearing it one of the first few times and thinking, okay, something's weird about this. Because my belt size is measured in inches, right?
Right.
Is my waist a
We
fucking
got another
rectangle or some shit? You know?
Right. Or we got another problem too, which Elijah elucidated earlier because he was saying to Sheplo, he was saying, hey, I want to, get the height to this thing. And Elijah was like, well, you can't. You can't use trigonometry on it. Well, that's a problem because I hear in the community and I hear people say that, oh, when you're doing celestial navigation, it's a right angle triangle. Well, if you have a right angle triangle, that's trigonometry. And if you have 3 points that are separated with the interior angles of 180 degrees and those points intersect each other, then that means you can measure the height. It's that simple. So if you're saying you can't measure the height but you're saying you have a triangle, now you have a problem. That's incoherent. It's either it is a triangle or it's not a triangle. It can't both be a triangle and not a triangle simultaneously. That's a violation of the laws of logic. So just like a vector or a kite or a Jesse is not a triangle because it's a spherical coordinate system expression, right? Where lines that are curvilinear connected in 3 points, so not a true triangle. It's not a triangle. So just like that's not a triangle, neither is a triangle where one of the legs is hypothetical.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how can you make a triangle where one of the legs is physical, one of the legs is a sight line, and one of the legs is a hypothetical? Like, what the actual fuck?
Right. It wouldn't be a triangle in its, original definition, right. But it could be something that shares similar properties. Right?
Well,
but it would be a different thing.
The only place it can be expressed as a triangle is on a sheet of paper. It's a model. The only triangle that you can apply is a modeled triangle on a sheet of paper, not in actual reality. And by the same token that flat earthers criticize that conceptual frameworks manifest in reality, such as space-time, because you can't bend space and time because it's not physical, because it's not actually there, it's conceptual. Well, so is your triangle that you think is a triangle. Because if it was an actual triangle, then you could measure the lengths using the laws of triangles. And so why we have people making fun of people like Jedi who say it's not an actual triangle creating whole entire episodes critiquing him for saying it's not an actual triangle when it definitely is not an actual triangle. It's not. I don't know how hard it is for you guys to comprehend it out there listening to my voice, but if you think it's an actual triangle, then Globers saying you could make a triangle on a globe are just as valid as your dumbass.
I was just about to say that, seeing as that was the conversation and argument I was making earlier about a triangle being a triangle and a spherical triangle being defined as something different, not
Yeah.
exactly the way that a triangle is. Well, in the same respect, I had realized when I said one is real and one is, I said, well, actually, technically, a triangle is also not real, but practically, when you're making measurements, there is a difference. There's a direct relationship with one, whereas there isn't a direct relationship with another. And that kind of is how it is with celestial navigation. It's not a triangle. It's something we'll maybe call a triangle, but indirectly, the same way Globers do with spherical triangles.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
like the spherical triangle
the only
thing. If you,
place the triangle can exist in that instance is in the conceptual. And if you're saying the conceptual is manifest in the real, then what have you just committed? A reification fallacy. So it's literally logically fallacious to say that it's actually a triangle. Yet these guys who say that want to chastise other people. It's hilarious, dude. It's literally hilarious.
yeah, in the same fashion that the spherical triangle, so to speak, right, shares certain properties, i.e., it's a form or a shape or whatever you want to call it, that has three vertices, or maybe not necessarily vertices, because I think a vertex is defined by two straight lines intersecting, right? In this case, it would be like, some derivative thereof, right? Whereby you have two curved lines intersecting instead. But there are three, right? So there's similarities, but they're not exactly the same thing. So what do we call it? They call it a spherical triangle. Great.
So the real thing is that there's nuance in the way that it's applied, and it's nuance in whether parts of it are real, parts of it are conceptual, parts of it is real world data, parts of it is math you do on a piece of paper. But when you forego the nuance and start preaching it as dogma, and then start chastising other people who don't follow in line with your parroted dogma, I mean that's like straight up religious cult tactics. It's like, oh, if you don't call this a triangle, then you're not a real flat earther, or I should think of you as a bad person. It's like, whatever, dude. If you want to believe that a triangle exists where one of the hypotenuse is a sight line, the base leg is the physical Earth, and the vertical leg is a concept, well, by all means, you more power to you. Who am I to criticize your religion? This is the problem with the whole globe concept, Elijah. Is it's a reconstruction of visual space with assumptions about geometric space intermixed with concepts, and then reifying all that gobbledygook into one conceptual model in your mind, and then saying that's the reality I live in. And then disregarding any sincere questions. It's like, hey, wait a minute. I thought you said things were linear. How can you have a circumference? Hey, I thought you said this was a straight line distance. Well, if you do the math, then you end up with a circumference of the equator that's bigger. So how do we reconcile that? Oh, shut the fuck up and get out of here. I don't want to hear it. It's like, well, I mean, that's actually a sincere question. It's not illegitimate. Something's listen, Elijah. Something's wrong somewhere because all that doesn't add up. So if somebody's wrong, the 69 miles per degree is wrong, the distance to the GP is wrong, or the size of the equator is wrong. You got to pick one. Now, me personally, I don't have to justify what the stars are doing or sight lines to the stars in regards to the surface of the Earth being flat or not. It's not synergized in my worldview in the decision making of why the Earth is flat, right? So I don't have to create these models and reifications and errors and all these things. The surface is completely disconnected from the sky. It's its own structure that is not decided upon by your interpretations of sight lines and your interpretations of geometric versus visual locations of objects that aren't the Earth itself. So you can cry till you're blue in the face to me about, oh well, I see the star here and I see the star there and 69 miles and blibbity bloop, and I'm like, okay, how does that change the physical structure of what I'm standing on? Oh, it don't? Okay, who cares? But some of these guys have fell for it. They were told that sky has nothing to do with the Earth, and then after they tore down their interpretations of the sky from the globe point of view, they remade another interpretation of the sky from a flat Earth point of view. And it has, hey Elijah, check this out, brother. The reinterpretation from the globe Earth point of view being deconstructed and then reconstructing a flat Earth point of view in relationship to the celestials has all the same logical fallacies in it that the globe version did. Some of which we just were talking about. Misunderstanding visual locations and physical locations, reifying concepts, having part of your measurement be real and part be a concept, and then think you have a real measurement. It's all the same problem. And being unable to square the circle of the unknowns.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
We're just doing a little in-house censure spankings.
Oh, damn. Good. So, guys, it's day 2 of me realizing that the Earth measures flat. I still haven't feeling too good about it. I went to sleep last night just wishing I hadn't found this out, to be honest with you.
Dang, brother.
Yeah, one of those
I'll
things,
tell you what
it's
happened to me, bro.
Mm.
My first few days after I realized it, I was at my brother's house and I went outside. He's like on a mountain with almost no light pollution, and I looked at the stars. And the way they looked to me was different than I'd ever seen them. They looked like they had depth, like there were some closer, some further away. Very interesting. And I experienced that, and I never experienced it after that. But what's weird is, they tell us that the stars are so far away, there's no appearance of depth. Basically, it could all be treated as an infinite distance. Then fast forward to the Artemis mission that recently happened, and one of the Artemis astronauts allegedly said that when he looked at the stars, he saw a sense of depth, which he also shouldn't have seen according to his own worldview. Very interesting.
I had the same feeling. AI, that's crazy.
That's kind of crazy. Someone in here yesterday was talking about how whenever they look at the sky, it all feels like a lot closer to them. Like who was that? I think it might have been DJ. I might be wrong, but someone in here said that they looked up at the sky and everything felt so close to them, and that made me feel weird because it makes you feel like trapped, right? Whereas before you kind of felt like free and like you could just like everything was just above you and it was just infinite space. But now you're kind of like, what is it? You know? It's crushing. This is a crushing realization. I mean, it really changes your perception on a perception on everything, and it also makes you really untrusting. Like, I don't know who I can trust if I can't trust NASA, right? That sounds crazy for me to say, but like for my whole life, I've just assumed these people were telling me the truth.
Wait a minute, brother. Wait a minute. Let me help you out with your logic. All right. I don't know who I can trust if I can't trust a faction of the United States DoD that was founded by Nazis. I'm not sure who I could trust.
It was founded by Nazis?
Yeah, you don't know Operation Paperclip when they were founding the rocket program and leading up to NASA and all this. They basically recruited the Nazi engineers straight out of World War II.
I got told yesterday that it was founded by that it was founded by the CIA.
Dude, it's all government, Defense Department, CIA, Nazi think tank. You know, they brought those guys in because they were more advanced in those fields. Yeah,
Yeah.
let me put it this way, dude. In the trustworthiness scale, they're not high up there. Let's put it that way.
Bro,
Yeah, if you look
please,
at the
because you're
Project
stressing me
Paperclip,
out now.
if you look at the
Sorry.
Project Paperclip, you can see that most of the people that they recruited went either to the CIA or to NASA. And I posted a little clip here from a former CIA official talking about that.
You've never heard of Werner von Braun, bro?
Who?
Werner von Braun. Guy who created the Saturn IV rocket, I believe.
Great. No, I can't say I have.
You don't know about like the connections to him and Walt Disney?
No.
Oh boy. Okay.
Yeah.
Yo, Leaf, you're hot micing, bro.
Wait a minute. You don't know about the connection to Walt Disney and Flat Earth?
Bro, how
Holy
do you
crap,
just expect
he
me to know
doesn't
this?
know. He doesn't know. Could someone just tell him already?
You,
You
you
know what the fuck? Like, stop like edging me, bro. Just fucking tell me.
okay? Watch Aladdin, right? The cartoon. And when Jafar becomes a sorcerer, he banishes Aladdin to, I quote, the ends of the earth, where he then is on top of the ice shelf in the middle of a blizzard. Or
I didn't even know that one.
or the sword in the stone when Merlin is telling King Arthur as a child that the earth is a globe, which confused him because he knows the earth is flat.
Yeah, and part of that is he sent him off as a rocket to Bermuda.
Oh.
And if you look at NASA, generally launches its rockets towards the Bermuda Triangle.
Yeah, Project Nemo. But okay, so I just want to make sure I understand where you're coming from, and then I can kind of see where to go from there. But esotericism, that's you, right? That's the guy. So you
Yeah.
just had a sudden epiphany last night after a
No, I can
conversation in
explain.
here?
No, I can explain it to you. I came in here for like maybe a week. Old dude will tell you. I came in here for maybe a week, and just tried to argue against it, and I kept looking into it and kept looking into it and kept looking into it, and I learned about refraction. You know, I came here another time, and every time I walked away, and I thought, God, I've made myself look like I know nothing, like I'm an idiot, you know. And I'm debating like the shape of the Earth. Like to me, this was so obscure, you know, like something which is just like a fact. Like I'm debating something which is a fact, and I can't prove it. And then it dawned on me. It was like, well, maybe if I'm looking for ways to prove it and I'm not finding them, maybe I need to look for ways to disprove the curvature, right? And see if I've just been wrong this whole time. And I mean, fucking lo and behold, I mean, there's some pretty solid evidence out there, you know?
Yeah. I mean, for me personally, I'm mostly at the point of to claim to know the entirety of Earth is a fallacy in itself, right? Because that's a compilation fallacy, right? Or parts of the whole fallacy. Like if you were to measure only, a part of your floor and be like, oh, I only measured 10 inches, therefore it's 30 feet, you would understand that would be a fallacy, right?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
So for me personally, I'm more comfortable with not knowing than claiming to know something. The only thing I can claim though is that what has been provided is false, which is the mainstream numbers of what the globe is, the globe dimensions, the idea that Earth is in motion, etc.
Yeah, like the 8 inches per mile squared is a lot of shit, right?
Yep. Unless you think you're
Is it-
wearing curved shoes right now.
Yeah, for
Just
sure.
kidding. But here, let me show you something, brother. So what they do, and this is like all kind of like wordplay and math magic. Like people talk about the math magic, right? They use big, profound, complex numbers in order to, to make you think it's profane, that these guys are smarter than you think. You know what I mean? But they also do that with words. So let me go to this engineering survey book I love to go to, I found, from 1998. And they conflate level and horizontal lines. I'm going to post it in the side chat for you. And then I'll post a little screenshot. It's pretty wild too, once you see it.
Hello?
So this is on page 31 in the book, and then 47 in the PDF.
Where is this? Oh, are we talking about, like, water being level?
Hang tight real quick, oxygen.
Okay, dog.
So, if you look here, it says, the terms level line and horizontal line are frequently used in leveling and need to be carefully defined. It says that level line is defined as a line along which all points are of the same height. Because the Earth is curved, level lines are also curved. Consequently, when using an optical or digital level to determine height differences, measurements should be taken from curved level lines. Just think about that sentence.
That
You
doesn't
know,
make
that's
any sense at all.
Yeah, I know.
That
No,
doesn't
that's
make any sense at all. If you
Yes, it
point
does.
something level
Yes,
at the
it does.
horizon, it should go all the way into space, right?
If I draw a straight line and it appears straight to me, and it's a very long line, like the Earth size, it will appear straight to me. But when you zoom out, it becomes curved.
Okay. Yep, you can try and justify that. That's fine, brother. But hold on, I'm trying to make a point here
that
as
is a
to
fact.
terrorism.
That is a fact. And you know it.
Okay, cool. Keep it to yourself for a second.
That's
You know
ridiculous.
it's a fact.
So,
You
What
know
you're
it.
saying is retarded. Whoever just tried to justify that is what?
yeah,
Is
don't
that
worry
for
about it,
real?
dude.
Okay, debunk me.
No, we will. We will next.
Okay,
But
no,
I just
please,
want to.
please. So let me try and explain to you. So if you point something like that is, say we have the world's strongest laser ever invented ever, right? And it is like an infinitely powerful laser, and we point it right at the horizon. Okay, right at the horizon where there is hypothetically no obstructions, and you point that level laser, it should perfectly level with the horizon. It will go through the horizon and it will exit through the atmosphere, right? I mean, that's how level works, right?
Listen, okay.
A perfectly level line.
You guys
Well,
claim
here,
that
yeah,
water always finds its level, so ocean's not too flat, right?
yes, water seeks its level, yeah.
But water settles perpendicular to gravity. On Earth, gravity
Yes,
points roughly towards Earth,
perpendicular
and
being
towards
90
the
degrees to
ocean. Let me
horizontal,
speak.
yes. I just wanted to clarify what you meant by perpendicular. 90 degrees to horizontal, yes.
Okay, but also don't interrupt me.
Don't be rude, dude. I'll have the conversation with you. I was just
You
clarifying.
understand that you were
what
being
was-
rude by interrupting me, though.
Relax, dude. It's okay. You just wanted to make it clear for everybody else. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. He's pissed, but he knows he's in the wrong too.
Oh my God! Can you just get on with
So
it?
at the moment we've
Water
got
settles
things falling
perpendicular
which
to
are
gravity. On
perpendicular.
Earth,
Sorry,
gravity
hold
points
on,
roughly toward
please. I
Earth's
want to be
center, so
clear.
the ocean
I'm
surface
not.
forms around a curved shape around the point.
You said perpendicular,
Yes,
which is
90 degrees.
to the.
To the fucking gravity points. Sorry,
Okay.
the Earth.
This is the
Sorry.
point. This is my friends, please. This is
The
what I
Earth's
was
center.
asking.
the Earth's
This is what I was
center,
asking.
perpendicular to the
Okay,
Earth's center.
no, so really, when you drop something, it's 90 degrees to the surface. For some reason, you're now saying it's to a tangent of a sphere.
Man, I'm high as fuck right now. Okay.
Yeah, we
Okay,
know.
but
We can tell.
but you should understand then, right? The word should really manifest in your head, dude. That when you said perpendicular, that's 90 degrees to horizontal. Now that would be the surface of the earth,
You,
unless you invoke for some magical reason that that's a tangent now.
do you believe that the that flat means that it's one endless plane with no curvature?
Flat, there's many different descriptions of flat. I prefer
I'm
horizontal.
asking you. I'm asking you. Do you believe flat means one endless plane with no curvature?
One endless plane with no curvature. Yeah, go on then. I like that.
Endless.
Endless. I mean, I don't know if the world is endless, dude. But where are you going with this? I know you're high.
Level means fucking equal gravitational potential. Okay, it's
No,
equilibrium, fam. Water is not
no.
flowing downhill. Not the same thing.
Sorry. Level is a straight line from left to right. To be level with the world
Level
means to
is
be
not a straight
parallel
line
with
from
the
left to
plane of the.
right.
Do you
Okay.
require citation? Do you
Do you
require
require
citation, sir?
do you require a more modern citation than your own?
No, not a more modern citation, sir. An academic citation.
Yes, a more modern
For
academic
people who
citation than
build
your
and
own.
construct upon the world and will understand what level is and how they would treat it when they want to be level with the world. And to be level with the world means to be parallel with the plane of the horizon. The
Do you
horizon is
understand
where the
what
surface of the
multiple
earth,
context?
please let me finish.
Multiple
The
context.
horizon is where the surface of the earth, in this instance, that's the water appears to meet the sky. So we get level from water. We can also use water as a leveling tool, being as we understand that level is described and defined
Water
as
is
a straight
only a
line from
leveling
left to right.
tool. Water is only a
Yes.
leveling tool locally.
So it's a leveling tool then.
Locally, not globally.
Okay, so where is not locally?
When you zoom out.
Oh
What do you
yeah,
mean when I zoom out? What the
you
fuck
do
does that
that.
mean, dude?
Okay, do I need to make this
What
like
bud have you
incast
got,
level
dude?
for you? Like
Send some
I
my
can do
way.
this. I can make it real simple for you.
Could you?
Fucking hell. I just don't
What's your
know.
bud like, dude? Could you send some my way? Seriously.
Okay. Horizontal condition. Equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude.
Yeah, what are you using? ChatGPT, Gemini, Grok,
No, I'm using Webster.
Webster. Okay.
No, Webster, really? Would you prefer not to use Oxford or Collins?
I just picked a fucking.
Webster, dude. What the fuck?
You know what? I'll even go on the other one. We'll go on fucking Cambridge
It's
Dictionary.
just
How about that?
American, mate. Come on.
Yo,
I'm
Jedi.
going to Americans to speak English. Fuck off.
Oh, I wanted to finish reading this to esoteric for Oxford,
Sorry,
but you
dude.
guys can go right after. No, because
Yeah, no,
it's
do
late.
apologise, mate.
So esoteric, you still there?
I'm listening.
Okay. So remember when I said a level line is defined as a line along which all points are of the same height, right? Then it says for a horizontal line, it says a horizontal line is one which is normal to the direction of gravity, the vertical, at a particular point. Horizontal lines or surfaces are therefore tangential to level lines at individual points. And then this is what it says here. It says, when an optical or digital level is set up correctly, it defines a horizontal line for measurement of height differences, and this would seem to contradict the need to measure along curved level lines. However, for most survey work, the difference between a horizontal line and a level line, called curvature, is small enough to be ignored, and it can be assumed that level and horizontal lines are the same.
Yeah,
How
that
crazy
makes
of a
sense.
paragraph that is, though. But why would they
Mhm.
even need to define it like that?
You know, they don't need to define it. It's pretty obvious what it is, right? I mean, for something to be horizontal, it's got to be, it's got to be level with the horizon, right? and for something to be level, it's got. I mean, like, no,
Too many bad wordplay.
It's just like deception. It's just like deceptive wordplay. That's all it is.
Like, just think about it. Curved level lines. What the hell?
It doesn't exist, bro.
But this isn't a surveying book for engineers, right? So, oh, and that other guy left, I guess. What a weirdo. But yeah, I just wanted to show you that esotericism. I mean, when I first got into this conversation in 24/7, about like 5 years ago now. It's just no, not 5. Is it 5? 3 years ago now. Crazy. That was one of the first things I looked up was celestial navigation. Actually, Jedi helped me a lot with that. Like when you establish circles of equal altitude, right? If you have equal altitude on 3 different points, like bye-bye a globe.
Yeah, for sure.
I agree.
For sure.
Just such a killer, dude. But then you start arguing against these anti-flat earthers, like people who are literally, they have fun trying to obfuscate and deter anybody else from looking into this information by completely fogging up the machine, right? Like fogging up the conversation. They'll literally say like, "Oh, well, we use a fictitious observer at the center of the Earth, and then that's where we get our zenith from in order to do celestial navigation." They say, "Well, how come GPS works? Stupid flirt. What about satellites? What about gravity?" And then just goes, "What about, what about, what about, what about?" But is there anything that you have a question on that you're trying to like reconcile with?
No, I asked a lot of the initial questions yesterday. I've tried to not do too much thinking about it, to be honest with you. I'm just I'm just chilling out here listening. Yeah, I'm not. It's quite difficult to consider. Try and consider every question that you have whenever your whole worldview changes like that, like in 2 days. Like it's a hell of a lot of thinking.
Yeah, it took me 3 months to break through the cog disc, so don't trip.
No, I mean I'm pretty open minded. But yeah, this is unbelievable. How you I'm still not even like totally convinced. I'm still like open minded to the fact that like there could be an alternative answer to flat surface, but I'm just not really finding one right now.
An alternative answer to it just being a flat surface. I don't really know. I mean, there's a bunch out there, but like, how can you just have an alternative to objective reality, right? Because like Jedi was saying earlier to that guy, he's like, "Show me something that's not local," like a measurement, right? The guy was like, "Oh, you have to zoom out," as if like reality is like an iPhone screen that you can just zoom out of. It's crazy. Yo, esoteric, you're a Mason?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm a third. I'm in. I don't know why. I didn't realize that would be so significant to flat Earth, but yeah. I'm the third degree. I'm only in the Blue Lodge though. I'm not in any crazy like it's mostly just a drinking club for me, if I'm honest. it's pretty big in Scotland as well. Like, there's lots of people that are free. Like, if you're a man and like go to the pub or like whatever, you're likely to encounter somebody that would happily induct you into Freemasonry. You know, it's not like an uncommon thing in Scotland. Like, there's Masonic lodges in like pretty much every town.
Yeah, there's Masonic lodges all across the world.
Yeah, but I mean, it's literally, it was called the Scottish Rite, wasn't it? I mean, it's like such an and it's
True.
like such an inherently Scottish thing, and English as well. Yeah.
If you bring up flat Earths to them, I guarantee you they'll have a disgusting reaction to you, especially being a lower
Yeah,
degree.
like I say, it's just a drinking club, man. That's all it is, you know. But there is elements to it which are like you know, traditional and that are like almost a conservation of history, right?
Some of it.
I
I mean,
mean, I
I'm a
would.
Christian. You know what I mean? I'm a Christian. I don't believe in any secret oaths or
Yeah,
handshakes or anything like that because
I
that's
mean, I was
completely.
a Christian. I was a Christian at one point in my life as well, you know. But
I would say it's completely antithetical to being a light on the hill.
well, listen, I found that in my life that it wasn't Christ that was going to do me any favors, you know. That's what I found, and yeah.
Dude, that's not the point of Christianity, bro. I think you missed it.
I really would rather not debate religion.
Yeah, no worries. But the
Right.
central point of Christianity is not that Christ makes your life better. So
Okay.
if you were confused about that, then whatever.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's fine. I really don't want to get into religion. I think it's just a messy topic.
I would love to have this
I appreciate.
conversation with you
I
at
appre-
another point in a religious room, bro. I really, really would.
yeah.
Heck yeah.
Maybe one day. Maybe one day. But yeah, I respect all of your opinions, so for sure, and
It is
beliefs. You
going to
know.
be speculation. Sorry to interrupt you, mate. Had you
Yeah.
finished? Sorry,
Yeah, I'm
I was
finished.
going to say to you. Yeah, sorry, I was going to say to you, it's speculation Sunday on the home server and like generally, but maybe there'll be an opportunity, maybe like Sunday, like from now onwards, if you wanted to have a conversation about that on the home server. But yeah, just thought you might want to know.
Pretty sure he said he didn't want to have the conversation.
That's fine. And then I misheard.
You're good, SO. Baby steps, bro.
Yeah, old dude.
That's really good advice.
Have you ever been? I don't know if you guys have ever been to Edinburgh, but old dude will have been to Edinburgh. Have you ever been to the? Have you ever been? I've been in the Grand Lodge of Scotland before, and it is magnificent.
Yes, sir. Yes, it
I
is.
haven't.
It's a fine house.
It is beautiful, and on the inside, the actual lodge room is amazing. I don't know if you actually get to go into the lodge room as a visitor or not.
No, you don't. But I've worked in security, bro. I've been in places.
Yeah,
Oh,
for sure, for sure.
Let me just get my Gmail looking apron and I'll see you there.
Let me just get my two
Gmail
pillars and
looking
I'll see you
apron. What
now.
do you mean?
Have you seen that?
No,
You know your email, Gmail,
I
looks
don't really
like an
use Gmail.
envelope.
So I don't know if it's like a feature or something.
Do you know the logo, the emblem, pretty much looks like an envelope, like an
Yeah,
M?
yeah, it's like
Yeah.
an envelope.
So yeah. So this is also a kind of layover as the Masonic apron looks like that.
There, I'll post it for you. There you go.
Funnily enough, I was looking at one about 20 minutes ago.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'll
Get
give you
it?
that. But I mean, just because, but I mean,
Mail?
I could say that the Masonic apron was made to look like the modern envelope, or sorry, the modern envelope was made to look like the Masonic apron because the Masonic apron is a bit. I don't know. I mean, my Masonic lodge has been around since like the 1600s. So, I mean,
Mhm.
maybe the modern envelope was made to look like the Masonic apron. I don't know. You know,
Yeah.
when was the
Do you know
modern
why? Do you
envelope
know
made?
why there's? Do you know why there's the expectation of a postal service,
No,
like in the Western world, so that you can
not really.
communicate between corporations, which includes yourself. A lot of people don't know that they're a corporation. They're actually treated in the law as a dead agent. So dead people can only correspond through the post because they're not alive. They can't
Post
talk.
mortem.
That's
This
crazy.
is where we start changing the language completely. Yeah. But he's right. If you don't know the language, whether that's the written language or the symbolic language, then you don't know what's being said. This
Oh
is
no, we
just one
get.
of those. Come on.
I'm pretty. I mean, I'm pretty clued up on like Masonic esotericism.
Mm,
Like, like really, really clued up on it. Like, I give lectures during degrees and everything. You know,
good.
like during degree work. Like, yeah, and I give like I really know about Masonic degree work in the Blue Lodge for
Okay,
sure.
cool. Do you know what the Cesta KV Act?
Sorry,
The Cesta KV Act.
I'm not aware of that. No.
So you know how the Library of London burned
Mm-hmm.
and all the records were lost.
Okay.
They had a worldwide empire at the time. So
Who
great stakes
had
of
a
ownership,
who had a
right?
worldwide empire? The
Britain.
UK. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah. London's Britain, bro. In case you didn't know. So what they did is they did this act, which was called the Proof of Life Act, basically. They basically laid possessive property rights claims to everything. Said it all belongs to us. You have to prove otherwise because our records are done. So this is the only way we can reestablish our ownership. And you have 7 years. They considered all. Well, hold on, let me rewind. They considered everything lost at sea because they were a sea empire, maritime law and all that. And so they consider everything lost at sea and salvage. And if it's not claimed within 7 years by the property owner, it defaults to being owned by London. So, for
Oh, that's
example,
crazy.
in the Western world and everything under the the auspices of the crown and all of that. So, for example, you have a child like in the United States. If within 7 years you don't declare ownership over that child, which most parents don't do because they don't consider their children property because they're idiots. Yeah, let me help you out here. If you're a parent and you don't consider your child your property, you're a retard. Let me tell you why. Because the government considers it property and they'll respect it if it's your property. But if you say it's not my property, what does your child become? Abandoned property. And if you don't claim your abandoned property within 7 years, it's theirs. They own it. So your child becomes theirs by the law. And guess what? Ignorance of the law is what? No excuse. So you're saying, well, I didn't know there was all these things going on. Well, hey, you're a citizen of the United States, right? You're operating with the benefits of the contract. So how do we know you don't know? We're just going to treat you like you know, right? So they exercise control over you, over rights that you've ceded to them through property ownership, right? And property rights.
What does this have to do with flat Earth? Just out of curiosity.
What it has to do with flat Earth is, for example, there's powers that be that are exercising power through global deception, right? So, for example, people don't know about this stuff, and they don't want people to know about this stuff because if people knew about it, they wouldn't put up with it. So there's entire world systems which are power hungry that operate in a deceptive kind of subversive way.
I'm just still confused why talking about kids and property has anything to do with like the flat Earth theory. That's all.
Well, because people always wonder why they would hide the truth about the Earth. Like, well, what value does it have? Well, the answer is it changes your metaphysics. It changes the impression that you have with the world and your relationship with power structures.
Wait, so you're saying if someone like let's say a kid has two parents, are you saying that if one parent doesn't claim the kid as their, so to speak, for lack of a better word, property, that the kid after 7 years becomes the property of the state? Or is only when both parents do not claim the kid as their, so to speak, property?
At least one has to make the claim, dude.
So only one parent has to make that claim, right?
Right.
Wait, but when a woman gives birth to a kid, doesn't that automatically make it her property unless she actually forgoes her parental rights to the state?
No, it's not how it works. Not how it works. There's already a legal document claiming property ownership, and the documents that she signs when she gives birth is seeding. So when she does a birth certificate, she already seeded.
What do you mean she already seeded when she does a birth certificate?
Birth certificate is ceding your authority over the child and creating a fictional entity, which is created by the state. So the creation, the natural creation is the child. The unnatural creation is the entity that's in the birth certificate. Okay, you are not the entity that's written on your birth certificate. That's a fictional legal corporation. It's not you. And who's in charge of that fictional legal corporation that's created by the state? Well, obviously, the state. It's their creation. And you're utilizing it and accepting the benefit, which means you agree. So if you exercise the benefit, that's called a contract by estoppel. So you're ceding your rights to your child through contract. So you have rights and you give them up willingly, ignorantly, but willingly.
God, I know I'll never be having kids then.
But besides all that, what it has to do with, like AI was saying, well, once you figure out that you've been lied to about your worldview, then it remains evident. Like, why would I get lied to? What would be the point? Well, just think of it as like a head start in terms of competition. If you have people that have the actual truth about some things over the people who are being completely lied and misled to, right? You already have an advantage over that group of people at all times. Even if they were to learn about the truth, they would have to catch up in terms of time in order to learn it.
Yeah,
So
but I just don't understand what AI is saying, because I could understand if like the father like does not sign his name on the birth certificate because the father has to sign it. But for what I understand from with medical practice, when a woman gives birth to a child, she is by default automatically put on the birth certificate, whether she likes it or not. Even if she refused to sign it or file it, the hospital will file it on her behalf. That's just how that works.
False, dude. That if you go into a hospital, you're already agreeing. If you go into a hospital, you're already agreeing to the way they run things. For example, you can have a child at home. You can have a child at a midwifery, and you don't have to
and
have
the midwife is by law mandated to file
No,
that birth certificate.
no,
Yes, bro, that's
it's
how it
not
works.
the case.
Really?
No, it's not true.
In the
Not
UK,
true.
it's voluntary.
What? Say again, Jedi?
In the UK, it's voluntary. Yeah, in the UK, it's voluntary.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
You
I'm
not
talking
just
literally
about
have
not
the
to
true.
go to
I'm
the.
talking about the U.S. I don't know, and maybe it
Yeah,
might be different
dude,
in the
dude,
I know
UK.
you are.
Yeah,
I
it
know
might be
you are,
different
dude.
in the UK. I don't really know how the laws work in the
Yeah, I
UK,
know. It
but
was just interesting to me. I was just saying in the UK, it's voluntary.
yeah, in
Even
the
though
U.S.
everybody does it, it's still voluntary. Sorry to interrupt.
I'm just talking about on the mother's side. On the father's side, they don't have to sign it because you can make the argument that, well, I can make the argument that child isn't mine. I need a DNA test, yada yada yada, the whole shabam. But when the mother gives birth to a child, you know
Right.
that
So
that kid belongs to her.
right. So listen, licensed midwives are creations of the state, so they're already state agents. So if you go to a licensed midwife, you're agreeing to that. Okay, you just don't
They're
go to
not
a
creations
licensed
of the
midwife.
state. They're not creations. They're licensed by the state. They're not created by the state. They're licensed.
Like
There's a
the
difference.
license, listen, in order to get licensed, you're licensing your fictional legal entity, which is not you, it's your corporate operator.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
so
you still
yes,
need
it
to
is a
take a test to be
creation of the
licensed.
state. It doesn't
But
matter, dude. You're just proving my point. You're
Are
only
you
actually
talking
proving my
about an
point.
LLC?
you're using vague terms to fit your narrative though. I don't like
Not even
I
close,
get what
dude.
you're saying in principle, but like it doesn't change the fact that a midwife still has to take a test by the state to get licensed. I understand
Yeah.
the
Cool story,
corporation
dude.
she might
Who cares?
I understand the corporation she might have might be fictional in your eyes, but regardless, the state is not creating a midwife out of thin air. She has to be
No, you have to
qualified.
take a test. You have to get
Dude.
licensed.
Of
So
course,
you're
that's what
proving.
I'm
Listen,
arguing.
friend, you're proving that a midwife is a person that does an action, and a licensed midwife is something else. They're two separate things.
You
No,
can't
you have to
dismiss
be you
a
have to be
midwife.
licensed to be a
You have to be
midwife.
licensed, but my friend, that's my argument. I'm
You
not
can't you
saying
can't
like
practice you can't practice like
Yes, you
midwifery
can.
without a license.
Yes, you
Like
can.
that's
Yes, you
super
can.
bad.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't. You shouldn't. You should report that because it's super dangerous.
So it's so if you don't have a piece of paper, it becomes dangerous. See how you guys are so
I, I
programmed.
I mean,
Just bow down. Hey, listen, guys. Just bow down. Bow down to the
Why are you
state.
against people
let me
being
explain to
licensed if
you.
they're
Let me
All
practicing
right.
explain to you
Hey,
medicine?
why.
guys. Listen.
Let me
You're
explain to you
done.
why
Let me
why
see
it's
who else.
dangerous.
Hey, SpongeBob, you're done too. Bye bye now. And that's not the purpose of this channel. I'm not getting bogged down and arguing with you guys. So move the topic on. I hope it hurts you that we challenged your God, the state. But, whatever. What a perfect example of people who have no idea about their rights because they're in a deception. Case in point.
You said move on, but yeah, I was just reading about the hospital thing. As soon as you give birth in a hospital, you're basically giving them the rights to do whatever.
Full disclosure. They don't want you to know what's really going on. Just like with the globe deception, they don't want you to know what's really going on. They want you to live in a false reality. And the idea is not like why would they lie? The idea is why would they ever tell the truth? According to game theory, those in power should never tell you the truth, except when absolutely necessary for their purposes. Not for purposes of being truth, or not for purposes of being good, but for purposes of deceiving you further. So the only time they'll tell you the truth is when it serves a greater deception.
Pretty wild.
By the way, listen to this, friends. Chicks in Africa, there's literally videos of chicks in Africa walking down the street, and they just pop a squat, drop a baby out, pull the baby out, and then just keep walking.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Oh,
actually
but
way
holy crap,
better.
she's not licensed. Holy crap, she wasn't licensed. Holy crap. Basically, this is the last thing I'll say on this topic.
My bad.
Hold on. These are the kinds of people that if the government said you had to have a license, give birth, right, or to have a child, they'd be like, oh, I don't have a license, so I'm not allowed to procreate, even though it's my natural biological imperative, because the government told me so. The government told me so. They told me it's not safe for me to have a baby. Oh, man. Listen to daddy. Right. Let's move to flat Earth. And then flat Earth, same thing. Hey, NASA told me Earth's a globe. NASA told me Uranus smells like farts. NASA told me it rains diamonds on Centauri Prime. Oh, yes, Daddy. He told me so. He told me so, Daddy.
Yeah, that was like actually one of the arguments I had with my boss yesterday, where I saw the cog disk like happen in real time. Where I'm like, okay, dude, just go back to your base axioms about objective reality and what you can actually prove to yourself, okay? Do you really feel like you're moving right now? No, it's so simple. It's such a simple argument. He's like, yes. I'm like, really? You really think you're flying through space? And then he said this. He said, You're using that narrative flying through space as a colloquial distraction, right? So you're basically getting the other person to think in their mind that they're flying through space. It's like, what? No, dude. The mainstream paradigm is that you're basically flying around the sun at 67,000 miles per hour while the sun is also simultaneously going 500 plus thousand miles per hour towards a a black hole in the center of the galaxy. Like, wouldn't you see all different types of parallax in the stars, right? How could we ever use the stars to navigate if that were the case? We would be seeing different stars at all times during out different periods of human history. Like, we wouldn't be able to even use the stars as like placeholders or anything like that. He's like, well, that's why it's like it's trillions of light years away. You would not notice a change, right? So you can have two different conceptions. Like, it's trillions of light years away, which is inconceivable to think about of how far that actually is, or it's not. I like this. I like the latter. There's just lights in the sky.
Beasticles, where have you been, man?
All over the place, brother.
Okay. Well, it's good that you've finally made your way here, dude.
No, I love when you guys come into politics. You guys get a nice variety of, you know, very, very young people, I guess you would say, who really never even actually thought about this topic as like a necessity or even possibility. Like this guy, Krusty Crack in the chat, he asked like, well, what does that have to do with flat Earth? I'm guessing he's definitely on along the lines that he believes he's on a spinning water ball, but you know.
Oh yeah, that guy got wrecked yesterday and ran away. And just came back, NPC reset, and came back today.
Ooh, what was the wrecking on?
Oh, everything. I forget exactly what he was talking about. A bunch of things.
I think the problem with these people is that they don't learn how to learn. Right? They don't know how to actually dig for sources or have any type of standard for where their information comes from. Happens on flat Earth side too. Don't get it twisted. There are some bad researchers out there on both sides, but I think that's the major difference though, and the reason why if you're a truth seeker, if that's what you claim to be, someone who's trying to figure out the truth, not someone who's just trying to, just dump the conversation down or just make it about like a gamified situation where like I win, you lose. If you're really a truth seeker, you should learn how to learn, and you'll understand why there's so many people in here that came to the same conclusion on their own. What do you guys think? Can I go back and forth with Krusty?
Oh yeah.
Sure,
Yeah,
but
go
if he
on.
talks about the previous conversation, I'm permabanning him.
Okay. Yeah, we don't need to talk about the previous combo. It's fine.
It's okay. I'm just here to listen to the debate, bro. That's all.
Well, debate means you have to take the negative on something or the affirmative on something.
No, I'm here to listen to it. I'm not here to engage. I already engaged in enough debates. I just got like banned over our last. I mean, not banned, but I just got muted over our last conversation. So I'm not trying to rehash old history.
Yeah, we can have a new conversation. That's kind of why I wanted to talk to you. Just
About what?
conversation, bro.
About what?
Yeah, like what brings you in this server to begin with? Start there.
To be honest, I'm just curious to see how you guys justify this stuff, and like every day it just reinforces what I already believe. But you know, that's it. I can't say like every day I learn something new. Maybe just how you guys defend different like arguments. That's probably it. But in the end, like this is my biggest takeaway. I don't think any flat earther has like a consistent like agreement on like their entire worldview. I think everyone just has conflictings. I think everyone just agrees that like the world is not like a globe-shaped spheroid, to put it simply. I know it's
That's it.
oversimplification, but you know.
That's it. It's simple
It,
enough.
did I hit
We
the
all
nail on the
agree
head
on the
with
Earth being flat.
critique?
That's really good.
I appreciate
It
it,
wasn't
bro.
too bad.
I thought about it. I thought about it for a very long time. It's like, wow, man. Because like I think
Mm.
like half of you, I would say, believes in space, and maybe the other half doesn't believe in space. You know,
That's incorrect.
what? Say again?
Yeah, so is there a single flat earther in here that believes in outer space as a vacuum?
I think I met at least a couple. I don't know if it's
No
half, but I'm
way.
just making an overgeneralized statement. I definitely met a couple on here.
I've never
Not
met
in here,
one
bro.
of 7 years of talking to people. No.
Trust me, bro. I'm not
You-
lying. I promise you.
I believe
I don't
you.
know if it's half, but I've met definitely at least one or two.
I believe you. They probably, I don't know,
No, not in here.
but not in here. Yeah, for sure.
I'm
Do you know
telling
why
you,
though?
I'm
Right?
not lying. I'm not lying. I swear to you, I'm not lying.
No, I believe you, Krusty. You're good. But do you know why that would be ridiculous for someone in here to think about that? Right?
I don't know. I feel like you're just gonna
Second
give
law of
some.
thermodynamics.
Okay.
Right? Entropy is always increasing. High pressure wants to go into low pressure. Right? You always have this equilibrium that's being established. That's just how it works in our world, right? In our reality. So the idea of having this vacuum of space, right, next to our pressurized system, right, where we have like the water cycle, the nitrogen cycle, you have a pressure gradient. The idea that you can have this ecosystem, right, next to the void of space without there being a container to separate it is nonsense. I think everyone in here agrees with that.
Well, there are people who are in this chat who have never heard speak. So I don't know if you could safe to say like everyone in here. Maybe the people you interact with on
People
a
I
consistent
interact with.
basis. Yeah, sure. But
do you understand that argument though, right? Like, do you understand why?
I understand that's what you believe.
But how do you have violation of the second law of thermodynamics when it's probably like one of the most upheld, laws of physics that we have that we can actually point to today?
Honestly, I'm not a major in physics. I never took physics in college, so I couldn't answer you that. But my opinion would probably be that you probably have a misunderstanding of the laws of thermodynamics. And like, if you think the world is not a spheroid, then maybe that's why you would think that. That's just my opinion, though.
I think the way I think because I'm retarded. Is that what you're saying?
Did I say you're retarded? I just said you have a misunderstanding of the laws of thermodynamics.
I have a misunderstanding. And how do you know I have a misunderstanding?
Did I say it like this is a verified fact? Did you listen to anything I just said? Can you repeat what I just said, please?
Yes.
Okay, what did I say?
Said, well, I don't know how that would work. I'm not really too big into physics. You must have a misunderstanding because you don't believe you're on a ball.
No, that's not what I said. Let me tell you what I said. In my
Is that not what
opinion,
he just said, guys? I'm
wait,
pretty sure that's what he said.
listen. I'm talking about verbatim what I'm saying. I said, in
Oh
my
my
opinion, I
goodness.
think you have a misunderstanding of the laws of thermodynamics. It's
Says
just
the
an
guy
opinion.
who doesn't have a
It's an
physics
opinion.
background that you just claimed you didn't have and you didn't understand it. So, okay, cool.
Dude, I'm just saying we live on a globe, and this is my worldview we're talking about now. We live on a globe where the atmosphere is not leaking out into space, that is, in my opinion, is a vacuum. So I think you just have a misunderstanding of the laws of thermodynamics, because our atmosphere is not being sucked into space. You may have like
You know what's funny? You should look
some
up your own
model that you may
paradigm.
what?
You should look up your own paradigm actually, because it's not what you guys believe. And
Yeah,
not to say
I
you
just
guys.
remembered how yesterday's conversation went with this guy. I just remember
Oh,
what
you did?
happened. I'm reliving
Nice.
it again right now.
Peculiar.
Oh man,
I guarantee you don't even
with
remember what
regards
we
to
even
the
talked
laws of
about,
thermo
DJ. I guarantee you don't even remember.
with regards to the laws of
Because I remember
thermodynamics.
what we talked about, DJ. Do
Oh,
you
no, it's gonna
remember?
talk through me. That's nice.
Yes,
So
I
okay,
With
do.
my bad.
regards to the laws of thermodynamics, they specifically speak about three systems: isolated, open, and closed systems. Isolated systems don't exist, but to get the premise underway, it's about the flow of energy and matter between the two systems. An isolated system doesn't have any flow of either energy or matter. A closed system has the flow of energy, like heat radiation, for example, but not matter. Take, for example, a closed can full of pop. On a hot summer's day, it's going to get warmer, even though the can's closed, but the Coke can't get out. Awesome. An open system, that's when the system is open, so all energy and matter is free to leave the system. So we understand the difference between an open and closed system, right?
Yep.
Cool. This is why we understand that the vacuum of space violates this. Because if the Earth was an open system without a physical barrier separating into two, then the gas would fill the space. Entropy would
Okay,
increase.
hold on, Mr. Frogman. Can you repeat exactly what he just said? You said
Why?
you
Crap.
understood. You just said you understood what he said. So repeat what he just said, please. Tell me.
Yeah, you have three
What did
different
he
types of
say?
systems. You have three different types of systems. You have an isolated system which doesn't exist. Then you have an open and closed system. In a closed system, temperature can change, right? But you know, like he provided an example of the Coke can, where on a hot day you can have the Coke basically get heated up, right? But the Coke doesn't fall out of the system, right? Then you have an open system where both can flow out. Did I get that right? Is that pretty good, Jedi? And that's why we can't have the vacuum of space next to closed system. I mean, next to an open system, supposedly that they say Earth
Messed up.
is. I did mess up.
More or less. In or out.
Okay.
Why?
See, I don't think. I think he's giving he's giving you a little bit more of a charitable interpretation, but more or less you
I
got it somewhat right. I'll give you some leeway on that.
do you even have like an argument, bro?
I like I said, I just came here to listen to the debate, but
Hold
you
on,
like
I
let
came
this
here
are
to
guy
begging
steal
me
listen.
to
the.
talk about something, which I don't really want to talk. I just want to listen to
Can you
other people's
explain what
debate.
Jedi just said and what Beasticles
I
just
never,
said? Right?
I never
It's,
understand. I don't even understand what Jedi's even talking about, to be honest. I'm not even
why
claiming
you,
to.
what are you talking about then, bro?
What do you mean when I'm talking about? I'm just asking Frogman if he understood what Jedi said.
He said,
That's it.
look, he already said he only has the cognitive ability to listen.
I
That's
just
true.
only want to listen.
Oh, the cognitive desire to listen. There you go.
Bro, we can rehash our earlier discussion if you want to, because what you were talking about just doesn't make sense.
What are you talking about?
You
From
can
what
Hey,
you
you
were
can
listen,
mute
saying,
him.
friend. I already warned you. I already warned you. If you talk about it, I'm permanent.
I
So
didn't
take it.
say anything. I said if you're gonna insult me, we can talk about our earlier discussion. Just don't insult me.
Dude, you'll survive. But anyway, I told Beastocles he was wrong. And I said, do you want to know why?
Why?
Guys, you didn't preface the beginning of your point with can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum, right? You prefaced it with outer space just not existing at all. So here's the problem with that. So the idea of outer space being a vacuum doesn't violate any laws at all. Now that's going to put some tingles in somebody's ear, and they might even decide to pause the live stream and then comment on what I just said without actually knowing what I meant. It's very simple to understand. I'll explain. So the argument goes like this. You can't have outer space being a vacuum because it's adjacent to a pressurized environment without a container. So you need a container. Okay, well, once you introduce the container, what changes in the environment? Now the gas pressure is contained. And so within the container, you have gas pressure. And then without the container, you have the vacuum, which it's now contained from. So none of this precludes outer space vacuum existing. So in other words, you could have a contained environment with pressurized gas existing within a giant vacuum. Correct? And the answer is yes. So if someone told me, do you believe in outer space being a vacuum? I'd say, I don't believe or disbelieve. I just don't know. Now, then if someone says, well, oh, so you're saying gas pressure could exist next to a vacuum? No, I didn't say that at all. Because here's the problem. If you say outer, right, that begs the question of the inner. You can't have an outer without an inner.
Right.
You can't have an inner without an outer. So if you need a barrier to protect the gas from filling a space, what space exists beyond the barrier? You're begging the question that there must be space there, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. And
So
also,
whether an
their
outer
argument.
space
Oh,
vacuum,
right.
so just whether an outer space vacuum distant from the Earth at whatever range exists, here's the correct answer. I don't know.
In terms of outer space existing, right? I agree. The key part is the adjacency of these two
Right.
different, I guess you would say, states, right?
Yeah, and we got to be fair that a lot of this is charged language because it already has connotations and denotations, meaning what it means and how people think about what it means, already attached to it. So when you use terms like outer space, it's front loaded, with all these assumptions. So you have to parse out your assumptions to make sure it's clear to who you're speaking to. But it's absolutely the case that if you beg an inner space, you're begging an outer space. If you're begging an interior of a container to separate the gas from something, then there has to be an outside space to separate it from. Otherwise, the separation becomes irrelevant.
Well, that's exactly what they use now in terms of an argument against that argument. They say that space is like the entirety of the universe is in a closed system. Not even kidding.
Yeah, Phil Bell said that. He said the universe is the container.
It's like, okay, then what's it expanding into? Then they say, well, like a balloon. Does a balloon expand into anything?
Yeah, it
It's like,
expands into available space.
yeah, exactly.
A balloon can't expand if it's in a confined space. Holy crap, dude.
You got it.
Now listen,
And
dude, some of these questions, when it comes to the idea of I'm in a space and what's outside the space I'm in, especially in terms of reality and the universe, whether you think of the universe as the entire cosmos or like a more local, like let's just say for lack of a better term, terrarium type thing. However you consider it, you always have to contemplate, well, is that the end? Is that the end of available space? Is that the end of available places to travel? Is that the end of available volume for things to go into? And the correct answer to that question is the same in every model.
I don't know.
It's I think it was made famous by Zenu's paradox. The correct answer is this: I don't know.
Right.
Anything else is pure speculation.
You know what's funny? I have a clip here. And it was Witsit who came back just recently into streaming and stuff because he was dealing with a lot of personal stuff. But you ever heard of G Angelo, anti-flat Earth glober? Comes in these servers once in a while. The Great
Doesn't
Angelo.
ring a bell.
Yeah.
Okay, you have. All right. So during their argument, this is so great. Great Angelo, in order to go against Witsit's argument about the confidence level of what he sees as a distant galaxy is, right? Like comparatively to dark matter. If he had the same conception in his mind about what they're witnessing, and instead of it being dark matter, but it's just a center of a magnet, and we can see this. We can look at a magnet with ferrofluid, and you can see the same effects. You can also see like how they recreated spiral galaxy formations with plasma, and you would have to admit that I would have more evidence for the electric theory or the magnetic theory than you do about dark matter, correct? He said no. He said you can't look at distant galaxies and make assumptions if you can't reproduce it in a lab.
Holy crap!
Now it's been our argument for so long, dude. It was so funny. It was so
Way to
funny.
commit. He like just committed debate seppuku right there.
Dude, it was so great. I'm gonna find it real quick. I figure you'll get a kick out of it.
Oh, so also for while you're looking that up for let's see if Krusty Krab is still here or he left.
Nah, he left a
Never
while
mind.
back.
Because he said that flat earther. I think he said that everyone just agrees that the Earth isn't a giant globe or whatever. And that depends on how you parse it out. So, for example, according to the most accurate measurement methodologies we have and the available surface territory that we have, right, we could come to a conclusion that the available territory is flat. But the unknown territory beyond the territory that's available to us, we couldn't make true claims about, right? It would be extrapolation at best, right?
Oh, what was your
Does that make
question?
sense?
Wait, say it again. The last part. Missed it.
Okay, if you have a certain accuracy of measurement methodology and you have an available territory, or let's just call it the known territory, and you apply that measurement methodology to that territory and it comes out flat, so you could say, okay, the available territory is flat, the known territory is flat. Now keep in mind that doesn't inform you about the whole shape of the Earth, correct? Because we would agree that flat is a surface property, not a shape, right?
Right.
So since we've identified that the known territory is flat, what does that tell you about the unknown territory?
Nothing.
Nothing. Now that doesn't mean you couldn't make reasonable extrapolations, right?
I mean, if
But
it's
they wouldn't be
unknown, right?
certainties. Correct. So he said you would agree that the Earth can't be, a globe or spheroid, right, in shape. Okay. Now check this out. It's very simple. This is actually a thing you can do yourself, but we have to do it as a thought experiment because we're not physically in the same room together, right? So here's what I want you to do. I want you to get a bowling ball, find the thumb hole, take the bowling ball and point it up so the thumb hole is pointed up. Now I want you to fill the thumb hole with water so that it doesn't overflow.
Okay.
Now obviously there could be a meniscus, but we're doing a thought experiment, so we're going to assume that the bowling ball is big enough so the water's flat on the surface, right? So now you have flat water on top of a ball, correct?
Yep.
So flat water doesn't preclude this ball from being a ball, right? Now, if you only had access to the flat water area, and let's say you had access to a smaller area than the flat water area. So let's say that flat water area of the thumb hole at the scale of the bowling ball, let's just use even numbers. Let's just say it's 10 inches wide, because it's a giant bowling ball. And let's say the known territory only represents 3 inches of that 10 inches, right? So you only have a sample size of 30% of the overall flat area. And of that sample size, there's no information about the bowling ball, correct? There's only information about the known territory. Now I want you to take that 3 inches, and I want you to arrange the continents that we know of in any manner in which you see fit. Whatever you think the Earth looks like from the top down, You could use an azimuthal projection. You could just whatever you want. Put the continents there, because the continents have to be there because they're the known territory, right?
Right.
So now
Known
you have all these
territory.
continents. You have all these continents sticking out of flat water, right? Arranged horizontally, right? Measured horizontally. Now put the celestials above that 10-inch wide thing. Well, let's say 4 inches, so they go a little bit past the territory. And you could do all of your same things. You could do all of your laser tests. You could do all of your sight lines or angle measurements. You could do anything like that, right? And you would get the Earth measures flat, correct?
Yep. If you mean colloquially, the Earth being the known territory.
Right.
Right. Because
But
otherwise,
it wouldn't
you'd be in
tell
a
you. It
competition
wouldn't.
fallacy.
Yep. Right. But it wouldn't tell you the overall form of the structure that the flat Earth is on, in, or above, or
Around.
whatever.
Right.
Right. So the Earth being on top of the bowling ball, like I just described, would be entirely congruent with all our observations. It couldn't be logically excluded out except for philosophical or maybe some religious text, but it wouldn't be able to be ruled out by empiricism, right?
In terms of the globe shape of
Right.
the. In terms of possibility, yes, but if you have even one flat spot, then if you think that Earth is a perfect sphere, which they'll say no, it's
Yeah,
actually
but nobody
spheroidal.
would think that. Yeah, correct. Nobody would think that. Nobody would confuse a bowling ball for a cube or a flat sheet of paper, would they?
Man,
The answer is no, they wouldn't.
no, they wouldn't.
So that kind of reasoning is unreasonable. So
Well,
it's
they do
clear
that
that
all the time,
you could
though.
describe a ball. Look, here's the point. It's clear that you could describe a ball, call it a ball, but yet it have a flat spot on the top. And that flat spot on the top would have down being down, just as we experience it all over the known territory. It would have all the relationships to the celestials be identical, right? And they would be localized above that top portion. They wouldn't be spread out across the ball. This is a common mistake that some flat earthers have made when presented with this thought experiment, is they think that if you have a ball, that the Earth is on top, that if you go past the known territory, you'd start to be able to walk on the side of the ball and water would stick to the side. I'm like, well, why would it? So you're starting to make assumptions. You're mixing worldviews, because you told me that down is down and up is up. So in that case, if the water wasn't contained on the top, it would flow off the side. And that would still be congruent with your claim. And they may say, well, that's unreasonable. I don't think that could exist. And I'd be like, yes, but you're just excluding it on philosophical grounds.
Right.
And if you say to me that can't be true because the Earth is flat and continues
That's
flat
plain.
indefinitely in all directions, you're now making a claim about an unknown territory you have no possible way of knowing is true or not.
Exactly.
So again, that would be pure philosophical or preferential choice. Now, it's not entirely unreasonable, and your correct retort might be, hey, sure, maybe that's a logical possibility, but I don't think it's plausible. However, what good reason do I have to believe it's true, or what evidence do I have that it's true? And that's where it comes into the play. It's like, just because there's logical possibilities that could be the case doesn't mean there's reasons or evidences to believe that they're true, or to accept that they're true, or to know that they're true. But that's a different story than saying, I know for a fact what the unknown territory is shaped, formed, looks like, oriented like, whether there's stars above it, this, that, and the other. Two different worlds, aren't they?
Yep. The known and unknown, essentially.
Yeah. Yeah. For example, it might be the case that the star field, which we know and love, only continues for thousands of miles, and then after 20,000 miles of flat Earth, there's no more stars. We don't know. So if you say, well, if I went 30,000 miles, dead reckoning east, on a due heading east, and then just continued in that vector without reorienting myself to the north, so in other words, a straight line away from north, so in other words, south, and I just went south 30,000 miles, when I look up, there'll be stars above me. How could you possibly know that?
Right. It is interesting, though, to think about. Now, I know this is not Sunday, Speculation Sunday. But on that note, AI, the problem I see with a lot of anti-flat earthers all the time is they conflate the Earth to the celestial sphere in the same breath that they say that Earth is not a perfect sphere. They do that all the time. Like, how do you?
Yep.
I don't understand how they don't see that the celestial sphere or the graticule, right, latitude and longitude, is not the Earth. It's just a conceptual model.
Because it is the Earth and it works.
And it works. It works. You don't
Yeah, but
realize
in
it's
order
just
for it to work,
pragmatic.
they have to curve the plumb lines to
Exactly.
make the geoid, the ellipsoid, and the celestial sphere synergize.
Sorry, I'll
But
say
then
it
they'll
again.
tell you, "Oh, go ahead."
It works when you make the corrections.
Nah.
But please tell us about the plumb lines, dude. That was
Well,
worth knowing.
they don't
And then
call them
stop it.
corrections. Only retarded surveyors call them corrections. But the actual poobahs who write the books, do you know what they call them, Jedi?
Site reduction tables.
Nope.
Ooh, boom.
No?
Site reduction tables.
Here, let me tell you what they call them.
They call 'em-
Transformations.
Yeah, you're right. Totally right.
The
That's a
idea of
cooler way of
correction.
saying it. Yeah.
But think about it. The connotation of a correction is something I did was wrong. I have to correct it to the correct answer. Whereas a
Yes.
transformation could just be any nonsense I came up with.
I like it. I like the use of words. That's worth pointing out, dude. Thanks. Yeah, it's a transformation. That sounds cool.
You know what's funny? So during all the art, that was kind of a different subject, but just kind of wanted to share. You asked me like where I've been and stuff. I'm always doing research. I'm always gathering information. So when Artemis 2 was live, right? I had like 5 streams on all at once on my 2 screens. I was just like looking for, just observing it, studying it. I had the day off that day, so I was just like, yes. Check out this segment that they had on what is it? NBC? NBC. Let me make sure it's NBC. Hold on. Yeah, NBC, right? So they had this former astronaut on, I guess. And then the guy who's hosting this little segment on NBC, the news anchor, he talked about like, my whole family had, worked on the Apollo missions, and it's just crazy. It's like, what are we gonna do about all these people who say that it's fake or whatever, right? Dude, watch this. It's crazy. I could stream it too, but it's interesting nonetheless. Should I stream it? It's only like 2 minutes.
Why not?
Got you. And then you're gonna pick up on a lot of things AI, like the wording of it.
Oh, I gotta hold on. I actually gotta watch it. Oh.
Or you can just listen to it. You don't have to watch it.
No, but you have to click it to watch it, dude. It doesn't just happen.
Yes, that's correct. All right.
Hello, governors.
Hey, why don't you pause it? Why don't we play it over the bot so we can hear it on the YouTube too? Everyone can hear it.
Yeah. Where you guys want to do it?
What kind of file is it?
MP4.
Yeah, it'll play it.
How do
Hold
I
on,
do
let me
that?
go in. And you just
I'll
post
rewind
it in
it.
the chat?
I did.
Hold on, let me go back to where we're at here.
You rewind it.
No, but we got to play it in the bot so it'll play over the captured audio. All right, so let's see. Get a link. All right, let me gotta go /PLAY play file or play. I hope this might work here. Pick the right one. You know how play? You know, like /play doesn't pick the bot that you actually have active. It just shows you every bot. You have to know which one it was. Which one is it? I know I've done it before. Thanks.
Oh, so you brought in the Musico bot. Is that it? Is that the one?
I don't know.
DJ?
I don't know. I've never used it. It's thinking. Musico is thinking. We'll find out in a minute, I guess.
This is cute. Press play.
I'll try. I cleared the queue, I think. Let's try again.
It says you have to upgrade to play MP4.
Yeah.
There is one in here that does it, but I just don't know which one it is. I gotta write this down once we figure it out.
I'll eventually figure out how to work my virtual audio cable and be able to play it in Discord VC.
Oh yeah, I could just do that, I guess.
Generation. So this
There you go.
inspire the next generation, and frankly, besides the technical spin-offs, I think that's the most.
Yeah, and it couldn't have come at a better time. I got to say, I wish I was of that generation. My grandfather worked on the Apollo missions, and so it's part of my family. And yet, we live in a day and age where, we're seeing the advent of this AI deep fake generation, and there is a lot of skepticism. And you hear from time to time people say, look, we never landed on the moon. This was all, a hoax perpetrated on the American public. And yet, on this day and for the next 10 days, I'm hoping that we get to see a lot of concrete proof that once and for all puts all of that to bed in an experience that we can all share. But as an astronaut, do you ever encounter those types of conspiracy theories? And when you do, what is the surefire way to bring people to what we have done on the moon?
Well, sure. And, when I go out and speak to the public, I'll oftentimes get this whole question of was that all faked? And my answer is, look, it's simple. It would have taken a lot more to fake it than to actually do it. Do you think you're going to keep those tens of thousands of people quiet all these decades as part of this conspiracy? That's just not going to happen. Do you think the Russians wouldn't have called us out? They would have known if we had faked it. And, this was all inspired by a movie in the early 70s called Capricorn 1, which was a great movie, by the way. It starred O.J. Simpson about a fake NASA Mars landing, right? And so, it's kind of like the flat earthers. What can you do?
What can you do, guys?
Other than hopefully force people to watch science happening in front of our very eyes. Leroy Chow, always a pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Ilmia
Crazy.
Akita. She's with a bunch of Artemis watchers.
Crazy, right? We have to force people to watch science in front of their very eyes.
Yeah, just like Clockwork Orange with the little eyelash openers.
Man. Funny though, he's like, what is the surefire way to put down that conversation once and for all? Well, definitely not show the footage that you guys showed. It's funny with flat earthers. What can you do?
So I remember what happened yesterday with Krusty, right? So I tried to show him some actual observations. I, got the Dr. John D ones, was queued them up, ready to show him, and he said that he was unwilling to even look at it because it's not peer reviewed. The video is not peer reviewed, and that was his standard, right? So then I said, okay, all right, fine, then whatever. Go get me the measurement that the Globus did that's peer reviewed, right? Like the equivalent. And he just went and found some paper. He didn't read it. The paper was in Portuguese, and he just pasted it in there. I said, "Did you read it?" He says, "Well, that doesn't matter." And yeah, the paper just turned out to be just a paper about Eratosthenes. wasn't peer reviewed or anything like that. Anyway, not that that matters. But yeah, that's the level of Krusty the Clown of that guy, basically useless.
No shame.
Yeah, just an idiot, I guess. It's the best term for him.
It's the double-edged sword of the internet, right?
Yeah, some people like that, they're just not going to get it because they're delusional. They're so brainwashed or something like that. I don't know. They've had so much fluoride or something like that that their brains are just wired. The wiring's just like soldered in the wrong way, it seems. He might get it one day. I hope he does. But at the moment, he's completely bricked.
Yeah, I don't know about the cause, right? Fluoride or whatever, but I do know that what it stems from, in my personal opinion, is what they deem valuable. Like, what are their actual values?
Well, his value is just to being fallacious, right? Just appealing to credentials, appealing to authority. But even after, right? So I mean, he kept asking for things, and then when we would provide them, he would kind of like shift the goalpost a bit. So he's like, "Oh, how come there's no scientists going out doing the observations?" I'm like, "Okay, here's a scientist, Dr. John D, PhD in optics, and yeah, all of a sudden that wasn't good enough because it wasn't peer reviewed and just jumping from thing to thing, just intellectually dishonest, basically. I don't even know if he knows he's being intellectually dishonest. I think he's just got everything flat earthers say is wrong syndrome or something like that. I just call it bricked.
Yeah. Especially, yeah, that was apparent.
There's a lot
Like,
of people who lack the courage to actually step outside the box, and there's certain safety in just appealing to the masses, and so they kind of remain in that. And it's hard to kind of coax them out of that.
Cowards.
So do y'all actually believe in the flat Earth? Is that what I'm hearing here? I've been listening for a minute.
Yeah. Yep.
Interesting.
But probably not what you have imagined in your head when you think of flat Earth. Most likely.
Okay.
You like physics, Master?
Relatively. I'm in aviation, so.
Oh, beautiful. Are you a practicing pilot?
Not commercially, but yeah, I fly.
Have you ever thought about the idea of Earth rotation and the Coriolis?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And having an inertial reference frame versus a moving reference frame.
Okay.
So you're a pilot,
Uh-huh.
and you're flying over Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the conception of Earth being ball that's spinning, you would accept the fact that if it is spinning, then as soon as I take off from the ground, which is my inertial reference frame, that I am no longer within that inertial reference frame, and that there should be some type of movement beneath my feet, for example.
Except the inertial reference frame is the gravitational pull of the planet. So no, as long as you're within the actual gravitational pull, your actual reference frame is going to be consistent. This is why like the moon continues to orbit us, even though the whole planet's
Let's
moving.
just stick
Because
to terrestrial
one pole.
objects, though. Let's just
Okay.
say like a
That's fair.
say like a drone. So
Mhm.
you would say that the Atmos and the ground are both inertial then, or they're in lockstep with each other? You can't possibly believe that if you're a pilot, right? Because you have
Say
jet
that again?
streams and winds.
Yeah, okay. What about jet streams? Jet streams and winds are all caused by heating and cooling of the surface. This is what causes the Coriolis effect.
Heating and cooling?
The heating and cooling causes the Coriolis effect, yes. It's a
So not
spiral
Earth
rotation.
rotation.
Well, no, it's a mixture of Earth's rotation in combination with the heating and cooling from the surface. That's why it spins in different directions depending on the hemisphere. The northern hemisphere it spins counterclockwise, and the southern hemisphere it spins clockwise. It's as a result of the heating and cooling.
What spins? You mean the air?
The Coriolis effect, yeah.
Right. So talking about the ground too as well. So you have the ground that's supposedly moving 15 degrees per hour as well. And then you also have to take into consideration that at the equator it's 1,000 miles per hour, right? And then if you go towards the poles, it decreases in rotational speed, right? If I'm closer to the north, like let's say 45, right, it would be half that, so like 500 miles per hour. If I'm at 45 north latitude.
Okay.
But you don't see any of this. None of these numbers are justified by real world observations. And I bet you as well, like when you're taught to fly, like you're treating the runway as stationary. It's just a runway and then it's in the same spot. Like it's not moving beneath your feet when you're in the air.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
the plane is acted upon against the gravitational pull, so you're having to move outside of the actual inertial reference, as you referred to, of the gravitational pull of the planet. So, an object that's in the air does not, like, it's still within the gravitational pull of the planet. Like, it's not now moving independently.
I understand that you keep referring to this gravitational pull of the planet basically pulling towards the center of a ball, right?
Uh-huh.
But then that would indicate that there would be a divergence in what down is. So like down for me would be different for you if you were on a ball, correct?
Down for me.
We're not in the
How?
same location.
Oh, like down is in, well, down in reference to what?
What you just said. The
Well,
center of a ball. This
yeah,
gravitational pull you keep invoking.
yeah, down would be different, yeah. Like if you're
Right, but
referring to down being a direction like that, yeah.
yeah. So
Okay.
technically speaking, up, right? Let's say up for you, let's say you're on the complete other side of this ball, then you would have up being antipodal to each other then, which means it would be going against gravity. My up and your up, if we were to go up at the same time antipodally to each other, it would be going against the laws of physics at that point, right?
I mean, it seems like you're buzzwording here. If we're on opposite sides of the planet and we both move upward, as in away from the gravitational reference, no, that would still be completely possible. Just lift. Like, yeah, if you could go up without any force acting upon it, then that would be in violation of um, law of gravity, yeah. But like if you had a thruster or any source of lift, then we could both increase in altitude go up. Unless I'm misunderstanding what you mean.
No, I'm just trying to see where you're at, man, as a pilot, because you have experiential, you have testimony, like you're just flying over Earth. I mean, there's certain aviation documents and stuff like that, and that tell pilots to treat Earth as flat and non-rotating. I'm not sure.
What?
You treat the Earth as flat and non-rotating,
No.
like locally? No?
Oh, locally, as in like flying from one location to another
Yeah. Yes.
within a short distance.
Sure.
You can over short distances. Over longer distances, you need to account for spherical geometry, but
And how do you account for it?
largely a correction in fuck, I'm sorry, indicated. I'm drawing a blank here.
Are you sure?
The way you go. Yeah.
So you said there is a correction and you'd have to account for it, but like where?
I'm primarily moving north and south.
Doesn't I'm not following. I mean, even if you were going east or west or northwest, northeast, doesn't. You're on a ball. I mean, you would have to account for it at all.
Yeah, so the big thing that comes into it. So for like spherical geometry, if you're moving east and west, largely it's going to remain unaffected. In most places you are. When you're moving north and south, the magnetic north is going to be different than true north, and as a result, you have to account for it, because if not, you have an allocation that is like, I don't know, 275 or something, and you're moving in this direction.
You're talking about
Eventually,
just direction though,
yeah.
like azimuth, correction for azimuth, or like
Uh-huh.
the direction. Okay, well that's not has nothing to do with Earth curve. That's just the direction you're flying.
No, that has to do with magnetic north versus true north.
Okay, what does that have to do with Earth curve? How are you deviating based off of like a longer? Like I get it if you have a long flight path,
Mhm.
because of the different variables like wind speed, pressure change, etc. How fast you're actually moving the aircraft. I get that your dead reckoning will eventually be changed and you'd have to make adjustments. But you said in specifically to spherical geometry, you'd have to account for the deviation. I'm asking you where.
Okay, sorry, I misunderstood what you were saying before. You account for spherical geometry when plotting the course. When you're actually in the aircraft, you do treat the Earth as if it's flat, yeah, because indicated direction tends to be accurate.
So wait, when you're
That's
plotting the
accounted
course,
for true north, yeah.
are you using latitude and longitude to plot your course?
Yeah.
So when you're plotting your course, you're just basically using a coordinate system.
You're usually using ground references, but yeah, you can. Most newer aircrafts suited with a pretty accurate navigation system.
Yeah, of course. It's all based on the stars. See how like literally nothing has to do with the curve, the ball shape, the idea that you're rotating. Like you can literally just be flying from point A to point B using a coordinate system in reference to point A and point B. And then your deviations that you're talking about are all wind speed or pressure changes, etc.
Yep. Okay. When you have to account for spherical geometry on a flat map, is what I'm saying. When you're plotting your course, you don't plot it in a straight line. Like you're using.
So how do you account for it, bro?
You don't necessarily need to account for it. You just have to draw it
Right.
out. Yeah. I mean, if you're drawing out a course, it has a curve to it.
on
over
a
a flat
flat
map.
map, like a
On a
Mercator
flat map, correct.
projection or any
Uh-huh.
other. Yeah, we all know that.
Okay.
The reason why is because all the maps are basically, equivalent to each other in terms of transforming one map to another map, because you're basically referencing the celestial sphere, or in this case, the graticule. Like, it's just a coordinate system of latitude and longitude. They have to be equivalent, otherwise they wouldn't be useful. Do you think that, like, on a flat map, that means like we have to draw straight lines? Like,
That would imply it, yeah. I mean,
yeah, see,
unless
nah.
I'm misunderstanding, yeah. Again, it may just be I'm not understanding what your position is on this. If it's a flat map, trajectory would largely be straight lines. It also, magnetic direction would just be absolutely fucked on a flat map. How would east work?
What are you talking about, dude?
On a flat map, east couldn't work. Eventually, you'd run out. Like, the east wouldn't be indefinite.
Yeah. That's a good point.
It's not a good point, Brandon.
No.
East is a circle around a magnetic pole. On a
Well,
flat
where
map,
would east exist?
East is a circle and west is a circle around a pole. You would have to keep adjusting towards the north, right? And you would do a circle.
Well, east is orientation, just like west is, right? And orientation in reference to what, though, Master?
In reference to the North Pole, the magnetic
In
North
reference to
Pole.
the north, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, in terms of orientation, right, you have the 4 cardinal directions.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so how does any of that make it mutually exclusive on a ball?
Because you'd have to then account for magnetic deviation over an expanded distance. You'd either have a curvature. You'd either have curvature to your flight path, which doesn't exist along the equator, or I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. I'm sick, as I said before. I'm dying here. I was more listening.
You're good. You're good. I remember how you started this conversation. You're like, do people really believe that they're on a flat Earth? Like, it's not really much of a belief. More is like, what do the facts point to? Like, give me the actual substantial evidence and reason for why the mainstream paradigm, in terms of like you being on a ball with a certain size and dimension that's spinning and flying through space, and there's no actual justification for it. There's no measurements of curvature. There's no measurements of motion.
So then, how do you explain the Coriolis effect?
What do you mean?
I mean, back to the same thing. If the Earth isn't spinning, then where does the Coriolis effect exist?
You just said it yourself. Coriolis effect is from temperature fluctuations.
Yeah, but it's a temperature fluctuation which causes a spiral, a counterclockwise spiral, because of the spinning of the Earth. If the Earth wasn't moving, then you wouldn't get a spiral anymore.
Hold on,
I mean, you would, but it would
you
be a
didn't say
vertical
that
spiral
earlier.
instead of horizontal spiral.
You didn't say that
Approach
earlier.
that right away. By the way, do
Pardon?
flight paths exist that go along
Guy
the
sounds
equator? And
wasted.
it says yes. I'm not. I'm
Yeah, you're also just
disabled.
wrong. Here's an excerpt. According to research meteorologist Richard Rotundo of the U.S. National Center for Atmospheric Research in Boulder, Colorado, the opposite has also occurred. There's even been the occasional appearance of both counterclockwise and clockwise rotating tornadoes under the same thunderstorms. These deviations undercut the common misperception that the direction of a tornado spin results from the Coriolis force.
Right.
Yeah, so
the Coriolis
I
is
agree. Yeah, I would
Did they
agree that
cross
the
it, though?
Coriolis effect is not the exclusive factor that plays a role on the
No,
spiraling
it
of
just
the tornado.
debunks what you claimed. You claimed that heat does not cause the rotation. We see the rotation happening. It's not related to Earth rotation. That's just an assumption.
No, it is. So
Prove
what
it
ends up
isn't.
happening?
Prove it isn't an assumption.
I can tell you if you give me a second here. What ends up happening in clockwise rotating tornadoes within the northern hemisphere is largely of a result of a impeding cold front from an off angle. If two fronts interact with each other at a unusual angle, something that is not typically seen because of the Coriolis effect, you then get a result in that. Most tornadoes in the northern hemisphere
You don't
spin
have a Coriolis
counterclockwise.
effect
It
to
is not
appeal
exclusive.
to, bro.
Okay. Are you just gonna disagree with the idea of the Coriolis
No,
effect?
you're just making claims. You're saying Coriolis effect is doing it, but you have no evidence of that. Coriolis effect is an apparent deflection. It's not an actual deflection of air going in circles.
Right.
What can
Just like
hurricanes cause the equator?
hold on,
I'll be
Brandon.
right back.
Me-
I'll be right back.
Oh,
I can
okay.
still hear you. I just gotta run away. I gotta run downstairs real quick. I can hear you.
Okay, what Drace just said is actually important because the Coriolis effect, right? It's an apparent effect because, like, let's say you're on a merry-go-round and you're sitting antipodal to someone else, like across from someone else, and the merry-go-round is spinning. You throw the ball straight, yet it looks like it deviates. You know, it takes a curved path, right? But that's only apparent. It's not an actual deviation. It is going in a straight path.
Yeah, it's just like if you took the ball and suspended it above the merry-go-round. Once the merry-go-round starts spinning, the ball would appear to be moving relative to your perspective, but it's just you moving relative to the ball, not the ball actually being moved.
I'm back and I can engage in this. You just give me 1 second. I gotta take this call. Sorry.
Oh, I do have a question. Do hurricanes cross the equator? Silence.
You're gonna have to say that again, Brandon.
Oh, I was asking if hurricanes cross the equator.
Yeah, I think there have been cases of that happening.
Generally, no.
That'd be cool. Can I see? And it stay intact, and hit land on the other end, or does it just dissipate?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm just waiting for him to get off the phone.
But that also makes sense when you have the sun heating up the ground, moving in a relative circle around the north along the equator. You, of course, end up with a bias.
Right, regarding the Coriolis effect, basically there's a challenge there I've just posted from a guy called Flat Earth Sherman, who is a weapons expert, and he's put down a $20,000 challenge for any rifleman, riflewoman, anyone to actually prove that the Earth is rotating and prove the Coriolis effect. And he would giving you certain directions you will need to fire at, and you have to hit 5 bullseyes, right? And then change another direction and another direction to prove that your Coriolis effect. This challenge was put in, I think, in 2018. The challenge is still there today. No one has done that. Okay, no military man has ever done that. They don't take into consideration Earth's rotation. Earth doesn't rotate. And the same would be a problem for aeroplanes coming into land, because they would have to consider the Earth rotating, of course, and then that would mean that the runway would be moving. So the Earth is completely stationary. There are documents also that exist from the CIA, the KGB, NASA, Air Force, Navy, military, and flight schools that states when they're flying, for example, or you're going to fire a missile, a weapon of mass destruction, you would need to consider up to be non-rotating flat Earth. Okay, and the words flat Earth are written on these documents: a non-rotating flat Earth, non-rotating plane, stationary flat Earth. These are
No
the
way.
words in the documents. Well, the
That's
reason why,
incredible.
yeah, the reason why is because obviously the Earth isn't rotating, okay? Because that's a very good question, because if it was rotating and curving, then you would need to consider that. That would be something you'd have to consider. But the documents are there, right? So the Earth isn't rotating. There is no Coriolis effect. It's not happening. It is an effect if the Earth were to be rotating, but because the Earth isn't rotating, it doesn't manifest itself. Okay, and the man who read to us about the meteorological information, that guy deserves a medal. Great rebuttal. Perfectly correct. Thank you.
Dang, man, how long is this dude's phone call? Hey Taylor, I used your as-built plans for Lake Pontchartrain Bridge again as an argument against Jesse Path of Light.
Hello?
Yo,
So quiet.
Yeah, we were having a conversation with the guy, but he said he had to get a phone call.
Oh, okay.
you know what's funny?
Okay.
In the meantime, I was on that combined research forces that Jin posted, and then there's this video about like this fake face that pops up in NASA. So this is from NASA themselves. and it's Flight 8. I'll post the link. And then you go to 332. There's a guy's face that just pops up there on the bottom right.
Is this out of that video that you?
That's out of that
posted?
video, the real
Oh, cool.
video.
Oh yeah, cool. I didn't have that. I'll save that.
His face just appears right there.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Oh, he's just there the whole time. So funny. Dang it, DJ. This is gonna be a mission, man. I'm just organizing and saving all my files and getting it all ready because I'm gonna switch to Linux, man.
I just switched laptops, so yeah, I'm reorganizing a whole new file system. It's a lot to organize.
My goodness, I know. So much I collected over the years.
Are you in my server, Pickled Minds?
No.
It's like a huge library. There's tons of stuff in there about everything you can think of flat Earth related. You might enjoy it.
Gotcha.
Send you an invite.
Tight. Thanks. Ew, where's Jesse Path of Light in there?
Because he's not allowed in our venues because he's supposed to get us some information. AI overlords gave him a mission. If he wants to be unbanned, he needs to prove that you can have a refraction coefficient of 0.96 without any destructive optical visual features, right? Like, so basically the Dr. John D windmills observation, where we can perfectly clearly see the windmills touching the surface of the water with no miraging effects or anything like that. So for that to work on a globe, you would have to have a refraction coefficient of 0.96, which is basically maxing out Walter Bislin's slider. So it's Jesse's job to find that you can actually have that refraction coefficient, right? So someone has to have measured it, right? At least that type of level of refraction, and not to have any destruction in the distance, right? Or he can concede that that's not possible, or that nobody has actually done that. And Jesse came to the conclusion that he can perfectly measure refraction just by taking a single angle measurement with his theodolite, and that's an empirical way to measure for refraction. So that's incorrect, and so he's not allowed back on our platforms until he comes up with that information that has been requested or a concession. So he's just sitting in my server now by himself in chill chat.
Funny.
Yeah, that would be a blatant lie, what he said there. It's just misinformation. Can't do that.
Yeah. It's exactly.
Yeah. And then if anyone's interested, there's 44 documents from said agencies that I mentioned earlier. They're there. And you can Google those documents, each one, and have a good look. Okay, it's all there. You know, the Earth is just most certainly not rotating. And let's not forget about what Albert Einstein said back in 1922, at the University of Kyoto, Japan, where he states that he says he has concluded that no optical experiment can be conducted to discover Earth's rotation, and that would be Earth's rotation orbiting the sun. right? Couldn't prove that. That's what he said. And then there's Aries failure, Sagnac and Mickelson and Morley, all proving their results were that Earth is stationary. I'll put that one in there as well. So just to finally put a capping stone on all that nonsense of the Coriolis. It is a real effect, and it would be manifesting if the Earth was rotating. As it is not, it doesn't manifest itself on Earth. These experiments I did not learn at school, so it makes a very good lesson for anyone who didn't learn it at school. It's a great one. It's 50 minutes long, one experiment, 10 minutes. That's all. Very, very good. They actually call Albert Einstein a liar in it. And they don't say it in a vindictive way. It's just that Albert Einstein obviously lied, they said.
Wow, you got some resources here, DJ. Thanks, bro.
Yeah, no worries, man. Yeah, it's still a lot
Post
more to
all my
go.
stuff too.
Yeah, there's a stack, man. Yeah, I gave you the librarian role, so you can post anything you want in there. It's a great place to store stuff.
Do you have a channel for like useful links?
Useful links regarding what specifically?
Like photo forensics, TinEye, Sci-Hub to like unblock paywalls. I have a bunch of stuff like that. YouTube compressors, YouTube Video
Oh,
Finder.
like useful software.
Yes,
Good
like
idea.
browser-based tools
All
for
right.
research.
Yeah, great. Okay, cool. So there's a section called, let me check what it's called. Resources, I think.
Hello. Are you guys doing something?
No. Who was that?
Hi, what's up?
Who was that? Well, hello, whoever you are.
Yeah, happy to be here.
Yeah. Didn't want to
Right,
open
man.
up that can of worms. Gee. Teach kids to be trans was his name.
Oh, like, yeah, he's like one of the head moderators in the server. He's complete degenerate.
Yikes.
Yeah. Yeah, that kind of person has to have his name changed, or he couldn't communicate with any of us. That's a silly thing to do, really. You're going to have silly names. Goodbye.
All right, Beasticles made a channel called Useful Internet Links, and I tagged you in there. So yeah, anything you've got that's useful would be good.
Tagged me. Let's see.
Have you got the it's a Discord app, and it's called let me check. It's called Media Helper. It's freaking awesome. Right, so basically you can get a link from any video from like Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, anything like that, and you just / and just hit embed media and just paste the link, and it just completely rips the video and it just pops up on Discord, and then you can just download it.
What's it called?
It's
Media
really,
Helper?
yeah, Media Helper. So you just go to Discord apps and just type in Media Helper, and then
Dude,
you
that
can
sounds
just
great.
it just rips any link. Any link, it'll just download the video automatically. It'll just pop up on whatever channel that you posted on. Yeah, it's very good.
Oh, I can just add it. Nice.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's on Discord.
Yeah. It's you just go to like applications.
Mm.
Yeah, and then you just it says search apps and commands, and you just type in Media Helper, and it'll pop up. It's got like a black and white logo that says MH. Do you know how to get into the add apps, Jin?
No, is that through settings, is it?
No. Oh, actually, maybe that's. Are you on a phone or are you on a computer?
I'm on a phone.
A computer, so I'm not sure how to do it on the phone.
Okay, well, I'll search for it. Good idea, that one. Media Helper. Yeah.
So on the computer, it's you know where you click to add a GIF, like where you type messages. You can click to add a GIF or a sticker. There's like another thing that's like applications. I don't know if it's the same on a phone.
Wow. Oh, that's awesome. I just tested it. Dude.
Yeah, man, it's super helpful.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, thank you.
Even giant clips, like you can just get like a 12-hour clip and just hit that, and it'll rip the whole clip and just place the whole video straight on Discord. And then if you want to paste it somewhere else, you don't have to download it and re-upload it. You can just right click on the link and you can post it into a different server, and it'll just pop whatever.
Dude, thank you. That actually helps a lot. All right, yeah, I'll start adding the links that I found. I'll just start off with these.